An unforeseen accident has led Lin Xiao to unexpectedly be reborn in a world where spiritual energy has been revitalized. Initially, he believed he would embark on an invincible life. However, he soon discovered that the ability he awakened was the most inconsequential of all powers. Furthermore, he was reborn as a devoted admirer, and due to the nature of his ability, he was unceremoniously dumped by his girlfriend. Very well, let all perish. Since I cannot become the protagonist, it would suffice to live a life of leisure. Lin Xiao chose to embrace a life of tranquility. At the age of 18, he moved into a retirement home, thus circumventing decades of hardships. Unbeknownst to him, this decision would alter the course of Lin Xiao's entire existence. Chapter 1. Verification complete. I surely am not dreaming. Lin Xiao, spare me your antics. Why are you still pretending to be lifeless? We are already separated. You are no longer worthy of me. The frigid words echoed in his ears as Lin Xiao slowly opened his eyes. Before him stood a woman who, in Lin Xiao's discerning eyes, would undoubtedly score no less than 8 out of 10. With a perfectly oval face, delicate willow-like brows, and unassuming yet charming eyes and nose, her features harmoniously blended to create a pleasing visage. The only somewhat jarring aspect was her thin lips, which bore a hint of coldness. Her enchanting face was marred by frost, as she regarded him with palpable disdain. Lin Xiao was utterly bewildered. Who are you, my lady? Where am I? Wasn't I merely on my way home, witnessing a rogue harassing a virtuous woman before stepping in to save the day? His last memory was of a baseball bat approaching him menacingly. So had he been knocked unconscious? And who was this person before him? He seemed to have no acquaintance with her. How did she know his name? Lin Xiao's mind was awash with questions, and just as he was about to voice his inquiries, a wave of dizziness overtook him, inundating his consciousness with a torrent of information. The pain in his head was excruciating, compelling him to clutch his temples. Lin Xiao, stop pretending and get up. No matter what, we can never be together. At that moment, Lin Xiao was oblivious to any external sounds. A multitude of memories not his own suddenly flooded his mind, causing him immense anguish. This sensation persisted for several minutes, and at last, Lin Xiao comprehended his current situation. He had traversed into another realm, a parallel world infused with revitalized spiritual energy. Once Lin Xiao had untangled the information in his mind, he understood his predicament. The individual whose life he had taken over was also named Lin Xiao, and like him, he was an orphan and a student at Sun City No. 1 High School. Although Lin Xiao was an orphan, he exhibited extraordinary diligence, completing 3 years of high school curriculum in just a year and a half, consistently ranking first in every academic examination. Consequently, the teachers at the school held great confidence in Lin Xiao, allowing him the liberty to forego daily attendance and affording him ample time to work and support himself. Lin Xiao still struggled to believe that he had truly traversed realms. Could it be that this was not merely a dream? Lin Xiao, I've made everything clear to you. Please do not pursue me any further. Finally regaining his composure, Lin Xiao gazed at the woman before him, whose information materialized directly in his mind. Lu Ruoyan, the instigator of the original owner's untimely demise. Lu Ruoyan had emerged from the same orphanage as Lin Xiao, and they had previously relied on each other for companionship. However, the reality was that Lin Xiao had been the one making the sacrifices. During his prior employment, Lin Xiao had allocated the majority of his earnings to Lu Ruoyan, leaving himself with barely enough to sustain his own needs. In the recesses of memory, Liu Ruyan was far from kind to the original owner of this body. Although they were ostensibly in a romantic relationship, Liu Ruyan treated Lin Xiao more like an automated cash dispenser, bestowing him with a modicum of kindness only when she was in need of money. On occasions when her generosity fell short, she would viciously berate him. Alas, the original owner of this body was a quintessential sycophant. Even though he was acutely aware of Liu Ruyan's true nature, he would contentedly endure any semblance of kindness she offered, relishing it as if it were a rare delicacy. It is often said that a sycophant ultimately ends up with nothing, and this adage holds true. After being ruthlessly cast aside by Liu Ruyan, the original owner of this body remained unwilling to relinquish his attachment, persistently clinging to her despite her indifference. Ultimately, It was Liu Rian's callousness that proved too great a blow for him to bear, leading to his untimely demise. It is precisely for this reason that Lin Xiao is granted the opportunity to be reborn in this body. While the original owner excelled academically, in this world of resurgent spiritual energy, academic achievement alone does not guarantee success. The turning point came during the awakening ceremony that transpired 3 days prior. In this realm, there exists a plethora of supernatural abilities, ranging from the lowest F grade to the highest SSS grade. During the awakening ceremony, Liu Rian manifested an A-grade fire ability, instantly catapulting her to the status of a campus sensation. The former Lin Xiao felt a tinge of joy for Liu Rian, yet lamentably, his own inadequacy was evident as he awakened the most abysmal F-grade ability, shattering any remaining illusions Liu Rian had of him. Lin Xiao had harbored the belief that, despite awakening the lowest grade ability, Liu Rian would not forsake him after all his efforts. To his dismay, following the conclusion of the awakening ceremony, Liu Rian promptly approached him to sever their ties, subsequently embarking on a relationship with the only S-grade awakener at the school, Ji Xiao. Naturally, the original owner was loath to accept this reality, and over the course of 3 days, he sought out Liu Rian multiple times, only to be met with relentless disappointment. It was on this day that the original owner confronted Liu Rian once more, and after being coldly rejected again, Lin Xiao finally grasped the irrevocability of his situation. In his despair, he simply could not catch his breath. Understanding the circumstances, Lin Xiao curled his lip in disdain, lamenting his ill fate. How had he been reborn into the life of such a spineless wretch? His greatest aversion had always been sycophants. Now that he had assumed control of this body, he was resolute in changing everything. Since he had been reborn, where was his standard golden finger? Where was the system? He was eager for them to manifest. As he had prepared himself to slap this woman across the face, ready to declare that 30 years in the East and 30 years in the West should not mock the impoverished youth. However, regardless of how fervently Lin Xiao called out, he received no response. Instead, Liu Rian's voice echoed once again. Lin Xiao, cease your charade of silence. My brother Bo Xiao and I are destined to be admitted to the nation's top academy for spiritual martial arts. You and I are like two parallel lines that shall never intersect. I hope you can come to terms with this and cease your entanglement with me. Liu Rian's words jolted Lin Xiao, who was still desperately searching for his golden finger. Looking at her, he let out a derisive snort. The ancient adage proved true. Had Liu Rian never been born, the world would remain shrouded in darkness. My dear brother, since I have been reborn in your form, allow me to seek justice for you. However, before that, I must first ascertain one thing. Lin Xiao rose from the ground, brushing off the dust from his clothes. He then quietly approached Liu Rian's side. Standing a height of 6 feet tall, towering over Liu Rian by a full head, Lin Xiao's rise drew a reflexive step back from her. Yet, she quickly regained her composure, defiantly fixing her gaze upon him. Lin Xiao rubbed his nose before lowering his gaze to Liu Rian. You scoundrel, have you consumed too much of that faux starch? Enough of your prattling. I have something to verify first. Liu Rian was momentarily taken aback. In her eyes, Lin Xiao had always been her #1 sycophant. Well, had he ever spoken to her in such a tone? And did he just call her a scoundrel? How dare he? Just as Liu Rian prepared to retort, she saw Lin Xiao raise his hand and deliver a resounding slap to her face. The sound rang out, crisp and melodious. Lin Xiao had not held back in the slightest. Regardless of Liu Rian's condition, he felt a tingling sensation in his hand. If Lin Xiao was affected, one can only imagine the state of Liu Rian. At that moment, half of her cheek swelled up and blood trickled from the corner of her mouth. Liu Rian's eyes blazed with fury. Lin Xiao, you dare to strike me? How could you? Lin Xiao merely curled his lip, shaking his slightly numbed hand, and softly uttered a single word. The verification is complete. Indeed, I am not merely dreaming. Without any golden finger, I shall still confront you, this wretched woman. Chapter 2. What is dignity in the face of money? When Lin Xiao collapsed earlier, a considerable crowd had already gathered around him, comprised mainly of students from Sun Cheng Yizhong. Most of them recognized Lin Xiao, as he was quite the prominent figure in the school. However, his notoriety stemmed not from his academic prowess, but rather from his notorious sycophancy. Lin Xiao was acutely aware of this truth. After all, it is said that when one is perpetually at the top, few take notice, but when one becomes a devoted lackey, the world suddenly pays attention. Who would have thought that Lin Xiao, the faithful devotee of Lu Ruyin, would audaciously deliver such a resounding slap to her? This was monumental news. Am I dreaming? The ultimate sycophant has just slapped Lu Ruyin? Is this real? Bro, as incredulous as it seems, it's undeniably true. I actually think that slap was well-deserved. Lu Ruyin's actions were indeed rather unscrupulous. One could not dismiss the notion that ambition drives individuals upward, while the current flows downward. This is a truth universally acknowledged. If I were in his shoes, I would undoubtedly choose Jibo Xiao. Feeling the weight of the crowd's scrutiny and whispers, Lu Ruyin felt increasingly humiliated. A small fireball materializing in her hand. How dare he strike her? This matter could not simply be brushed aside. Lin Xiao sensed the imminent danger. His gaze fixated on the fireball in Lu Ruyin's grasp. Was this the manifestation of abilities in this world? Although the fireball appeared innocuous, Lin Xiao understood that a direct hit from it would likely be far from pleasant. At that moment, a young man, slightly over 1.7 meters tall, pushed his way through the crowd. His appearance was rather unremarkable, even somewhat unattractive, yet his designer attire suggested his family was affluent. Upon assessing the situation, he swiftly approached Lu Ruyin's side. Ruyin, what is happening? Is this guy bothering you again? The instant Lin Xiao laid eyes on this newcomer, he recognized him as Jibo Xiao, the only student at Sun Cheng Yizhong to awaken an S-rank wind ability. With such an awakening, Jibo Xiao had become a prominent figure in Sun Cheng, and coupled with his status as the son of the city's wealthiest man, he was infamous for his debauchery. Jibo Xiao had long been pursuing Lu Ruyin, who, despite his lack of charm, was undeniably wealthy. However, to maintain her own image, she had consistently rebuffed his advances, keeping him dangling. This only fueled Jibo Xiao's competitive spirit, intensifying his pursuit of her. After the awakening ceremony, Lu Ruyin felt the moment had arrived. Given that Lin Xiao had awakened the most inferior F-rank ability, she wasted no time in severing ties with him, directly throwing herself into Jibo Xiao's embrace. Spotting Jibo Xiao's arrival, Lu Ruyin immediately dispersed the fireball in her hand. Bo Xiao, you finally came. This guy not only harassed me, but also struck me. You must seek justice for me. Her voice, once icy, was now laced with a sweetness that sent shivers down spines. Jibo Xiao, clearly enamored by her demeanor, was about to confront Lin Xiao when the latter interjected. Hold on. Meals can be consumed haphazardly, but words must not be spoken recklessly. With a person like you, how could I possibly harass you? I came here not for that, but to demand repayment. Jibo Xiao, initially ready to confront Lin Xiao, felt a chill creep into his eyes upon hearing the latter's words. In a previous life, Lin Xiao would have been unafraid to challenge Jibo Xiao. But in this world, where spiritual energy had revived, and with his F-rank ability against Jibo Xiao's S-rank, a confrontation could lead to dire consequences. Despite his disdain for the two of them, he could not recklessly invite trouble. Surveying the crowd, Lin Xiao quickly devised a plan. He subtly merged into the throng, believing that Jibo Xiao would hesitate to act, for fear of unintentionally harming others. Fellow classmates, I trust you're all aware of the entanglement between me and these two. I shan't dwell on it. The current situation is evident. Although Lu Ruyin and I share a childhood bond, such ties pale in comparison to the wealth of my rival. I concede that. My circumstances are well known to everyone. While I do not oppose you pursuing true love, Lu Ruyin, don't you think the money I've spent on you should be repaid? After all, working 5 jobs a day is no easy feat, don't you all agree? The spectators, reveling in the drama, understood the stakes. While they could not provoke Jibo Xiao, with so many witnesses present, he would be reluctant to confront them all. Indeed, we all know that Lin Xiao has diligently earned the money he gave to Lu Ruyin, so it is only right that she returns it. Repayment of debts is a principle of righteousness. On this matter, I stand with Lin Xiao. The crowd buzzed in support of Lin Xiao, causing Lu Ruyin's expression to darken. Unable to endure any longer as her classmates rallied behind Lin Xiao, she finally spoke up. Lin Xiao, what do you mean? Was I the one who forced you to give me that money? Didn't you willingly offer it? Lin Xiao chuckled in exasperation. The original owner of this body must surely see Lu Ruyin for who she truly was. It was absurd to have been a sycophant to someone like her. How laughable. Have I ever indicated that you need to repay me? Did I mark my transfers as gifts? Pray tell, are you attempting to default? Before Lu Ruyin could retort, Jibo Xiao stepped forward once more, a sinister smile gracing his lips. What is money to me? I will repay you double for every penny Lu Ruyin has taken from you. Lin Xiao's face immediately lit up with a radiant smile, glistening in the sunlight and causing several onlookers to swoon. At that moment, They could not fathom why Lu Ruyin would forsake such a handsome man for Jibo Xiao. Is it merely wealth? Is it just the S-rank ability? I must calculate, for I have given her far too much over the years. Their interest on borrowed money, and even brothers keep accounts clear. What more? I am not intimately acquainted with you. And let us not forget my compensation for lost youth, and so on. Having concluded his speech, Lin Xiao promptly extracted his phone from his pocket, opened the calculator app, and began to compute, muttering incessantly. Last month, I gave Lu Ruyin 2,000 yuan. Dining together cost 1,200, and I spent 500 on gifts. As Jibo Xiao and Lu Ruyin listened, their faces grew increasingly grim. Remaining in this situation was utterly humiliating. Jibo Xiao pulled a check from his pocket and tossed it to Lin Xiao. Calculate your total and fill it out yourself. We won't be sticking around. Lin Xiao grinned, bending down to retrieve the check from the ground, addressing the departing duo. Are you trying to pass off a worthless piece of paper on me? Haha, do you think I lack dignity? What is the maximum amount on this check? Jibo Xiao responded, this guy is serious about filling it out. Humph. Anything below 5 million can be cashed directly. Thank you, my esteemed benefactor. May you be blessed with 108 children in one go. Lu Ruyin cast a disdainful glance at Lin Xiao, her eyes flashing with contempt. Lin Xiao, for the sake of money, you've completely forsaken your dignity. Lin Xiao merely curled his lips in response. What a jest. In the face of wealth, dignity is utterly trivial. Chapter 3, The Burden of Happiness. Ji Boxio and Lu Ruyin were strolling along the path of the school. Brother Boxio, why did you give that Lin Xiao fellow so much money? That country bumpkin probably hasn't seen such a fortune in his entire life. He chuckled. If he knows what's good for him, I won't bother him. But if he seeks his own demise, then that's on him. A mere 5 million? I hardly regard it. Upon hearing Ji Boxio's words, Lu Ruyin's face lit up with an unusual expression. Such a man truly deserved her affection. Meanwhile, Lin Xiao gazed at the check in his hand. If it weren't for the throngs of people around him, he would have liked to plant a few fervent kisses on that check. This was a check for the maximum amount of 5 million. In either his past or present life, he had never encountered such wealth. Since the maximum amount was 5 million, he thought he might as well fill it out for $4,999,999.90. After all, it would be a disservice to the original owner of this body otherwise. Everyone, I appreciate your gallant support earlier. You may disperse now. The onlookers regarded Lin Xiao with envy, astonished at Ji Boxio's generosity in bestowing such a sum upon him. Hey Lin Xiao, we've done you a huge favor. A verbal thank you would suffice, right? Lin Xiao instinctively took a step back, concealing the check. What a farce. While he could care less about verbal gratitude, sharing a portion of his fortune was out of the question. Haha, the money hasn't even been deposited yet. Let us all go our separate ways. Next time, I promise to express my gratitude properly. Though he uttered polite words, internally he was resolute. There was no way he would part with even a fraction of it. Upon realizing this, the crowd understood that seeking any benefit from Lin Xiao was futile, and one by one they departed, somewhat disheartened. As the crowd dispersed, Lin Xiao prepared to leave as well. He felt uneasy about the check and preferred to convert it into cash for peace of mind. He needed to verify the authenticity of the check. If it turned out to be worthless, he would have to confront that unscrupulous couple. Although there were classes today, Lin Xiao decided he could skip them. With a brisk gait, he set out to exit the campus. Just as he was lost in thoughts of his future, a girl's voice called from behind. Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao furrowed his brow and turned to see an unfamiliar girl, blushing as she gazed at him. He was puzzled. He didn't recall knowing this classmate. Is there something you need? I'm Zhao Qian from class 4 of the senior year. I've been following you for quite some time. May I have your green bubble? Lin Xiao instantly grasped Zhao Qian's intent. Damn it. My irresistible charm is causing chaos. Wait, is this girl after my money? Absolutely not. Zhao, I still need my green bubble. If you want one, I can help you register for your own. The girl replied, that's not what I meant. I meant, can I scan your code? Oh, that is what you meant. Go ahead and scan it. Lin Xiao said, promptly producing his old phone, locating his QR code, and presenting it to Zhao Qian. After she scanned it, he flashed her a charming smile and waved goodbye. Zhao Qian gazed at Lin Xiao, infatuated, still bewildered as to why Lu Ruyin would choose to forsake such a handsome boy for Ji Boxio. Once Lin Xiao was out of sight, she suddenly remembered that she had only scanned the code and had yet to add Lin Xiao as a friend. When she viewed the page on her phone, she was left utterly dumbfounded. Lin Xiao had given her a payment code. Frustrated, Zhao Qian realized she had been played by Lin Xiao. Outside the campus, Lin Xiao had already forgotten about Zhao Qian's flirtation. Women only served to hinder his swift actions. At this moment, Lin Xiao began to ponder deeply. He had merely absorbed a portion of the memories, leaving many matters unclear. Now that he had some leisure time, he understood his situation more profoundly. This was a world where spiritual energy had revived. everyone would awaken supernatural abilities, the variety and rank of which could dictate one's future. Individuals like Lu Ruyan and Ji Boxio, who manifested powers above grade A, would invariably be coveted by various factions. Lu Ruyan was right. They were from two different worlds. The majority of people, like him, awaken lower-tier abilities. Not all awakened powers were suited for combat. Even if one could awaken, they would still be ordinary individuals. Lin Xiao's awakened ability was F-grade visual enhancement. He wasn't very familiar with it, but according to the original owner's memories, using the visual enhancement seemed to significantly improve one's sight. However, that was about the extent of its utility, which was primarily why it was deemed F-grade. With a sigh, Lin Xiao realized that it would be challenging to exert influence in this world. However, he remained optimistic. At least his current life was bearable, and he didn't require grand aspirations. As long as he didn't leave the city, he believed he would encounter little danger. The spiritual beasts outside posed no threat to him. Soon enough, Lin Xiao found a bank where he could exchange his check. After conducting an online search and consulting the bank staff, he confirmed the check's validity. Without hesitation, he filled in the amount he desired. Then he obtained a card from the bank, depositing all the funds into it. At that moment, Lin Xiao finally felt a sense of relief. This money was rightfully his from now on. Nothing could bring greater happiness than this. At that moment, Lin Xiao began to contemplate how to spend this newfound wealth. Should he buy a house and a car? Perhaps find a wife? No. Purchasing a car and a house could wait. Finding a wife would mean sharing expenses, which seemed impractical. It was far more enjoyable to spend it on himself. Ah, what a delightful dilemma. Feeling his phone vibrate, Ji Boxio picked it up. Lu Ruyan immediately leaned in to see. Upon viewing the deduction notification, Ji Boxio's expression darkened considerably. He truly hadn't anticipated that Lin Xiao would dare to fill in such an astronomical figure. Lu Ruyan's countenance soured as well. Despite Ji Boxio's long pursuit and numerous gifts, none had equaled 5 million. Who does this guy think he is? Ji Boxio muttered. Ruyan, your childhood friend is indeed quite greedy. Lu Ruyan detected the underlying meaning in Ji Boxio's words and promptly clarified her stance. Brother Boxio, we are merely acquaintances. I have no qualms about how you wish to deal with him. A glimmer of ruthlessness flashed in Ji Boxio's eyes. Rest assured, my money isn't so easily acquired. With that, Ji Boxio dialed a number. 5 million may not be a significant sum, but not everyone could lay claim to it. Chapter 4. The Red Sun Nursing Home. As Lin Xiao emerged from the grand entrance of the bank, a card of immeasurable value now rested in his pocket. At this moment, his mind finally settled into a state of clarity. He began to reflect on himself. It was unlikely that Ji Boxio had anticipated his boldness in accepting such a substantial sum. After all, the original owner of this body was timid by nature and incapable of such audacity. Yet, alas, the former inhabitant had been replaced. Seizing an opportunity is not foolish. Failing to do so would be the true folly. Although the Ji family possessed considerable wealth, it was highly probable they would not let him off easily. It would be prudent for him to contemplate how to navigate this situation. Lin Xiao could envision Ji Boxio's methods, likely sending someone to deal with him and reclaim the money. A head may be severed, blood may flow, but one must never relinquish their wealth. Now that the money was in his possession, it would remain there unless he chose otherwise. No one would be able to take it from him. Despite the Ji family's formidable influence in Sun City, they could not simply dispose of him in public without consequence. He decided to cast aside these weighty thoughts for the moment. With such a sudden influx of wealth, it was time to treat himself. Lin Xiao resolved to find a place to indulge in a sumptuous meal. Though he was a traveler from another realm, he harbored no grand ambitions. His guiding principle was to savor life's pleasures while they lasted. If he could live a carefree existence, he would certainly avoid exerting himself unnecessarily. Having obtained 5 million from Ji Boxio, he felt it was sufficient for his needs, leaving him to ponder how to excel at being a leisurely slacker. After a brief contemplation, Lin Xiao opted for a delightful feast of barbecued crayfish, delicious and affordable. However, after taking just a few steps, he sensed something amiss. An unsettling feeling accompanied him, as if someone were following closely. Trusting his instincts, he casually glanced back several times, only to discover a group of rough-looking individuals shadowing him. To test his assumption, he aimlessly wandered in a wide circle, yet those men remained on his trail. Lin Xiao felt uncertain. Were they sent by Ji Boxio? Or were they merely local ruffians hoping to extort some pocket money from a student like him? Soon, he dismissed the latter possibility. His attire, worth scarcely 100 yuan, would not attract the attention of genuine thugs, who would find little profit in him. The original owner of this body was not destitute. Most of his wealth had been given to Lu Ruyan, leaving him in this unfortunate state. Contemplating this made Lin Xiao feel a pang of regret. But he quickly reminded himself that if not for the original owner's servile nature, He would never have found himself in this world, much less acquired such a fortune. Truly, it was fate. Shaking his head, he dismissed those intrusive thoughts. This was not the time for such reflections. His immediate concern was to shake off the persistent thugs behind him. It was certainly out of the question for Lin Xiao to part with his wealth to avert disaster. The reason these men had yet to strike was likely that they were waiting for him to reach a more secluded area. He could not give them what they desired. Increasing his pace, he felt the thugs matching his speed. "Brother, I suspect this kid has noticed us. He has been leading us in circles and is now deliberately quickening his pace, likely trying to lose us," one thug remarked. "There's no way he can fly away from us. Young Master Ji instructed us to deal with him thoroughly, as long as we don't kill him. After all, he has swindled young Master Ji of 5 million. That money is our reward, and we cannot let it slip away." Another added, "Taking care of this little brat is no issue, but he keeps heading toward crowded areas, making it difficult for us to act. Be patient. Let us observe a bit longer. If he continues this way, we'll have to strike regardless of the crowd. We must capture him today, otherwise, if he spends our money, it will be disastrous." Lin Xiao could not hear their conversation, as he was preoccupied with devising an escape plan. Faced with so many thugs, he knew he stood no chance. Unless absolutely necessary, he wished to avoid confrontation. As he contemplated his next move, he noticed the number of people around him dwindling. By the time Lin Xiao realized this, it seemed to be too late. Casting a furtive glance behind him, he saw the thugs drawing nearer. This realization sent a jolt of panic through him. How could he have made such a blunder? Assessing his surroundings, he discovered he had unknowingly wandered into a villa district. Though still within the city, the population here was significantly reduced, creating an ideal environment for the thugs to strike. He could not afford to remain passive. He had to escape these pursuers swiftly. With that thought, Lin Xiao ceased pretending to be oblivious and began to run. Upon seeing him dash away, the thugs immediately gave chase. "Lin Xiao, I advise you to stop immediately. If we catch you, the torment you will endure will be exponentially worse than what you face now. Surrender the money, and we'll let you off with a beating. Otherwise, you'll face the consequences." Lin Xiao could now confirm that these men were indeed sent by Ji Boxio. Remarkably, they were swift in locating him. However, they would not succeed in robbing him. Lin Xiao's speed was commendable. The original body's physical condition was not poor. After all, as Lu Rian's devoted admirer, he had worked multiple jobs, including some physically demanding ones, which had kept his body relatively fit. Yet, that alone would not suffice. Evading these thugs would prove difficult, especially with one of them seemingly possessing wind-based supernatural abilities, rapidly closing the distance between them. Even without turning back, Lin Xiao could sense the looming pressure from behind. He could not continue this way. If captured, the repercussions would be dire. At that moment, a large sign appeared in his line of sight: Red Sun Nursing Home. Without a second thought, Lin Xiao dashed toward the open entrance of the facility. Just as he attempted to enter, he was halted by the elderly gatekeeper. "Young man, you can't just barge in here." Lin Xiao, desperate, hastily concocted an excuse. "Sir, I'm here to visit my grandfather. I made a reservation in advance." The gatekeeper seemed to recall something. "Ah, now that you mention it, you must be the young grandson. Today is your grandfather's birthday, and you did indeed book ahead. You may enter." "Thank you so much, sir," Lin Xiao exclaimed, elated that his ruse had succeeded. He hurried inside, fervently hoping to elude his pursuers. Would those thugs follow him in? Would they inadvertently harm the gatekeeper? Chapter 5. This nursing home is extraordinary. With these thoughts in mind, Lin Xiao, who had been ready to find a hiding spot, paused. This was his affair, and he could not allow the gatekeeper to suffer due to his predicament. Glancing back, he indeed saw the thugs congregating at the entrance of the nursing home, where the gatekeeper was successfully blocking their entry. "Old man, let us in. We have some private matters to attend to." The gatekeeper, without raising his head, replied nonchalantly, "I'm afraid this is a private area. Entry is not permitted at your whim." "Old man, are we not deserving of your respect? Be wise and allow us entry. Or else do not blame us for our lack of decorum. There's no need for further discourse. Charge in." A group of ruffians made a move to rush inside. But at that moment, Lin Xiao finally followed his heart and returned. "Sir," Lin Xiao began, but was halted by the gatekeeper. "Enough, Xiao Sunday. No need for you to intervene. As the guardian of the Red Sun Nursing Home, do you think I'm here merely to retire? It has been a while since I've had a good exercise. Look, these blind fools have come right to my doorstep. Actually, these individuals." Lin Xiao attempted to explain, but the gatekeeper cut him off. "You simply watch from the sidelines." Turning his attention to the ruffians, the gatekeeper exuded an overwhelming aura. Upon sensing this presence, Lin Xiao was left utterly stunned. Could this truly be just a mere gatekeeper of a nursing home? Collecting his thoughts, Lin Xiao realized that although the original owner had awakened the most inferior F-grade ability, he had witnessed numerous powerful battles through the memories he inherited. Yet none possessed an aura as formidable as that of the gatekeeper. The ruffians, too, sensed the unusual atmosphere, halting in their tracks. Boss, something feels off. This old man seems quite formidable. The leader of the ruffians was now uncertain. If they retreated, he would lose face, jeopardizing his authority over his subordinates. Do not fear. He is merely an old gatekeeper. Charge. The ruffians rallied themselves, many emanating spiritual energy, preparing to unleash their abilities. Though these individuals were ruffians with awakened E-grade and F-grade powers, it did not imply their abilities lacked potency. As Lin Xiao observed fireballs and wind blades forming in their hands, his heart raced once more. The gatekeeper, however, appeared unfazed, conjuring a fireball of his own. Although smaller than those wielded by the ruffians, Lin Xiao felt an intense heat emanating from it. Before the ruffians could launch their attack, the gatekeeper hurled the fireball, which detonated just short of them, sending shockwaves that knocked several ruffians to the ground. Their gathered energy dissipated instantly. Lin Xiao was astonished to realize that the gatekeeper's control was remarkable. Aside from toppling a few ruffians, there was no damage to the environment. The ruffians quickly understood they had encountered a formidable opponent. Under the leader's command, they retreated, casting venomous glances at Lin Xiao as they left, muttering about how they didn't believe he would remain unscathed. Initially, Lin Xiao intended to depart after witnessing the ruffians flee, but he reconsidered. This place seemed rather safe. Perhaps he should linger for a while. Sir, you are truly impressive. All right, you rascal, your grandfather is waiting for you. Hurry inside. Lin Xiao, not being naive, discerned that the nursing home was likely not a mere retirement facility. The gatekeeper's formidable prowess suggested there was more than met the eye. He also entertained the possibility that the gatekeeper, perhaps a hidden master, was merely bored and chose to guard the entrance. Regardless, his curiosity compelled him to explore further. Having shed his concerns about the ruffians, Lin Xiao finally calmed his mind, bidding farewell to the gatekeeper as he proceeded into the nursing home. Surveying his surroundings, Lin Xiao could not help but acknowledge the exquisite environment. This was indeed a high-end villa district in Sun City. Acquiring such a vast piece of land for a nursing home indicated powerful backing. Soon, Lin Xiao reached the reception area, where a striking young lady greeted him with surprise. As outsiders seldom entered, out of courtesy, she donned a professional smile. Good day, sir. How may I assist you? Lin Xiao, scratching his head, found himself momentarily at a loss for words. To claim he was there to celebrate old son's birthday would be utterly ludicrous, as that would undoubtedly expose him. While pondering, an impulsive thought surfaced. Having been reborn into this world, he had no desire to become a significant figure. His F-grade ability predetermined a life of simplicity. Perhaps embracing a life akin to a couch potato would not be so bad after all, given that he was prepared to lead a languid existence. Why not opt for residency in a nursing home? He had recently acquired a substantial sum of money, sufficient for an extended stay. The more he contemplated, the more enticing the idea became, and his eyes sparkled with excitement. Moving into a nursing home at 18, avoiding a lifetime of detours. Moreover, with such an impressive gatekeeper, living there would surely be more comfortable than a shabby rental. Thus, he made a delightful decision. Hello, young lady. I am here to arrange for my residency. Upon hearing this, the receptionist, Su Qing, furrowed her brow. She had not received any notice regarding a new resident. However, since he was permitted entry, it must have been approved. She recognized the caliber of individuals allowed within and dared not show any hint of negligence. Sir, you are enrolling a family member, correct? If convenient, could you please provide the information of the elder? Lin Xiao waved his hand dismissively. I am not enrolling a family member. I am here for myself. Here is my ID. Actually, let me simplify it for you. My name is Lin Xiao, male, my passion is money, and I have 504 months left until I turn 60. If possible, I would like to arrange a lifetime package. Su Qing's lips twitched in disbelief. In a moment unseen by Lin Xiao, a flicker of lightning danced in her hand. The receptionist thought to herself, what is going on? How did Elder Zhang allow anyone to enter? She needed to devise a plan to send this fellow away. This was not a place for just anyone to reside. As Su Qing prepared to speak, two elderly individuals descended from the upper floor, one man and one woman. Lin Xiao's gaze was immediately drawn to them. Their age was evident, yet their spirits were remarkably vibrant, and the remnants of their youthful charm were still apparent. Upon seeing Lin Xiao, the couple paused and approached the reception area. Su, who is this handsome young man? He seems quite unfamiliar. Su Qing's demeanor shifted instantly to one of respect upon recognizing the elderly couple. Grandma Lu, Grandpa Zhao, I am quite perplexed as to how he managed to enter. Claiming he wishes to check in here. Check in? Are we about to gain a new companion? How delightful. It has been a considerable time since anyone graced us with their presence. Observing the eager expressions on their faces, Su Qing felt a twinge of helplessness. How could she possibly explain? It is not as you both presume. I sense this little rascal is here to cause mischief, intending to check in on his own. Upon hearing Su Qing's words, Lu Jiao and Zhao Hua grew even more intrigued by Lin Xiao. Young man, how old are you? Why do you wish to take up residence in a retirement home? Strangely enough, upon first seeing Lu Jiao and Zhao Hua, Lin Xiao felt an inexplicable sense of kinship. Sister, may I inquire as to why you reside here? The young lad has quite the sweet tongue. I am over 80 and could easily be your grandmother. Why still call me sister? Though Lu Jiao spoke thus, a smile could not help but grace her lips. After a brief pause, she responded to Lin Xiao's inquiry. I reside here as I am retired, and my children are busy. It is pleasant to have some old friends around to stave off boredom. Precisely. Sister. Just call me Lin Xiao. I am curious as to when you moved in, but since the inevitable destination is a retirement home, why not settle in now? Checking in at 18 would certainly save me many years of detours. Lu Jiao, though it felt somewhat peculiar. One could not deny that the young man's reasoning was indeed quite sound. Zhao Hua regarded Lin Xiao with keen interest. Only those who resided here truly understood the nature of this retirement home. It was rather amusing that this fellow could enter and even wish to check in directly. You are quite an amusing young man. We were just pondering attending old son's birthday celebration, but now we can delay that and observe your check-in process instead. Su Qing could not suppress a roll of her eyes. These two were truly relishing the spectacle, but how could she permit him to check in? Fortunately, she had already devised a plan to prevent such an occurrence. Mr. Lin, we are aware of your desires, so allow me to outline our check-in standards. Here, the fees are charged annually. The standard rates are 1 million per year, 3 million for 5 years, and 5 million for a lifetime. In simpler terms, the longer you stay, the more economical it becomes. You have indeed come to the right place. Upon hearing the pricing, Lin Xiao's eyes widened in disbelief. This retirement home was extorting funds, or perhaps the wealthy truly do indulge in such antics. Noticing the shift in Lin Xiao's expression, Su Qing's smile faded momentarily. Surely, this would deter the young rascal. In reality, there were no actual fee standards. She could have directly refused Lin Xiao, but feared such a rejection might arouse his suspicions and lead to the revelation of their circumstances. Hence, she quoted a price she believed he could not afford. She prided herself on her sharp judgment. Lin Xiao's attire and demeanor suggested he could never muster 1 million. However, Su Qing was soon astonished to find Lin Xiao's gaze steady once more. He was swiftly calculating, having observed the environment. He deduced that to find a rental of similar caliber outside would cost at least a few thousand, if not over 10,000, per month. Thus, the annual cost would amount to around 100,000. If he were to live to 100, that would total over 8 million. By this reckoning, it was evident that the lifetime option was indeed the most cost-effective. He dismissed the 1 million per year and 3 million for 5 years outright. Though he did not rush to agree, he had further inquiries. He possessed a modest sum of money, just over 5 million. The majority had been spent on Lu Ru Yen, leaving him with less than 1,000. If this sum merely covered accommodation, any additional expenses for meals and such would quickly render him unable to afford it. Thus, it was prudent to ascertain all details beforehand. Miss, I understand the fee structure, but is there any possibility of a discount? Transparent pricing, fair to all. We do not entertain negotiations and do not offer refunds. Lin Xiao, quite assertive. Very well, I shall not haggle. However, I wish to inquire if there are any additional charges for lifetime residency, such as meals. Su Qing was momentarily taken aback. She had not anticipated Lin Xiao would not be deterred. Soon, a knowing smirk graced her lips as she grasped his intent. He lacked the funds, but was too embarrassed to decline outright, seeking to shift the burden onto her. How naive. I find your predicament rather amusing. Rest assured, sir, we charge a one-time fee. Regardless of your duration of stay, there will be no additional costs. Meals and all necessities are included. Lin Xiao fell silent once more. Everything was included, and he suddenly felt it was manageable. Yet, the thought of parting with his freshly acquired funds was disheartening. Observing Lin Xiao's conflicted expression, Su Qing became more convinced of her assessment. She refrained from pressuring him further, choosing instead to watch the unfolding drama. Lu Jiao and Zhao Hua maintained their silence. Lu Jiao turned to Zhao Hua beside her. Old Zhao, what are your thoughts? Zhao Hua chuckled. It is not that I underestimate this young man. I sense he is quite decent, but he does not strike me as affluent. He likely cannot produce such a sum. Lu Jiao concurred. Yet she felt an inexplicable anticipation of an unexpected turn. Lin Xiao's mind was in turmoil. He recalled the thugs outside still blocking his path, and the thought of facing them was daunting. The formidable gentleman at the entrance indicated that entering here was likely not as simple as he had imagined. Damn it. I must take the plunge. What is 5 million after all? Money is merely a transient affair. Spend it as it comes. Though he resolved this internally, Lin Xiao still felt pangs of regret. To stave off any future regret, he placed his newly acquired bank card before Su Qing. He rummaged in his pocket and produced a single cent to place atop the card. The account contained $499,999.90. With the addition of that cent, it amounted to precisely $500,000. Please proceed with my check-in for a lifetime residency. At that moment, Lin Xiao comprehended the true meaning of spending money like water and felt a profound heartache. After all, this was real money. Chapter 7. The Hand of Fate. In stark contrast to Lin Xiao's anguish, Su Qing found herself utterly bewildered. Goodness, can anyone explain why this fellow could genuinely produce 5 million? Is this even reasonable? And what of that 1 cent? Is that a mockery of me? Su Qing could scarcely believe that the card Lin Xiao placed upon the table contained such a sum. Yet she hesitated to process the transaction. If she were to swipe the card, and it indeed held the funds, she would have no grounds to prevent Lin Xiao from checking in. This was no ordinary retirement home. Not just anyone could reside here. Allowing Lin Xiao to stay would be utterly unfathomable. In a moment, Su Qing found herself caught in a dilemma. Well, perhaps you might reconsider? Additionally, our accommodations are currently at full capacity. Little Su, one must not speak carelessly. We have plenty of vacant beds here. Your grandfather Zhao and I are present. So you cannot deceive us, young man. Rest assured, we will take care of everything for you. As long as you indeed possess sufficient funds in your account, we will certainly facilitate your check-in. Su Qing interjected, you two are my actual grandparents. For heaven's sake, you know very well the nature of this place. How could we allow someone with an unknown background to reside here? At that moment, Lin Xiao was still reeling from the pain of having suddenly acquired a substantial sum of money only to lose it again. Hearing Su Qing suggest that he reconsider had already begun to sway his resolve. Nevertheless, he clenched his teeth. Having made a decision, he could not backtrack. Miss, please stop the chatter and swipe the card. Observing Lin Xiao's resolute expression, and with the encouragement from Lu Jiao and Zhao Hua, Su Qing also steeled herself. If that was the case, she would proceed with the check-in. She truly did not believe that Lin Xiao had so much money. The establishment was equipped with a card reader, and she promptly began the transaction, entering 5 million. After prompting Lin Xiao to input his password. Upon seeing the insufficient balance message, a smile of mockery crept onto her face. Lacking funds is not an issue, but pretending otherwise is unacceptable. Apologies. But your balance is insufficient. Lin Xiao exclaimed, how could this be? I just deposited that amount. Impossible. What sum did you input, miss? 5 million. Lin Xiao instantly breathed a sigh of relief. Miss, you must be mistaken. He pointed at the reception desk. Didn't you say that the balance must be 5 million exactly? If you input 5 million, it's bound to show insufficient funds. Su Qing realized, indeed. Lin Xiao mentioned it before, and I subconsciously overlooked it. She re-entered the amount, and upon seeing the message indicating a successful deduction, her expression shifted dramatically. Lin Xiao actually possessed such wealth. At that moment, she found herself at a loss for how to proceed. She cast a pleading glance toward Lu Jiao and Zhao Lin. Lu Jiao chuckled and approached Su Qing, patting her shoulder. Little Su, a person without integrity cannot stand. Since you have promised this young man, you must uphold your word and facilitate his check-in. If any issues arise, I shall bear the responsibility. We could use some fresh blood around here. Upon hearing Lu Jiao's words, Su Qing felt a wave of relief wash over her. Grandma Lu, since you have spoken, there shall be no issue. I will assist him with the check-in immediately. Excellent, young Lin. It's fortuitous that you have arrived, since you are now a member of our nursing home. Once your check-in is complete, you shall attend old son's birthday celebration. Lin Xiao scratched his nose, recalling that an elderly gentleman was indeed celebrating his birthday today. And it was this very event that had caused the gatekeeper to mistakenly allow him entry. Given the circumstances, attending the celebration seemed agreeable. He was, after all, quite hungry and could indulge in some free food. That seems a bit embarrassing, and I haven't prepared a gift, he remarked. Not to worry. We haven't prepared anything either. Just go as you are. Little Su, you can escort him over. We shall head out first. Certainly. Take care, you two elders. Su Qing glanced at Lin Xiao and sighed again. What a situation. Well, let us see how this unfolds. She produced a form and handed it to Lin Xiao. Please fill in your information. Lin Xiao accepted it and began to fill it out diligently without any further ado. Su Qing took a photo of Lin Xiao's identification card and sent it to a friend in her contacts. Swiftly, she typed a message. Find out everything about this fellow within half an hour. The recipient did not respond, and Su Qing refrained from pressing further. Knowing they had seen the message, Zhao Lin looked at Lu Jiao, puzzled. Jiao, why did you agree to let this young man enter? This isn't like you. Zhao Lin, how many times must I tell you? Do not call me Jiao. As for that young man, have no worries. It's fate that he has come here. I refuse to believe he was sent by someone else, as that would be inviting disaster. Don't you find it intriguing to have a young person among us? Many here have been seeking an heir, and I think this lad might fit the bill. Zhao Lin nodded. That may be true, but we should still verify his background. Let us not dwell on this. Let us celebrate old son's birthday. Absolutely. But if you call me Jiao Jiao again, I won't hesitate to make you regret it. Lin Xiao submitted the completed form to Su Qing. After reviewing it and finding no discrepancies, she spoke slowly. Welcome to the Red Sun Nursing Home. I'll first take you to your room, and once you're settled, we'll proceed to old son's birthday banquet. With that, Su Qing led the way, and Lin Xiao hurried to keep pace. Along the way, Su Qing explained the situation at the nursing home. All rooms were double occupancy, not due to a shortage of space, but to alleviate the loneliness of the residents. This meant that Lin Xiao would indeed have a roommate. From Su Qing, Lin Xiao learned that there were a total of 107 elderly residents, making him the 108th. This amusingly struck him as reminiscent of the outlaws of the marsh. Su Qing suddenly recalled something. Out of the 107 residents, only one occupied a single room. It seemed that this young man would end up sharing with that particular individual, who was notoriously challenging to deal with. How amusing. She wondered how long he would last. But that was no longer her concern. Everything hinged on the young man's fate. Just then, Su Qing's phone buzzed. She glanced at it and found a message from Lin Xiao. She immediately began to review it. If Lin Xiao were to see the information, he would undoubtedly be astonished. The details were extraordinarily comprehensive. It included where he had previously resided, some misdeeds from his childhood, the nature of his awakened abilities, his various jobs to impress Lu Ruyan, how he came to possess 5 million, and the series of events that led him to the nursing home, all meticulously outlined. It had only been about 10 minutes since Su Qing had requested the information, demonstrating that this nursing home was far from ordinary. Upon reviewing Lin Xiao's details, Su Qing exhaled in relief. At least he had not come here under someone else's machinations. What a bizarre world we inhabit. Had she known he possessed 5 million, perhaps she would have negotiated a higher price. Perhaps this was fate's design. Chapter 8. Encountering the true master. Su Qing believed that even if she had quoted a slightly higher price, Lin Xiao might not have been able to produce the funds. However, now that the check-in was a done deal, there was no point in dwelling on it. She certainly hadn't anticipated that this charming young man was also a bit of a sycophant. Reflecting on this, her gaze toward Lin Xiao took on a more intriguing quality. Lin Xiao felt her gaze upon him and couldn't help but shiver. Please don't look at me like that. It makes me uneasy. Su Qing rolled her eyes, unable to suppress the flicker of lightning that danced in her hand. Lin Xiao observed it clearly this time and was even more astonished. It was common knowledge that lightning-based abilities were exceedingly rare and not everyone had the fortune to awaken such powers. Before Lin Xiao stood a young lady. Astonishingly, a lightning elemental practitioner. Yet, this formidable wielder of thunder chose to serve as a mere receptionist in an ordinary nursing home. Coupled with the impressive stature of the elderly gatekeeper, Lin Xiao could not shake the feeling that this nursing facility was anything but mundane. What sort of place had he stumbled upon? In that moment, a flicker of regret washed over him. Had he inadvertently ventured into a realm he ought not to have? Was it too late to depart? However, reflecting on the substantial sum of 5 million he had invested, he resolved to embrace the situation and observe further. Soon, Su Qing escorted Lin Xiao to his room, conveniently located on the ground floor. Here is your room, Grandpa Lin. I hope it meets your expectations, she said. The emphasis on Grandpa, leaving Lin Xiao momentarily taken aback. Had he just been aged up in a mere heartbeat? Ah, little Su. So you've taken to calling me Grandpa. How considerate. I am indeed most satisfied with this arrangement, he responded with a hint of jest. Su Qing, slightly exasperated by his lack of decorum, mused to herself that he seemed rather unconcerned about his dignity. Nevertheless, she decided to let it slide, as long as he was content. Upon entering the room, Lin Xiao was pleasantly surprised by its lavish decor, rivaling that of a 5-star hotel. Though he had never stayed in such a luxurious establishment, he had certainly seen enough to appreciate the finer things in life. It was evident that another occupant resided in the room, but to Lin Xiao's astonishment, there was no trace of the typical old age odor. The bedding was meticulously arranged, and everything was in perfect order, allowing Lin Xiao to breathe a sigh of relief. At least, for the moment, there was nothing to displease him. Grandpa Lin, do you have any questions? Su Qing inquired. Actually, I do have one. As you can see, I arrived in quite a hurry and have not brought any personal belongings. What about my change of clothes? Rest assured, our nursing home provides all necessary supplies for daily living, she assured him. That's a relief. I feel much better now. At that moment, Lin Xiao began to feel that the 5 million he had spent was not in vain. He was merely curious about other amenities and the quality of meals. But there was no need for haste. He would soon discover all that he needed to know. Now that you have seen your accommodations, let me take you to participate in Grandpa Sun's birthday banquet. I will introduce you to the other facilities later. Su Qing suggested. Lin Xiao had no objections. His stomach was grumbling, and the prospect of a meal was indeed a splendid idea. Today marked the birthday of this yet-to-be-met grandpa's son, and without this occasion, he would not have gained entry. He mused that perhaps he would have been intercepted and dealt with by those ruffians outside had it not been for this celebration. "Lead the way, little Su," he called, finding the name increasingly endearing. Su Qing, now resigned to his playful moniker, hoped that this young man would continue to wear a smile. Disregarding Lin Xiao's banter, Su Qing guided him to the nursing home's dining hall, where the birthday banquet was to be held. She also intended to extend her own wishes to Grandpa Sunday. Upon entering the dining hall, Lin Xiao was once again taken aback by its grandeur. It hardly resembled a typical cafeteria, but could easily be mistaken for a high-end restaurant. How much had been invested in this nursing home? Suddenly, his expenditure of 5 million seemed inconsequential. As they stepped into the so-called dining hall, Lin Xiao was once more astounded by the opulence surrounding him. The only thing that perplexed him was the apparent scarcity of staff since their arrival. He had yet to see any attendants to welcome them. "Little Su, where are the service staff?" he inquired. Su Qing cast a resigned glance at him. "You think anyone can just waltz into our nursing home? Do you have any idea how many people vie for the opportunity to work here? Yet, they simply do not measure up." She offered no further explanation, having shared all she could. Lin Xiao fell into contemplation, sensing that Su Qing was not jesting. He refrained from probing further, allowing himself to gradually unveil the mysteries of this establishment. Just as Su Qing was about to lead Lin Xiao to the birthday banquet, 3 men and a woman entered. The leading gentleman, appearing rather mature, carried a gift box in his hand. Su Qing frowned, noting an unusual influx of newcomers at the nursing home that day. The quartet paid no heed to Su Qing's youth, treating her with the respect one would afford an equal. "Hello, my wife and I are here to celebrate my father's birthday. These two are my sons and grandson. We have made prior arrangements," he explained, realizing that her role at the front desk was to await this family. Su Qing felt a twinge of annoyance for having momentarily forgotten her purpose due to Lin Xiao's presence. Now aware of their identity, she offered a polite smile. "What a coincidence. We were just heading over. Please join us." "Thank you," the gentleman replied. Lin Xiao remained silent, acutely aware that he had been allowed entry because of this family. Now confronted with the main party, he felt a touch of unease. He noticed their curious gazes upon him. After all, a youth dressed so humbly appeared rather out of place in such a setting. As Lin Xiao observed them in turn, it became evident that they were not ordinary folk. Given the pricing standards of this nursing home, who could afford to reside here if not those of means? The elder gentleman appeared to be in his 60s or 70s, certainly of an age suitable for residency. The woman, likely his wife, was remarkably well preserved, presenting the appearance of someone in her 40s or 50s. The 2 younger men were undoubtedly their sons and grandson. Lin Xiao noted with surprise that all 3 bore impressive physiques, hinting at a lineage of strength. While the middle-aged man merely nodded at Lin Xiao before shifting his attention away, it was the youth of similar age who regarded him with a challenging expression. Confused by this hostility, Lin Xiao pondered whether he had crossed paths with this individual before. Had he inadvertently provoked him? Chapter 9. A blend of shock, admiration, and guilt. Su Qing led the group into the dining hall, with Lin Xiao and the others closely following. Lin Xiao noticed that the young man had inexplicably sidled up to him. "Hello, may I ask your name?" he queried, his brow furrowing as he sensed an undercurrent of ill intent. "I am Lin Xiao. However, before inquiring about others, shouldn't you introduce yourself first?" "Apologies, I am Sun Bin, 18 years old, a second-level elemental practitioner, SS class beast transformation type, with a transformation resembling a white tiger." Lin Xiao inhaled sharply at Sun Bin's self-introduction. Although he had recently reincarnated into this world, he had absorbed the memories of the original owner, which included knowledge of the cultivation hierarchy. This world classified practitioners from levels 1 to 9, with 1 being the lowest and 9 the highest. Both humans and spirit beasts were categorized by this system. The revelation that Sun Bin was already a second-level awakened individual at such a young age left Lin Xiao utterly astonished. Under normal circumstances, it is during the senior year of high school that schools facilitate the awakening of students. A successful awakening designates one as a level 1 awakened. Across the nation, awakenings occur simultaneously, and yet, only a few days have passed since the awakening began, and this individual before me has already achieved the status of a level 2 awakened. While it is true that certain families can hasten the training of their offspring through abundant resources, transitioning from a level 1 to a level 2 awakened in such a short span is simply implausible. Thus, there is but one explanation. This Sun Bin has awakened autonomously. Awakening can be classified into 2 types, autonomous and passive. In this world, every individual possesses the potential to awaken. Yet the likelihood of achieving autonomous awakening is less than 1 in 10,000. The majority of people awaken around the ages of 17 or 18 through the school's awakening ceremony. Autonomous awakening signifies that these individuals did not partake in the awakening ceremony, awakening independently before its occurrence. Such individuals are often regarded as prodigies. The earlier one awakens, the greater their potential. For instance, if someone awakens at the age of 10, they boast 7 or 8 additional years of training compared to those who undergo passive awakening. How could one not feel envious? Moreover, within this school, there has only been one S-class awakened, G Boxio, and the institution is already quite pleased with that. Yet, to discover that Sun Bin is an SS-class awakened is utterly astonishing. Indeed, this world is never short of geniuses. Although Lin Xiao has long since chosen to adopt a laid-back attitude, he cannot help but feel a profound sense of stimulation. After all, he is a transmigrator in this world. Lacking a golden finger is one thing, but why must his awakening result in an F-class ability, an utter failure? The comparison to others is truly infuriating. Nevertheless, Lin Xiao quickly regains his composure. If there is one trait he possesses, it is an open-minded perspective. Otherwise, given his circumstances, he would have succumbed to depression long ago. Observing the changing expressions on Lin Xiao's face, Sun Bin finds himself at a loss. Hey, I've introduced myself. Shouldn't you elaborate on your own background? Sun Bin and Lin Xiao's exchange occurs without any effort to modulate their volume, thereby piquing the curiosity of several others present. In truth, there is little to convey. I am not a genius like you, merely an ordinary person with the most inferior F-class ability. Sun Bin's disbelief is palpable. Are you jesting? If your ability is indeed F-class, how could you possibly be here? I am not worthy, so why are you allowed to work here? Lin Xiao offers a wry smile. He inadvertently stumbled into a rather peculiar place. Our SS class awakened not worthy of employment here. However, I am not here for work. With that thought, Lin Xiao chuckles mischievously. Everyone, step aside. I am about to show off. I am not here to work. I reside here. If you doubt my words, feel free to inquire with Xiao Su. Su Qing rolls her eyes at the ceiling, exasperated by this individual's blatant disregard for decorum. Yet, she finds herself at a loss for a rebuttal, as he speaks nothing but the truth. Noting the looks of verification from Sun Bin and the others, she opts against further explanation. Indeed, he is not lying. With Su Qing's affirmation, the demeanor of the others transforms significantly as they regard Lin Xiao. Sun Bin's gaze becomes exceedingly complex. 3 parts astonishment, 3 parts admiration, and 4 parts guilt. Sun Bin bows respectfully to Lin Xiao. My apologies for my earlier rudeness. I was remiss in questioning you. From now on, should you have any requests, please do not hesitate to command me. Sun Bin is acutely aware of the challenges associated with residing here. Even if Lin Xiao's ability is merely F-class, he considers the possibility that Lin Xiao has made notable contributions in other realms for the nation. Su Qing recognizes that this family has misunderstood the situation, yet she is disinclined to clarify. After all, once Old Sun's birthday celebrations conclude, they will be returning, rendering any explanation unnecessary. However, Lin Xiao discerns a deeper meaning in Sun Bin's words. According to Sun Bin, not just anyone can reside here, and all who do are extraordinary individuals. How intriguing it is to gradually learn more about this place. He has no intention of disabusing Sun Bin of his misconceptions. Allowing him to continue in this belief does not seem to be a detriment. Very well, acknowledging your error suffices. Xiao Su, stop dawdling and do not delay Old Sun's birthday celebration. Su Qing's expression reflects her incredulity. This fellow truly knows how to climb the social ladder, seemingly forgetting how he came to reside here. Nevertheless, she decides to let it be. If this matter were to leak, her own reputation would suffer. At that moment, Su Qing leads the group to a separate hall, and upon opening the grand doors, they find themselves amidst the festivities for Old Sun's birthday. One by one they enter, and Lin Xiao takes a moment to survey the surroundings. The gathered individuals appear to be residents of a nursing home, and he spots Lu Jiao and Zhao Hua among them. Though the elderly present exhibit signs of age, they nonetheless radiate vitality. Among them, he also notices some individuals with disabilities, yet they wear smiles that convey resilience, each embodying the essence of indomitable spirit. In the center of the hall sits a sprightly elder, his muscles well-defined. Lin Xiao is certain that he could not withstand even a single punch from him. Were it not for the shock of silver hair, Lin Xiao might have guessed him to be under 60. Observing the 3 muscular men beside him, it is evident that this must be a family of bodybuilders. It seems this venerable figure is indeed the guest of honor, Old Sunday truly. Age has not diminished his vigor. As the group enters, they inevitably draw the attention of all in the hall. Old Sun gazes upon the newcomers, a smile illuminating his face. These individuals display a semblance of conscience, having not forgotten that today marks his birthday. Yet, he wonders who this unfamiliar young man is. He cannot recall such a grandchild. Could he be an illegitimate child of his son or grandson? This slender lad does not resemble the family lineage at all, does he? Chapter 10. I wish you a long and prosperous life. With the guests brought to the venue, Su Qing's task is complete. She feels unqualified to participate in the birthday celebrations and, with self-awareness, nods to the surrounding elders before making her exit, leaving Lin Xiao in a state of confusion. Lin Xiao is uncertain as to what course of action to take. Should he follow Su Qing out or remain? Yet, upon seeing the sumptuous spread of food laid out on the table, he realizes what he must do. Nothing can deter his desire to indulge in the feast. After all, his audacity is well established, and since Lu Jiao and Zhao Hua invited him, he feels justified in his actions. What is there to fear? At this moment, Sun Bin and his family approach old Sun directly. His son, Sun Qing, accompanied by his daughter-in-law, Zhou Riyun, and his grandchildren, Sun Hong and Sun Bin, offer their heartfelt wishes. May you enjoy boundless happiness and longevity, like the East Sea and the Southern Mountains. Here is my gift, your favorite spring tea. Sun Qing presents a substantial package of spring tea, easily weighing 5 or 6 pounds. Old Sun nods appreciatively, for he relishes this particular brew, and his grandchildren have clearly put in a great deal of effort. Observing his little ones, who have all inherited his admirable genes, he feels immense satisfaction. Good, good, good. Please, find a place to sit. The arrangement of the Sun family's guests drew all eyes towards Lin Xiao. Under their scrutiny, Lin Xiao felt as if he had been ensnared. Although these individuals did not deliberately exude any sense of intimidation, he could perceive an overwhelming pressure bearing down upon him. Goodness, who are these people? Merely a few fleeting glances from them were enough to instill such a formidable sense of strain. Turning to Lu Jiao and Zhao Hua for assistance, he realized that with Su Qing's departure, these two were now the only ones aware of his true identity. Upon catching Lin Xiao's glance, Lu Jiao and Zhao Hua exchanged a knowing look, feigning ignorance. Lin Xiao thought, this is truly a predicament. After casting another glance at the sumptuous feast laid out before him, he swallowed hard. Nothing could deter him from indulging in this banquet. After all, he had a mouth to speak for himself. Greetings, everyone. I am a new resident, having just moved in today. My name is Lin Xiao, and I hope for your kind guidance in the future. Upon hearing that Lin Xiao was a newcomer, the interest of the assembled guests piqued immediately. Most had been residents since the inception of the Red Sun nursing home, and while a few had joined later, the average rate of new arrivals was scarcely one per year. The sudden appearance of a newcomer, particularly one so youthful, caught them completely off guard. As their gazes intensified with curiosity, Lin Xiao braced himself further. Today marks my first day here, and by chance, it coincides with Brother Sun's birthday celebration. I have come to extend my congratulations, though I regret not having prepared a gift in advance. I can only offer Brother Sun 30 million, wishing him health, happiness, and joy. Additionally, I wish him a very happy birthday and a long life. Lin Xiao believed his words to be impeccable, confident that the guests would appreciate his sentiments. However, he soon sensed an unusual atmosphere. After his declaration, an eerie silence enveloped the room, one that was somewhat unsettling. He noticed that many in attendance were suppressing their laughter, their expressions a mix of amusement and embarrassment. In stark contrast, the members of the Sun family wore expressions of palpable discomfort. Lin Xiao had anticipated the displeasure of Sun Qing and others, as he had deliberately elevated his status, addressing the birthday celebrant as an elder. Yet, why did his well wishes elicit such dismay from the guest of honor? Just as Lin Xiao felt increasingly bewildered, Lu Jiao cleared her throat. Ahem. His gaze shifted to her, where he detected a hint of mirth in the corners of her eyes, accompanied by a subtle gesture. Following her gaze, he discovered a banner positioned before the birthday celebrant, emblazoned with the words, "Happy 99th birthday, Brother Sun." Lin Xiao thought, is there an issue? It seems perfectly fine. Why is everyone stifling their laughter? Wait, what exactly did I wish for the celebrant? Long life. How old is Brother Sun today? 99. Had he just inadvertently wished for his demise in the coming year? No wonder the countenance was so grim. Was it too late to retract his statement? Lin Xiao berated himself for his lack of foresight. Considering the elder's advanced age, how could he make such a rudimentary blunder? Ahem. Brother Sun, please forgive me. As a newcomer, I am still unfamiliar with many customs. I wish you 1,000 years of longevity. Upon hearing this, many of the elderly residents could no longer contain their laughter, erupting in joyful mirth. This only deepened Lin Xiao's embarrassment, nearly prompting him to seek refuge in a corner. Fortunately, his thick skin prevented him from fleeing in shame. As the birthday celebrant, Sun Ziwen found Lin Xiao's unexpected presence rather surprising. However, as the guest, it was inappropriate to expel Lin Xiao, lest he become a subject of ridicule among the other elders. He stifled his irritation and nodded at Lin Xiao. Young brother, please take a seat. Since you are now a resident of our nursing home, we shall be spending ample time together. I assure you of my support in the future." A shiver ran down Lin Xiao's spine. He discerned a distinct emphasis on the word support from Sun Ziwen. This assurance might not be as benign as it sounded. Observing the elder's muscular physique, Lin Xiao felt a wave of trepidation wash over him. Was it too late to escape? No. How could he entertain thoughts of fleeing when he had just invested 5 million to reside here? To abandon his hard-earned money would be a grave injustice. Moreover, having been invited to sit, he was determined to savor the feast. Even if it resulted in his demise, he would at least be a well-fed ghost. Resolute, Lin Xiao promptly located a seat beside Lu Jiao, as he had few acquaintances in attendance, with only Lu Jiao and Sun Hua being familiar faces. Sun Hua's table was already full, while Lu Jiao's had available spots. "Sister, you were rather unkind not to explain things to me earlier," he chided. Lu Jiao stifled a giggle and replied, "Little brother, your current predicament is one I cannot directly clarify, and besides, you handled it quite well on your own. Let us not dwell on it. That would be truly embarrassing. You know well enough how mortifying it can be. Heed my advice. Your good days have only just begun." Lin Xiao gazed skyward in exasperation. Was this good day truly aligned with his expectations? Furthermore, why did he feel a chill creeping down his spine? As if numerous unfriendly gazes were fixed upon him? Surely, it must be a mere illusion. It had to be. Chapter 11. A burden too heavy to bear. Seated beside Lu Jiao were the grandmothers of the nursing home. Lin Xiao observed that although time had dulled their youthful radiance, each possessed an enduring elegance. Their unique traits hinting that they had once been stunning beauties in their youth. Though Zhao Hua was not seated at their table, he remained nearby. He patted Lin Xiao on the shoulder and remarked, "Young man, your bravery is commendable. You should know that the ladies at this table have had many admirers. They have earned the right to occupy these seats, yet you sit here without hesitation, which is bound to ruffle some feathers." At last, Lin Xiao comprehended the source of his unease. It was indeed for this reason that his back felt chilled. Would these individuals truly be envious? "Brother Zhao, please don't frighten me. I'm merely a 216-month-old child. I understand your perspective, but others may not share it. Best of luck." Lu Jiao interjected. "Oh dear. Old Zhao, don't frighten little Lin. If anyone dares to trouble him, we shall take care of them. From now on, little Zhao will look out for you. Sisters, do you agree?" "Absolutely. We've got your back. Younger brother, if anyone dares to bully you, the sisters will stand by you." The table erupted with declarations of support for Lin Xiao, a situation he could hardly fathom. Having spent some time in the nursing home, he noted that the staff was not limited to Su Qing, yet without exception, they were all young women. They had nearly forgotten how long it had been since they encountered a spirited young man like Lin Xiao, let alone one so strikingly handsome. Although they held no particular sentiments towards Lin Xiao, having such a charming young man nearby was undeniably a delightful sight. With the unwavering support of so many elders, Lin Xiao felt a newfound confidence bolster his posture. The commotion soon caught the attention of Sun Ziwen, who sensed that the spotlight had been usurped by this young lad. He decided to let it go, hoping that the boy would not fall into his hands. "Ladies and gentlemen, it is getting late. Let us all dig in and enjoy." Sun Ziwen's voice echoed just as Lin Xiao's stomach resonated with a loud growl. "Ah, little Lin, you must be hungry. Please indulge. We rarely have such a sumptuous feast here, so don't hold back," Lu Jiao said as she placed a piece of meat in front of Lin Xiao. The others joined in, continually serving him vegetables. Feeling somewhat overwhelmed by the attention, Lin Xiao was taken aback. Neither in his past life, nor as the original owner of this body had he ever experienced such treatment, which unexpectedly brought a sting to his eyes. He immediately picked up his chopsticks and began to devour the food voraciously. Lu Jiao noticed Lin Xiao's unusual reaction, but chose to remain silent, merely adding more dishes to his plate. She discerned that this little fellow might also be a pitiable soul. Meanwhile, many elderly men nearby were growing increasingly discontent. "Why is it that my Ween has never served me food like that? Oh please, your Ween is mine. I will have this boy for myself. How could my little Qin serve him?" Such murmurs filled the hall, yet Lin Xiao remained oblivious, wholly engrossed in his meal. While feasting, he also relished a warmth he had not felt in ages, a sensation that brought him considerable comfort. Suddenly, as he continued to eat, he felt an unusual surge of heat within him, a sensation he had never encountered before. It was an intense warmth, yet oddly pleasurable. However, that comfort soon escalated into a tumultuous energy, causing Lin Xiao to feel as if his body might burst. What was happening? Was there poison in the food? Lu Jiao quickly recognized Lin Xiao's distress. His situation was not due to poisoning, but rather because he was overwhelmed by nourishment, his body unable to accommodate such abundance. She had forgotten that this little one was barely a novice in terms of cultivation. Consuming such rich and potent food would inevitably lead to discomfort. Fortunately, with her presence, Lin Xiao was in no danger. Lu Jiao gently raised her hand, a green light emanating from it, which then enveloped Lin Xiao's body. He felt a gentle energy flow within him, calming the chaotic energies, bringing him a sense of relief. He looked at Lu Jiao in surprise. Lu Jiao, it seemed, possessed rare healing abilities, a trait that was exceedingly uncommon. A skilled healer was a coveted asset in any team, and Lin Xiao sensed that her abilities were quite formidable. He refrained from asking further questions, realizing that this place was far from ordinary, and decided to explore it gradually, without making hasty inquiries. "Thank you, sister. What just happened?" "Nothing much. You merely overindulged," Lu Jiao replied. "Overindulged? How could that be? I've only eaten a few bites." Lu Jiao chuckled lightly. "It's because of your low cultivation level. The pork is from a level 7 spirit beast, the chicken from a level 6 colorful golden pheasant, and the fish is from a level 7 ice spike bass. Everything on this table is from spirit beasts of level 5 or higher. Though they have been dead for some time, they still contain significant spiritual energy, which your body simply cannot handle." Lin Xiao was astounded. Who can explain to me what is going on? Despite his low cultivation, the original owner of his body had a solid theoretical foundation and understood the nature of spirit beasts. Beasts of level 5 and above could easily annihilate a town, and yet the feast before him consisted entirely of such formidable creatures. What manner of terrifying place had he stumbled into? Seeing Lin Xiao's astonished expression, Lu Jiao smiled. "While I can help stabilize that energy, you must refrain from consuming any more. Otherwise, your body may still suffer damage." Lin Xiao's face fell at her words. Before him lay a banquet of delectable dishes, yet he could not partake, a torment worse than having his small fortune snatched away. His gaze soon drifted towards the vegetables. Lu Jiao, perceiving his thoughts, smiled faintly. "Those are also rare herbs. While their medicinal properties are milder, your current condition truly does not permit further eating." Lin Xiao sighed in exasperation, lamenting his predicament. "What kind of misfortune have I brought upon myself? Enough of your sulking. You have no idea how much one would pay outside to enjoy such a feast. Just take pleasure in what you have consumed. Even the small amount you ate has greatly benefited you," Lu Jiao remarked, and her words rang true. Despite having eaten only a fraction, Lin Xiao already felt satiated. He had never felt so powerful, convinced he could defeat a cow with 3 punches. Chapter 12. New roommate. What is the most painful thing in the world? If you were to ask Lin Xiao, he would undoubtedly tell you it is having a grand banquet of delicacies laid out before him, yet being unable to eat or dare to indulge. The birthday celebration continued, and as Lin Xiao could not partake in the festivities, he began to survey his surroundings. He observed that the elderly patrons had no such reservations, relishing the food without concern, a stark contrast to his own predicament. The older women at his table incessantly inquired about Lin Xiao's background. While Lu Jiao was aware of how he had arrived, the others were in the dark. Lin Xiao soon witnessed the extent of their curiosity. They say 3 women create a drama, yet a table full of women was a veritable theater. He did not hide any details, and soon enough, the elders had gleaned every aspect of his story. A few even proposed introducing their granddaughters to him, which left Lin Xiao utterly startled, as he had no intention of pursuing a romantic relationship anytime soon. His polite refusals elicited regret from the elderly ladies, who understood that matters of the heart cannot be forced. Lu Jiao sighed nearby, recognizing that this young man was unaware of the significant opportunity he was missing. The women offering introductions were all remarkable individuals, and if Lin Xiao were to become the grandson-in-law of any one of them, he would be set for life. The birthday party stretched on for over 2 hours. Lin Xiao had initially come to enjoy the feast, yet found himself merely a spectator, and the latter part of the event became a trial for him. As a newcomer, he felt it inappropriate to leave while others remained. So he engaged in light conversation with Lu Jiao and the others to ease the awkwardness. His words were as sweet as honey, addressing the elderly at the table as sister, which brought them immense joy. Lin Xiao had once contemplated extracting some information from these elders, but he quickly abandoned the idea. Aside from learning a few names, he failed to glean any valuable insights. Whenever he inquired about the conditions of the nursing home, the seasoned residents deftly brushed him off with vague replies. In simple terms, they had already gathered sufficient information about him, while he had received little in return about his surroundings. This was not entirely Lu Jiao and the others' fault. The details regarding Lin Xiao would only be disclosed once Su Qing had thoroughly verified his background. Lu Jiao's decision to keep Lin Xiao around was rather impulsive. As for the next steps, they would need to understand him better first. During this time, Sun Ziwen was toasting at table after table, and naturally, he did not overlook Lin Xiao's table. He exchanged laughter and banter with everyone, save for Lin Xiao, who felt too intimidated to speak up, merely managing a smile. After all, having previously cursed Sun Ziwen, he knew that if the roles were reversed, He would not extend any kindness to the one who had cast a spell upon him. Finally, the birthday celebration came to a close, and everyone departed, Lin Xiao included. His room had been prepared, and it was time to meet his roommate. Uncertain of who his roommate might be or whether they would be easy to get along with. He had initially hoped to find Su Qing to accompany him, but after searching in vain, he decided to brave it alone and head to the assigned room. The door was firmly shut, and Lin Xiao had no way of knowing whether his roommate had returned. Out of courtesy, he knocked gently. "Come in." A robust voice echoed from within, causing Lin Xiao to furrow his brow. The voice struck him as somewhat familiar, yet he could not place it. Now was not the time for such thoughts. He pushed the door open and entered. Upon stepping inside, Lin Xiao immediately understood why the voice seemed familiar. Having been at the nursing home for only half a day, he had interacted with very few individuals. And the person before him was one of them, none other than the guest of honor from the birthday celebration, Sun Ziwen. Lin Xiao thought to himself, could my luck be this unfortunate? How did I end up paired with him? This is tantamount to courting disaster. Moreover, he wondered why the elderly gentleman, whose children had traveled such distances to see him, had returned so swiftly instead of spending more time with them. Sun Ziwen was taken aback upon seeing Lin Xiao, but quickly deduced the reason for his presence. This young man had claimed to be a new resident, seemingly the only one occupying a separate room. It appeared that little Su had taken it upon herself to arrange for this fellow to share a space with him. A smirk crept across Sun Ziwen's face. He had not anticipated that this young man would fall into his hands so quickly. With a slight roll of his neck that produced a satisfying crack, he donned what he believed to be a warm smile. You must be little Lin. From now on, we will be roommates, and I shall take good care of you. Unbeknownst to Sun Ziwen, that smile, which he considered amiable, appeared quite terrifying to Lin Xiao. What have I done to deserve this fate? He lamented inwardly. Despite 1,000 reservations, Lin Xiao understood that he had no choice but to endure. Brother Sun, I truly did not expect you to be my roommate. The previous incident was a complete misunderstanding. I hope you can overlook it. Sun Ziwen regarded Lin Xiao with mild surprise, sensing that this young man was rather intriguing. Even in such circumstances, he dared to establish rapport, addressing him with an affectionate term. After all, his great-grandchildren were older than Lin Xiao, and perhaps having this spirited youth around wouldn't be so bad after all. Rest assured, the previous matter is of no consequence, and I shan't hold it against you. However, I am curious, how did you come to reside here? Lin Xiao pondered for a moment and decided to recount the entire sequence of events. When Sun Ziwen learned that Lin Xiao had inadvertently landed here due to the birthday celebration, he was at a loss for words. Tomorrow, he would have to discuss this with old Zhang. This young man had no discernible awareness. How could the Sun family possibly accommodate someone as slender as him? And how could little Su have allowed someone to pay for a stay here? If money alone sufficed for residence, this place would have been overrun long ago. This boy had indeed stumbled upon extraordinary luck. Moreover, having such a young person living here required further explanation. As Sun Ziwen contemplated this, his phone chimed. He picked it up to find a message from the nursing home S group chat. All members, please gather in the conference room to discuss the status of new resident Lin Xiao. Sun Ziwen mused to himself that it was as he suspected. This young man was likely to be expelled. For reasons he could not fathom, he felt an unexpected reluctance. Perhaps he was losing his mind. However, the final decision was beyond his control. Ultimately, it would depend on the young man's fate. Chapter 13. A vote to temporarily retain Lin Xiao had braced himself for an impending confrontation with Sun Ziwen. Although the latter was older, his muscular physique suggested that age had not dulled his prowess. Lin Xiao doubted he stood a chance against him. Surprisingly, Sun Ziwen showed no intention of reprimanding him. He glanced at his phone and prepared to leave. Young man, stay put in here and don't wander off. If you see something you shouldn't see, not even a deity could save you. Lin Xiao swallowed nervously. Must you be so ominous? After a moment of reflection, he nodded obediently. Rest assured, brother Sun. I shall remain here. Sun Ziwen shot him a knowing look before donning his coat and stepping out. Lin Xiao followed him to the door. Noticing that several elders from neighboring rooms were also beginning to emerge, their gazes lingering on him. This made Lin Xiao self-consciously touch his nose. Although he considered himself handsome, he couldn't help but feel apprehensive under the scrutiny of these elderly gentlemen. He observed that they all seemed to be heading in the same direction. Were they off to a meeting? Should he follow and see what was happening? Just as this dangerous thought crossed his mind, he quickly dismissed it. For some reason, he felt that Sun Ziwen's warning had been serious. It would be wiser to remain here and rest. The food he had consumed earlier contained potent energy. And although Lu Jiao's healing energy had somewhat neutralized it, he still felt a persistent warmth coursing through him. Lin Xiao resolved to take a cold shower to cool off. Meanwhile, all the residents of the nursing home gathered in the conference room. At the birthday banquet of Sun Ziwen, many attendees were thoroughly inebriated. However, within a short span, Everyone regained their composure, showing no signs of having consumed alcohol. Once everyone was seated, Su Qing ascended the podium. Esteemed seniors, I must apologize. Due to an oversight on my part and that of Elder Zhang, an individual who should not have been present in our nursing home has appeared. Furthermore, I mistakenly facilitated his admission. This is my error, and I take full responsibility. I have reported this matter to the higher authorities, who have responded ambiguously, essentially leaving the decision to your discretion. Whether he should stay or leave depends on your sentiments. Dear elders, Su Qing's words momentarily stunned those present. The fact that this matter had escalated to higher authorities was surprising, considering their busy schedules. Thus, the nature of the situation had shifted dramatically. Many attendees exhibited a keen interest in this unexpected young man. You must have gathered information about this young fellow, Xiao Su. Before we decide his fate, please share his basic details with us, one elder remarked. Su Qing nodded, beginning to relay the specifics of Lin Xiao's situation to the gathered audience. Her diligent presentation captivated the elderly listeners. He comes from a respectable background, with no blemish on his record, quite commendable. His academic performance has been exceptional. He was once recognized as an outstanding student in the city. He also engages in work study during his free time, a good child indeed. The key point is that his arrival here was purely accidental, not orchestrated by anyone with ulterior motives, which gives us reason to trust him. The elders buzzed with conversation, and Sun Ziwen noted that many harbored favorable opinions towards Lin Xiao, particularly the grandmothers in the nursing home. Is it true that being handsome grants one undue privileges? Of course, dissenting voices emerged as well. His abilities are merely at the F level. Such a person is unsuitable to remain here. Another added, I simply dislike this young man, though he poses no threat. His presence is irksome. He absolutely cannot stay. What does he think this place is? Opinions regarding Lin Xiao were varied and fervent among the assembly. Su Qing rubbed her temples. Since this situation stemmed from her actions, it was imperative to resolve it effectively. She had initially resolved to deny Lin Xiao's admission even if he offered payment. However, the unexpected appearances of Lu Jiao and Zhao Hua had altered the course of events. Everyone, please calm down. I was prepared to send this young man away, but it was Lu Jiao and Zhao Hua who insisted on his stay. I would like to understand your reasoning for this, esteemed elders. Upon hearing Su Qing's inquiry, Lu Jiao stood up directly. Zhao Hua had remained silent, as it was Lu Jiao who had made the decision, undoubtedly with her own rationale. Dear brothers and sisters, I implore you to listen. We have resided here for a considerable time. Do you not feel something is missing? While our needs are met, the atmosphere here is rather stifling, lacking vitality. Lin Xiao's presence, by serendipity, is a fortuitous occurrence. I believe he can inject a refreshing energy into our lives. His identity is now clear and unblemished, so there is no need for concern regarding his background. This is my primary reason for wanting him to stay. Additionally, I find him rather agreeable. I suggest we keep him under observation for a while. If he proves unsuitable, we can always ask him to leave later. Lu Jiao's remarks resonated with many of the elderly. Life here had indeed grown tedious. Although the staff, despite their youth, commanded deep respect, they lacked the ease that Lin Xiao seemed to embody. It appeared that his presence might genuinely rejuvenate the environment. Recognizing the shift in sentiment, Lu Jiao decided to seize the moment. This is my personal opinion, but I encourage everyone to voice theirs as well. If there are objections, please provide your reasoning. As soon as Lu Jiao finished speaking, an elder clad in a white coat rose to his feet. I feel this young man is not suited to remain here. After all, we harbor too many secrets, and his knowledge may prove detrimental. Lu Jiao glanced at the elder and smiled gently. Brotherly Tai, I understand your concerns. However, keeping this young man could be beneficial for you as well. The research you are engaged in could certainly benefit from a test subject, and our aging bodies cannot endure your experiments. The staff here have their own responsibilities, but Lin Xiao is an ideal candidate for your studies. Li Tai paused, contemplating her words. Indeed, keeping Lin Xiao might assist his research endeavors. At that moment, he found himself unable to oppose the idea, especially as he was currently in need of a test subject for some new experiments. Quite right. The young lady makes a valid point. Another elder stood up, expressing his reservations. I still feel uneasy about keeping this young man here. It seems rather frivolous. Brother Zhou, this young man has been granted a permanent residency, and we can expel him at any time. Many present possess unique skills, and perhaps this young fellow could even become a protege to some of you. However, we must first assess his character. That said, I've said enough. Let us proceed to a vote. If more than half approve, we shall allow him to remain. If there are no objections, let us vote. Raise your hands if you agree to allow him to stay temporarily. Lu Jiao was the first to raise her hand. With her leading the charge, many others followed suit, and soon, an overwhelming majority of hands were raised in agreement. To Lu Jiao's surprise, she noticed Sun Ziwen among them. She had assumed he would oppose the decision. Regardless, it seemed Lin Xiao's admission was now a foregone conclusion. His continued presence would depend on how he conducted himself moving forward. Chapter 14. Let the storm come with even greater ferocity. Su Qing observed the multitude of raised hands among the elders, feeling a sense of astonishment as the situation spiraled beyond her control. However, there was little she could do at this point. The higher authorities had already indicated that the decision lay in the hands of the esteemed elders present. Since they had chosen to permit Lin Xiao to stay, she would comply with their wishes. Since the esteemed elders have reached a consensus, we shall temporarily allow Lin Xiao to remain. You may all return to your rest. The residents of the nursing home gradually departed. Sun Ziwen, of course, was no exception. Unlike the others, as Lin Xiao's roommate, he would have more opportunities to interact with him. Initially, he had thought Lin Xiao might be expelled, but now it seemed events were taking a different turn. This was for the best, as it would inject some excitement into their otherwise mundane lives. When Sun Ziwen returned to their room, he discovered Lin Xiao was not there. Yet, the sound of running water from the adjacent bathroom suggested that Lin Xiao was bathing. Evidently, he had a penchant for cleanliness. Sensing the commotion outside, Lin Xiao was aware that Sun Ziwen had returned. After enduring an extended cold shower, he felt no chill. Rather, a lingering warmth enveloped him, particularly in the lower abdomen, where an unrelenting heat coursed through him, stirring an unusual vitality in a certain region. Lin Xiao was at a loss for words, pondering whether the food he consumed earlier possessed any aphrodisiac properties. In this retirement home, filled with elderly gentlemen and ladies, was there not a concern for potential mishaps? He realized that, given the current state of affairs, further showers would yield no effect. After hastily drying himself, he donned his clothes and stepped outside, only to find Sun Ziwen gazing at him with an ambiguous expression. Lin Xiao couldn't help but shudder. Could this old man possibly harbor inappropriate thoughts towards him? Brother Sun, please refrain from looking at me with such lecherous eyes. It frightens me. Sun Ziwen chuckled, realizing that keeping Lin Xiao here was indeed a splendid idea. The younger residents of the home, such as Su Qing, would never dare address him in such a tone. In more typical circumstances, had anyone spoken to him in such a manner, he would have slapped them across the face. However, he had no intention of doing so now. If you don't gaze at me with such desire, how would you know I'm looking at you with desire? Lin Xiao was taken aback, instinctively stepping back. Surely this old gentleman did not genuinely intend to pursue something untoward with him. I simply cannot allow that. Observing Lin Xiao's reaction, for reasons unknown, Sun Ziwen found the situation increasingly amusing. A playful smile spread across his face as he advanced toward Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao felt his entire being go numb. With each step Sun Ziwen took, it felt as though he were treading upon his heart. Unsuitable images flashed through his mind, and he wondered if this old man truly lacked propriety. Furthermore, was he intending to dominate or submit? Ugh, how could he entertain such revolting thoughts? Yet, he felt utterly powerless to resist. Should he flee? But it seemed an impossible endeavor. If resistance was futile, should he simply succumb to the experience? Enjoy it? Certainly not. He would rather die than comply. At that moment, Sun Ziwen finally reached Lin Xiao's side, and noting the rapid changes in his expression, he found it particularly entertaining. My boy, do you not feel a pervasive warmth throughout your body? Stunned by Sun Ziwen's inquiry, Lin Xiao momentarily hesitated. Relieved that the old man had not acted against him, he was terrified. Unsure of Sun Ziwen's intentions, he pondered for a moment before nodding in response. You truly are reckless, consuming anything without discretion. Those fools have been completely deceived by your appearance, forgetting that such food is beyond your station. Although Lu Jiao mitigated that surge of energy, sparing you any harm, if you do not release it, discomfort will ensue. Lin Xiao understood that his body's warmth was indeed linked to what he had eaten previously. Instinctively, he asked, Brother Sun, how can I release it? As the words left his lips, he wished he could slap himself. Had he just opened the door to trouble? As anticipated, a sinister smile crept across Sun Ziwen's face upon hearing Lin Xiao's question. Since you have so earnestly inquired today, I shall generously inform you. To better dissipate and absorb that energy, follow me. Otherwise, you shan't find rest tonight. With that, Sun Ziwen strode out ahead. Lin Xiao recognized his misunderstanding and let out a sigh of relief. At least his virtue was temporarily intact. Moreover, the discomfort in his body was indeed quite troubling. Since Sun Ziwen claimed to possess a solution, it was best to address this matter. Otherwise, he might truly find himself sleepless tonight, and enduring such a state was unbearable. With that thought in mind, Lin Xiao hurriedly followed after him. Sun Ziwen led Lin Xiao to the courtyard of the retirement home, where he discovered an entire playground, which, quite frankly, appeared far superior to that of their school. While contemplating why Sun Ziwen had brought him here, the latter spoke up. What are you dawdling for? Start running. Realizing that his symptoms stemmed from overindulgence, Lin Xiao understood that running would help dissipate the excess energy. How had he not thought of such a simple solution before? Surely, he had been so frightened by the old man that his brain ceased to function. All right then, let us get moving. Without hesitation, Lin Xiao began to jog around the playground. To his surprise, Sun Ziwen kept pace beside him. Lin Xiao was indifferent. If the old man wished to run, so be it. He appeared fit, having maintained a decent level of fitness due to his part-time job. Shortly, he completed 4 laps, astonished at the transformation within his body. Though he had run before, 4 laps usually left him fatigued. Today, however, he felt invigorated, his body absorbing the energy rather than succumbing to exhaustion. In the warmth of June, Lin Xiao paid little mind to the heat, continuing to release his youth and sweat on the track. 5 laps, 6 laps. Before long, he had completed 10 laps, maintaining a commendable pace. In the past, he would have been utterly exhausted by now, yet presently, he merely felt a hint of fatigue, still capable of pushing forward. The only source of annoyance for Lin Xiao was that Sun Ziwen maintained a leisurely pace beside him, completing 10 laps with ease. His complexion unchanged and not a bead of sweat in sight. Is it me or you who is 99? Why are you running like a tortoise? Can you keep up? Lin Xiao's competitive spirit ignited. He could tolerate many things, but not being deemed incapable. With that thought, he quickened his speed. Let the storm rage on with greater ferocity. Chapter 15. Breaking through the first physical limitation. Lin Xiao began to accelerate, and naturally, Sun Ziwen would not be outdone. His goal today was quite straightforward, to exhaust this slowpoke. Cursed to live only to 100. He could not let this fellow escape his wrath. Lin Xiao's competitive drive had been awakened, making the following events considerably more straightforward. Sun Ziwen suddenly surged ahead with ease, casting a mocking glance back at Lin Xiao before accelerating once more. Lin Xiao cursed under his breath. This old man truly underestimated him. The silent ridicule only intensified his determination. He would not allow this old man to look down upon him. Lin Xiao quickened his pace, resolving not to fall behind. This was a matter of pride. They continued to circle the playground, with Sun Ziwen deliberately slowing whenever Lin Xiao felt the urge to give up, silently watching him with an unspoken challenge. Lin Xiao could not afford to let this old man see him falter. The scene on the playground is, in fact, a reflection of what can be observed in many rooms of the nursing home. In a room on the 3rd floor, Lu Jiao and her roommate, Shang Wanxi, are intently watching 2 individuals on the playground. Jiao, hasn't he run over 20 laps already? This lad seems quite impressive. Lu Jiao chuckles and nods. Indeed, he is impressive, but that is largely because he consumed beast meat today. Under normal circumstances, he wouldn't manage so many laps. Nonetheless, his perseverance thus far is commendable. I feel he has reached his limit. If we let Brother Sun continue, I fear this lad's body may not withstand it. What are you worried about? Brother Sun knows his limits, and with both of us here, what unexpected mishap could befall him? That is true. I am rather curious to witness the extent of this lad's limits. In a room on the 2nd floor, a one-armed elder quietly observes the youthful exuberance of the pair outside, a smile gracing his face. Old Shah, are you feeling inspired? The one-armed elder does not turn around. A bit. This lad has awakened an F-grade vision enhancement, yet he seems quite suited to inherit my legacy. However, further observation is necessary. You must act swiftly. I sense that more than just you are interested in this lad. What? Are you also intrigued? Not to that extent. But since I have nothing else to do, if this lad possesses talent, I wouldn't mind imparting some knowledge. Lin Xiao is panting heavily, each step feeling exceedingly burdensome. At this moment, he realizes that the surplus energy within him has been entirely depleted. His determination to continue stems solely from his refusal to concede to Sun Ziwen. Even though he knows he will ultimately lose, he chooses to persist. Sun Ziwen, too, begins to regard Lin Xiao with newfound respect. The boy's tenacity exceeds his initial expectations. Lin Xiao's pace has dwindled to a crawl, slower than an average person's walk, yet he refuses to give up, stubbornly continuing on. Sun Ziwen shows no intention of halting, eager to see just how long Lin Xiao can endure. Lin Xiao's gaze is growing hazy, and the path ahead is becoming indistinct. Whether it is his body reaching its limits or sweat blurring his vision is uncertain. Suddenly, he stumbles and collapses on the track. It is undoubtedly arduous to coax a person, utterly fatigued, back to their feet. Sun Ziwen perceives this sensation. Lin Xiao has likely reached his breaking point. Just as Sun Ziwen prepares to signal Lin Xiao to concede, he is astonished to see Lin Xiao rise unaided. Wiping the sweat from his brow, Lin Xiao looks towards Sun Ziwen. Brother Sun, you don't expect me to surrender like this, do you? The outcome is yet undecided. Damn it. I refuse to believe I can't outrun you. Sun Ziwen bursts into laughter, suddenly finding a fondness for this boy. I've come to realize that your most formidable asset is your tongue. You think you can outrun me? You are still quite green. Lin Xiao, weary of dialogue, refrains from wasting his energy. Ignoring Sun Ziwen, he resumes running. Perhaps it is merely his illusion. But he feels his steps are considerably lighter, and his speed has notably increased. This surprises Sun Ziwen, who, being experienced, recognizes the significance of this change. Lin Xiao has shattered the first barrier of his physical limits. A single run has enabled him to break free from a layer of constraint. This lad possesses potential. He muses, recalling how much time he had to invest in breaking through his own first barrier during his youth. Let us see how long this boy can hold out. As twilight descends, the chill breeze occasionally sweeps through, providing Lin Xiao with fleeting comfort, though it does little to alleviate the fiery ache in his throat. If memory serves, he has completed another 15 laps, and he is astonished at his own endurance. However, he has reached his limit, utterly drained of strength. Brother Sun is indeed aging like fine wine. How many laps has he run, yet appears unfazed? Lin Xiao collapses once more, this time without the possibility of rising again, not for lack of will, but due to utter exhaustion. Sun Ziwen sits beside him, gazing at the distant sunset, and speaks softly. Lad, this time you've won. I'm afraid age has caught up with me, and I can no longer keep pace. Lin Xiao retorts. Oh, come on, Brother Sun, a loss is a loss. I'm not one to begrudge it, nor do I require your concession. Still some spirit left. I admire that. Sun Ziwen, seemingly from nowhere, produces a bottle of water and hands it to Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao, feeling grateful yet weary, struggles to sit up and grasp the bottle, only to find he lacks the strength to twist the cap off. With a wry smile, he hesitates to request Sun Ziwen's assistance. Observing this, Sun Ziwen rolls his eyes and effortlessly flicks his finger, using a surge of spiritual energy to pop the cap off. Lin Xiao internally exclaims, "What the heck? A show of magical prowess. Who asked for your help? I can manage." Yes, you can manage. I merely acted out of turn, Sun Ziwen replies with a light-hearted smirk. Lin Xiao, disinterested in further banter, lifts the water bottle and begins to drink. Gulp after gulp. He finally feels somewhat revitalized, yet when he attempts to stand, his legs feel as heavy as lead, devoid of strength to move. Sun Ziwen sighs, disregarding Lin Xiao's objections, and hoists him onto his shoulder. To Sun Ziwen, Lin Xiao's weight seems negligible. Put me down. Not a chance. Be obedient. Our day concludes here. And you wouldn't want to attempt returning on your own, would you? Lin Xiao realizes Sun Ziwen means well. I just need a moment to rest. This position is utterly humiliating. What? Would you prefer to be princess carried? I have no objections. Lin Xiao, forget it. Let it be as it is. I'm exhausted. Just end it. Chapter 16, The Secret Realm. Upon Sun Ziwen's return with Lin Xiao, he unexpectedly finds two individuals awaiting them at the entrance, Lu Jiao and Shang Wanxi. In that moment, Lin Xiao feels as though he wishes to vanish, returning in such a humiliating manner, only to be seen by others. What he does not realize is that their situation has long been under the scrutiny of many eyes. Sun Ziwen, unaffected by Lu Jiao and Shang Wanxi's presence, gently sets Lin Xiao down. From here on, I leave him in your capable hands. With that, he strides back to his room, having regained some of his strength. Lin Xiao is puzzled by Sun Ziwen's words. However, remaining in this spot feels painfully awkward. He struggles to retreat to his room, but is immediately restrained by Shang Wanxi. Please, just let me be. Shang Wanxi smiles, but remains silent. Lin Xiao is astonished to discover that no matter how he struggles, he cannot escape Shang Wanxi's grip. Realizing that resisting is futile, he surrenders entirely. So be it. I've come to understand that I am likely the weakest here, regardless of my efforts. It all amounts to naught. To Lin Xiao's surprise, Shang Wanxi does not seem inclined to torment him. Her hand rests gently on his wrist. There rests nothing serious. Merely excessive fatigue. A period of rest will suffice. However, with Jiao Jiao present, it need not be so complicated. Lu Jiao smiled gently and once again unleashed her extraordinary powers upon Lin Xiao. He felt as though his drained body was rapidly rejuvenating, the weariness dissipating almost entirely. Lin Xiao was somewhat taken aback. Was it not the case that healing abilities were solely for recovery? Could they also restore vitality? All right, little brother. This is all we can do for you. I hope you won't let us down moving forward. With your presence, our nursing home undeniably possesses a newfound vibrancy. Once they finished speaking, the two turned to leave. Lin Xiao hesitated for a moment, then called out to the two women, "Thank you, sisters." They did not look back, merely waving their hands in a simple gesture that made Lin Xiao's eyes moisten. It felt wonderful to be cared for. The fatigue in his body had completely vanished, leaving Lin Xiao in a state of wonder. He understood that he needed to gradually adapt to this world where spiritual energy had revived. Many aspects could not be comprehended through his previous mindset. Upon entering his room, he found Sun Ziwen watching him with a teasing glint in his eyes. I must say, kid, you're quite popular. However, I must remind you that this might offend some people. Lin Xiao couldn't help but roll his eyes. He understood perfectly what Sun Ziwen was implying. Listen, brother, I'm not as sordid as you might think. I truly cannot engage in such activities. Who can say for sure? After all, you still don't know them well. What if one day you change your mind and decide not to strive anymore? Who knows what you might do? Lin Xiao sighed, feeling a strange stir of emotions at Sun Ziwen's words, which had ignited thoughts that were previously absent. While he felt a flutter of excitement, he would never act upon it. Brother, you're overthinking it. At my age, moving in here means I'm already laid back, right? Sun Ziwen raised an eyebrow. That statement seems flawless. Unfortunately, if you had chosen any ordinary nursing home, that would be one thing, but you specifically chose this one. So you're destined not to take it easy. Starting tomorrow, we'll focus on strengthening your body. What? Have I conquered you today, brother? Are you preparing to take me on as your apprentice? Uft, what a grand illusion. I merely find your skinny arms and legs quite unseemly. Look at the men in our Sun family. Aren't they all robust and strong? Stop. I came here to relax, not to work out. Besides, I am not one of your Sun family members, so please don't impose your family standards on me. Though he protested, Lin Xiao realized he was bound to share a room with him. Seeing him in his current state was undeniably frustrating. I'm giving you two choices. Either obediently practice, or I'll have to subdue you, after which you'll still go practice. Lin Xiao gazed up at the ceiling at a 45-degree angle, recognizing that he had no choice but to comply. He suspected that Sun Ziwen was avenging him. Is it too late for me to switch rooms? It's too late. Lin Xiao felt utterly speechless, sensing that his forthcoming days would be exceedingly grim. Observing Lin Xiao's predicament brought inexplicable joy to Sun Ziwen. Stop dawdling and hurry up for a shower. I suggest you get to bed early because tomorrow I'll introduce you to what we call devilish training. Lin Xiao did not wish to resist. However, seeing Sun Ziwen's muscular physique, coupled with his effortless demeanor while running earlier, he understood that resistance would only lead to greater suffering. Thus, he decided to follow Sun Ziwen's advice, as it might spare him some hardship. After a shower, Lin Xiao lay down on his bed. He had to admit this was the most comfortable he had ever felt in his life. Despite having his strength restored by Lu Jiao, he soon drifted into slumber. Just before succumbing to sleep, Lin Xiao pondered if he truly was getting old. At this hour in the past, he would either be studying or working part-time. Going to bed this early was certainly not his style. Sun Ziwen watched Lin Xiao fall asleep almost instantly, feeling grateful for his youth. He chose not to rest, but instead took out his phone and sent a message in the group chat. Everyone, I believe this kid has potential. Keeping him here seems quite promising. It's still too early to say that. You can know a person's face, but not their heart. We need to observe him further. In a week, the best talents from the entire Sun City will explore a level 1 secret realm. Let us allow this kid to see the world. We can set up some tests for him there. If he passes, we can consider keeping him on. Agreed. Absolutely. I have no objections, but this little fellow has only awakened an F-class ability. Isn't it too dangerous for him to enter a level 1 secret realm? Seeing the lively discussion in the chat, Sun Ziwen contemplated and typed another message. Starting tomorrow, I'll train him. His abilities may be lacking, but we can enhance his physical strength for self-defense. A week is a tight schedule, so I need Lu Jiao's cooperation. If he can pass the tests, then we can consider whether to mentor him. If he fails, the training over these days will still be beneficial. Okay, I'm on board. Then it's settled. Everyone can think about what kind of tests to set up for him. Lin Xiao slept soundly, utterly unaware that the elderly residents of the nursing home were already plotting against him. Chapter 17. Are there normal people besides myself here? The next morning, Lin Xiao was still in a daze when Sun Ziwen woke him. Lin Xiao, feeling a bit grumpy, looked at Sun Ziwen and reaffirmed that he had indeed been reborn in this world. He was somewhat irritable, gazing at the still gray morning sky, feeling at a loss for words. Hey brother, what time is it? Why are you waking me up? If this continues, I might just explode. Sun Ziwen paid no heed to Lin Xiao's thoughts. The audacity of this kid to speak to him like that suggested he had been too lenient. Sun Ziwen yanked Lin Xiao from his warm bed. At that moment, Lin Xiao was fully awake, and seeing Sun Ziwen's arms, thicker than his own thighs, made him shrink back. One must bow under a roof. Besides, he couldn't match his strength. Brother, I was wrong. I'm getting up now, all right? Good. You're smart. Do you remember what I told you last night? I'll practice. But isn't it a bit too early for that? What do you mean early? It's already 5:30. The early bird catches the worm. We must not waste time. Lin Xiao resigned himself to fate. Since struggling was futile, he might as well exercise and strengthen his body. So what are we waiting for, brother? Let us get going. What's the rush? Although it's getting a bit late, we must have breakfast first. Sun Ziwen clapped his hands. Lin Xiao was astonished to discover that the nursing home service was quite impressive. Chi Qing immediately wheeled in a food cart upon hearing the sound. Lin Xiao quickly dove back under the covers, suddenly recalling that in his haste yesterday, he had forgotten to bring any change of clothes, and after sweating profusely, he was now in quite a state. Yet, Su Qing seemed oblivious to these matters. As she effortlessly retrieved a set of clean clothes from beneath the dining cart and tossed them to Lin Xiao. Linda Yi, these are your garments. And breakfast is right here for you to enjoy at your leisure. Once you've finished, simply leave the dishes here. Someone will come to collect them. After delivering her message, Su Qing did not linger, promptly exiting and thoughtfully closing the door behind her. Lin Xiao felt a twinge of surprise. How had this young lady suddenly become so considerate? And what had she called him? Linda Yi? Strangely enough, he found himself quite fond of this appellation. However, he couldn't shake the feeling that Su Qing's final glance held a hint of sympathy. Well, what was the point of overthinking? With Su Qing gone, Lin Xiao wasted no time and swiftly changed into the clothes. To his pleasant surprise, the quality was notably superior, far exceeding that of his previous attire. This prompted him to once again marvel at the advantages of wealth. Such luxurious service was once merely a distant dream. Once Lin Xiao donned the new outfit, he noticed that Sun Ziwen had already begun to serve breakfast. He dashed over, wary that if he delayed even a moment longer, this old rascal might consume everything, leaving him at a significant disadvantage. Upon seeing the spread on the dining cart, he couldn't help but nod in approval. The breakfast was delightfully simple: large steamed buns, fried dough sticks, tea eggs, and a bowl of soy milk. Sun Ziwen was relishing a meat bun, the glistening filling making Lin Xiao's mouth water. He quickly grabbed a bun and began to eat. Brother, take it easy. Don't eat so much. Watch out for your health. This time, Sun Ziwen merely regarded Lin Xiao with a knowing look. Lin Xiao, however, paid little heed to his friend's warning, shoveling the bun into his mouth before swiftly peeling a tea egg and devouring it as well. He then picked up a fried dough stick and dipped it in the soy milk. The taste was absolutely exquisite, Sun Ziwen observed quietly, even offering his own portion to Lin Xiao. Taken aback, Lin Xiao didn't hesitate to accept a brother's generosity, and he would not be rude. Sun Ziwen chuckled, finding Lin Xiao's voracious appetite amusing, as he gobbled down the food at an alarming rate. Once he finished every morsel, Lin Xiao wiped his mouth in satisfaction. It felt splendid. It had been ages since he had enjoyed breakfast so comfortably. I say, young man, don't you feel anything amiss? Lin Xiao paused for a moment. Are you suggesting you drugged the food? That's impossible, right? Yet, as soon as he uttered those words, he sensed something was off. A warmth was surging within him, an all too familiar sensation that had previously hindered his enjoyment at the banquet. The only puzzling aspect was that this warmth seemed to be taking its time compared to before. No way, not again. Sun Ziwen finally broke into a smile. Kid, these are all fine ingredients. Although they aren't as good as yesterday's, they're still quite decent. The meat bun is made from second-tier spirit beast meat, the tea egg from third-tier spirit beast eggs, while the fried dough sticks and soy milk are ordinary food. Yet even these should be enough for you to handle. Why didn't you tell me sooner? As the heat within him intensified, Lin Xiao could hardly think straight. Brother, save me. Please tell me which room Sister Lu Jiao is in. I urgently need rescue. Sun Ziwen rolled his eyes. Don't even think about it. Today, Sister Lu won't be coming to your aid. If you want to avoid exploding, just obediently train with me. That's your only option. Lin Xiao was at a loss for words, realizing he'd been waiting here for that very reason. But it didn't matter. Today was indeed meant for training. Brother, what are we waiting for? Let us get running, Lin Xiao exclaimed, grabbing Sun Ziwen and attempting to head to the track. Alas, no matter how hard he pulled, Sun Ziwen remained steadfast. Who said we were going running today? We have other training to do. Follow me. With that, Sun Ziwen led the way, and Lin Xiao hurriedly trailed behind. The heat was becoming unbearable, and he felt like he might burst at any moment. Brother, hurry up. I can't hold on much longer. Just keep up and don't waste breath. Otherwise, don't blame me for hitting you. Lin Xiao thought to himself, I can't fight back. I'll endure. The journey was torturous. Yet Lin Xiao could only strive to suppress the heat within him. Before long, the pair arrived at what appeared to be a gym. Here we are. Today we'll be training here. At that moment, Lin Xiao couldn't care less. A gym was a gym, as long as it could help quell the raging energy inside him. As he pondered where to begin, he was astonished to see several elderly individuals already engaged in their workouts. Upon noticing Lin Xiao's arrival, they cast him teasing glances. Did these seniors not enjoy sleeping in? And what was he witnessing? That man lifting weights. Those looked to be at least 200 to 300 pounds. And he was doing so effortlessly with one hand. And that lady on the treadmill, was she running a tad too fast? Was that speed of 300 kilometers even realistic? Moreover, was this a retirement home? Were there any normal people aside from himself? What was he thinking? This was hardly the time for such musings. He needed to focus on the workout, or he truly felt like he might burst. Chapter 18. As long as you don't die, Play as hard as you can. While Lin Xiao contemplated how to start, Sun Ziwen approached with a lightweight vest. Lin Xiao blinked in surprise. Was special attire required for exercise? This is a weighted vest. Wearing it will help you expend the turbulent energy within you. Lin Xiao scoffed. How heavy could such a thin vest possibly be? But given his current state, he didn't have the luxury of being picky. He just wanted to work out and rid himself of this unbearable heat. Seeing Sun Ziwen's nonchalant demeanor while holding the vest, Lin Xiao assumed it weighed no more than 10 pounds. However, when he took it from Sun Ziwen, he felt it weigh down heavily in his hands, nearly slipping from his grasp. Fortunately, due to his past laborious endeavors, he managed to maintain his grip. No way, brother. This must weigh at least 100 pounds. Pretty close. Enough with the chatter. This is the lightest weighted vest I could find. Now hurry up and put it on. Lin Xiao was at a loss for words. Knowing further discussion was futile, he resigned himself to Sun Ziwen's authority. Eventually, with Sun Ziwen's help, Lin Xiao donned the vest, which felt like a mountain pressing down on him. The silver lining was that as soon as he put it on, he sensed the turbulent energy within him begin to calm a bit. Brother, I must admit, this thing is genuinely effective. However, I have one concern. Starting off with such intensity makes me worry my body might not withstand it. What if I suffer some permanent damage? Such excessive chatter. This weighted vest is crafted from specialized materials, worth a fortune. Not only does it enhance your load-bearing capacity, but it also suppresses the turbulent energy within you. Wear it continuously, except when bathing. You must not remove it even while sleeping. As for your physical condition, fret not. I assure you that no harm will befall your body. Now stop dawdling and commence your run. Complete 20 laps on the indoor track. Lin Xiao yearned to resist. Yet the energy within him grew increasingly unruly. Although somewhat restrained by the weighted vest, the discomfort remained palpable. With a bitter smile, he ceased his struggles and resigned himself to running. The indoor track was not particularly vast, roughly the size of a basketball court. Under normal circumstances, completing 20 laps would pose little challenge for Lin Xiao. However, the burden of over 100 pounds weighed heavily upon him. Initially, his stamina was relatively abundant, and despite the added weight, he managed to jog. The tumultuous energy within him gradually calmed, providing him with the motivation to persist. By the 10th lap, however, his pace slowed considerably, and sweat drenched his attire. Lin Xiao felt an unbearable heaviness in his shoulders, accompanied by pain, suspecting that they might be bruised and bleeding. Nevertheless, he refused to concede. With so many eyes upon him, he was determined not to surrender easily. Both he and the original owner of this body shared the common fear of solitude. Lin Xiao harbored a favorable impression of the elderly residents of the nursing home. Although he did not yet view them as family, deep within, he longed for their respect. Despite his diminishing speed, he gritted his teeth and persevered, earning nods of approval from the observing elderly. As time passed, Lin Xiao discovered that the erratic energy within him had stabilized, not only calming but also beginning to nourish his physique. This sensation was so pleasurable that he almost gasped in delight. Consequently, he felt his steps lighten significantly, and he quickened his pace once more. He understood that the energy within him was revitalizing his body, an invaluable benefit for his future. Lin Xiao was no fool. He comprehended that Sun Ziwen's insistence on training him stemmed from a desire to strengthen his frail physique, albeit it was also for his own good. Aware of his previous physical condition, he knew that with the added weight, 10 laps had once been his limit. Remarkably, within just a day, his physical strength had improved considerably. If he continued, even with merely an F-grade ability awakening, he might still become formidable. His heart swelled with excitement at the thought of rebirth in this world. To claim he had no desire to grow stronger would be deceitful. The reality of awakening an F-grade ability had dealt him a heavy blow, yet now, it seemed he glimpsed a ray of hope. He was unwilling to forfeit this opportunity. He must seize it with all his might. With this resolve, Lin Xiao felt his steps grow lighter, and he swiftly completed the 20 laps. Dragging his weary form before Sun Ziwen, he cast a defiant glance at him. Although he now recognized the latter's intentions were likely beneficial, expressing gratitude was utterly out of the question. Surely, he believed Lin Xiao incapable of finishing the 20 laps? He would prove him wrong. What was with that look? Today's training had only just begun. That was merely a warm-up. Upon hearing Sun Ziwen's words, Lin Xiao stumbled, nearly collapsing to the ground. A warm-up? Good heavens. Are you trying to kill me? Sun Ziwen wore a smile that Lin Xiao found utterly terrifying. Do you honestly think I would relinquish such a coveted toy so easily? Rest assured, I want to kill you, but my standard for you is simple. As long as you're not dead, I'll push you to your limits. Lin Xiao thought. I take back even the slightest gratitude I felt earlier. This old rascal is definitely trying to end me. Without further ado, he plopped down on the ground. The physical fatigue was secondary. It was the discomfort of the weighted vest that truly irked him. He could see blood seeping from his shoulders. At some point, Lin Xiao appeared at Lin Xiao's side, casting a healing spell that immediately alleviated the itchiness in his shoulder. Upon inspection, he found that his wounds had healed completely. Lin Xiao then performed another recovery spell, revitalizing him once more. Sister, you are the best. Don't get too carried away with flattery. I'm only treating you because I don't want you dying here. I'm on Sun S's side. So you'd best prepare for more training. With that, Lin Xiao stepped aside, while Sun Ziwen began to flex his wrists, producing a series of cracking sounds. Lin Xiao realized that if he remained idle any longer, this irritable old man would surely give him a proper thrashing. A wise man does not suffer needless losses. He would continue to train. After Lin Xiao healed his injuries, he felt the turbulent energy within him stirring once more. Although he had only consumed second and third-tier spirit beast meat for breakfast, the sheer quantity had been substantial. Lin Xiao did not quell the restless energy within him. And now, with his stamina restored, it was rampaging anew. It appeared that he was meant to gradually expend and absorb this energy. Under Sun Ziwen's guidance, Lin Xiao embarked on his grueling training regimen. He finally understood why Lin Xiao remained by his side. Each time he exhausted his last ounce of strength, she would be there to heal him. Following each treatment, he would resume training under Sun Ziwen's relentless encouragement. After an entire morning, Lin Xiao had finally depleted the energy from his breakfast. Just as Lin Xiao contemplated taking a break, it was already time for lunch. Su Qing delivered their meal to the gym. Upon seeing the lavish spread of meat and fish, Lin Xiao surmised that it was likely spirit beast meat. He swallowed hard, resisting the urge to dive in immediately. Is there not a shred of normal food here? Sun Ziwen cast a disinterested glance in his direction. This is it. Eat if you wish, or go hungry. Regardless of your choice, the afternoon training will proceed as planned. Hearing this, Lin Xiao disregarded all hesitation and rushed over to indulge in a hearty feast. He understood that the only reason he had managed to endure the morning was due to the energy provided by the spirit beast meat. If he didn't eat, he would surely falter in the afternoon. He needed to eat. No, he needed to eat more. Observing Lin Xiao devour his meal with fervor, Sun Ziwen couldn't help but smile. Truth be told, he was somewhat taken aback by Lin Xiao. This young man had complained incessantly, yet he had persevered. If he could pass this trial, he would indeed be worth nurturing. Chapter 19, The Final Training. After lunch, before Sun Ziwen could instruct Lin Xiao to resume training, Lin Xiao himself could no longer hold back. They say a hearty breakfast, a filling lunch, and a light dinner are the keys to a good diet. Lin Xiao had truly eaten to his fill, feeling quite stuffed. The consequence was that the energy painstakingly consumed and absorbed in the morning surged violently once more ferociously than before. If he did not move soon, Lin Xiao felt he would truly burst from the pressure. Observing Lin Xiao's awareness, Sun Ziwen's face broke into a smile of satisfaction. This was not the time for Lin Xiao to practice aimlessly. He had prepared a systematic training regimen for him. Don't be hasty, young man. This afternoon's training will be underwater. You simply need to swim. Lin Xiao couldn't help but roll his eyes. While he was capable of swimming, the weighted vest he wore made him fear he would sink as soon as he hit the water. Bro, if you want me to drown, just say so. With this kind of weight, if I managed to swim, it would be a miracle. Huh. Either you jump in yourself, or I toss you in. Lin Xiao wanted to argue further, but the energy within him was becoming increasingly agitated. At that moment, cooling off in the water seemed like a reasonable option. Accepting his fate, he trusted that Sun Ziwen would not abandon him in peril. Soon, they arrived at the edge of the pool, and Lin Xiao leaped straight into the water. The temperature was just right. Although buoyancy was present, he felt no relief. The weight of the vest pressed down on him, urging him to sink. Thankfully, the turbulent energy within him provided sufficient strength, preventing him from being dragged to the depths. Start in the shallow and to acclimate. Once you adjust to the weight, swim for me, Sun Ziwen instructed. Lin Xiao was too weary to complain. He figured it was better to focus on his training. After a while of floundering in the shallow water, he finally adapted to the vest, took a deep breath, and attempted to swim. The interference of the weighted vest made it somewhat strenuous, but he managed to get moving. Lin Xiao's swimming style was self-taught, far from expert, but sufficient to keep him afloat. His strokes resembled the most rudimentary dog paddle. Sun Ziwen and Lin Xiao closely monitored Lin Xiao's progress, and upon witnessing his awkward form, they exchanged glances of bemusement. His swimming technique is truly clumsy, Sun Ziwen remarked. I suppose we'll have to find time for him to learn a proper stroke. Lin Xiao chuckled. That's of little concern. As long as he can swim, that's what matters. As expected, Lin Xiao managed only 3 laps before beginning to sink on the 4th. Bubbles rose to the surface, and Sun Ziwen, having been attentive, promptly dove in to retrieve him. Lin Xiao coughed up water, his expression one of utter despair. He realized that swimming consumed significantly more energy than training on land. Lin Xiao promptly assisted him in replenishing his stamina. Before Lin Xiao could express his gratitude, Sun Ziwen kicked him back into the water. If you're still alive, keep swimming. Lin Xiao cursed inwardly at the lack of compassion and resumed his practice. In the pool, Lin Xiao toiled for 3 full hours before Sun Ziwen finally called him out. Not out of mercy, but because there were other training activities to pursue. During this time, Lin Xiao had not been afforded a moment's rest. Any attempt to slack off was met with stern reprimands. He knew better than to pretend he didn't here. The consequences were too severe, as he had already experienced. Whenever he felt his energy waning, Lu Jiao was there immediately to provide him with sustenance, ensuring he had no respite. After another 2 hours of ground training, Lin Xiao felt utterly spent. Despite Lu Jiao's assistance keeping his physical strength abundant, the mental fatigue was inescapable. Finally, he was granted a moment to breathe. As dinner time arrived, upon seeing the meal prepared by Su Qing, Lin Xiao's expression was one of sheer conflict. The dinner seemed extraordinary. If he continued eating, would he have to endure more training? Yet, he was utterly exhausted, longing only for a warm bath and a restful bed. Su Qing, observing Lin Xiao's weariness, smiled and asked, "What's wrong, Lin Di? You look utterly drained." Lin Xiao shot her an annoyed glare. This girl had a knack for hitting the nail on the head, though he attempted to resist the allure of the meal. The day's rigorous training had left him ravenous, his stomach audibly protesting. Sun Ziwen glared at Lin Xiao. "What are you waiting for? Dinner is served." Lin Xiao, "This is forced feeding." "Hey, given your current state, is today's training over?" "Over? Not at all. But rest assured, tonight's training is only an hour long, and it won't involve physical exertion." Relieved at the prospect of no strenuous training, Lin Xiao let out a sigh, although one question lingered in his mind. If he ate, how would he expend the energy he gained without physical training? Eat without worry, your body will handle it. Lin Xiao sensed that things were likely not as simple as they appeared. Nevertheless, what could he do? Better to eat than to starve. With that thought in mind, he disregarded everything else and dove into the meal. In a fit of rebellion against Sun Ziwen, he resolved to consume even the latter's portion. Soon, however, Lin Xiao realized something was amiss. The energy he derived from dinner felt more potent than that of breakfast and lunch combined. This is going to be the end of me. Exactly, that's the point. Next, we will engage in the final training session. Without waiting for Lin Xiao to respond, Sun Ziwen hoisted him onto his shoulder. Lin Xiao felt a deafening rush of air as he instinctively shut his eyes. When he opened them again, he found himself on a fighting stage. Wait, a fighting stage? What is the meaning of this? Sun Ziwen's expression was filled with mischief as he tossed Lin Xiao onto the platform. The final training is combat training. Your opponent is me. If you can land a hit, I will concede, though I will retaliate. Rest assured, I will exercise restraint. Lin Xiao, what the heck? This old man is definitely settling a personal score. Judging from those muscular arms, he feared he wouldn't withstand even a single blow. Bro, I was wrong. Please don't play with me like this. I forgot to mention, what you consumed tonight was the meat of a 7th level spirit beast, which contains excessively volatile energy. If you were to train on your own, it would take you all night. Don't expect Lu Jiao to help you calm that energy. Your only options are to either fight me to quickly expend it, or train alone through the night. And remember, no matter how late you train, tomorrow's session continues as planned. Lin Xiao felt utterly defeated. This guy had plotted against him. He had come to the training facility for enjoyment, not to suffer. Damn it. I'll take him on. Chapter 20. Extraordinary abilities can be used in such ways. I fear not your prowess. Do not presume I am intimidated. It is often said that youth prevails in combat, yet I remain unconvinced that I cannot touch you. Let us commence without delay. It is not that Lin Xiao eagerly seeks punishment, but rather that the energy within him has begun to surge uncontrollably. Should we delay any longer? He fears he may not withstand it. Sun Ziwen donned a pair of boxing gloves upon his hands. Are you prepared? I shall begin. Upon seeing Sun Ziwen's gloves, Lin Xiao paused momentarily. What of mine? Surely you do not believe you can evade me? Feel free to attack with abandon. Lin Xiao pondered this, realizing that instead of worrying about Sun Ziwen, it would be prudent to focus on his own well-being, hoping he would not be utterly humiliated. With this thought in mind, Lin Xiao charged toward Sun Ziwen. Though untrained, he had engaged in skirmishes before, his strikes lacking finesse, relying instead on raw instinct. In his previous life, he had been bested while attempting to be a hero, primarily due to overwhelming numbers, had there been only 1 or 2 adversaries. He truly believed he would not have lost. Sun Ziwen remained unfazed by Lin Xiao's onslaught. Just as Lin Xiao's fist was about to make contact, he deftly sidestepped, narrowly evading the blow. Lin Xiao had anticipated such a possibility. As his punch missed its target, he swung his arm in a wide arc. This unexpected maneuver caught Sun Ziwen off guard. He had not anticipated Lin Xiao's unpredictability. Of course, Lin Xiao could not inflict harm upon Sun Ziwen, for they were not of the same caliber, nor even of the same dimension. Sun Ziwen swiftly crouched, evading Lin Xiao's attack, and before Lin Xiao could react, delivered a powerful punch to his chin. The impact, even cushioned by gloves, resonated with a crack, plunging Lin Xiao into darkness. Blast. Knocked out by a single punch. This old fellow lacks martial ethics. Lu Jiao had appeared at some point, and upon witnessing the scene, she immediately cast a healing spell upon Lin Xiao. As Lin Xiao gradually regained consciousness, his mind was in a fog. Confusion enveloped him. Who am I? Where am I? What has transpired? Lu Jiao's voice pulled him back to reality. I advise you, my friend, to exercise caution in your strikes. Your current approach complicates matters for me. Sun Ziwen felt a twinge of embarrassment. He had momentarily lost control, unable to resist the urge to punish Lin Xiao, whose demeanor was simply too infuriating. Lin Xiao, still brimming with indignation, sprang to his feet with a determined vigor. I refuse to accept defeat. Once more. Come on. Today, I shall show you how to deal with a brat like you. Lin Xiao charged forward again. This time, Sun Ziwen opted to evade, refraining from immediate retaliation. Regardless of Lin Xiao's attempts, Sun Ziwen evaded with remarkable ease, even yawning out of boredom during the exchange. His demeanor was decidedly infuriating. Frustration boiled within Lin Xiao. He felt as though sparks should be flying from his fists, yet he could not land a single hit. Young man, your mind is disordered. Be mindful of your breathing rhythm. Avoid launching blind punches, as this will only deplete your stamina. Observe my movements closely, and note how I evade. Sun Ziwen's words prompted Lin Xiao to regain his composure and begin scrutinizing Sun Ziwen's actions. In the process of observation, Lin Xiao unconsciously activated his unique ability. His power was enhanced vision, currently at level 1, with the innate skill of vision enhancement. Each advancement in his ability granted him a new skill, and higher-level spiritual beasts could yield spirit orbs that might bestow additional skills. Until now, Lin Xiao had not paid much attention to his ability, as it merely allowed him to see farther and clearer, seemingly lacking practical application. However, as he unconsciously employed it, he discovered another facet of this skill. Sun Ziwen's speed was astonishing. Previously, Lin Xiao's eyes struggled to keep pace, but with enhanced vision, Sun Ziwen appeared to move at a slower tempo. It felt akin to watching a slow-motion replay. Yet, even in this slowed state, Lin Xiao found it challenging to fully match Sun Ziwen's speed. He had not anticipated his ability would yield such an effect. Initially, Lin Xiao believed that with the aid of his power, he would find the task somewhat easier. Yet the reality proved to be quite the contrary. The moment Lin Xiao activated his ability, Sun Ziwen noticed the change. At first surprised, aware that Lin Xiao's ability was merely a basic F-level power, which should hold little weight against someone of his caliber, Sun Ziwen's intrigue deepened as they continued their bout. He observed that Lin Xiao's eyes were consistently tracking his movements, a feat beyond the capability of an ordinary first-level ability user. Quite intriguing. It seems this lad has provided me with an unexpected delight. Evading is not Sun Ziwen's style. He soon retaliated. This time, he consciously tempered his strength, suppressing it to the peak of level 1. His strikes would cause Lin Xiao discomfort, yet not inflict significant harm. Sun Ziwen's punches fell upon Lin Xiao like a torrential downpour. From the moment Sun Ziwen initiated his assault, Lin Xiao focused intently on his fists, perceiving their speed as manageable, convinced he could evade them. However, as the fists descended, Lin Xiao realized how misguided his thoughts had been. The situation unfolded such that he comprehended where Sun Ziwen would strike. His eyes and mind reacted, but the final task of evading fell to his body. Herein lay the problem. His body could not keep pace with his eyes and mind. By the time his body responded, it was often too late, and the punch had already landed. This realization left Lin Xiao in a state of bemusement. Yet, he felt no regret. This issue was easily resolvable. He merely needed to enhance his reaction speed. Sun Ziwen, too, recognized this pattern, although he struck accurately each time. He noted that Lin Xiao's body would react a beat too late after each of his punches. Unfortunately, their disparities in strength and experience were far too great. Lin Xiao found himself relegated to the role of a passive recipient of blows. For the next hour, Lin Xiao endured a relentless barrage, feeling as though he had gained a considerable amount of weight. Sun Ziwen's strikes had left him bruised, and due to the lack of severe injury, Lu Jiao was reluctant to administer healing, allowing him to endure the punishment. Lin Xiao refrained from complaints, persistently attempting to evade Sun Ziwen's attacks. At times, he even tried to anticipate his opponent's moves, though even successful predictions resulted in the strikes still landing upon him. Nevertheless, this experience brought Lin Xiao immense joy. Furthermore, he discovered that enduring punishment effectively dissipated the volatile energy within him, and at present, he felt considerably more at ease. Darn it, how could I think this way? I am no masochist. Chapter 21, Rapid Progress. After an hour, Lin Xiao was scarcely recognizable. His face was swollen, rendering his eyes nearly invisible. Following the conclusion of the training, Lin Xiao finally deemed it appropriate to administer healing, observing his rapid recovery to his normal state. Lin Xiao could not help but marvel at the formidable power of healing abilities. However, unlike before, the figures he once regarded as ethereal beings now appeared less endearing. He had discerned that Sun Ziwen and Lin Xiao were in cahoots. One was responsible for subjecting him to relentless training, while the other ensured that he remained vigorous enough to endure it. Although he understood that this was ultimately for his own benefit, he could not shake off a feeling of indignation. After an hour of grueling training, the energy within Lin Xiao stabilized once more. Sun Ziwen, witnessing Lin Xiao's complete restoration, could not suppress a smile. "I say, you little rascal, it's about time. How about a late-night snack?" Lin Xiao took a couple of steps back. "Brother, please spare me. I simply cannot endure any more." "Haha, I'm just teasing you. Go home and get some proper rest." Upon hearing he could leave, Lin Xiao felt as if a great weight had been lifted from his shoulders, and he dashed off. As he departed, Sun Ziwen and Lin Xiao exchanged knowing smiles. "Brother Sun, what do you think of the kid's performance today?" "Quite impressive. I'm genuinely surprised he could endure it. Moreover, he possesses several qualities that are truly remarkable. Keeping him here might indeed be a wise decision. Let us put that aside for now. We shall see what happens once he passes the tests." Lin Xiao hurried to his room, shedding all restraints before taking a shower. While Lin Xiao could heal his injuries and fatigue, he was still drenched in unpleasant sweat and had longed to cleanse himself. After freshening up, he noticed that Sun Ziwen had yet to return, and just as he contemplated lying on his bed, his gaze fell upon the weighted vest he had set aside. Recalling Sun Ziwen's admonition to wear it even while sleeping, he struggled for a moment but ultimately decided to comply. If he fell asleep, Sun Ziwen would surely wake him upon his return, and he wished to avoid any disturbances during his rest. Finally donning the weighted vest, Lin Xiao reclined upon his bed. Perhaps he was truly fatigued. The moment he lay down, he slipped into a deep slumber. When Sun Ziwen returned, he found Lin Xiao sleeping soundly and chose not to disturb him. Particularly amused to see him actually wearing the weighted vest, he could not help but smile. Gently covering Lin Xiao with a blanket, Sun Ziwen retired to his own bed. In the following days, Lin Xiao continued to undergo rigorous training under Sun Ziwen's watchful eye. He could palpably sense the transformation within himself. In just a week, he felt exponentially stronger than before. His physique had reached an impressive state, although he did not appear as formidable as Sun Ziwen. He had already developed abdominal muscles within this brief period, which felt surreal. The training routines from the first day had become effortless for Lin Xiao. Sun Ziwen was taken aback by Lin Xiao's adaptability, prompting him to add weights to Lin Xiao's legs on the third day and to his arms on the sixth day, rather than overwhelming him. This only fueled Lin Xiao's determination, leading him to occasionally engage in extra practice. After dinner, he would spar with Sun Ziwen, consistently finding himself at a disadvantage. Throughout the week, he had yet to land a single hit on Sun Ziwen, which left him somewhat frustrated. Only Sun Ziwen understood the extent of Lin Xiao's progress. To prevent Lin Xiao from landing a blow, he had to suppress his cultivation to the mid-level of the second tier. Sun Ziwen refrained from disclosing this to Lin Xiao, fearing it might instill arrogance in him. Lin Xiao was acutely aware of his improvement. He could now move comfortably while bearing a load of 300 to 400 pounds. The energy within him surged rapidly, likely reaching the peak of the first tier. Such a rate of cultivation was remarkable. Even some S-class abilities would struggle to match Lin Xiao's pace. This was not solely due to Lin Xiao's exceptional aptitude, but rather the unparalleled conditions at the Red Sun nursing home. With 3 meals a day consisting of spirit beast meat, often from beasts of level 4 or above, his body was not only reinforced, but also infused with considerable spiritual energy. Much of this energy was absorbed by him, explaining his rapid advancement. Lin Xiao also played a role in this, as others could not engage in extreme training like him. Their schedules were packed, leaving only time for rest and recovery, making for a fulfilling daily routine. Lin Xiao also noticed an increasing number of elderly residents observing his training. Occasionally, he would engage in brief conversations with them, gradually gathering insights about the nursing home and its inhabitants. Inadvertently, he gleaned some information he sought. For instance, Lin Xiao was actually a level 9 healer, and Sun Ziwen had awakened the White Tiger Beast transformation ability, also at level 9, with his family lineage limited to this specific power. Lin Xiao was astounded upon learning this, as those capable of reaching level 9 were undoubtedly formidable figures. How could the small town of Sun City boast such strength? However, upon realizing that none of the elderly residents were below level 6, he felt a sense of numbness wash over him. Indeed, in this place, he was the weakest link. His findings were limited, and further inquiries were met with silence from the other residents. Lin Xiao remained unfazed, knowing he would be here for an extended period, confident that he would eventually unveil the mysteries surrounding this place. One day, after completing his training, Lin Xiao was about to seek out a quiet spot for extra practice when Sun Ziwen called out to him. "Little Lin, today you needn't engage in extra practice. I have something to discuss with you." Surprised, Lin Xiao wondered what Sun Ziwen wished to convey, but refrained from asking further, simply nodding in quiet acknowledgement. Sun Ziwen was quite pleased with Lin Xiao's response. The boy had grown significantly more composed since his arrival. Without further ado, Sun Ziwen continued. "Do you know about secret realms?" Of course, Lin Xiao was aware of secret realms. The original owner of this body, despite possessing a lackluster ability, had not missed out on essential knowledge. Secret realms emerged globally following the resurgence of spiritual energy, inhabited by spirit beasts. They were categorized into 9 levels, ranging from the lowest, level 1, to the highest, level 9. Most spirit beasts within these realms seldom ventured out, but occasionally, disobedient ones would emerge, and the appearance of high-level beasts could spell disaster. "I know about them, but I'm curious why you're bringing them up, brother." Near Sun City, there exists a level 1 secret realm, where the spirit beasts are not particularly dangerous and has long been utilized by various factions in Sun City as a training ground for newcomers. Upon hearing this, Lin Xiao understood Sun Ziwen's intention. "Brother, you can't be suggesting that I train in the secret realm, can you? That would be tantamount to sending me to my doom." "Silence. Wait for me to finish speaking. Tomorrow, the elite awakeners from various high schools in Sun City will gather to train in the secret realm. I have already enrolled you, and this is merely a notification. You have no right to refuse." "Lin Xiao, is there still a law? Do I possess no human rights at all? Is it truly impossible for me to decline?" "Heh, what do you think? By the way, you will be assigned to Sun City No. 1 High School, entering alongside some students from your institution. Rest assured, the mortality rate is low, and there will be designated personnel discreetly ensuring your safety." Hearing about the protection, Lin Xiao felt a sense of relief. Given this perspective, it seemed that this journey would not be overly perilous. Perhaps gaining some experience wouldn't be too bad after all. Sun Ziwen immediately grasped Lin Xiao's thoughts. "If you think that having protection guarantees your safety, you are mistaken. Let me put it this way. Every year, new students venture into this secret realm, and each year, some never return. Brother, I have a timid disposition. Don't frighten me. I'm not joking. Get a good night's rest tonight. We will set off early tomorrow." With that, Sun Ziwen departed, leaving Lin Xiao in a state of confusion. This was rather hasty, wasn't it? Lin Xiao understood that his opposition would not alter the situation. He was also curious to gauge the extent of his current abilities. Since Sun was urging him to undertake this trial, it suggested that his strength could not be too lacking. Everything would be revealed tomorrow. Wait, was he really going to be with the students from Sun City No. 1? Did that mean he would encounter Lu Rian and Ji Boxio? Damn, how could he have forgotten that? Was it too late to switch teams? He had a nagging feeling that those two would try to trip him up. Perhaps he should discuss this with Brother Sun more thoroughly. Knowing he might venture into the secret realm tomorrow, Lin Xiao decided against additional training, opting instead to conserve his energy for the impending situation. As Lin Xiao prepared to return to his residence, he encountered several elderly individuals out for a stroll, greeting them warmly. These were formidable figures, connections that might prove useful in the future. "Good evening, Brother Zhang. Out for a stroll? Sisterly, you've become even more beautiful. Brother Zhao, I just saw Sister Wu exercising over there. If I go now, I might run into her." Lin Xiao navigated these interactions with ease, firmly resolved to cultivate relationships with these individuals. They seemed amenable, and he couldn't help but chuckle at the thought of their descendants meeting him in the future. Upon returning to his residence, Lin Xiao discovered that Sun Ziwen had already arrived. "Brother, let's discuss this further." "Not a chance. You are participating in tomorrow's expedition to the secret realm, no matter what. I understand that, but could you at least arrange for me not to be with No. 1? There are people there who don't get along with me. Is that so? Perfect. It will be with No. 1. Lin Xiao ugh. Why does it feel like Brother Sun is even more excited? Never mind, let it be. Lin Xiao felt a strange sense of calm. He believed the elders would not send him to his demise. This expedition likely had ulterior motives, but he couldn't quite decipher them. Although he intended to rest early due to the upcoming secret realm journey, Lin Xiao found himself tossing and turning, perhaps too exhilarated to sleep. He contemplated the prospect of traveling with No. 1 and whether he might glean some insider information. He had a few close friends at that school. Speaking of which, where was his phone? It suddenly struck him that since entering the retirement home, he had been collapsing into bed immediately after training, neglecting his phone for nearly a week. Remarkable. He used to check his phone even during the busiest of times. He retrieved his somewhat aged phone, only to find it completely out of battery. After plugging it in, he was greeted with a flurry of messages and missed calls. A cursory glance revealed messages from teachers, and most surprisingly, from Lu Rian. This caught Lin Xiao off guard. Hadn't they broken up? Why was she messaging and calling him? Setting that aside, he first examined the message from his homeroom teacher, who expressed concern for him participating in tomorrow's secret realm expedition given his F-grade awakening ability, questioning whether it was a reckless endeavor. The teacher also inquired if G Boxio was behind this, promising to intervene if necessary. Lin Xiao held a favorable impression of his homeroom teacher, who had been quite supportive in the past. He didn't wish to burden the teacher with his current circumstances, merely assuring him that G Boxio was not involved and that he was strong enough to handle himself, before moving on to Zhou Ji's messages. Zhou Ji had been inquiring about his well-being, clearly worried after several days without contact. As Lin Xiao's close confidant, Zhou Ji had awakened an A-grade Earth ability and would likely also be participating in the secret realm trial. Lin Xiao pondered for a moment before replying, "Read, don't worry. See you tomorrow." Everything would be clarified upon their meeting. He decided it was best not to disclose his experiences in the retirement home to anyone just yet. Based on his current understanding, revealing such information to Zhou Ji could be detrimental. Zhou Ji might be occupied, as he had not replied, and Lin Xiao was not anxious. The remaining messages were from Lu Ruyan. "Lin Xiao, how dare you hit me? Come out now and apologize. Perhaps I might forgive you. How could you ignore me? You used to reply in seconds, no matter how busy you were. This is your final chance. Come out and meet me. I'm waiting for you at school." After a brief scan, Lin Xiao lost interest. He was not the same infatuated person from before and had no intention of playing the fool. Anything that could be taken from him was worthless, especially since Lu Ruyan did not align with his aesthetic preferences. He discerned that her messages were not merely accusatory, but also attempts to lure him out. It was likely that G Boxio had instigated this, seeking an opportunity to settle the score with him. He was not foolish enough to fall for it. Moreover, Lu Ruyan's tone was commanding. Such a superficial woman made him feel nauseous. He promptly blocked Lu Ruyan's messages and phone number, feeling a weight lift off his shoulders. Cherish life. Steer clear of toxic individuals. Chapter 23. A wash and a cut, a wash and a blow-dry. After fiddling with his phone for a while, Lin Xiao succumbed to fatigue and drifted into slumber. The following morning, Sun Ziwen woke him with urgency. Lin Xiao sprang from his bed, eager for the day's adventure into the secret realm. The original owner of this body had only seen spirit beasts in videos. He had yet to experience it firsthand. His curiosity about the spirit beasts in this world was palpable. Resolving his physiological needs swiftly and freshening up, Lin Xiao quietly observed Sun Ziwen. "Do not rush. We will gather at noon. First, enjoy your breakfast in peace. There is no need for you to assemble at school. I shall escort you there when the time draws near." Lin Xiao could not help but roll his eyes. A noon gathering? Could they not allow him a moment to sleep in? Why awaken him at such an early hour? Of course, he would never voice these thoughts, for uttering them would surely invite trouble. This time, Su Qing did not bring him breakfast. They made their way to the cafeteria themselves. In truth, this was the standard routine in the nursing home, where everyone dined independently. The meals at the nursing home were not prepared by a hired chef, but by one of the elderly residents. Lin Xiao was unsure of the old man's culinary skills, yet he was certain that he had never tasted such delectable food at his age. This was his first genuine dining experience in the cafeteria, and upon arriving, Lin Xiao realized that he had been deceived by Sun Ziwen all along. The meals here were not limited to high-grade spirit beast meat. There were also first and second-tier spirit beast meats, as well as a variety of ordinary foods. However, he could not be bothered to critique it further. Pondering over these matters seemed utterly pointless now. After consuming a modest selection of ordinary foods and lower-tier spirit beast meat, Lin Xiao felt no discomfort. Having already tried 7th-tier spirit beast meat, the lower-tier varieties elicited no significant reaction from him. Once breakfast was concluded, and the hour still early, Lin Xiao contemplated whether he should engage in some exercise. Sun Ziwen, perceptive as ever, noticed Lin Xiao's thoughts. "Little Lin, take a break from training today. I'm giving you a half-day off. Take some time to groom yourself, and perhaps get a haircut. After all, entering the secret realm may mean you 1T return." Lin Xiao found himself at a loss for words. Yet, despite the roughness of the statement, it was indeed possible that dangers awaited them in the secret realm. Moreover, he hadn't had a haircut in quite some time, so a trim was certainly warranted. "Brother, can't you wish for my well-being? What do you mean I might not return? Nonsense. And you really are granting me a reprieve? Just be back before 11 this noon." Lin Xiao felt a surge of joy. Finally, he could go out and unwind. "All right then, brother, I shall take my leave now, and I will return before 11 without fail." With that, Lin Xiao departed. This time, in addition to grooming himself, he intended to procure some supplies. Who knows what awaited him on this journey into the secret realm? It would be prudent to prepare adequately. After Lin Xiao left, several elderly residents approached Sun Ziwen. "Old son, how are preparations coming along?" "All is in order. This time, It all hinges on this young lad's performance. Whether he can truly remain here depends solely on him. He is a fine prospect. There won't be any unexpected mishaps, will there? What a jest. What sort of mishap could occur in a first-tier secret realm? Besides, I will accompany him. You can all watch the live broadcast from here. Unbeknownst to Lin Xiao, he had already become a pawn in their game. He had reached the entrance of the nursing home, where Grandpa Zhang was on duty, and greeted him warmly. Little Lin, are you off? Lin Xiao nodded. He had a good impression of Grandpa Zhang. If it weren't for him, he might still be oblivious to his current circumstances. Brother Zhang, just a small errand. Go on, but be cautious. Those little rascals who followed you the other day have been lingering around here lately. Lin Xiao was taken aback. He realized that Grandpa Zhang was referring to the thugs that Ji Boxio had summoned. He never expected them to still harbor intentions of dealing with him. However, Lin Xiao was no longer intimidated by these ruffians. Their descent into thuggery indicated that their abilities were quite mediocre. Although he had only practiced for a week, he was aware that he had transformed significantly. Dealing with a few thugs was hardly a challenge. He even looked forward to encountering them, as it would provide an opportunity to test his current combat prowess. I understand, Brother Zhang. I can handle a few small-time thugs. All right. But if you find yourself at a disadvantage, just run back to me, and I'll help you deal with them. Lin Xiao chuckled, not feeling the need for formalities with Grandpa Zhang. Of course, the world is treacherous. If it comes to that, I'll retreat. I'm not so stubborn. After exchanging pleasantries with Grandpa Zhang, Lin Xiao left the nursing home. Not far from the nursing home, a man with heavy dark circles under his eyes saw Lin Xiao emerge, his face lighting up with excitement. Heavenly Father, the kid finally came out. If he hadn't, I would have run out of patience. He immediately shouted to those behind him, Boss, wake up. That kid is out. The thug leader and a few others, who had been catching up on sleep, sprang into action upon hearing their comrades' words. Ha! The kid is finally out. Our waiting was not in vain. Damn it. That's 500,000. This time, we absolutely cannot let him escape. Lin Xiao had indeed noticed the thugs following him, but he remained unhurried. If they did not make a move, he would simply let them trail him. He believed they would not be able to endure for long. Just then, Lin Xiao remembered an important issue. He had come out to get a haircut and procure supplies. However, it seemed his funds were running low, as the money he had received from Ji Boxio had all gone to the nursing home. I should have asked Brother Sun to lend me some. At this point, returning seemed a bit late, so he decided to make do with the little money he had. That should suffice for purchasing supplies. But first, he needed to tidy himself up. Unfamiliar with the area, Lin Xiao pondered for a moment before using his phone to navigate to the nearest barbershop. He discovered that the closest one was several kilometers away. Taking a taxi was out of the question. It would be too extravagant. I might as well jog over there. It will serve as a form of exercise. With that thought, Lin Xiao began to jog. The thugs behind him noticed Lin Xiao picking up speed and hastened their pursuit. Boss, he is trying to run. I'm not blind. After him. We can't let that duck fly away again. Lin Xiao was aware that the thugs were tailing him, yet he was in no rush to confront them. He would simply lead them on for now. Lin Xiao was still carrying a load, but he had grown accustomed to it, thanks to Sun Ziwen's training. The thugs soon realized that no matter how hard they chased, they could not close the distance to Lin Xiao. When they slowed, it appeared as though Lin Xiao intentionally decelerated to match their pace. Boss, this kid can run too well. And why do I feel like he is toying with us? You talk too much. Once we catch him, we'll make sure to teach him a lesson. Before long, Lin Xiao followed the navigation and arrived at a barber shop. Inside, two flamboyantly dressed women were seated. Without a second thought, Lin Xiao walked in. Upon seeing him, the two women's eyes brightened. Such a handsome young man was a rarity in their establishment. Handsome. The wash and cut is 28, while the wash, cut, and blow dry is 298. What service would you like? Lin Xiao was somewhat bewildered. Was this a scam? 28 for a haircut? Back at school, the most expensive cut was only 20 yuan. This was a full 8 yuan more. However, it seemed there were no other barbershops nearby, so he begrudgingly accepted the higher price, too lazy to seek another option. But what did that 298 entail? With just a little coaxing, the price suddenly soared to 298. Does he truly believe himself to be such a naive fool? With his intellect, how could he possibly fall for such a ruse? A simple wash and cut would suffice. There is no need for any styling. The two young women exchanged glances, perplexed as to whether Lin Xiao was genuinely oblivious or merely feigning ignorance. Could it be that he is a novice? If so, today would indeed be a lucrative opportunity. Their eyes sparkled with mischief as they contemplated the potential for profit, even without the blow-dry. I'll take charge, Lin Xiao exclaimed, somewhat exasperated. Was it merely a haircut? Why was there a contention over it? He pointed to the woman who appeared slightly more agreeable. No need to bicker. I'm pressed for time. You go ahead. Very well. Sir, let us begin with a shampoo. This way, please. Outside the barber shop, a group of ruffians panted heavily. Phew. Boss, this kid can really run. I'm exhausted. Hey, this place feels familiar. I recall coming here before. Their wash and cut services were quite impressive. I didn't expect this kid to enjoy such luxuries. Should we go in now, boss? Not yet. Let's rest a moment. We'll deal with him once he exits. It's a good chance for me to catch my breath. After his hair was washed, Lin Xiao settled into the chair. What kind of hairstyle do you desire, handsome? Just do as you see fit. All right. The woman began to cut Lin Xiao's hair, and he was pleasantly surprised. Despite her seemingly unreliable demeanor, her skills were commendable. As the scissors danced, Lin Xiao's appearance transformed rapidly. He was already quite handsome, but he had become even more so. The only annoyance was the way the stylist occasionally brushed against him. Could she be captivated by his looks? Momentarily transfixed by Lin Xiao's striking visage, the woman suddenly snapped back to reality. Hey, beautiful, what are you daydreaming about? Hurry up, I'm in a hurry. My apologies, sir. Have you truly considered the wash, cut, and blow dry? For you, I could offer a discount. Lin Xiao, no way. She gritted her teeth. Sir, my skills are exceptional. I guarantee an experience you won't forget. How about this? As friends, for 300, we can arrange something. If you're agreeable, we can head upstairs. Even Lin Xiao, who was somewhat naive, began to grasp the implications. What kind of barbershop have I stumbled into? This navigation is astonishing. It led me to such a place. How many people would struggle to find it? It's true what they say, sometimes. The most unexpected paths lead to fortune. He felt an inexplicable thrill. After all, 300 was no small sum. However, upon reconsideration, he concluded that the risk of unwelcome consequences outweighed the potential gain. Never mind, I'm in a hurry. Perhaps next time. The woman appeared somewhat disappointed, but was not one to force a sale. She swiftly finished Lin Xiao's haircut. Upon glancing in the mirror at his refreshed appearance, he was pleasantly surprised. He had never attempted such a style before, and it undeniably enhanced his charm. As he prepared to pay, the woman stopped him. Handsome, consider this my treat. Next time, when you're less rushed, you can help support my business. Remember to find me next time at the same price we discussed. A shiver ran down Lin Xiao's spine. Women could indeed be intimidating. They say one should seize a bargain when it presents itself. But Lin Xiao had no intention of taking advantage. He quickly scanned to make his payment and waved goodbye to the woman. Payment is still necessary. I shall return. I promise. With that, he fled the scene. Watching Lin Xiao's hasty retreat, the woman wore a knowing smile. She had already deduced that he was likely a novice. Once he had departed, she realized with annoyance that she had forgotten to add him to her contact list. As Lin Xiao exited the barbershop, he was intercepted by the group of ruffians. Upon seeing them, he covered his face, nearly forgetting about their presence. Hey, fellas, let us change locations. Don't disturb others in their business. Oh, look who has suddenly considerate. But tell me, how did you finish so quickly? That's a bit suspicious, right? Are you feeling weak? Ha ha ha, it must be true. Lin Xiao, what the? I'm being mocked by these thugs. If you can throw a punch, then stop talking and come at me. Lin Xiao decisively walked away. Perhaps fearing he might escape again, they instinctively surrounded him, having witnessed his stamina firsthand. Soon, they arrived at an isolated area, spacious and devoid of onlookers. Lin Xiao regarded the ruffians, feeling somewhat exasperated. What did G Boxio promise you to warrant such relentless pursuit? A week has passed, and look at you. You've turned into pandas. When will you give up? You shouldn't speak. Ji Xiao has already informed us about your situation. Hand over the 5 million, and we'll let you go. Ji Xiao said that if we can retrieve the money from you, it will belong to us. If you refuse, we'll have to resort to force. You must comply, or we will deal with you. Lin Xiao finally understood why they were so fixated on him. If the roles were reversed, he would have guarded for a year without complaint. But the target was himself. These individuals sought to seize his money. He wasn't even in possession of it at the moment, and even if he were, he would never hand it over. If they wished to rob him, they should be prepared to face his wrath. He realized he was somewhat short on cash. While these ruffians didn't appear particularly affluent, they couldn't be poorer than him. With that thought, Lin Xiao devised a plan. He addressed the ruffians confidently. This tree is mine to plant. This path is mine to pave. If you wish to pass, leave behind some toll. Hand over your money. His declaration left the ruffians momentarily stunned. In that instant, they were thrown into confusion, questioning whether they were the thugs or if he was the true rogue. They were well aware of Lin Xiao's background. G Boxio had shared everything with them. A mere student with an F-grade ability dared to attempt to rob them? He must have lost his mind. Ha ha. I can't take it anymore. My stomach hurts from laughing. This kid wants to rob us. I suspect he has lost his marbles. Seriously. It's like he is asking for trouble. Lin Xiao frowned, feeling his dignity was being trampled. I insist, everyone be serious. I'm in the midst of a robbery. Chapter 25. Kid, you're playing sneaky. This proclamation ignited the ruffians' anger. Their leader waved his hand decisively. What are you all standing around for? Get him. Today. We'll show this kid why flowers bloom so red. Most of the ruffians had awakened abilities that were not particularly practical. They believed that physical strength was far more reliable than any supernatural power. Moreover, it was already known that Lin Xiao possessed an F-grade enhancement ability, which posed no threat to them whatsoever. So why wait? They could simply deal with him. Lin Xiao was unable to articulate his feelings at that moment, nor did he utilize his powers. However, perhaps due to the frequent use of his abilities during the battle with Sun Ziwen, he found that even without employing his powers, his vision seemed significantly enhanced. The movements of these ruffians appeared to him almost in slow motion. This was not merely a figment of his imagination. After experiencing Sun Ziwen's dimensional descent, the speed of these individuals seemed utterly inconsequential. At that moment, a thug's fist was drawing closer to Lin Xiao, who raised his arm to block the impending strike. The thug, witnessing Lin Xiao's audacity to attempt blocking with his arm, wore a disdainful smile. Although he had awakened a meager ability, he trained regularly and took pride in his combat prowess, believing that this punch would suffice to incapacitate Lin Xiao. When the thug's fist collided with Lin Xiao's arm, he felt little to no impact, while the thug's expression shifted to one of dismay. As if he had struck an iron plate. He had not held back, and now felt as if his hand might be shattered. Everything was under Lin Xiao's control. Evading the attack would have been a simple task, yet he refrained from doing so. The reason he chose to block with his arm was not due to a desire to confront him head-on, but rather because his arm was equipped with restraints provided by Sun Ziwen. Lin Xiao was unaware of the material's composition, but it resembled a weighted vest and possessed two remarkable qualities. It was exceedingly heavy despite its compact size, and it was incredibly durable, capable of withstanding the force of bricks and stones with ease. Initially, Lin Xiao struggled to adapt to the weight of these restraints. The thug clutched his aching fist. Howling in agony, Lin Xiao, unperturbed, delivered a powerful kick that sent him flying, inadvertently toppling several other thugs behind him. Witnessing Lin Xiao's prowess, the remaining thugs became considerably more cautious, hesitant to advance further. The thug leader, incensed by their cowardice, barked, "Get in there. What are you afraid of with so many of you?" The thugs, recalling how they had been intimidated by Lin Xiao's aura, reconsidered and rushed towards him once more. Taking a deep breath to steady his emotions, Lin Xiao recognized his enhanced combat capabilities, far superior to before. As he faced the onslaught of thugs, he evaded their attacks with the grace of a butterfly flitting through flowers, effortlessly dodging their strikes. When avoidance became impossible, he utilized his restraints to defend himself. In that moment, he experienced the thrill that came with being impervious to the tempest of attacks, a feeling that was undeniably exhilarating. Yet, mere evasion was not his style. He had learned from Sun Ziwen that counterattacks were equally essential. Seizing every opportunity, he retaliated fiercely. "Take that. Behold, the monkey steals the peach. Divine grapes. Deadly scissor kick. Ultimate technique, millennial kill." Lin Xiao unleashed his fury, incapacitating the thugs with swift strikes, rendering them unable to rise for a considerable time. However, he exercised restraint, unwilling to cause fatalities. Soon, apart from the thug leader, all others had been subdued, sprawled on the ground, clutching their chests or groins, groaning in pain. The thug leader was taken aback by Lin Xiao's strength. "Kid, you've got some skills. I advise you to hand over the money quietly. You can handle them. But you're not a match for me." Lin Xiao furrowed his brow, perplexed by the thug's misplaced confidence. At that moment, he noticed a surge of energy emanating from the thug leader's hand, as a wind blade gradually took shape. "I can see that your fighting skills are commendable. But how will you respond if I unleash my powers? Though I have merely awakened an E-grade wind ability, it is more than sufficient to deal with you. I refrained from using my powers earlier to avoid escalating matters, but you have forced my hand." With that, the thug leader directed the wind blade towards Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao's gaze fixated on the wind blade. As a first-level wind ability, its power was notable. Indeed, even an F-grade wind blade was not something flesh and blood could withstand. Furthermore, this was Lin Xiao's first encounter with an ability user, causing a twinge of nervousness. Unconsciously, he activated his own powers, and as he did, the previously swift wind blade slowed considerably. Lin Xiao felt confident that he could evade the attack, just as he anticipated. The wind blade missed its target, allowing Lin Xiao to refocus on the thug leader. To his astonishment, the thug leader had vanished from his original position. And before he knew it, the thug was charging at him, wielding a folding knife that was now rapidly swinging towards him. Lin Xiao inwardly acknowledged the thug's remarkable speed. Just moments ago, he had been far away, but now, he was upon him. It seemed the wind blade had merely served as a distraction. Realizing his oversight, Lin Xiao noted that the thug leader had awakened an E-grade wind ability, and while he had not achieved significant mastery, his age had allowed him to become a second-level ability user over the years. In addition to his first-level wind blade, his second-level ability, Wind Track, greatly enhanced his speed. which explained how he had closed the distance so rapidly. At this point, it was too late for Lin Xiao to evade. Fortunately, the thug leader harbored no intent to kill. The knife was aimed at Lin Xiao's arm. Lin Xiao instinctively raised his arm to block the blow. The metallic clash echoed with a sharp ring, and the thug leader felt a powerful force jolt through him, nearly causing him to lose grip on the folding knife. This kid has some strength, he thought, realizing that Lin Xiao's arm was reinforced with steel plates. No wonder his minions fell so easily after taking a few hits from him. Kid, are you playing dirty? Lin Xiao was at a loss for words. He was not playing dirty. His weighted restraints were not aimed specifically at them. However, Lin Xiao's frustration began to mount. Had it not been for the restraints, he might have sustained an injury. It became clear that he needed to exercise greater caution moving forward. Even if an opponent was weaker, he must give it his all to avoid falling into a trap. As for the thug leader, he should prepare to face the wrath of Lin Xiao. Chapter 26, A Bountiful Harvest. This time, Lin Xiao was no longer careless. He resolved to take the initiative and charge towards the thug leader. The ruffian leader dared not underestimate his opponent. From the recent clash, he had discerned that Lin Xiao possessed considerable strength, and he might not be his match. How could this fellow be so formidable? The intelligence reports labeled him a weakling, which defied logic. Had he known that Lin Xiao had been consuming high-grade spiritual beast meat daily, coupled with the guidance of a specialized trainer and the accompaniment of a level 9 healer for recovery, his astonishment might have waned. Understanding that a direct confrontation with Lin Xiao would be unwise, the ruffian leader resolved to engage in guerrilla tactics. Although his wind ability was merely of E grade, the speed enhancement it provided was sufficient to keep Lin Xiao at bay. Indeed, as anticipated, Lin Xiao could not match his speed. Several of Lin Xiao's attempts to strike were in vain, which greatly irked him. He considered shedding his burdens to enhance his agility, but ultimately, he dismissed this notion. He could not reveal his full capabilities. These individuals were sent by G Boxio, and he could not afford to eliminate them, for they would surely report back to G Boxio upon his departure. Exposing his true strength might provoke unwanted attention from G Boxio, and any snares laid in the secret realm would be counterproductive. Frustration mounted within Lin Xiao as he found himself unable to catch his adversary. Unbeknownst to him, the ruffian leader was suffering even more. His tried-and-true tactics, effective in countless encounters, had failed him against Lin Xiao. While Lin Xiao struggled to land a hit, the ruffian leader was aware that their speed differential was not insurmountable, were it not for the wind-enhanced speed he currently possessed. He might have found himself outpaced by Lin Xiao. Continuing on this path, he was bound to be captured by Lin Xiao sooner or later. Cursed be it. If this fellow was so strong, why had he fled previously? In that moment, the ruffian leader was tempted to flee, but abandoning his subordinates was not an option he wished to entertain. Alas, it seemed that today would end in defeat. This young man was playing the role of a cunning predator. Should he perish, he resolved to do so alongside his brothers. I shall confront you, he shouted, charging at Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao, unaware of the inner turmoil the ruffian leader faced, was pondering how to close the distance when the ruffian suddenly rushed towards him. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Xiao welcomed this offering of a human punching bag. The ruffian leader, having lost his composure, stood no chance against Lin Xiao. In mere moments, he was brought to the ground. Standing triumphantly atop the ruffian leader, Lin Xiao could not contain his laughter. He had never felt such power before. Surrounded by so many, he gained a newfound awareness of his own strength. Among level 1 ability users, few could rival him. Had he possessed such prowess earlier, he would not have been felled by a single blow while attempting to rescue someone in distress. Regrettably, such thoughts only led to sorrow. Though the ruffian leader lay defeated, he still retained a sense of pride. I concede defeat. Do with me as you will, but spare my brothers. To Lin Xiao's surprise, the ruffian displayed a sense of camaraderie. Lin Xiao plopped down on the ruffian leader and calmly stated, as I previously mentioned, I am here to rob you. I seek only wealth, not lives. Now, let us proceed with the process. Kindly hand over your money. The ruffian leader, incredulous, exclaimed, What? This young man genuinely intends to rob us. He was not devoid of reason. Immediately, he bellowed at his still wailing subordinates. What are you all dawdling for? Hand over your money. No longer feigning injury, the subordinates began to rise, rummaging through their belongings. Those with cash produced it, while others offered to transfer funds, forming a line to scan their payments. Do not hide anything from me. If I discover concealed amounts, you will regret it. The ruffians wore grim expressions. What a turn of events. Attempting to rob had left them robbed instead. Despite their reluctance, they complied with Lin Xiao's demands. Observing the chaos, Lin Xiao could only shake his head. These thugs were truly disorganized, incapable of even conducting a simple transaction. Do not rush. Form an orderly line, one at a time. Lin Xiao sat atop the ruffian leader as he collected the money. Surprisingly, although the individual amounts were meager, The total still amounted to several thousand, making the effort worthwhile. Once all the payments were collected, Lin Xiao finally rose from the ruffian leader's back. The ruffian leader, now able to stand, had contemplated resisting but found Lin Xiao's weight oppressive, akin to being crushed under a hefty weight. Was this fellow a legendary martial artist employing the mythical technique of 1,000 pounds? Such an explanation seemed plausible. As the ordeal concluded, the ruffian leader prepared to depart with his subordinates. He held no resentment towards Lin Xiao for the robbery. In their line of work, one must eventually pay the price. And this was a consequence of their own actions. Consider this a favor owed to you. May the mountains remain green and the waters flow clear. We shall not trouble you again. However, Lin Xiao interjected, wait a moment. You cannot simply leave like this. Your subordinates have paid. But what of you? Do you think I would forget about you? The ruffian leader, realizing the validity of Lin Xiao's words, found himself at a loss for a rebuttal. Having accumulated some savings, he promptly transferred 20,000 to Lin Xiao, more than he had received from his subordinates combined. Observing the ruffian leader's compliance, Lin Xiao decided to relent. I know you must have kept some funds. I won't pursue this further. Consider it as medical expenses. Thank you. The ruffians, speechless and aware of how their injuries had been incurred, could only bow their heads in submission. Under the eaves of another, one must yield. Thus, they departed. Heads hung low. Once out of sight of Lin Xiao, they turned to their leader with forlorn expressions. Boss, we attempted to steal a chicken, but ended up losing rice. What now? Should we report to young Master Ji? Report? That would only highlight our incompetence. My suggestion is to see if we can recover some losses from young Master Ji, he replied. You must be out of your mind. This young man shows restraint. If young Master Ji learns of our failure, we might be done for. Remember, we have never encountered this young man today. Boss, you are wise. Meanwhile, Lin Xiao was in high spirits, having confirmed his combat prowess. After enduring battles with Sun Ziwen that nearly drove him to despair, he finally felt liberated. Moreover, he had amassed a significant sum, over 30,000, which would allow him to procure necessary supplies. Now, how should he spend this newfound wealth? Chapter 27. The spatial ring. Due to the pressing schedule and the weighty task at hand, Lin Xiao ultimately gritted his teeth and hailed a cab. He located a shopping mall and immediately embarked on a frenzied shopping spree. This time, Lin Xiao was not at all frugal. Anything he deemed potentially useful was swiftly purchased. He harbored no confidence regarding the upcoming expedition into the secret realm. Uncertain of what constituted success or the duration of his stay within the realm, he was entirely in the dark. The unknown always breeds fear, and adhering to the principle of being prepared, Lin Xiao indulged in a whirlwind of consumption. By the end of his shopping, he had filled 5 burlap bags to the brim. Had he not been physically unable to carry more, he likely would have continued purchasing. Alas, the joyous moments are fleeting. Upon returning to the nursing home, it was nearly 11 o'clock. When Elder Zhang beheld Lin Xiao lugging 5 burlap bags, he could only stare in disbelief. Lin, are you moving house? Lin Xiao chuckled, aware that his imminent journey to the secret realm was no secret within the nursing home. Just picking up some essentials that I might need, Brother Zhang. I have things to attend to, so I won't keep you, he replied hastily. For time was of the essence. With a brisk pace, he dashed away, causing Elder Zhang to reflect on the vitality of youth. Upon entering his room, Lin Xiao discovered Sun Ziwen waiting for him. To his surprise, another elder was present. The old man's features were sharply defined, akin to a masterfully carved sculpture, and his striking appearance among seniors was remarkable, hinting at a past as a heartthrob. Lin Xiao recognized him as Mirong Yu, a resident of the nursing home. Though their encounters had been infrequent, it was evident that the other residents held him in high regard. Indeed, respect was the word. Brother Sun, I'm back. Elder Mirong. You're here too, Lin Xiao greeted. Sun Ziwen regarded Lin Xiao with a bemused expression. What on earth have you been up to? Why bring back so much stuff? Mirong Yu remained silent, merely offering Lin Xiao a nod of acknowledgement. This is for the secret realm, right? I wasn't too sure what to bring. So I ended up buying a bit of everything, Lin Xiao explained. Sun Ziwen rolled his eyes in response. Do you really think this is a vacation? With all that baggage, if you encounter a spirit beast in the secret realm, how will you escape? It's all just excess weight. Don't worry about that, brother. There's no rule against bringing items into the secret realm, as long as they aren't prohibited. I've already made the purchases. To leave anything behind would be wasteful. If I can't carry it all, my brothers will help, Lin Xiao countered. Sun Ziwen, momentarily at a loss for words, acknowledged that Lin Xiao was correct. No restrictions had been placed on bringing items, provided they were not contraband. With a resigned sigh, he decided to let it be. His gaze shifted to Mirong Yu. My apologies for the spectacle, Elder Mirong. This lad is quite the handful. Mirong Yu smiled slightly. Not at all. I find the young one rather intriguing. He understands the importance of preparation. Indeed, that is precisely what I meant, Elder Mirong. This lad is one we recommended. While not widely recognized, there are still those aware of him. His presence reflects on us. And to allow him to venture forth burdened with so many items would be akin to slapping our faces. So, wouldn't it be prudent to offer him something? Mirong regarded Sun Ziwen with mild surprise, fully aware of what was being solicited. Sun Ziwen held Lin Xiao in high esteem. Mirong was also familiar with Lin Xiao's circumstances and the favorable disposition the elder residents had towards him. Most wished for Lin Xiao to remain in the nursing home, as this expedition would determine his future there. Lin Xiao, not interjecting, recognized that Sun Ziwen was advocating for his benefit. At this juncture, it was best to remain silent and observe. Very well, since you've asked. I shall grant this favor, Mirong conceded. Thank you, Elder Mirong, Lin Xiao expressed gratefully. Mirong did not respond further, but raised his hand, clenched it into a fist, and produced a sharp, resounding crack that resonated in the air. Lin Xiao felt an odd tremor in the surrounding space. Upon looking again, Mirong held what appeared to be a ring. What the? Is this some kind of magic trick? Just a moment ago, he held nothing at all. How did a ring suddenly materialize? Mirong tossed the ring to Lin Xiao, who caught it with haste. It was indeed a ring. Lin Xiao squinted, uncertain of its purpose. Yet he recalled that the elders in the nursing home all seemed to possess similar rings. Thank you, Elder Mirong. Could you enlighten me on the purpose of this ring? Lin Xiao inquired, his curiosity piqued. Sun Ziwen, unable to contain himself, chimed in. Do you realize how fortunate you are? Just experience it for yourself. Simply infuse your spiritual energy into the ring. Lin Xiao promptly channeled his spiritual energy into the ring, and in an instant, he comprehended its function. As his energy flowed into it, he perceived an expansive space, hundreds of square meters. Finally, he understood. This was a spatial ring. Such rings were exceedingly rare, products of high-level spatial practitioners compressing space. Given that spatial abilities were already scarce, possessing a ring that contained hundreds of square meters was extraordinary. Lin Xiao recalled a news story in which a 10-square-meter spatial ring had sold for over 10 million. He had struck it rich. In that moment, Lin Xiao also grasped Mirong's identity. He was a spatial ability user of no low caliber. Thank you, Elder Mirong. You are truly impressive. Lin Xiao couldn't help but experiment. With a mere thought, the burlap bags were drawn into the spatial ring, and with another thought, they reappeared. Nice. All right, enough playing around. It's nearly time for us to depart. I believe we're supposed to gather at 11:30, Mirong reminded. Lin Xiao's eyes widened. Are you serious? Only half an hour left. Can we truly make it out of the city in time? It seems like it would take longer than that. Chapter 28. Regrouping. Mirong concurred. Indeed, it's time to set off. He turned to Lin Xiao. Little one, do you have anything else to prepare? If not, we shall be on our way. Lin Xiao was perplexed by their urgency. Was there truly enough time to make it? Yet, he concluded that this was not his concern. Just a moment. Lin Xiao stowed 4 snakeskin bags into the spatial ring, keeping one in hand, and then found a length of rope to thread the spatial ring through, wearing it around his neck. All right, I'm ready. Observing Lin Xiao's actions, Sun Ziwen and Mirong exchanged satisfied nods. A common adage states that a man who bears a treasure may invite misfortune. Thus, Lin Xiao wisely concealed the spatial ring while leaving a snakeskin bag as a decoy. In that case, let us set forth, young Lin. Are you truly prepared? Lin Xiao was uncertain of Sun Ziwen's intentions, sensing an undertone of mischief in his words. After contemplating, he concluded that he had forgotten nothing and nodded once more. Let us go. But, brothers, at this hour, can we truly make it in time? Sun Ziwen and Mirong exchanged glances, remaining silent. With a grand gesture, Mirong summoned a force that tugged at Lin Xiao's body, and he abruptly found himself engulfed in a flash of light, instinctively shutting his eyes. When he reopened them, Lin Xiao realized the scenery had shifted dramatically. No longer surrounded by the confines of the nursing home, he now stood amidst a dense forest. However, it was not the moment for reflection. A wave of intense nausea surged through him. Grasping a nearby tree for support, he succumbed to the urge to vomit. Ugh! Lin Xiao's reaction was entirely anticipated by Sun Ziwen and Mirong. As this was Lin Xiao's inaugural experience with spatial teleportation, a degree of discomfort was to be expected. It dawned on him why the two were unfazed by the impending time constraint. They had planned to teleport directly. The spatial manipulation was undeniably extraordinary. Teleportation was an astonishing feat. If he were to venture into logistics, the profits would be staggering. Alas, why was he not awakened to a spatial ability? He lamented the loss of numerous aspirations. Once he had emptied his stomach, Lin Xiao felt a marked improvement in his condition. Truth be told, while the teleportation was impressive, for a novice like him, being whisked away in such a manner induced a disorienting sensation, compounded by the real and palpable force exerted on his body. Little did Lin Xiao know that Mirong's protection was the only reason he had not been violently torn apart by the raw power of space. Another side effect of the teleportation was a temporary loss of hearing. As he regained his senses, the cacophony of voices reached his ears. Upon turning his gaze, he discerned a gathering of hundreds nearby, most of whom appeared to be of similar age to him. These were the participants in the upcoming Secret Realm assessment. It was undeniable that Mirong Yu had chosen an exceptionally discreet location for their arrival. The crowd remained oblivious to their presence. Amidst the throng, Lin Xiao quickly spotted a team from his school, comprising several familiar faces, including Ji Boxio, Lu Ruyan, and Zhou Ji. Once Sun Ziwen observed that Lin Xiao had regained his composure, he spoke slowly. You may handle the rest on your own. Seek out your school's team and perform admirably in the Secret Realm. Also, refrain from mentioning our nursing home to anyone. Understood, I am fully aware, Lin Xiao reassured him. The nursing home was shrouded in mystery, and he had no intention of divulging its secrets to others. Before Lin Xiao could bid farewell, Mirong Yu whisked Sun Ziwen away once more. Initially, Lin Xiao had hoped to inquire about the nature of the assessment, but now he would have to wait until he could ask Zhou Ji. With that thought, Lin Xiao hoisted the snakeskin bag and made his way towards his school's team. His arrival finally drew the attention of the surrounding crowd. There was no denying that Lin Xiao's entrance was rather exceptional. Few others bore snakeskin bags in such a manner. The students from his school quickly recognized him. After all, Lin Xiao's reputation as a devoted admirer had become somewhat notorious. The team leader, a stern middle-aged man, exuded an air of authority and was clearly a no-nonsense individual. Upon spotting Lin Xiao, he promptly directed him to join the group. Lin Xiao recognized him as Zhu Yu, the school's discipline director, often referred to as a demon by the students, known for his unwavering integrity and intolerance for misconduct. Lin Xiao hurriedly approached him. Zhu Yu sighed as he regarded Lin Xiao. He had a fondness for the boy, given his academic excellence and exemplary behavior. However, he questioned Lin Xiao's presence in such an assessment. Lin Xiao, I do not know how you managed to enter, but I advise you to reconsider. The spirit beasts within are formidable, and your awakened abilities may not be suitable for this endeavor. Zhu Yu's tone was stern, but Lin Xiao understood that his intentions were well-meaning. Regrettably, he could not afford to disregard Zhu Yu's concern. His instincts told him that this assessment was of utmost significance to him. Director, I appreciate your concern, but I must participate in this assessment, no matter what, Lin Xiao asserted. Seeing Lin Xiao's determination, Zhu Yu refrained from further persuasion. Very well, I shall not dissuade you further. The assessment will commence shortly. Please rejoin your team. Lin Xiao obediently fell into line, and as he did, Zhou Ji approached, wrapping an arm around him. Hey, you rascal, where have you been these past few days? Did someone break your heart? No need to vanish like that. You could have at least given me a heads up. Do you know how worried I was? Lin Xiao felt a surge of joy at Zhou Ji's familiar warmth, recalling how well Zhou had looked after him previously. Did I not send you a message to assure you of my safety? Did you not see it? And about what happened before, let us not dwell on it. I was blind then, but I've since recovered. Really? I've been preparing for this assessment and had my phone confiscated, so I missed your message. But enough about that. I heard about your little escapade. You slapped Lu Ruyan and extorted Ji Boxio for 500,000? Wow. You cannot imagine my shock upon hearing that. Zhou Ji's voice was anything but quiet, drawing the attention of Ji Boxio and Lu Ruyan, both of whom wore displeased expressions. Ji Boxio scoffed, but refrained from reacting, mindful of the many onlookers. However, a decision had taken root in his mind. He would ensure Lin Xiao faced consequences for his actions. Lu Ruyan stepped forward, confronting Lin Xiao directly. What do you think you're doing? Why have you ignored my messages for so long? Have you gained some new skills? Apologize now, and I might still forgive you. Lin Xiao merely rolled his eyes, pondering where this woman had found her confidence. Did she truly believe she could still command his attention as before? He chose to disregard Lu Ruyan entirely. Hey Zhou, do you hear barking? Could it be a canine spirit beast? Zhou Ji stared at Lin Xiao in disbelief. This boy had truly transformed. Heavens! Who would have thought that after all my warnings about Lu Ruyan being a manipulative vixen, he would finally come to his senses? Lin Xiao's dismissal left Lu Ruyan's eyes glistening with unshed tears. He had never treated her this way before. Without his usual attentiveness, she suddenly felt an unsettling void. Moreover, why did he seem more handsome than before? In comparison, Ji Boxio appeared even more diminutive and unattractive. Damn it! Wouldn't it be better for this guy to comfortably play the backup role for her? Chapter 29. Entering the first-level secret realm. Lin Xiao's disregard irked Lu Ruyan, and just as she was about to voice her discontent, Ji Boxiao pulled her aside. What was the point of conversing with such trash? Once we enter the secret realm, he will likely be the first to be eliminated. With Ji Boxiao's words, Lu Ruyan felt it futile to continue the argument, so she sulkily stood aside. Lin Xiao, entirely oblivious, didn't even glance their way, continuing his conversation with Zhou Ji. Brother Xiao, this secret realm assessment is no trivial matter. I've heard tales of past examinations where new students lost their lives here. We all signed life and death contracts when we arrived. I don't want to alarm you, but with your F-grade ability, which isn't even combat-oriented, are you not courting disaster by coming here? Was it Jibo Xiao's scheme to send you to your doom? At that moment, Lin Xiao was at a loss for how to respond to this inquiry. Judging by the current circumstances, it indeed appeared as though he had come to embrace his demise. Moreover, he couldn't fathom why the residents of the nursing home would insist he participate in this assessment. I have no idea. I was simply notified to attend. So here I am. Zhouji was taken aback. Are you serious? You just went along with it? Brother Xiao, have you considered that you could have refused? Why would I refuse? I wish to broaden my horizons. Zhouji could only sigh in resignation. Fine, if you insist on entering, I won't stop you. Just stick with me once we're inside. I'll protect you, and trust me, I'm quite formidable. Lin Xiao felt a surge of gratitude. Zhouji was his sole good friend from high school. Zhouji came from a wealthy family, albeit not quite rivaling the Ji family status in Sun City. Yet he was not far behind. Furthermore, as the sole heir of the Zhou family, he faced no competition like Jibo Xiao, who had several siblings vying for the family fortune. They had clashed numerous times at school. Zhouji had often expressed his desire to support Lin Xiao, offering to cover all his expenses. Yet, the previous owner of this body had clung to pride, refusing Zhouji's assistance, insisting on working part-time instead. Lin Xiao found this utterly perplexing. If it were him, he would never turn down Zhouji's generosity. Why not let him spend some of his wealth? As long as he remembered Zhouji's kindness, he could repay him once he became prosperous. Rest assured, old Zhou. To be honest, I'm quite strong. Zhouji's lips twitched, and he replied with a hint of exasperation. Yes, you are incredibly strong, beyond belief. Just know that when you're with me, I can at least give you a heads up. Upon reflection, Zhouji realized this was indeed the case. Putting that aside, what on earth is in that bag of yours? Everyone else is traveling light, and here you are, lugging around a massive snakeskin bag. Lin Xiao chuckled. He had nothing to hide from his brother. He promptly opened the snakeskin bag for Zhouji to see. It was filled to the brim with food, drinks, and various daily necessities. Brother Xiao, are you here for the assessment or for a camping trip? Who knows, it might come in handy. By the way, enlighten me about the details of this assessment. I'm still in the dark. Zhouji was thoroughly defeated by Lin Xiao's audacity. He couldn't believe Lin Xiao dared to participate without any knowledge of the assessment. Should I call you bold or just foolish? Whatever the case, let me explain the rules. We recently learned that the purpose of this assessment is to cultivate promising talents for Sun City. As you can see, this gathering includes numerous awakened individuals from various schools, all of whom possess B-grade abilities or higher. Of course, you are the exception, being the only one below B-grade. This assessment will last 3 days. It was traditionally just 1 day, but for some reason, it has been extended this time. The criteria for assessment are simple: the number of spirit beasts you kill. Each spirit beast slain earns you 1 point. Lin Xiao nodded, gaining a clearer understanding of the assessment. Surviving for 3 days with all the supplies he had gathered would surely prove beneficial. However, he still had some doubts. The organizing committee worried that the best talents from Sun City might perish here? Not at all. The time since everyone awakened is relatively short, and their combat skills aren't particularly strong. Moreover, spirit beasts of equal level possess superior combat abilities compared to humans, so danger is indeed present. However, the organizers are not foolish. There are many strong individuals dispersed throughout the secret realm. When we enter, each participant will receive a distress signal flare. If one encounters life-threatening danger or feels unable to survive, they can call for help, but doing so counts as a forfeiture. Furthermore, the conditions inside will be broadcasted live. Countless drones will capture the situation. If danger is detected, nearby powerful individuals will come to assist. Of course, this doesn't guarantee absolute safety, as even the protectors may be unable to reach you in time, which explains the occasional casualties from previous years. At this point, Lin Xiao finally grasped the essence of the assessment. It was, in fact, a means to polish the talents of Sun City while simultaneously allowing them to witness the terror of spirit beasts. The organizers had indeed put considerable thought into it. However, the live broadcast aspect gave him a slight headache. He had initially hoped to quietly amass wealth, but that now seemed unrealistic. Oh well, let us take it one step at a time. Just then, at the entrance of the secret realm, a middle-aged man called out, "Time's up. Everyone, come forward to collect your distress flares and prepare to enter the secret realm." His announcement silenced the previously noisy crowd. Among the multitude of students present, while they were not exactly sheltered flowers, few had ever faced spirit beasts. It would be a lie to say they weren't tense at this moment. For a moment, no one stepped forward. The middle-aged man was about to make a sarcastic remark when a woman stepped up. She had short hair and a healthy, wheat-colored complexion. From a distance, Lin Xiao could not discern her features. Xin Yao from 2nd High School, SS grade strength. Our Sun City S, Seoul, SS grade talent. It would not be an exaggeration to call her the strongest of our cohort. Lin Xiao felt a flicker of curiosity towards Xin Yao. But that was the extent of it. Now that his horizons had broadened, encountering an SS grade powerhouse was no longer a novelty for him. There were likely plenty in the nursing home. With Xin Yao taking the lead, others began to follow suit, unwilling to lag behind. Lin Xiao remained unhurried, waiting alongside Zhou Ji until the very end. Jibo Xiao entered with Lu Ru Yin, casting a few cold glances at Lin Xiao as they departed. Lin Xiao met his gaze defiantly. Once the crowd had thinned, Lin Xiao and Zhou Ji prepared to enter. The middle-aged man furrowed his brow upon seeing Lin Xiao, first checking his snakeskin bag for any contraband. After finding nothing amiss, he handed it back to Lin Xiao. As Lin Xiao and Zhou Ji stepped inside, the middle-aged man revealed a knowing smile. This kid is interesting. He has brought quite a bit of supplies, showing foresight. But why did those seniors insist he participate in this assessment? Aside from bringing along some supplies, there appears to be nothing particularly remarkable about it. Nevertheless, it seems that the intentions of the predecessors are not something one can easily decipher. Observing further, he too is curious to discover what it is about this young man that has captured the attention of those elders. Chapter 30. The disparity between individuals. This assessment is broadcasted live across the internet. For the formidable, a first-tier secret realm holds little allure. However, for ordinary individuals, it is an entirely different matter. After all, they may never have the chance to step foot into such a realm in their lifetime. Thus, when the broadcast commenced, a multitude of viewers flocked to the live stream, driven solely by a desire to broaden their horizons. Finally, it is about to begin. I have been eagerly anticipating this for quite some time. It has been ages since I last saw a live stream of a secret realm. I intend to fully enjoy this one. Alas, it is merely a first-tier secret realm, but I am grateful nonetheless. A 5th-tier realm feels far beyond our reach. Newcomer reporting. Where have those entering the secret realm gone? It hasn't started yet, but it might as well have. At least it allows someone like me, an ordinary person, to glimpse the wonders within the secret realm. The viewers engaged in light banter, the live stream divided into numerous angles, enabling them to click on specific scenes of their choice. The footage displayed the conditions within the first-tier secret realm, thanks to the drones capturing every angle. Even ordinary viewers could observe many spirit beasts residing in the first-tier realm. The first-tier spirit beasts, while not particularly large, appeared quite docile, resembling ordinary animals in demeanor. The most perilous among them seemed to be certain wolf-like spirit beasts. As discussions continued in the comments, the first student to enter the realm finally made an appearance. Xin Yao appeared in the secret realm without any forewarning, instantly captivating the attention of the audience. The drone zoomed in for a close-up of Xin Yao. Her striking beauty was undeniable. With short hair and sun-kissed skin, coupled with delicate features, she exuded an androgynous charm, yet upon closer inspection, there was an exquisite allure about her. Here she comes. It seems the assessment is about to commence. What are those upstairs focusing on? Does it even matter if the assessment begins? Have you not seen that the first to appear is such a stunning beauty? The foolish ones are still commenting, while the wise among us have cleared our screens and are now swooning. You upstairs are truly ridiculous. Typing with both hands to prove my innocence. Innocent? My foot. You're still thinking of making a move? Meanwhile, more students continued to enter the secret realm, their curiosity piqued as they surveyed their surroundings. As this was their first foray into such a realm, they were filled with wonder. Fortunately, the entrance bore no spirit beasts, allowing for a sense of calm among them. Soon, Lin Xiao and Zhou Ji also made their entrance, with Lin Xiao immediately catching the attention of the livestream audience. It was impossible to overlook him, given the conspicuous snakeskin bag he carried. While others were lightly equipped, only Lin Xiao bore such a large bag. Yet, many female viewers were drawn to something other than the bag itself. Does no one notice how incredibly handsome this young man is? He is exactly my type, ladies. Do not compete with me. Ladies, as a man, I advise you not to be deceived by his appearance. Just look at the snakeskin bag he carries. It reveals his ordinary nature. What do you know upstairs? This is fashion. We ladies are speaking. What business do you have interjecting? Step aside. Unaware that he had become the center of attention, Lin Xiao remained oblivious. Following him was a middle-aged man, who cleared his throat to draw the attention of those present. Students, I am Wang Qing, the chief examiner for this assessment. It is about to begin. So allow me to offer you a few words of advice. First, do not be misled by appearances. Some entities that seem harmless may very well endanger your life. Second, you all should be aware of the requirements for this assessment. Obtaining the final rewards cannot be achieved merely by coasting through. Therefore, I urge you to put forth your best efforts. Third, your adversaries in this assessment will not only be the spirit beasts within, but also the individuals beside you. Thus, attacking those around you is permitted. By doing so, you will acquire their points. However, any malicious intent to take another's life will be deemed a failure, and severe penalties will ensue. That is all I have to say. How you proceed is entirely up to you. Whether you choose to act independently or form teams is your decision. The assessment officially begins now. As Wang Qing's words resonated, the students immediately turned their attention warily to those around them. Just as Wang Qing indicated, those nearby could very well be their competitors. Given the allowance for individual action, uncertainty brewed within them, as none knew what manner of spirit beasts they might encounter. In that moment, familiar faces among the students began to form spontaneous teams. Naturally, Lin Xiao paired with Zhou Ji, as he held complete trust in him. Old Zhou, are there any rewards for this assessment? I didn't hear you mention it earlier. There are rewards, though they aren't particularly grand, so I neglected to mention them. Since you asked, I shall inform you. The first place reward is 200,000 plus a spirit orb related to your profession, while the rewards for those ranked 2nd to 10th are 500,000 plus a spirit orb. After that, only a modest amount of cash rewards remains. Lin Xiao's eyes brightened. Initially, he had intended to merely coast through this assessment, but now he found his perspective shifting. He understood that spirit orbs contained the essence within spirit beasts. Defeating them granted a chance to obtain these orbs. However, the odds were exceedingly low, which kept their prices exorbitantly high. Even a first-tier spirit orb would command hundreds of thousands in the market. The purpose of a spirit orb is to allow an awakened individual to absorb one of the same attribute, thereby acquiring a spirit skill. Each level permits the absorption of one spirit orb, meaning that theoretically, a 9th-level powerhouse could possess up to 18 spirit skills. Naturally, the specific market value would depend on the type of spirit orb and the nature of the skill contained within, thus it cannot be generalized. Lin Xiao was not particularly interested in the spirit orbs, as his own abilities were somewhat subpar. What concerned him was that 200,000. Having settled into a nursing home, his finances had dwindled, leaving him in dire straits. Although he had robbed those thugs, the meager amount he acquired failed to provide him with any sense of security. That 200,000 was indeed a timely windfall. Driven by the prospect of 200,000, Lin Xiao recognized the challenge ahead. It would not be easy to obtain such a sum. Setting aside Xin Yao, even someone like Ji Boxio could likely prove to be his superior, hence a more strategic approach was warranted. You should have mentioned it sooner. That's 200,000. What of 200,000? It's nothing compared to a spirit orb, which I have already been prepared for. Lin Xiao responded with exasperation. Damn. I forgot this guy is also a super rich second-generation heir. Chapter 31. Reality is more ruthless than imagination. The students began to form teams spontaneously, typically grouping into small clusters of several individuals. Lin Xiao chose not to mingle with the crowd, feeling that he and Zhou Ji were sufficient company. To his astonishment, at that moment, an unexpected figure approached him, none other than Ji Boxio. With a smile, Ji Boxio addressed Lin Xiao. We are all from the same school. Why don't you team up with us? Lin Xiao curled his lip in disdain, sensing that Ji Boxio's invitation was laced with ulterior motives. Not interested. Kindly refrain from bothering me. The corners of Ji Boxio's eyes twitched involuntarily. His intention in inviting the duo was not genuine camaraderie. He had plans to keep them close at hand for his own purposes, but he had not anticipated Lin Xiao's immediate and resolute rejection. At this juncture, Lu Rian reappeared. Lin Xiao, don't be ungrateful. We are well aware of your capabilities. You are nothing but a burden. Brother Boxio is extending this invitation out of respect for our shared affiliation. Lin Xiao sighed. He truly wished to distance himself from these two. You've labeled me a burden, so I shall not drag you down any further. Please, vanish from my sight. Unappreciative. After some teams had successfully formed, several groups began to set off. Ji Boxio did not linger any longer with Lin Xiao and led his team away. They were currently at the entrance of the secret realm, where spirit beasts were scarce, making it an ideal training ground for teams unaccustomed to battle. It was imperative to adapt swiftly, otherwise, the nearby spirit beasts might be depleted. As more teams chose to depart, Zhou Ji glanced at Lin Xiao, who showed no inclination to move. Xiao Gu, shouldn't we set off as well? The spirit beasts will soon be gone, and can we truly manage with just the two of us? Departing early may not be advantageous. The assessment has only just begun. Why the rush? Besides, what's wrong with just the two of us? Did you not vow to protect me? Zhou Ji contemplated saying more, but ultimately held his tongue. So be it. If they were eliminated, he merely sought to broaden his horizons. Several teams shared Lin Xiao's sentiment, also opting to wait. After a while, Lin Xiao assessed that the earlier departing teams had ventured far enough, and he and Zhou Ji finally decided to embark. The first team to leave was a 5-member squad consisting of 3 men and 2 women. All 5 were A-grade awakened beings, while lacking S-grade powers. They were nonetheless formidable within their ranks. Their pace was swift, quickly distancing themselves from other teams. They were encountering spirit beasts for the first time. A solitary rabbit, seemingly harmless, was leisurely nibbling on grass. Initially startled by the movement, the 5-member team relaxed upon realizing it was merely a rabbit. The leader of the group conjured a fireball, prepared to eliminate the solitary rabbit, but was halted by one of the women in the team. Shuiyu, the rabbit is so adorable. Could we refrain from harming it? After a moment's consideration, Shuiyu extinguished the fireball, though he believed dispatching the rabbit was the safer option. Its lack of apparent threat meant that as long as it did not attack, there was little cause for concern. Most importantly, the woman who spoke was the object of his long-standing affection. He felt compelled to maintain a favorable impression, as any negative encounter would be regrettable. All right, we shall heed Shuixian's wishes. The others had no objections. After all, it was just a rabbit. The 5 continued on their path, with the rabbit now blocking their way, and unconsciously drew nearer. Seemingly aware of their non-threatening stance, the rabbit did not flee, continuing to munch on grass. Shuixian, watching the little creature, felt a rush of affection. If possible, she would love to adopt this charming rabbit as a pet. Although Shuiyu harbored lingering concerns, he soon perceived that the rabbit exhibited no signs of aggression, concluding that it likely belonged to the more docile category of first-tier spirit beasts. With this thought, the group instinctively relaxed their guard. Suddenly, the rabbit lifted its head and lunged directly at Shuixian. Its form began to morph, transforming from an ordinary rabbit into a muscular creature of sheer strength. The unexpected turn of events left the 5 utterly unprepared. They had not anticipated the rabbit's extraordinary speed, and as it transformed into a muscular beast, Shuiyu realized the peril they faced. A violent rabbit, known for its cunning, prowess in disguise, and overwhelming strength. At that moment, Shuiyu was filled with regret. He had studied these spirit beasts, yet had failed to connect the dots in time. He yearned to save Shuixian, a rare opportunity for heroism, but the violent rabbit's speed rendered his efforts futile. The other 3 members were too far away to provide assistance as well. Shuixian was paralyzed with fright, momentarily forgetting her own status as an awakened being. Standing frozen in shock, the violent rabbit's eyes glinted with ferocity as it brandished elongated claws aimed directly at her neck. A successful strike would surely spell her doom. In that dire moment, a water sphere suddenly enveloped the violent rabbit, and a figure clad in a black robe appeared before the 5. The man cast a cold glance at them. You have been eliminated. Did no one inform you not to be deceived by a spirit beast's appearance? How naive. If you maintain this mindset, you will last no more than an hour. Had I not fortuitously been here, you would already be dead. The black-robed man's words were unyielding. Yet the 5 could muster no retort. Shuixian's eyes brimmed with tears, her expression one of despair. The black-robed man remained unmoved and gestured towards her. You have just begun your journey. You should know where the exit is. Leave on your own. Acknowledging the futility of arguing, Shuixian could only depart in dismay. The man waved his hand, releasing the violent rabbit. Startled, the creature reverted to its ordinary form and scampered away in a flash. The competition continues. Exercise caution. For next time you may not be so fortunate. Should you perish here, you have no one to blame but yourselves. With that, the man departed, leaving Shuiyu and his companions shaken. They had indeed been too naive. The reality was far harsher than they had anticipated. Similar scenes unfolded among other teams, with many encountering spirit beasts. Due to their lack of experience, numerous individuals failed to utilize their abilities effectively and faced elimination. Fortunately, as the assessment had only just commenced, the strong individuals assigned to protect them remained vigilant, preventing any casualties for the time being. Chapter 32. Is this what you call protecting me? All of this was broadcast live by the drones hovering above, and the barrage of comments erupted like a tempest. Wow, are spirit beasts really this formidable? In just this brief moment, so many have been eliminated. It's truly an eye-opener. I thought that rabbit was quite adorable and considered keeping one as a pet, but it suddenly turned into a muscle-bound beast, scaring the wits out of me. Am I the only one who finds that muscular rabbit even more charming? 1. However, this is also due to the students' lack of experience. Otherwise, so many Wun-Ti have been eliminated. Indeed, there are still quite a few teams performing commendably, just as the comments suggested. Several teams were indeed showcasing impressive performances. For instance, the team led by Shun Yao encountered a violent rabbit shortly after their departure. Unlike Xinxian, upon spotting the violent rabbit, Xin Yao was not swayed by its intimidating appearance and immediately launched an attack. Her combat style was refreshingly straightforward, with a single punch. She sent the violent rabbit packing. Truly, she exemplified the might of an SS-level strength type. Similarly, Ji Boxio's team did not lag behind. Upon discovering the spirit beast, he promptly commanded an assault. Under their concentrated fire, the spirit beast swiftly succumbed. Once the battle commenced, Nearly all teams began to scour for traces of spirit beasts. As the competition was fierce, and to amass more points, one must swiftly locate these creatures. However, one team stood apart, Lin Xiao and Zhou Ji. At that moment, Lin Xiao was leisurely wandering through the secret realm. It had been a while since he had encountered a single spirit beast. Most had already been cleared by the preceding teams. Intentionally following the routes taken by other teams, he engaged Zhou Ji in conversation out of sheer boredom. Old Zhou, this reward is nothing for a rich second generation like you. Why does Ji Boxio seem to be so determined? Of course, he must exert himself. Although he might not care much for the rewards, this assessment is not merely about the prizes. It's being broadcasted live, and many prestigious spirit martial academies are watching. A stellar performance could attract their attention. But that's not the primary reason. I'm the only heir in my family, so I'm free from such desires. Ji Boxio, on the other hand, must be eager to shine, especially after awakening his S-level ability, which surely earned him quite the reputation in his family. I suspect his goal is to at least break into the top 10. Lin Xiao understood. No wonder he was so zealous. After advancing a little further, Lin Xiao stumbled upon the corpse of a violent rabbit. There was a hole in its body, indicating that a team had slain it, presumably to check for spirit pearls. Yet Lin Xiao couldn't fathom why a team would leave such a valuable resource behind when they were meant to stay for 3 days. What wastefulness! Such a delightful ingredient should surely be braised. Hearing Lin Xiao's words, Zhou Ji looked at him as if he were a fool. Xiao Gu, you can't be serious. Spirit beast meat isn't something to be taken lightly. It contains spirit energy, and even for a first-level spirit beast, we would need to digest it properly. In this secret realm, we have no idea what dangers lurk. No one dares to sample it recklessly. Moreover, spirit beasts have acute senses. Cooking food carelessly would attract them. Lin Xiao touched his nose, fully aware of this fact. Among the students, aside from strength types like Xin Yao, most had awakened elemental abilities, akin to mages, and generally had frail physiques. Consuming spirit beast meat directly would indeed require a considerable period for digestion. However, he needn't worry about this issue. In the nursing home, he had consumed high-grade spirit beast meat. The energy embedded in first-level spirit beast meat was trivial for him. Since you all know that spirit beast meat can't be consumed casually, why didn't you bring any food? Zhou Ji looked skyward in exasperation. It's a long story. Previous assessments usually concluded in a day, but upon arriving here, we discovered this one lasts 3 days. There was no way to prepare food in advance. But Xiao Gu, tell me honestly, do you have some insider information? How else could you have brought so much food? Lin Xiao was struck dumb. It seemed he had stumbled upon a stroke of luck. Since they hadn't brought food and were discarding these spirit beast corpses, were they planning to tough it out for 3 days? It's not as dire as you think. There are plenty of food sources in the secret realm. Like wild fruits. I suppose those teams prefer not to risk using spirit beast meat. Lin Xiao realized the situation. Well, that worked to his advantage. When it came time to rest, he could savor some roasted rabbit meat. Though he chatted with Zhou Ji, Lin Xiao remained vigilant. Having activated his abilities to keep a watchful eye on his surroundings, his powers were well suited for reconnaissance. Any movement nearby would not escape his notice. He could even observe the situations of distant teams, while they remained oblivious to his presence. This was the advantage of enhanced vision. Lin Xiao had long since decided that attending an esteemed spirit martial university was unrealistic. He preferred the comfort of the nursing home. Nonetheless, he intended to give this assessment his all, aiming for first place, not for glory, but for the enticing reward that came with it. Yet it was still too early to exert himself. The assessment had only just begun, and he preferred to observe for the time being. At that moment, Lin Xiao suddenly noticed movement in the nearby grass, and he immediately became alert. He couldn't help but scoff at the other teams. How could they have missed a spirit beast? Old Zhou, there's something moving. Prepare for battle. Zhou Ji tensed up at once. A rabbit appeared before them. But Lin Xiao was not deceived by its appearance, especially since he was still holding the corpse of a violent rabbit. This particular violent rabbit, sensing that only 2 of them were present, dropped its disguise and charged at them in its muscular form. Lin Xiao glanced at the somewhat anxious Zhou Ji and delivered a swift kick to him. What are you frozen for? Attack! Zhou Ji snapped out of his daze, turning to Lin Xiao with a confident grin. Don't worry, I've got this. No surprises here. Hearing Zhou Ji's words, Lin Xiao prepared to lay back. His principle was to avoid unnecessary exertion whenever possible. However, Zhou Ji's subsequent performance completely took Lin Xiao by surprise. Behold my first-level spirit technique, Earth Wall 4. He had to admit, Zhou Ji was quick to unleash his spirit technique, and soon they were surrounded by 4 earthen walls. Huh, Xiao Gu, am I impressive or what? I guarantee that the violent rabbit 1T breached my defenses. Lin Xiao's eyelids twitched violently. So, this is what you meant by having me stand behind you? This is your idea of protecting me? What else could it be? I am an earth elemental adept, currently at the first level, possessing only this defensive ability. I have yet to decide which first-level spirit orb to absorb, hence I remain in this predicament. Lin Xiao gazed skyward, bemused, realizing that Zhou Zi's offensive capabilities were utterly non-existent. I truly appreciate your efforts. Chapter 33. These two little rascals possess a certain finesse. The live stream was divided into numerous feeds. Initially, Lin Xiao's team, being the smallest, attracted a fair amount of viewers. However, as time elapsed, the audience dwindled significantly. There was no remedy. These two were exceedingly cautious, rendering any potential spectacle of battle invisible to their followers. Yet, no one anticipated that despite their furtive nature, they would encounter a rare opportunity. This ignited a flicker of excitement among the scant viewers still invested in their plight. As the confrontation commenced, Zhou Zi promptly conjured for earthen walls, securely enclosing the two within. This action led to yet another wave of disappointment among the onlookers. Damn it, he's a turtle shell mage. I thought we would finally witness some combat. What a bummer, I'm out. There's no point in continuing to watch. Wait, something's amiss. Good grief, are they ensnaring themselves? Unexpectedly, Lin Xiao found himself in a precarious situation. Initially believing that Zhou Zi's formidable earthen barriers would thwart any aggression from the violent rabbit, he was unaware of a critical oversight. Although surrounded by earthen walls, Zhou Zi had neglected to cap them. The violent rabbit, upon spotting the walls, instinctively discerned its method of assault. With a powerful thrust of its hind legs, it propelled itself skyward. The walls, merely 2 to 3 meters high, proved utterly inadequate against the violent rabbit, which easily breached Zhou Zi's defenses. Moreover, the very walls intended for protection became an impediment for both Lin Xiao and Zhou Zi, hindering their immediate escape. Lin Xiao, increasingly despondent, understood Zhou Zi's earth affinity and the fact that the first-level ability was merely to erect earth walls. However, he had not anticipated that, given Zhou Zi's background, he had yet to absorb a first-level spirit orb. Zhou Zi's earlier fervent declarations had misled him into believing in his confidence. Who could have known that this fellow was merely blindly self-assured? Haha. Though I cannot fend off the spirit beast, rest assured, those first-level spirit beasts stand no chance of breaching my defenses. Lin Xiao tugged at Zhou Zi. The latter, perplexed, glanced at Lin Xiao and followed his gaze upward, his expression shifting to one of incredulity. Oh no. How could I have overlooked the fact that the enemy might launch an aerial assault? We're doomed. The violent rabbit leaped into the enclosure formed by the earthen walls, displaying an unervingly human-like grin. Due to the confined space and suboptimal camera angles, the unfolding events within remained unbroadcast, inciting palpable anticipation among the spectators eager to witness the conflict, while simultaneously worrying for Lin Xiao and Zhou Zi. After all, in such a cramped space, the combination of a spirit beast and two humans felt ominous. They had observed the violent rabbit's prowess, aside from Shen Yao, who handled it with relative ease. Other teams had struggled to contend with the creature. Surely, this assessment would not lead to casualties during the Secret Realm assessment. Meanwhile, the protective personnel monitoring the Secret Realm had also noticed the unfolding scenario. All nearby personnel at coordinates 12518, expedite your support. We have an emergency situation. Understood. I am near, but it will take me 2 minutes to arrive. Can they hold on? Details are unclear. Proceed with haste. Initially, Lin Xiao and Zhou Zi were under clandestine protection, but seeing their excessive caution, and given that they were traversing paths previously taken by other students, the protector had relaxed their vigilance. Furthermore, a nearby team had encountered 2 spirit beasts, prompting the protector to prioritize assistance there. Little did they know that, shortly after their departure, trouble would arise. Although injuries were not uncommon during the Secret Realm assessments, those responsible for safeguarding were determined to prevent any mishaps. Upon entering the earthen enclosure, the violent rabbit wasted no time, launching an immediate attack. Zhou Zi instinctively positioned himself in front of Lin Xiao. Brother Xiao, this is my oversight. I will shield you, and I will dismantle the earthen walls. You must flee. Lin Xiao felt a mix of gratitude and anger. He was touched that Zhou Zi thought of him during such a crisis, yet frustrated that Zhou Zi viewed him as someone who could abandon his brother in the face of danger. While he feared for his life, he could never forsake his comrade. Relying on Zhou Zi to handle the violent rabbit seemed unrealistic. He realized he must take matters into his own hands. Enough, old Zhou. Cease your bravado. Allow me to handle this. As he spoke, Lin Xiao firmly grasped Zhou Zi. The latter attempted to resist, but found that no matter how hard he struggled, he could not extricate himself from Lin Xiao's grip. Brother Xiao, stop this. With your awakened F-level ability, I am no match for you, let alone yourself. Just as the violent rabbit's assault was about to descend upon them, Lin Xiao, having exchanged enough words, exerted his strength. Yanking Zhou Zi behind him, and stepping forward to confront the violent rabbit. The confined space limited Lin Xiao's ability to evade the creature's assault. He could only raise one arm to meet the incoming strike. The bindings on his arm increased both his burden and his defense, allowing him to utilize it as a shield in this critical moment. Clang! The violent rabbit's claws collided with Lin Xiao's bound arm, producing a resounding thud. This momentary shock caused the violent rabbit to hesitate, as the impact did not feel like it struck flesh. Lin Xiao, however, did not remain idle. He seized the opportunity to retaliate, swiftly grasping the violent rabbit's neck and wrenching it with all his might. A sickening crack echoed as he snapped the creature's neck. The entire sequence unfolded with breathtaking swiftness, leaving Zhou Ji in a state of disbelief as he stared at Lin Xiao. After a long pause, he finally regained his composure. Good grief. Brother Xiao, how did you accomplish that? When did you become so formidable? At that moment, Lin Xiao too felt a surge of trepidation. Fortunately, his recent sparring partner had been Sun Zaiwen, and in comparison, the violent rabbit was far weaker. Do not worship me. I am but a legend. As the two contemplated their exchange, the earthen walls surrounding them suddenly shattered, sending ripples of tension through both. To so effortlessly demolish Zhou Ji's fortifications suggested the presence of a spirit beast of at least the second level. How could such a creature manifest in this realm? However, upon discovering that the figures outside were not beasts, but rather personnel assigned to protect them, they breathed a sigh of relief. I say, good sir, why did you topple my earthen walls? You startled me. I thought another spirit beast had appeared. The rescuers, amused yet exasperated, had feared that if they delayed, these two would meet an untimely end. Yet, it appeared their intervention was entirely unnecessary. They were more than capable of managing on their own. These two little rascals possess a certain finesse. Chapter 34. Little coins are beckoning to me. The man remained silent, casting a meaningful glance at the two, particularly regarding Lin Xiao, his eyes betraying a hint of curiosity. The circumstances at the scene made it evident that Lin Xiao had been the one to vanquish the violent rabbit. His task was to ensure the safety of the two. Now that he was assured of their well-being, it was time for him to depart. As for how Lin Xiao had managed to defeat the violent rabbit, he held no interest. He trusted that as long as Lin Xiao took action, he would soon discern the young man's capabilities. With the collapse of the earthen wall, the drone finally captured the situation at this location. Those watching the live stream breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing that both individuals were safe. It's truly wonderful that these two little ones are unharmed. I was just worrying about them. Don't you wonder how they managed to slay the spirit beast? The earthen wall must have been part of their strategy. I suspect one is earth type, while the other specializes in close combat, aimed at luring the violent rabbit inside. It seems that is indeed the case. However, to dispatch the violent rabbit so swiftly, their prowess should not be underestimated. I recall a previous five-man team that struggled significantly to eliminate one. Regardless of your opinions, I have decided to keep an eye on these two. I have a feeling they will surprise me. Once the man vanished, Zhou Ji felt a wave of trepidation wash over him. He plopped down onto the ground. That scared me to death. I almost thought I was done for. Brother Xiao, when did you become so formidable? Lin Xiao was at a loss for words. The events of the past week had been rather extraordinary. Moreover, he had no intention of disclosing the matter of the nursing home to Zhou Ji. It's not that I am powerful, it's merely that the rabbit was too weak. I've been training my physique lately. Haven't you noticed that I've developed some muscles? Upon hearing this, Zhou Ji indeed perceived a noticeable difference in Lin Xiao compared to before. At the very least, Lin Xiao now appeared considerably sturdier. And listen to this. What do you mean the rabbit was too weak? How was it weak? Let us not dwell on that, Brother Xiao. What shall we do next? We shall continue onward. This was merely an accident. As long as we proceed with caution, we should be fine. The two then resumed their journey, with Lin Xiao resolved to adopt a strategy of survival at all costs. Over the next half-day, they encountered not a single spirit beast. However, they did come across numerous spirit beast carcasses. Lin Xiao had already examined the violent rabbit he had slain and discovered that it bore no spirit pearl. Acquiring a spirit pearl was no simple feat as the assessment had progressed for over half a day. Besides contending with spirit beasts, the new students faced another challenge. Upon entering the secret realm, everyone had encountered spirit beasts to varying degrees, making battles inevitable. Coupled with their continuous travel, everyone was feeling famished. The food they discovered along the way was scarce and insufficient to satisfy their hunger. Some had found no food at all and began contemplating whether to consume spirit beast meat. Eventually, a team could no longer endure and began cooking spirit beast meat. Once the meat was prepared, they hastily devoured it. In their view, although first-level spirit beast meat required some time to digest, as long as they were not attacked by spirit beasts during that period, it would be manageable, at least better than starving. Unfortunately, they underestimated the spirit beasts. Their keen sense of smell attracted nearby spirit beasts, which immediately chose to attack upon discovering the team. This group consisted of 7 members, deemed relatively strong. Yet, they attracted even more spirit beasts, 9 in total. Under normal circumstances, they could withstand an assault for a while, but having just consumed spirit beast meat, their bodies were still absorbing its energy, which somewhat affected their combat capabilities. The person designated to protect them swiftly intervened to disperse the spirit beasts, but in doing so, disqualified the entire team from the competition. Though the team members were somewhat discontented, they were powerless to change their fate. At that moment, Lin Xiao and Zhou Ji were not far from the team, witnessing their elimination. Indeed, cooking within the secret realm proved to be a perilous endeavor. These individuals were simply inept. It's pathetic that they couldn't handle mere first-level spirit beast meat. Lin Xiao was unaware that his ability to consume such high-grade spirit beast meat without any adverse effects was not merely due to his own strength, but rather the presence of Lu Jiao, a 9th-level healer. The first time Lin Xiao consumed high-grade beast meat, Lu Jiao had neutralized the violent energy within it. Subsequently, as he continued to eat, his body developed resistance, complemented by his intense training, which prevented any ill effects. Zhou Ji, being a scion of a notable family, possessed more knowledge in this regard than Lin Xiao. In truth, if we were in a completely safe environment, consuming spirit beast meat of a comparable level would be advantageous. As first-level ability users, we could manage second-level spirit beast meat without issue, provided we could absorb the energy within. Spirit beast meat can enhance our physiques. The crux of the matter is that we are currently in a secret realm with no time to absorb the energy. And given the acute sense of smell of the spirit beasts, consuming spirit beast meat is exceedingly dangerous unless absolutely necessary. Lin Xiao understood this, recognizing that others in the competing teams likely shared this awareness. Otherwise, they would not have allowed him to gather so much spirit beast meat. Having just witnessed a Team S elimination, Lin Xiao, despite his desire to eat spirit beast meat, refrained from cooking at this moment. He was not worried about going hungry, as his snakeskin bag contained ample provisions. "Old Zhou, let us take a break and fill our stomachs," Lin Xiao suggested, retrieving some food from his bag to offer to Zhou Ji. Zhou Ji gave Lin Xiao a thumbs up. "You truly have foresight, Brother Xiao, bringing so much food. Even if we were here for 3 days, we wouldn't finish it all." Hearing Zhou Ji's words, Lin Xiao fell into contemplation. Just as Zhou Ji had stated, the provisions he brought were more than sufficient for the two of them for an extended period. The issue was that this was merely one of his snakeskin bags. Within his spatial ring, there were 4 more. Although not all of the bags contained food, 3 of them were filled with provisions and water. If he were to carry all of this out, it would indeed be a tremendous waste. If only he could sell the excess to others. With this thought, Lin Xiao suddenly conceived an idea. He resolved to keep enough food for the two of them while selling the rest at a premium to others. This way, his trip to the secret realm would not be in vain. Of course, there was no rush at present. Most people should still be able to endure, and high prices might not be achievable just yet. He aimed to maximize the benefits from this food. Waiting a little longer, he could almost envision the small fortunes beckoning to him. Chapter 35. The Lin Family Convenience Store officially opens. The day passed in the blink of an eye, and the students participating in the Secret Realm assessment welcomed their first night within. Gazing at the crescent moon in the sky, Lin Xiao fell into deep thought. He wondered if the moon in this secret realm was the same as the one in the real world. Although the secret realm and the real world are interconnected, they resemble 2 distinct universes. Casting aside impractical musings, this was not something he ought to contemplate. Zhou Ji yawned as he approached Lin Xiao. "Brother Xiao, it's getting dark. What shall we do next?" "What shall we do? Sleep, of course. You don't intend to venture out at night, do you?" Zhou Ji hastily shook his head. Nighttime expeditions were undoubtedly unwise. Many spirit beasts possessed night vision capabilities, making the dangers of nocturnal activities exponentially greater than those encountered during the day. While nighttime excursions were out of the question, the prospect of resting peacefully seemed equally unrealistic. If they fell asleep, a spirit beast could launch a surprise attack, and they might not even realize how they perished. Lin Xiao was well aware of this. He had already devised a plan. "Aren't you an Earth-type awakener? Have you forgotten your previous earthen walls? This time, why not simply construct a room? Just remember to seal the top and leave a few ventilation holes." Zhou Ji's eyes gleamed. This was indeed a splendid idea. He found manipulating earthen walls to be quite effortless, and their sturdiness posed no issue. If a spirit beast were to attack, breaching the earthen wall would require a certain amount of time, and as long as they heard any commotion, they would awaken. With this in mind, it truly seemed possible to sleep soundly. Seizing the moment, Zhou Ji immediately began to employ his spiritual technique, and soon a rudimentary earthen dwelling took shape. The structure was complete, save for a few tiny air vents, leaving it shrouded in darkness. Zhou Ji felt as if he could see nothing at all. Lin Xiao, however, fared better. His enhanced vision not only improved his sight, but also augmented his night vision capabilities. They would have to make do for the night. Make do? Lin Xiao retorted. How could one merely make do? When it is time to enjoy oneself, one must indulge. He rummaged through his snakeskin bag and quickly retrieved a flashlight, illuminating the long mist glow. Although he possessed night vision, Zhou Ji could not see. You actually brought a flashlight? I brought many things. Here, take it. Zhou Ji was taken aback as Lin Xiao tossed him a sleeping bag. Wait, Brother Xiao, you brought this too? Impressive. Enough chatter. We've all had a long day. Let us get some rest. Understood. Sleep it is. Soon, Lin Xiao and Zhou Ji succumbed to slumber, in stark contrast to their leisurely respite. Other teams were not so fortunate. Lacking the earthen refuge that Lin Xiao had, even those with earth-type abilities had yet to conceive such a strategy. Exhaustion weighed heavily upon everyone, forcing them to take turns resting, for none dared to let their guard down in the secret realm. Those tasked with keeping watch had to summon their remaining strength. Fatigue was inevitable, and their stomachs frequently reminded them of their hunger. For many, it was destined to be a night fraught with sleeplessness. Unlike these students, those responsible for their protection were fully alert. The guardians tasked with safeguarding the students were all, at least, third-tier warriors. Their understanding of the secret realm far surpassed that of the students, who could afford to rest without worry, knowing full well that the dangers of the night exceeded those of the day. That night, many students would face elimination. Their only duty was to ensure that no deaths occurred among the students. Meanwhile, numerous nocturnal spirit beasts began to stir. Many spirit beasts had detected unfamiliar scents in the secret realm. With a strong territorial instinct, they would not let such intrusions go unpunished. Soon, spirit beasts began to launch attacks against the fatigued students. The already poor visibility of the night, compounded by the students' exhaustion, meant that many failed to notice the spirit beasts until it was too late to retaliate. Thankfully, the guardians were on high alert, preventing any fatalities. However, there was no doubt that those rescued would be deemed eliminated. The commotion awakened those who had been sleeping, prompting them to mount an effective counterattack. After dispatching the spirit beasts, uncertainty loomed. They could not be sure if more would attempt to ambush them, so they remained vigilant. Encountering a solitary spirit beast was one thing, but one squad stumbled upon a horde of bloodthirsty rats. Although all were first-tier spirit beasts, their sheer numbers were overwhelming. Within the territory of the bloodthirsty rats, 2 teams, each comprising over 10 members, were entirely eliminated. In the span of a single night, the original group of several hundred was reduced to just around 200 by dawn. Yet, all of this was of no concern to Lin Xiao and Zhou Ji, who enjoyed a remarkably restful night. It remained unclear whether their fortune lay in their luck or if the spirit beasts simply had not detected them. Throughout the night, they experienced no disturbances. At that moment, the two were brushing their teeth with bottled water. Should any other teams catch sight of them in such leisurely spirits, they would surely be infuriated. After enjoying a modest breakfast, the duo set off once more. Lin Xiao quickly located the main group. Indeed, it was the main group. The previous night's spirit beast attacks had caused an increasing number of individuals to cluster together, resulting in a gathering of over 100 people directly ahead of Lin Xiao. After a moment's contemplation, Lin Xiao and Zhou Ji decided to assess the situation. Among the throng, Lin Xiao soon spotted some familiar faces. Ji Boxiao, Lu Rian, and several from their school were all present. The SS rank Shun Yao was also in the mix, while most others were unfamiliar to Lin Xiao, save for the leaders of previous teams he had encountered. However, he could easily discern the palpable exhaustion etched upon their faces, accompanied by the unmistakable sounds of grumbling stomachs. Lin Xiao chuckled. Was this not an opportunity? Oh, what a crowd. How lively. Naturally, Lin Xiao and Zhou Ji's presence did not go unnoticed. The weary onlookers regarded the two with a mix of disbelief and resentment. Why did these two seem so at ease while everyone else bore the weight of a harrowing night? This thought sparked indignation among them, leading them to ignore Lin Xiao as cheerful demeanor. Lin Xiao, unfazed and thick-skinned, set his snakeskin bag down on the ground. Good news, good news. The Lin family convenience store is officially open for business. Limited stock, first come, first served. As he spoke, Lin Xiao skillfully pulled out various snacks from his bag. The sight of food made the students' mouths water involuntarily. At that moment, their hunger seemed to intensify. Chapter 36. Form a line, one at a time. My dear friends, are you still troubled by hunger in the secret realm, unable to unleash your full potential? Are you hesitant to drink from the uncertain water sources due to fears of contamination? The Lin family convenience store is here to alleviate your woes. For a modest sum, we can resolve your concerns. Don't miss out as you pass by. The swift shall reap the rewards while the slow shall be left wanting. Not only were the students participating in the assessment astonished, but even those watching the live broadcast were taken aback by Lin Xiao's audacity. What? Is this even a thing? For reasons unbeknownst to me, I find myself yearning to set up a stall in the secret realm. It seems to me a swift path to affluence. One must wonder, however, does this audacious individual not fear that others might attempt to pilfer his wares? Whether they choose to steal or not is of little concern to me. I am solely intrigued by the prices he might demand. Amidst my musings, Lin Xiao dared to set up his stall, fully aware of the potential for robbery, for here, it is permissible to target those who partake in the assessment. He had already devised a strategy for such eventualities, producing the distress signal he had received upon entry. Do not entertain thoughts of simply seizing these goods. Trust that I possess the means to obliterate this food at a moment's notice. Should I choose to relinquish my claim, it is of no consequence. For I harbor no aspirations for a commendable ranking. My sole purpose here is to amass wealth. Certain individuals should refrain from their selfish intentions, lest we all endure hunger. Lin Xiao's words prompted many among the gathering, who had entertained furtive thoughts, to momentarily abandon their designs. As he articulated, should one resort to theft? Even if Lin Xiao could not destroy the food in time, the thief would inevitably become a target of collective ire, a scenario fraught with peril. The most prudent course of action remains to procure the food from Lin Xiao himself. Most of the attendees had endured a day of hunger, and upon sighting the food, could not suppress their salivation. Just as many hesitated, Shen Yao was the first to step forward. Noticing her approach, Lin Xiao braced himself. He had heard of Shen Yao as formidable prowess. She was undoubtedly among the elite of this cohort. For the first time, Lin Xiao beheld Shen Yao's visage. Strikingly beautiful, her short hair accentuating her features, her gaze sharp as that of an eagle, exuding a distinct charisma. As she drew within approximately 10 meters, Lin Xiao raised his hand. Stop. Let us conduct our transaction here. Shen Yao uttered no further words, surveying the items at Lin Xiao's stall before gradually stating, I would like 3 loaves of bread, a box of chocolate, and 3 bottles of water. What is the cost? Her voice was melodious, luring one into a state of enchantment. Yet Lin Xiao was indifferent to such charms. This initial transaction was a significant one. The bread, originally priced at 3 yuan, was now 300. The chocolate, which typically costs 50 yuan a box, he would charge 5,000. The water, normally 2 yuan each, would be 200 per bottle. Altogether, the total came to 6,500. As you are the first customer, I shall offer you a discount. The total is 6,000. Shen Yao furrowed her brow, realizing the extent of Lin Xiao's audacity. Why not resort to theft? Miss Shun, that notion is misguided. Theft is a violation of the law, and I am not one to partake in such actions. Besides, where else can one earn money so swiftly? Should you choose not to purchase, I shall not press the issue. Bear in mind, if one manages to secure a place among the top 10, the rewards are indeed substantial. Surely, one can calculate the worth of investing a trifling amount for a chance at greater rewards. Though reluctant to be taken for a fool, Shen Yao could not deny the logic in Lin Xiao's argument. She was confident in her abilities and had no doubt she could secure a top 10 position, provided she could endure for 3 days. Without sustenance and water, however, she was uncertain about her endurance. Very well, I shall make the purchase. How do I settle the payment? Lin Xiao nudged the dazed Zhou beside him. Cash or a quick scan will suffice. Old Zhou, what are you waiting for? Take my phone and go settle the bill. Zhou finally snapped to attention. Brother Xiao, you are incredible. 100-fold profit. Only you could achieve this. Obediently, he took Lin Xiao's phone to collect payment. Once he confirmed that Shen Yao's funds had been received, Lin Xiao instructed Zhou to hand over the requested food and water. Zhou gazed at Shen Yao with a sense of infatuation. Such a woman held an irresistible allure for him. Yet, after receiving her provisions, Shen Yao offered him no glance, turning away to consume a piece of bread. With the first sale successfully concluded, the remaining crowd grew restless, for Lin Xiao's provisions appeared insufficient to satisfy all present. If they tarried too long, they might indeed find nothing left. Although the prices were steep, as Lin Xiao had articulated, securing a place among the top 10 rendered such expenses trivial. I wish to purchase. Give me 5 loaves of bread and 5 bottles of water. I want 2 bags of cookies, 3 packets of chips, and 5 bottles of water. The audience watching the live stream were left in disbelief. Is this truly happening? Prices inflated 100-fold, and yet they still wish to steal? I am envious. My monthly salary is merely 3,000, and this single transaction has garnered me 2 months' worth of income. Is it too late for me to restock? This is just the beginning. I estimate the food in that bag could fetch several 100,000. Saliva of envy trickles from the corners of my mouth. Observing the frenzy of eager buyers, Lin Xiao retrieved a loudspeaker from the sack. Silence, everyone. Form an orderly line, one at a time. Anyone who fails to queue properly, regardless of their wealth, shall not be served. Upon hearing Lin Xiao's decree, the crowd acquiesced. Questions arose as to why this fellow would carry a loudspeaker, taking up space that could be better filled with provisions. Those at the front of the line displayed expressions of elation, regardless of the outcome. They had secured sustenance for the coming days. However, those at the back of the line grew increasingly disgruntled, fearing that by the time their turn arrived, all food and water would be gone. Lin Xiao remained unfazed. Those further back dared not cause a disturbance, mindful that they could easily become the target of collective wrath. Within the throng, Lin Xiao spotted Ji Boxio and Lu Ruiyan, a sly smile curling upon his lips. Ji Boxio was a man of considerable means, and he intended to take full advantage of that. Meanwhile, outside the secret realm, the organizer of this assessment, Mayor Zhou Weiken of Sun City, regarded the unfolding events on the large screen with incredulity. Blast it! Where did this rascally kid come from? The reason for extending the assessment to 3 days was to test these youngsters' survival skills, and now he's disrupted everything. Mayor, there's no need for excessive concern. The young man's supplies are limited, and with so many participants, they surely one tea suffice for all. That's true. Were it not for the favor of the 2 esteemed seniors, I would have eliminated the lad long ago. The seniors he referred to were naturally Sun Ziwen and Murong Yu, who had been observing Lin Xiao's situation closely. Regarding Lin Xiao's performance, they were at a loss for words. They knew full well that his possessions extended far beyond this single bag. Though it might not suffice for everyone, it was certainly enough to alter the course of many events. Chapter 37. If you're unhappy, take a bite out of me. Lin Xiao was in high spirits, having earned over 100,000 in mere moments. Bear in mind, half of the supplies in the bag remained. If the situation continued as it was, this single sack would yield nearly 300,000 in profit. As students continued to flock to purchase Lin Xiao's goods, he found it increasingly difficult to suppress his glee. Little did he know, those present were all awakened individuals of B grade or above, and many had already invested in them. Among these students, should even 1 or 2 ascend to prominence in the future, their expenditures would prove worthwhile. Thus, these students are indeed not short on funds. If Lin Xiao were aware of this, it would likely not merely be a 100-fold increase. As the items within the snakeskin bag were nearing depletion, Lin Xiao had yet to voice any concerns, but Zhou Ji, standing nearby, began to express his discontent. Xiao Gu, are you so consumed by greed that you've lost sight of reality? There's hardly any food left. Everything is nearly sold out. What shall we do? Although Zhou Ji claimed he wasn't aiming for an exceptional outcome, he also wished to avoid premature elimination. He didn't want to go hungry. Yet Lin Xiao's current demeanor suggested he intended to sell everything, which would leave them in a dire situation. Zhou Ji's voice was not loud, but it was sufficient for the few people in front of them in line to overhear. Coincidentally, the ones at the front were Ji Boxio and Lu Ruiyan. Upon seeing the two, an inexplicable smile crept across Lin Xiao's face. Old Zhou, you speak the truth. We ought to reserve some food. I believe what remains should last us a couple of days. Thank you for the reminder. I nearly overlooked it. Upon hearing this, the expressions of those in line soured considerably, particularly Ji Boxio and Lu Ruiyan. After standing in line for so long, how could they possibly leave empty-handed? Ji Boxio exchanged glances with Lu Ruiyan. No matter what, Ji Boxio was determined to acquire the remaining food. This assessment was crucial for him, as the provisions directly influenced his final ranking. Lu Ruiyan immediately understood and stepped forward, flashing Lin Xiao a confident smile. Lin Xiao, if you hand over the remaining food, I shall forgive you. I recognize that your current actions are merely an attempt to capture my attention. I must admit, you have succeeded. What use is it for you to keep this food when you will likely be eliminated soon? Lin Xiao's expression turned incredulous. What on earth? Does this woman truly hold herself in such high regard? Does she really think of herself as some former sycophant? Attract my attention? Uft, have you lost your mind? Why would I give you my food? Who do you think you are? Others are buying it. Do you think you deserve a gift? Why don't you take a good look in the mirror? Lu Ruiyan's smile vanished almost instantly, as Lin Xiao dared to ridicule her in front of so many people. Not only Lu Ruiyan, but even Zhou Ji and others from their school were taken aback by Lin Xiao's boldness. There had been whispers about Lin Xiao not being subservient anymore, but no one had expected him to utter such words. Lu Ruiyan's eyes glistened with unshed tears as she opened her mouth, yet no words came forth. Ji Boxio, unable to stand by, stepped in front of Lu Ruiyan. Lin Xiao, are you even a man? Do you take pleasure in bullying a girl, not fearing the ridicule of others? Lin Xiao found amusement in Ji Boxio's attempt at moral high ground. He was impervious to such tactics. Oh, Mr. Ji, are you feeling protective now? Wasn't it you who pushed her forward to be scolded? What are you pretending to be, a big shot? I hold people like you in the utmost contempt. Ji Boxio momentarily lost his words. Anyone with eyes could see that the situation was precisely as Lin Xiao described. The crowd began to murmur among themselves. Ji Boxio's face darkened, and he dropped the pretense. Enough with the trivialities. I simply want to know if you will sell the remaining items. Wouldn't it have been simpler to ask that from the start? Stop with the manipulative games. I wouldn't want a girl like that even if she were given to me for free. If you want something, it's not impossible, but as you can see, my supplies are limited. I had intended to keep them for myself, but if you truly desire them, it will come at a different price. Lin Xiao's use of the term manipulative girl nearly set Lu Ruyan off. Just as she was about to erupt, Ji Boxio restrained her. Ruyan, stay calm. This is not the time to discuss that. After soothing Lu Ruyan, Ji Boxio turned back to Lin Xiao. Name your price. How much do you have left? I'll take it all. Lin Xiao glanced into the snakeskin bag, retrieving 4 cups of instant noodles, 2 bottles of water, and some snacks. Mr. G, there's not much left. I can't be bothered to calculate precisely. Just give me 1 million, and it's yours. Ji Boxio's eyelids twitched violently. Although this sum was not particularly significant to him, he disliked being taken for a fool. Lin Xiao, you have gone too far. Why don't you just rob me? I am indeed robbing you. It's your choice to buy or not. If you refuse, do not impede my business. Ji Boxio looked at the items, and after a moment of steeling himself, he relented. Fine, I'll buy it. It's just 1 million, after all. Old Joe, what are you waiting for? Collect the money. Zhou Ji was reluctant to sell the remaining items to Ji Boxio, but Lin Xiao's incessant signals had compelled him to comply. After receiving the money, Lin Xiao handed over the food to Ji Boxio. Indeed, Ji Boxio was a fool with money. He had bought items worth only a few dozen at a staggering price of 1 million. What a delightful profit. Lin Xiao reveled in his cleverness. Upon receiving the food, Ji Boxio patted the still fuming Lu Ruyan on the shoulder. Ruyan, don't worry. I will deal with him properly. Now is not the time. I won't let him off easily. I knew you were the best, Boxio. We mustn't let him get away with this. The two shot Lin Xiao a glare before turning to leave. The remaining people in line were exceptionally displeased, as Ji Boxio had purchased the last of the items. Were they to face starvation? Though begrudgingly, they had no choice but to accept their fate. Noticing their expressions, Lin Xiao understood their thoughts. He then reached into the now empty snakeskin bag and, as if performing a magic trick, produced an abundance of food. Everyone, don't panic. I still have some stock left. Everyone will get a share, just like before. Form an orderly line, one by one, and the price remains the same. The food was retrieved using Lin Xiao's spiritual power from his spatial ring. Although it might raise suspicions among some, he deemed it irrelevant. The most important thing was profit. Zhou Ji stood beside Lin Xiao, fully aware that the food in the snakeskin bag had indeed run out. Where had this new food come from? This defied logic. At that moment, Zhou Ji finally grasped why Lin Xiao had sold to Ji Boxio at such a high price. He had been toying with them. Those who had missed out on food could not help but cheer, their gazes at Ji Boxio filled with mockery. He was undoubtedly the fool here. Ji Boxio stumbled back, casting a resentful glance at Lin Xiao. You son of a... Huh. What can you do about it? I'm simply running a legitimate business. I didn't force you to buy. It's a matter of mutual consent. If you're unhappy, go ahead and bite me. Haha. Chapter 38. Surviving in the early stages is the way to go. Ji Boxio nearly lost his composure, the wind blade forming in his hand. Seeing this, Lin Xiao quickly grabbed Zhou Ji beside him. Old Joe, protect me. Zhou Ji said nothing, immediately taking a defensive stance. If Ji Boxio dared to strike, he would be the first to erect an earthen wall. Ji Boxio, others may fear you, but we do not. Cease your actions. If you delay our chance to procure food, we will unite and beat you up. Indeed, have you made your purchase solely to discard us? Akin to a millstone cast aside once its utility is spent, the students harbor a certain trepidation towards Ji Boxio. While the Ji family may not wield absolute power in Sunchinch, few dare to provoke them. However, the current circumstances differ, as everyone is eager to carve out a promising future during this evaluation. Moreover, the law does not penalize the masses, as long as they unite in purpose. Even the Ji family would think twice before escalating matters. Ji Boxio, realizing he may have incited collective ire, reluctantly withdrew. Be cautious, young man. Do not let yourself fall into my grasp. Lin Xiao remained unfazed. He and Ji Boxio were never allies, and even without this incident, Ji would not have spared him. Thus, why afford him any courtesy? In fact, he couldn't be bothered to engage with Ji Boxio at all. Proceed. Next in line. Given the valiant assistance I witnessed earlier, I shall refrain from raising prices. However, for the one who dared to liken me to a donkey, the price shall double. Hold on, that was merely a metaphor. The business of Lin's small shop flourished immensely, and Lin Xiao was acutely aware that his supplies were dwindling. Thus, he began imposing purchase limits. I said you may only buy this much. Once it's gone, it's truly gone. This is the last bottle of water. Apologies. I overlooked one more bottle, and there is still a packet of instant noodles. I assure you, this is the final one. The crowd couldn't help but roll their eyes. This was not the first instance of Lin Xiao declaring his stock depleted. Yet, when the next customer approached, he miraculously produced fresh food and water from his tattered bag. Ultimately, everyone present managed to acquire some provisions, albeit with varying levels of thoughtfulness. However, many gazes directed at Lin Xiao were tinged with curiosity. The bag was quite small, yet he seemed capable of an unending supply of food. This gave rise to contemplation. Lin Xiao was aware he had sown the seeds of suspicion, yet at this juncture, what was the point of overthinking? The priority was profit. By now, apart from reserving enough for himself and Zhou Ji for the next 2 days, he had sold everything feasible. Glancing at his phone's balance, he was astonished to find it had soared to 2 million, with 1 million contributed by G Boxio, a thought that brought him immense joy. Thanks to everyone's patronage. My shop is sold out today. Please do remember to support my business in the future. The crowd murmured in response. Had it not been for genuine need, we would have long since put you in your place. Lin Xiao recognized his unpopularity and promptly pulled Zhou Ji away, making their exit. Judging by the number of attendees, it was evident many had been eliminated the previous night. This was not encouraging news. It signified that the trials had entered a more intense phase. Unless unforeseen circumstances arose, these individuals would soon disperse, and tensions would likely lead to confrontations among peers. The higher-scoring participants would become prime targets for attacks, and the situation was gradually becoming more intriguing. Nonetheless, none of this was pertinent to him. It was not yet time for him to make his move. At that moment, the livestream chat exploded with excitement. I'm envious. It seems so easy for him to make money. As he sells, I'm calculating. And he has amassed a total of 300. Oh my god, I want to open a shop in the secret realm. I support the previous comment. When you go to the secret realm, let me know. I'll come collect your corpse. When the previous commenter goes to collect, let me know. I'll assist in collecting your corpse. Are you experiencing a bug? No infinite nesting allowed. Let us form a group to deliver food to the spirit beasts. The chat's tone gradually shifted, but without exception, all participants remembered Lin Xiao. Zhou Wei watched Lin Xiao on the screen, his fists clenched in frustration. However, he found himself powerless against Lin Xiao and turned to Murong Yu beside him. Senior Murong, if I'm not mistaken, you've given this lad a spatial ring, haven't you? Is there an issue? This kid is now one of our retirement home members. That's standard equipment. Zhou Wei was taken aback, tears of envy welling at the corners of his mouth. As the lord of a city, he lacked a spatial ring. Even though Murong Yu resided in Sunchinch, he had no standing to request one. Senior, you jest. It so happens I encountered you today. Might I request a spatial ring? I can buy it at any price you deem fit. Murong Yu cast a languid glance at Zhou Wei. I lack for nothing. I'm simply uninterested today. Zhou Wei understood this to be a veiled rejection and dared not express dissent, retreating in dismay. Sun Ziwen observed Lin Xiao on the screen, his smile uncontainable. This brat has some character. I suspect you've led him astray. I'll sue you for slander. This kid has always been like this. I'm not the one who led him astray. Had Lin Xiao been present, he would have been struck by the realization that not all the elderly in the retirement home were so benevolent. We common folk are truly elated today. Lin Xiao hummed a lively tune as he leisurely strolled, rejuvenated by his newfound wealth. Zhou Ji regarded Lin Xiao with a flicker of astonishment. Xiao Gu, I can't quite place it, but you seem transformed, as if someone has taken control of you. Lin Xiao shot Zhou Ji a surprised glance. Surprisingly, while he hadn't guessed correctly, his intuition was not far off. It wasn't possession, but something akin to it. What are you pondering? I've merely had an epiphany, and all the money I've earned is mine. Don't even think about claiming it. I know you wouldn't covet such trifles. I truly don't care for it. What intrigues me more is how you managed to converse so easily with Lu Ruyan. Has the love-struck fool awakened? Lin Xiao gazed heavenward in exasperation. Even his closest friend found it hard to believe, which spoke volumes about how hopeless he had been before. Indeed, I have awakened. Women will only affect my speed in drawing my sword. Haha, I'm glad you feel that way. So what's our next move? What else can we do? We continue to bide our time. Survive today and discuss strategies tomorrow, for that will be the crucial moment for acquiring points. Furthermore, we are now deep within the secret realm, where spirit beasts will become increasingly numerous and dangerous. Zhou Ji wholeheartedly agreed with this sentiment. Xiao Gu, are we truly capable? You must have faith in yourself, and in me as well. True enough. After all, I've always been a drifter. From now on, I'll stick with you. When you tell me to go east, I shall not venture west. When you instruct me to chase dogs, I shall not pursue chickens. Enough of the banter. Follow me and I guarantee you'll live a life of luxury. Lin Xiao sensed that the main event was about to unfold. However, for now, everything was irrelevant to him. Surviving the early stages was paramount. Chapter 39, Waiting for the Rabbit. Lin Xiao's suspicions were confirmed, shortly after he and Zhou Ji departed. The others dispersed. They had gathered together due to the dangers of the night, seeking warmth in numbers, now that daylight broke. How could they accrue points in such a large group? After a day of acclimatization, the students had gained a reasonable understanding of the spirit beast capabilities. The majority of eliminations on the first day stemmed from a lack of experience when confronting these creatures. The situation had changed. As long as they did not encounter a horde of spirit beasts, they could handle them quite easily. As the journey progresses, the presence of spirit beasts will intensify, signifying that opportunities for everyone to accrue points will also multiply. At this moment, a leaderboard is visible in the live stream, displaying the points earned from slaying spirit beasts. In the lead is Lin Xiao, with a mere 8 points thus far. The 2nd to 10th places hover around 5 points each. Lin Xiao has dispatched a spirit beast and garnered a single point, placing him at 68th. Zhou Ji has not claimed any kills, remaining pointless. However, the current standings do not convey much, as there are still 2 days remaining. Those like Lin Xiao, confident in their prowess to confront spirit beasts alone, have already embarked on solitary ventures. In contrast, those of lesser strength or who serve in support roles tend to band together. At this juncture, the primary objective for all is still to slay spirit beasts to accumulate points. Once the collective scores rise, incidents of point theft may arise. Naturally, this has no bearing on Lin Xiao. After securing a modest gain, instead of forging ahead like the others, he retreated a considerable distance alongside Zhou Ji. Though Zhou Ji felt some confusion, he voiced no objections, having resolved to cling to Lin Xiao's coattails, trusting in Lin Xiao's intentions. Lin Xiao's strategy is refreshingly simple. Having chosen to bide his time, he is unconcerned with points. He seeks a haven devoid of spirit beasts to rest comfortably. Soon, he discovers an ideal location, a vantage point where several hundred meters are visible, enabling him to detect any approaching spirit beasts or rival teams. Let us rest here, he declares. Absolutely. Though waiting becomes somewhat tedious, he instructs Zhou Ji to gather some dry twigs while he begins to process the remains of the spirit beast. If left unattended in the sweltering heat, the carcasses would spoil, a waste he cannot abide. The local spirit beasts have been largely cleared out. Even if a stray were to be lured by the scent, their combined strength should suffice to handle it. With deft hands, Lin Xiao constructs a rudimentary grill and places a violent rabbit upon it. Equipped with an array of seasonings, the aroma soon wafts through the air. Zhou Ji swallows hard. While he has accompanied Lin Xiao, their diet has consisted primarily of bread, leaving his palate longing for something more savory. Patience, we shall feast shortly. Even as he tends to the meat, Lin Xiao's gaze remains vigilant, his powers attuned to the slightest movements in the surroundings. Whether luck is on his side or the area has indeed been cleared of spirit beasts, no creatures or teams materialize as he finishes grilling the rabbit. Relishing the piece, Lin Xiao tears the cooked rabbit in half, offering one portion to Zhou Ji. Without hesitation, Zhou Ji seizes the grilled rabbit and begins to devour it. Delicious. This flavor is beyond compare. Brother Xiao, I'm utterly ravenous. You go ahead and enjoy while I digest. Lin Xiao understands Zhou Ji's sentiment and, unfazed by his astonishment, begins to eat as well. No need to let the flavor dissipate. Zhou Ji, at a loss for words, reflects on the potential danger should a spirit beast appear while they are consuming their meal, which could lead to their immediate elimination. Let us not dwell on that. Let us eat. The rabbit is swiftly consumed, and Zhou Ji feels warmth surging through him. He promptly sits cross-legged to harness his internal energy to harmonize with this newfound vitality. Meanwhile, Lin Xiao casually picks his teeth with a twig, noting that the energy from a mere first-level spirit beast is effortlessly absorbed by his body, far inferior to what he has previously ingested. After half an hour, Zhou Ji finally finishes assimilating the energy from the violent rabbit. Upon opening his eyes, he observes Lin Xiao continuing to prepare other spirit beasts. Brother Xiao, you finished absorbing that so quickly? Lin Xiao offers no explanation. After all, he cannot divulge that he has feasted on 6th and 7th level spirit beast meat before. Yes, I'm done. Why continue roasting more? Out of boredom, perhaps we might encounter some unsuspecting fools to whom we could sell this food. Zhou Ji is incredulous. You think this is just throwing money away? I doubt it'll work. While cooking resolves the issue, the energy within is still a concern. Without absolute safety, no one will dare to consume it. Lin Xiao ponders this and shrugs. He has already earned enough. In truth, the reason he continues to prepare food is to alleviate the monotony of waiting. He hopes to attract a few spirit beasts for practice, having recently dispatched a violent rabbit. He feels he has yet to fully gauge his capabilities. He yearns to ascertain his true strength. In prior encounters with delinquents, he sensed he was not particularly weak. Despite their mediocre abilities, facing these first-level spirit beasts should pose little challenge. However, despite all his preparations, no spirit beasts appear. Just as Lin Xiao considers giving up, his attention is suddenly drawn to a disturbance in the distance. Thanks to his enhanced abilities, he is able to discern movement from several hundred meters away, a feat that would otherwise evade him. Zhou, Prepare for battle. A spirit beast is about to appear. Zhou Ji jumps in surprise, scanning the vicinity but finding nothing amiss. Brother Xiao, don't scare me like that. Just as Zhou Ji thinks Lin Xiao is jesting, a spirit beast emerges before them, a Gale Wolf. Though both the Gale Wolf and Violent Rabbit are first-level spirit beasts, their combat prowess is not on the same plane. Zhou Ji's face falls in despair. What the heck? A Gale Wolf? How could one appear here? Our luck can't be that dire. Lin Xiao is equally surprised that his baiting has attracted a Gale Wolf. Fleeing is no longer an option. The Gale Wolf is swift, certainly outpacing them both. No matter. This is the perfect opportunity to test my skills and gauge my true strength. Chapter 40. The Slaying of the Gale Wolf. The appearance of the Gale Wolf captures the attention of many. Lin Xiao stands at the periphery of the secret realm, an area where Gale Wolves should not typically roam. What the heck? I recognize that spirit beast. It's a Gale Wolf, a formidable presence among first-level beasts. These two are in peril. Serves them right. That kid was so cocky, firing off shots in the secret realm. Now I'm left starving watching the stream. Exactly. I've had to eat 2 extra bowls of rice today. If nothing happens soon, I'll think I'm watching a cooking show. Their good fortune has surely run out. Zhou Wei, observing the situation, is taken aback. He is well aware of the secret realm's dynamics and knows a Gale Wolf should not be present in this location. Moreover, Gale Wolves are pack animals. Why is one wandering alone? This realization heightens his anxiety. Could there be a pack lurking nearby? He immediately commanded the surrounding drones to commence their search. Yet after a brief sweep, they could only locate the Gale Wolf. The only individuals privy to the situation were likely Mirong Yu and Sun Ziwen. Moments ago, Mirong Yu had surreptitiously entered the secret realm while everyone else was distracted, and it was his interference that had summoned this Gale Wolf to their presence. Brother Mirong, is it not a tad excessive to bring forth a Gale Wolf so directly? Yet, I find it quite delightful. After all, this lad has been rather complacent. We did not come here merely to witness him cook, and we cannot allow him to continue flaunting himself. This presents an opportune moment to assess his combat prowess, which is, after all, a part of the trial. Sun Ziwen harbored no objections to this plan, as their primary objective was to observe Lin Xiao's performance, and thus far, they were somewhat satisfied. While Lin Xiao had not engaged in any noteworthy endeavors since entering the secret realm, often indulging in opportunistic antics. It was precisely this behavior that had caused the two to regard him with a newfound respect. After all, in this world, it is such individuals who tend to endure. The Gale Wolf, too, was perplexed. Just moments ago, it had been foraging with its pack, and in the next instant, it felt a wave of dizziness. Only to find itself in such an unfamiliar locale. Before it could gather its wits, an irresistible aroma wafted through the air, compelling its already ravenous stomach to disregard the circumstances of its sudden arrival. Perhaps it was the favor of the wolf god, granting it a hearty meal. It soon spotted Lin Xiao and Sun Ziwen. With its primitive intellect, the Gale Wolf, driven by hunger, wasted no time and let out a fearsome howl. A woof. Following its howl, the Gale Wolf charged towards the two. Its eyes blazed like green flames, exuding primal ferocity and murderous intent, while its sharp fangs glinted with a chilling light. Sun Ziwen, realizing the imminent threat, quickly erected an earthen wall in the path of the Gale Wolf. However, the creature's most daunting attribute, its speed, was perfectly demonstrated as it breached the barrier before the wall could fully materialize, rendering Sun Ziwen's efforts futile. The Gale Wolf's focus was now solely on Sun Ziwen. As it closed in, it leapt like lightning, aiming directly for him. Sun Ziwen, taken aback by the Gale Wolf's astonishing speed, found himself momentarily paralyzed. Just as the wolf's claws were about to descend upon him, Lin Xiao intervened. At that moment, Lin Xiao wielded a sturdy wooden staff, swinging it with the swiftness of the wind, aiming for the wolf's abdomen. It is said that wolves possess tough skulls and bones, but their midsections are vulnerable. Targeting this weak point was indeed the correct approach. The Gale Wolf, clearly reluctant to endure such a blow, deftly evaded Lin Xiao's strike and pivoted to launch another assault, its claws bared and ferocity unabated, with Lin Xiao now in its sights. Sun Ziwen, drenched in cold sweat, hastily retreated a few steps, nearly convinced that his end was nigh. Old Zhou, safeguard yourself. I shall engage it one-on-one. Sun Ziwen cast a concerned glance at Lin Xiao, perplexed by his confidence in facing the Gale Wolf alone. Wasn't his ability an enhancement of vision? Although doubt lingered in his mind, now was not the time for questions. He wished to assist, yet felt powerless to do so. Should Lin Xiao find himself in dire straits, he took solace in the presence of guardians nearby, who would likely intervene. Lin Xiao was now embroiled in combat with the Gale Wolf, wielding his staff with a flurry of strikes, though lacking any formal technique. He managed to keep the creature at bay. Striking the Gale Wolf was no simple task. Its speed surpassed his expectations. Encumbered by weight, Lin Xiao found himself at a disadvantage, and in this moment, shedding his burden would not be an option the Gale Wolf would afford him. Thus, the two were locked in a stalemate, neither able to overpower the other. Activating his special ability once more, Lin Xiao felt the pressure ease considerably, and the Gale Wolf's speed appeared to slow in his perception. A surge of combat fervor welled within him. He was determined to subdue this beast. Just as Lin Xiao prepared to seize an opportunity to strike the Gale Wolf, he sensed something amiss. A surge of spiritual energy emanated from the wolf's maw. In the next heartbeat, a blade of wind shot forth from the Gale Wolf's mouth, hurtling towards Lin Xiao. Cursing internally, he nearly forgot that this creature was a spirit beast. Fortunately, he discovered the attack in time, sidestepping the wind blade with a slight shift of his body. Thanks to Sun Ziwen's prior training, while the Gale Wolf's assault was fierce, it paled in comparison to that of Sun Ziwen. Seizing the brief moment of vulnerability following the Gale Wolf's skill, Lin Xiao finally found an opening. He lunged forward, delivering a powerful blow to the wolf's lower back. With a resounding crack, the staff splintered into two pieces, and Lin Xiao caught a flicker of derision in the wolf's eyes. Anger surged within him. Damn it! Am I being looked down upon by a mere beast? This was simply unacceptable. While the Gale Wolf's defense had surprised him, it was not insurmountable. Discarding the broken staff, Lin Xiao charged at the Gale Wolf with his bare fists. The wolf, sensing provocation, let out a low growl and leapt towards him once more, its jaws wide open. Prepared to rend Lin Xiao to shreds. Gritting his teeth, Lin Xiao decided against evasion, instead thrusting forth his left arm to meet the oncoming attack. Lin Xiao's audacious maneuver caught everyone off guard, leaving the Guardian charged with protecting him too late to intervene. Damn it, what is this kid thinking? Choosing to confront a Gale Wolf with his flesh and blood? Lin Xiao was no fool. He dared to offer his arm precisely because he had reinforced it. The Gale Wolf, recognizing Lin Xiao's lack of retreat, wasted no time and bit down with all its might. Yet, to its astonishment, its teeth failed to pierce Lin Xiao's flesh, instead shattering several of its own fangs. Realizing it had been tricked, the wolf attempted to withdraw. But Lin Xiao was not about to allow it that reprieve. With a sweeping motion, he struck the wolf's head with his right arm. The sound of breaking bones echoed. And just like that, the Gale Wolf's brief existence came to an abrupt end. Lin Xiao exhaled a deep sigh of relief. Although he had employed a rather cunning tactic, it had been the fastest means he could conceive to eliminate the Gale Wolf. Chapter 41. The Spirit Orb Erupts. The Guardian who had been poised to intervene halted abruptly. Being the closest, he had the clearest view of the battlefield. Lin Xiao's bitten arm bore no wounds, merely a tattered sleeve. He finally comprehended why Lin Xiao had dared to confront the Gale Wolf with his arm. Meanwhile, the audience in Lin Xiao's combat livestream had swelled to an astonishing number. With so many streams available, viewership varied significantly. The most popular stream remained that of Shun Yao, whose combination of beauty and strength drew a substantial crowd. While the streams of formidable individuals like Ji Boxio also boasted considerable viewership. These individuals have been relentlessly seeking traces of mystical beasts, and their successful hunts have ignited a fervor among the live stream viewers, who long to immerse themselves in the secret realm and partake in a bloodbath of their own. Initially, Lin Xiao's live stream attracted only a modest audience, but following the recent commotion at the small shop, an increasing number of viewers opted to remain. It was not merely to witness Lin Xiao's confrontations with the mystical beasts. Rather, they were curious about what mischief Lin Xiao might conjure next. Indeed, Lin Xiao proved to be anything but predictable. After departing, he commenced roasting meat, an audacious act that no other team dared to replicate, let alone kindle a fire. As the viewers grew impatient with the absence of mystical beasts, their discontent lingered until the arrival of the Gale Wolf. Many believed that Lin Xiao and his companion would soon be eliminated. To their astonishment, Lin Xiao showcased remarkable combat prowess by swiftly vanquishing the Gale Wolf, an outcome that exceeded their expectations. I admit I may have spoken too loudly before, my apologies. He was this formidable all along. I thought for sure he would be eliminated. Who would have anticipated such a thrilling battle? That was a Gale Wolf. The comments now overwhelmingly praised Lin Xiao, yet he remained oblivious to their accolades, or he might have been unable to contain his smugness. Sun Ziwen stroked his beard, pleased with the performance of the young man. Having been responsible for training Lin Xiao, he was acutely aware of the latter's capabilities. While Lin Xiao's abilities were somewhat lacking, his combat strength was undoubtedly on par with any student entering the secret realm. This confidence stemmed from a week of consuming high-grade mystical beast meat, supplemented by rigorous training. If Lin Xiao could not handle the Gale Wolf, then there would be little reason for him to remain in the academy. Sun Ziwen had not anticipated that Lin Xiao would dispatch the Gale Wolf so rapidly. Although Lin Xiao's approach was somewhat reckless, upon reflection, it was evident that he had carefully considered his strategy. Mirong Yu was also somewhat satisfied with Lin Xiao's performance and began to ponder whether he should create more challenges for him. As the trials for Lin Xiao had commenced the moment he entered the secret realm. After Lin Xiao's victory over the Gale Wolf, Zhou Ji rushed to his side. When Lin Xiao had blocked the Gale Wolf's jaws with his arm, Zhou Ji sensed impending disaster. However, events unfolded too rapidly for him to react. And before he knew it, Lin Xiao had successfully slain the creature. He immediately inspected Lin Xiao's arm, relieved to see that it was protected. "You nearly gave me a heart attack, Xiao Ge. I had no idea you were equipped with arm guards. I thought you were going to be incapacitated. What nonsense. I'm not that foolish. But seriously, Xiao Ge, how has your combat power become so formidable? Why does my awakened A-class ability feel utterly outmatched by you? Just keep that to yourself. At your level, I could take on 10 of you." Zhou Ji, although reluctant to admit it, it certainly seemed to be true. "So how did you become this strong? Just through physical training. What else would you think?" Zhou Ji was left speechless. Should he also begin to enhance his own training? Lin Xiao was aware that the Gale Wolf was a pack-oriented mystical beast. Having encountered one, he wondered if there were more lurking nearby. If a few more appeared, he might not fare so well, and thus he refrained from boasting further. For prudence's sake, it was best to depart swiftly. Before doing so, Lin Xiao naturally did not forget to address the Gale Wolf's carcass. The meat was unpalatable, and he had no intention of keeping it. However, the pelt could fetch a handsome sum, although it was unfortunate that the fangs had been broken by his bindings. Otherwise, they too could have been sold for a decent price. Of course, Lin Xiao would not overlook checking for the presence of a spirit pearl within the Gale Wolf's body. Initially, he held little hope. After all, the likelihood of finding a spirit pearl, especially within such a low-tier mystical beast, was exceedingly slim. Yet, when he discovered a marble-sized orb inside the Gale Wolf, he was momentarily stunned. No way. A spirit pearl. This was Lin Xiao's first encounter with such an object. Upon picking it up, he immediately sensed the abundant spiritual energy contained within. This was a wind-type spirit pearl, which, when utilized, would merely restore his expended spiritual energy. He certainly would not squander it. Selling it could yield a substantial profit. After carefully assessing it, he quickly discerned the spiritual technique it contained, Wind Blade Enhancement, which would augment the attack range and power of the primary wind-type ability, Wind Blade. Zhou Ji was also taken aback upon seeing the spirit pearl. After learning about the spiritual technique it contained, he was utterly flabbergasted. No way, what incredible luck. This is among the most elite of first-tier wind-type spiritual techniques. Though it is merely a first-tier technique, the value of this spirit pearl is at least several times greater than that of an ordinary first-tier technique. Selling it for over 1 million would be no problem. Lin Xiao was elated. What a fortuitous windfall. I shall keep it then. After all, you're not short on funds. Zhou Ji rolled his eyes, recognizing that Lin Xiao was not one to be overly courteous, yet he dismissed it, knowing that he genuinely didn't care about such trifling amounts. I haven't contributed much, so it's all yours. However, once I'm out, I'll check if anyone in my family might need it. If so, I'll buy it from you at market price. All right, forget the market price, we're brothers. So I'll give you a 9.99 discount. Zhou Ji, I appreciate your generosity. After tidying everything up, Lin Xiao and Zhou Ji departed, adhering to their strategy. The time to exert themselves had not yet arrived. Unbeknownst to Lin Xiao, the spirit pearl he had obtained was the very first to manifest within the secret realm. A day and a half had elapsed since they entered, and the number of slain mystical beasts had reached several hundred. With only one spirit pearl discovered among hundreds of mystical beasts, it was evident how low the drop rate truly was. As the minutes ticked by, Mirong Yu ultimately refrained from creating any difficulties for Lin Xiao. That day, apart from encountering another solitary first-tier mystical beast, Lin Xiao faced no further dangers. Other scores slowly increased, and the top group had widened the gap from the rest. As night descended, following the previous night's counterattack by mystical beasts, the remaining participants had become far more cautious. Of course, there were exceptions. Lin Xiao and Zhou Ji had already nestled into their sleeping bags, enjoying a peaceful slumber within the earthen shelter. Chapter 42. You've grown so strong. I certainly cannot lag behind. The night in the secret realm had never been safe, and for many students, this night would prove to be a harrowing one. Yet, none of this would concern Lin Xiao and Zhou Ji, due to their relatively secure position. The mystical beasts had been cleared, and with the protection of the earthen walls, they experienced yet another peaceful night. Others, however, were not so fortunate. Following Lin Xiao's departure, the teams had dispersed. In addition, the area they occupied was rife with mystical beasts, resulting in significantly heightened pressure. Consequently, aside from a few powerful teams, many more individuals faced elimination. By this juncture, fewer than 100 out of the several hundred students participating in the assessment remained. Among those who were eliminated, not all fell victim to the spirit beasts. At last, some participants had chosen to turn against their fellow competitors, leading to the elimination of not only the relatively weaker contestants, but also those who, overconfident in their strength, acted independently. All participants in the assessment were first-level enhancers. Even the mightiest among them could only succumb to defeat when faced with a 5-member team. Among the 50 or so survivors, nearly all boasted scores exceeding 10 points. With the exception of Lin Xiao and Zhou Ji. Lin Xiao's score stood at a mere 3, while Zhou Ji had yet to score any points at all. Even the supporting members of other teams had managed to claim a few kills, leaving Zhou Ji without a single point to his name. Yet, Zhou Ji remained unperturbed. He had come here without any expectation of achieving a prominent rank. He was simply enjoying the experience. As the final day of the assessment approached, the competition intensified significantly. Lin Xiao understood that he could no longer afford to linger in obscurity. His objective was clear, to secure first place, for the reward was exceedingly generous. Old Zhou, now that you've had your fill, it's time to get to work. We can't continue like this. Zhou Ji had no objections. He lacked fervent ambitions. But he wouldn't mind if he accidentally secured a respectable rank. I'm all ears, Brother Xiao. Just tell me what to do. Lin Xiao nodded with satisfaction, already formulating a plan. However, it was not yet time to execute it. The immediate concern was to cover ground, as the distance to the leading competitors had grown considerably. Catching up to them would likely take several hours. After 2 hours, Lin Xiao finally encountered the first team, a duo, both bearing minor injuries. Sensing an approaching presence, the two seemed startled, but upon recognizing Lin Xiao and Zhou Ji, they sighed in relief. This reaction irked Lin Xiao and Zhou Ji. What did this imply? Did they look down upon them? Before Lin Xiao could voice his displeasure, one of the duo spoke up. Who would have thought we'd run into you two? Are you here to deliver yourselves as easy targets? They were members of a 6-person team, who had faced off against another group and, finding themselves outmatched, had escaped with just the 2 of them. Their brushes with danger had left them on edge, and upon sensing someone approaching, they had braced themselves for the worst. To their surprise, it was Lin Xiao and Zhou Ji. Lin Xiao had gained a certain notoriety among the assessment's participants. The duo had previously purchased supplies from him. Yet, this did not equate to their respect for Lin Xiao and Zhou Ji's abilities. In their eyes, the reason the two had yet to be eliminated was simply that they had evaded combat with the spirit beasts. Lin Xiao felt a mix of exasperation and disbelief. He had come to reap rewards, not to be regarded as an easy mark. Before Lin Xiao could respond, Zhou Ji could no longer contain himself. Brother Xiao, I'm feeling a bit restless. Let me deal with these two. Lin Xiao was taken aback by Zhou Ji's unexpected request. While Earth-type abilities were not incapable of combat, they typically required a higher level to be effective. Currently, Zhou Ji possessed only the Earth Wall ability. It was unclear how he intended to engage in battle. Lin Xiao did not oppose him. All right, you go ahead. If you can't handle it, I'll step in. The playful smile faded from Zhou Ji's face. He had felt increasingly frustrated in previous encounters, as he seemed to be a burden in Lin Xiao's shadow. Apart from aiding in constructing earthen shelters, he felt he had contributed little else. While relying on Lin Xiao had its advantages, he yearned to prove his worth. The two opponents couldn't help but snicker at Lin Xiao and Zhou Ji's exchange. Even if we're slightly injured, we're not the kind of opponents you can handle. I know your situation well. One of you is an A-grade Earth type, which is somewhat troublesome, but without offensive skills. It's pointless. The other is supposedly an F-grade enhancer, and I'm baffled as to how you made it into the assessment. However, it doesn't matter. You'll soon be eliminated. Honestly, I'm not keen on eliminating you, as your scores must be pitiful. But let us get on with it, especially you. Kid, you've cost me a fortune. Enough with the prattle. Zhou Ji huffed, directly activating his ability. A wall of earth emerged beneath the feet of the two adversaries. They quickly dodged, knowing that being struck by the earth wall would not be pleasant. Evading the attack was not particularly challenging, but after avoiding the wall, the duo launched their own offensive. One unleashed a beast transformation, taking on a feline form, while the other wielded wind abilities. Both were B-grade awakeners, characterized by high agility, which had enabled their escape in the previous confrontation. Observing their abilities, Zhou Ji furrowed his brow. Lin Xiao remained somewhat worried for Zhou Ji. Old Zhou, are you sure you can handle this? I can step in if needed. A man must never admit defeat. Don't worry if I can't hold my ground. I'll call for help. The wind-type assailant initiated an attack with wind blades, while the beast-transforming opponent charged toward Zhou Ji. Yet Zhou Ji remained unfazed. An earth wall quickly materialized before him, blocking the wind blades and obstructing the path of the beast-transforming adversary. Zhou Ji was not solely on the defensive. While he maintained his barriers, he also manipulated the walls to launch counterattacks. The two opponents found this amusing. Did he truly believe they would fall for such tactics? As time elapsed, the number of earthen barriers multiplied. Just as the duo prepared to mock Zhou Ji for his futile efforts, another wall emerged beneath them. As they attempted to evade, they realized that every direction they turned was blocked by Zhou Ji's creations. Taken by surprise, they were sent flying by the wall. The earth wall, a defensive technique, could withstand most attacks of equal rank, underscoring its resilience. The impact left both adversaries reeling. At that moment, a man appeared. Catching the two, he glanced at them coolly and declared, "You two are eliminated." The duo protested, "We were just knocked away. How can we be eliminated? We can still fight." The man scoffed, "Stop struggling. The moment you were airborne, you were already defeated. Your landing point is predetermined, and the opponent's abilities are waiting for you." For a moment, they were taken aback, but as they noticed the energy fluctuations where they were about to land, they realized the man spoke the truth. Their defeat was undeniable. Moreover, they had not anticipated that a defensive technique could be wielded so effectively. Lin Xiao regarded Zhou Ji with a hint of surprise. "Well done, old Zhou. I hadn't realized you had it in you." Zhou Ji smiled sheepishly. "Brother Xiao, with your strength, I can't afford to lag behind." Chapter 43, Taking the Initiative, a fortuitous encounter with Shun Yao. Zhou Ji's explosive performance resulted in a significant surge in his score. The two individuals eliminated by him both possessed a score of over 10 points, while Zhou Ji's score rose directly to 27. At this point, aside from Lin Xiao, all remaining contestants had scores exceeding 10 points. Lin Xiao remained unperturbed. There was ample time left, and the next phase was the hunting period. After the eliminated duo was escorted away, Lin Xiao approached Zhou Ji and embraced him. "Old Zhou, today marks the final day. If we wish to acquire points, we can no longer afford to be passive. It is time for us to take the initiative." Having just eliminated two opponents, Zhou Ji was brimming with confidence. "Absolutely. My 40-meter blade has been itching for action. Let us do this." "Brother Xiao, what is our next move? I've already devised a strategy. Do you trust me?" Lin Xiao inquired. Zhou Ji felt a twinge of unease at the question, sensing an ulterior motive behind Lin Xiao's smile. "Brother Xiao, if you don't trust me, who else could you possibly trust?" "Good. That is precisely what I wanted to hear. Let me share my plan with you. We will still act together, but our approach will shift to a combination of overt and covert tactics." "Overt and covert? What do you mean?" "You will take the forefront, drawing in other teams. When they see only you, they will undoubtedly seize the opportunity to snatch those points. Meanwhile, I will remain hidden, ready to ambush them, and we will split the points earned." Zhou Ji frowned, not being foolish enough to overlook Lin Xiao's grandiose words. Recognizing the true intent was to cast him as bait. Being bait was inherently perilous. "Brother Xiao, why the elaborate explanation? Just tell me to be the bait." Lin Xiao felt a hint of embarrassment, yet he believed this was the best strategy to swiftly garner points. Together, they could attract some team's aggression. But if he concealed himself, the plan would be far more effective. After all, those who had yet to be eliminated were all elite students. A direct confrontation would not yield favorable odds for them. That's the essence of it. "So what is your stance? If you're opposed, I want to press the matter." Zhou Ji chuckled. "You've got a point. At this moment, I can be likened to a defensive player. It is indeed my role to be the bait. And even if I get eliminated, it won't team matter. I've already broken even." Lin Xiao felt somewhat touched, honestly. His tactic was rather risky. However, for the sake of the prize, he had no choice but to embrace the gamble. After assigning their tasks, the duo commenced their operation. Rather than separate, they moved together, and Lin Xiao's psychic advantage became evident. His vision far surpassed that of an ordinary person, enabling him to detect enemies much earlier. Upon spotting an adversary, Lin Xiao would conceal himself, allowing Zhou Ji to feign ignorance. When they encountered the enemy, Zhou Ji pretended to be outmatched, leading the pursuers toward Lin Xiao's hidden position. Naturally, the assailants would not forsake Zhou Ji, a solitary target, and thus pursued him relentlessly. By the time they realized Lin Xiao was present, it was too late. Lin Xiao's combat experience was rich. Each ambush he executed dispatched 2 or 3 foes effortlessly. In that moment, he gained a clearer understanding of Sun Ziwen's prowess. During their training sessions, he had always been the one on the receiving end, aware of Sun Ziwen's strength, but lacking a comparative frame of reference. In battle against these students, however, he was an overwhelming force, even noting that some of these students were less skilled than the ruffians he had previously encountered. Thus, within the span of an hour, they ambushed 4 teams, 3 groups of 3 and 1 of 4, all eliminated. Among them was an S-level fire user. Although their exact scores remained unknown, it was reasonable to surmise that their ranking had significantly improved. After several skirmishes, Lin Xiao and Zhou Ji decided to take a breather. Lin Xiao was merely fatigued, having expended some physical and psychic energy, while Zhou Ji was in a far worse state, his face obscured by grime and his clothing tattered. Though he had initially retreated upon encountering the enemy, he had still drawn their concentrated fire. even as a soil user with his own psychic techniques. The residual effects of combat had left him somewhat battered. Seeing Zhou Zi's condition, Lin Xiao felt a pang of guilt. If it becomes too much for you, I can take the bait next time, Zhou Zi thought to himself. At least you still have some conscience. However, he dismissed the idea, fearing that if Lin Xiao attracted attention, he might be overwhelmed and eliminated outright. Alas, such was the fate of one destined to be bait. Zhou Zi was self-aware. In Lin Xiao's plan, the bait role was where he could maximize effectiveness. Lin Xiao was about to say something further when he suddenly glanced into the distance. Shoo! Someone is approaching. Zhou Zi sprang to his feet. Brother Xiao, quickly hide. I'll act as bait. To Zhou Zi's surprise, Lin Xiao made no move this time. No need. There's only one person. One person? That simplifies matters. Let us eliminate them. Lin Xiao's expression turned serious. He was far less optimistic than Zhou Zi. Simplify? The fact that they dare to approach alone indicates absolute confidence in their strength. We must proceed with caution. Zhou Zi considered this and realized the truth in Lin Xiao's words. As the figure drew nearer, Lin Xiao finally discerned their identity. Ah, it's Shen Yao. Shen Yao was the sole SS-level powerhouse from Sun City, which explained her audacity in acting alone. Zhou Zi, too, felt a twinge of apprehension upon encountering Shen Yao. Brother Xiao, should we retreat to avoid confrontation? Lin Xiao entertained this thought, yet Shen Yao's approach quelled his inclination to withdraw. She had spotted the two and chose not to bypass them, instead sauntering toward their direction with a leisurely pace. Let us not rush. Let us gauge her intentions first. Lin Xiao resolved, recognizing that if he aimed to claim first place, an encounter with Shen Yao was inevitable. Thus, meeting her sooner rather than later would matter little. As Shen Yao drew closer, Lin Xiao was astonished to observe that, although she was alone, she cradled a rabbit in her arms. The rabbit lay quietly against her, appearing remarkably docile. Yet, Lin Xiao furrowed his brows. In the secret realm, a rabbit was no ordinary creature, if he was not mistaken. It appeared to be a violent rabbit. While eliminating a violent rabbit posed no significant challenge, taming it to remain so tranquil as a pet was an entirely different endeavor. Shen Yao's strength might be even more formidable than he had anticipated. Chapter 44. Testing the Waters, Collaboration Achieved. This battle was being broadcast live online, with the score leaderboard displayed prominently at the top of the streaming interface. At present, there were still 45 contestants remaining. The lowest score recorded was 30. The score for the 20th position was 58, indicating a relatively narrow margin. Thus, any elimination could catapult the last-ranked participant into the top 20. If Lin Xiao were to view the leaderboard, he would undoubtedly recognize several familiar names among the ranks. Lu Rian's score stands at a perfect 100, placing her 13th. Ji Boxio has accumulated 153 points, ranking 4th. His score, alongside Zhou Zi's, is also commendable. Zhou Zi has 115 points, securing the 11th position, while Lin Xiao has 121 points, ranking 10th. Among all competitors, the one who reigns supreme is none other than Shen Yao. Presently, Shen Yao boasts a score of 242, making her the sole contender surpassing the 200 mark. The second-place competitor trails behind with a score of merely 198, illustrating a significant gap from Shen Yao's impressive tally. At this moment, Lin Xiao has crossed paths with Shen Yao once again. It is noteworthy that among numerous live streams, Shen Yao commands the highest popularity, followed closely by Lin Xiao and Zhou Zi. Although their scores are not particularly high, they have surged rapidly in the rankings, demonstrating their prowess through a strategic late-game approach, having efficiently dispatched several teams, thus earning recognition from the live-stream audience. Coupled with Lin Xiao's recent lucrative exploits in the secret realm, he has garnered a loyal following. As the two major live streams converge into one, viewers are filled with excitement. Oh, they've encountered each other so quickly. I'm eager to see what sparks will fly. I still favor Shen Yao. She is exceptionally strong, unlike Lin Xiao and the others. A substantial portion of her points stems from slaying spirit beasts, and she accomplished this alone. I would deem her the strongest contender in this assessment, barring any unforeseen events. Shen Yao should undoubtedly claim the championship. Let us not be too absolute. Who knows what surprises may arise? The strength of the top 10 is formidable, and some teams are collaborating. Even if Shen Yao faces them, she may not fare well. After all, two fists cannot contend with four hands. Hey. Are you all missing the point? Shouldn't we be concerned about which team will survive? Definitely Shen Yao. If not, I'll do a handstand and wash my hair while eating excrement. Another one trying to deceive for food and drink. I've taken a screenshot. Don't run. Within the secret realm, Lin Xiao stands resolutely, observing as Shen Yao approaches. Though he has encountered her several times before, the sight of her once again fills both Lin Xiao and Zhou Zi with a tinge of admiration. Her short hair resembles a sharp sword, her countenance radiates determination, and her bright, intelligent eyes sparkle with wisdom. Upon spotting Lin Xiao, a subtle smile graces her lips. She walks with a light and confident gait, as if everything is within her control. Noticing Lin Xiao and Zhou Ji on high alert, her smile broadens. However, she shows no inclination to attack. While the rabbit cradled in her arms bares its teeth at the two. Lin Xiao, it's good to see you again. Xin Yao's tone is remarkably calm, devoid of any hostility. This alleviates Lin Xiao's tension, suggesting that she is not here for combat. He adheres to the adage of not striking those who bear a friendly demeanor, and given her cordiality, Lin Xiao refrains from making any aggressive moves. At this juncture, he is not keen on directly confronting Xin Yao. Once again, Miss Shun, what a delightful encounter, Lin Xiao remarks, casting a glance at the robust rabbit pressing against Xun Yao's chest. Ah, you must not misconstrue my intentions. I am no saint. Nor will I utter foolish proclamations about the adorableness of rabbits. I simply caught it out of boredom, and should hunger strike, it may serve as a backup meal. The rabbit responds internally, if only I understood human speech, I'd certainly express my discontent. Lin Xiao is somewhat taken aback. He finds Xin Yao's personality rather appealing. What could her intention for this meeting be? If she seeks to reminisce, he welcomes it. If she aims to seize points, they will not stand by idly. Do not be so tense. I have no intention of engaging in battle with you at this moment. I have fought alone for quite some time, and find it somewhat tedious. Hence, I thought to propose a collaboration. We are now in the final phase, and I too have aspirations for the top position. Let us work together for now. As for who ultimately claims the first place, we shall rely on our respective abilities. Lin Xiao is taken aback by Xun Yao's proposal for collaboration. This is indeed intriguing. He cannot deny that he is tempted. Partnering with Xun Yao would significantly elevate their collective strength. His only concern lies in whether Xun Yao is trustworthy. Noticing Lin Xiao's hesitance, Xin Yao is aware of his apprehensions. Rest assured, I genuinely wish to collaborate with you. Otherwise, I would have acted decisively. There would be no need for subterfuge. Lin Xiao ponders deeply. On paper, her reasoning appears sound. While his own strength is formidable, few are aware of it. Except for Zhou Ji. Most who knew his capabilities have already been eliminated. I am curious, among the remaining teams, why did you select us? Xin Yao contemplates for a moment before providing an answer that catches Lin Xiao off guard. You simply appeal to me. Lin Xiao. Her words are impeccably straightforward. No longer indecisive, Lin Xiao extends his hand toward Xin Yao. If that is the case, let us collaborate joyfully. Xin Yao momentarily hesitates upon seeing Lin Xiao's outstretched hand, but ultimately reciprocates. As their hands clasp, Lin Xiao feels the delicacy and softness of Xun Yao's hand, an experience that is both intoxicating and fleeting. However, he quickly regains his composure, intending to withdraw his hand. He is not yet prepared to engage with women in such a manner. As he attempts to retract his hand, Xin Yao resists, her grip tightening. Lin Xiao feels a surge of strength and immediately comprehends her intention. Is she attempting to assert dominance? Maintaining his composure, he applies equal pressure. This surprises Xun Yao, who realizes that Lin Xiao's strength is not significantly inferior to hers, resulting in a stalemate. It is worth noting that she is an awakened power user, and her strength has seen considerable enhancement since her awakening. Of course, this is without her employing any spirit techniques. Otherwise, Lin Xiao would not stand a chance against her. Even so, she regards Lin Xiao with newfound respect. He is indeed more formidable than he appears. Having gauged Lin Xiao's strength, Xin Yao sees no need for further testing. She begins to ease her grip. And upon noticing, Lin Xiao also relinquishes his hold. Their hands finally part, and Xun Yao smiles warmly. May our collaboration be fruitful. Chapter 45. Fear not the sixth. For the sixth is a master. Fear the master who is the sixth. Upon seeing Xun Yao, Zhou Ji finds himself momentarily entranced. From the very first glance, he is deeply captivated by her presence. Initially, Zhou Ji presumed Xun Yao had come to challenge them. Even contemplating whether he should offer himself as a sacrificial lamb should escape prove impossible. Ultimately, he abandoned that thought, for Lin Xiao was also present. He is not one to abandon his principles for mere appearances. Well, perhaps, now that he realizes Xun Yao is here to collaborate, a smile finally graces his face. When Lin Xiao and Xun Yao's hands intertwined, he initially dismissed it as inconsequential. However, as he observed their hands clasped together for an extended duration, a pang of jealousy surged within him. Unbeknownst to him, the two were engaged in a silent competition. Otherwise, such thoughts would not have crossed his mind. At that moment, when their hands finally parted, he eagerly approached. Miss Shun, may our collaboration be delightful, he exclaimed, extending his own hand in tandem. Lin Xiao was taken aback by Zhou Ji's behavior. He knew his friend well, and the awkward demeanor he exhibited in Xun Yao's presence was telling. Could it be that he harbored feelings for her? Contemplating this, Lin Xiao, who had initially intended to deter Zhou Ji, found himself smirking instead. You seek your own torment. Don't blame others for it. Xin Yao, momentarily taken aback, quickly adorned her face with a smile. Confident in her own prowess, she felt a twinge of annoyance for not having bested Lin Xiao, and thus, she could not let this opportunity to challenge Zhou Ji slip away. Without hesitation, she grasped Zhou Ji's hand. Zhou Ji's face flushed with an unnatural hue. Before he could fully register the moment, he felt an overwhelming force emanating from Xin Yao's grip. His lips twitched as he contemplated withdrawing his hand, yet he feared that such an action would diminish Xin Yao's regard for him, so he endured the pressure. He was not foolish, promptly channeling his spiritual energy to shield his hands. As an earth element awakener, he could manipulate simple earth elements even without employing any techniques, which alleviated his discomfort somewhat. Nevertheless, Xin Yao's grip felt as if it were a vice. A flicker of surprise crossed Xin Yao's eyes before she ultimately released her hold. Zhou Ji swiftly withdrew his hand, shaking it vigorously behind him. Lin Xiao approached Zhou Ji with an amused expression, chuckling at his friend's discomposure. Old Zhou, why the sudden lack of laughter? Is it that you cannot smile? At that moment, Zhou Ji comprehended why Xin Yao and Lin Xiao had maintained their handshake for so long. They had evidently engaged in a prelude of sorts. He lamented his own intrusion into their dynamic. Xiao Gu, please spare me the ridicule. Couldn't you have given me a heads up? What for? You practically walked right into it, Lin Xiao replied, lowering his voice deliberately. Zhou Ji, feeling slightly embarrassed by the accuracy of Lin Xiao's observation, nodded sheepishly. Well, a little. Then go for it. I believe in you, Lin Xiao encouraged. Zhou Ji exhaled in relief. Lin Xiao's words indicated he had no designs on Xin Yao, allowing him to pursue her without trepidation. Xin Yao, observing the two engaged in hushed conversation, paid them no mind. Now, let us discuss how we shall collaborate. Lin Xiao shot a glance at Zhou Ji, who immediately grasped the cue. This was an opportunity being afforded to him. He hurried over to relay their strategies to Xin Yao. She had no objections to Zhou Ji's cunning tactics, and they quickly reached an accord. They would employ the same strategy as before, with Zhou Ji as bait, while Xin Yao and Lin Xiao executed the offensive. However, Xin Yao was not entirely convinced by this approach, recognizing that those who had survived thus far were not simpletons easily ensnared. Yet, when the first five-member team fell into their trap, she finally understood the efficacy of the strategy. The crux of the matter lay with Lin Xiao. He consistently detected the opposing team before they were ready, allowing Zhou Ji to be noticed only when the time was nearly ripe. In those fleeting moments, Zhou Ji became a walking point score, and the five adversaries were reluctant to forfeit such an opportunity. The 5-to-1 advantage lulled them into complacency. Having fought through several skirmishes, Zhou Ji had become adept at feigning surprise, promptly turning to flee at the first sign of danger. His pursuers were fixated solely on him, unaware of Lin Xiao and Xin Yao's impending ambush. By the time they recognized the assault, it was too late. Lin Xiao and Xin Yao eliminated two of them, leaving the last one for Zhou Ji to dispatch. The five-member team was effortlessly vanquished, and all three were thoroughly satisfied with the outcome. Xin Yao mused that this method of accruing points was far more efficient than hunting spirit beasts, which would greatly aid her in her final push. With Xin Yao as a formidable ally, Lin Xiao felt considerably less burdened. Had he encountered such a team previously, while victory was not beyond his grasp, it would have required substantial effort. It certainly would not have been this effortless. From their current perspective, it was a win-win situation. The eliminated team gazed at the trio with expressions of utter disbelief. The manner of their defeat left them feeling utterly frustrated. Yet, there was little they could do. They had been declared out of the competition. They were acutely aware of Xin Yao's capabilities. Should it come to a contest, they would likely face elimination as well. Still, the prospect of an outright defeat was not entirely devoid of hope. Being eliminated in such a straightforward manner was easier to digest. But falling victim to an ambush without inflicting any damage in return was deeply disheartening. Alas, it's not the cunning of the sixth player that is alarming, but rather the fact that a skilled player is the sixth. The battles came swiftly and ended even more rapidly. Xin Yao was exhilarated, yet curiosity tugged at her. Lin Xiao, how did you discern the opposing team so early? I possess keen eyesight. My ability enhances vision to F grade. Is there a problem with that? Xin Yao was taken aback. Having previously engaged in a contest of strength with Lin Xiao, she had assumed he was also of the strength type, or at least a close combat specialist. Learning that his ability was merely an F-grade enhancement of vision was truly unexpected. It made sense in hindsight. How had he trained to attain such strength? No wonder her grandfather, who had not contacted her in ages, had urged her to investigate this individual. Something was amiss. No problem. I believe I now understand why you all employ such cunning tactics. Shall we continue? Absolutely. The assessment continued, and in the subsequent period, Lin Xiao and his companions encountered only a two-member team. It was not due to their reluctance to seek out other groups. They simply had not encountered any. On one hand, the number of participants still in the competition was dwindling, while on the other, they had ventured into the core area of the secret realm, where spirit beasts had become increasingly prevalent. Encounters with spirit beasts were thus inevitable. At last, Lin Xiao witnessed the full extent of Xun Yao's formidable prowess. She possessed two spirit techniques, both of which amplified her strength. Under the enhancement of these techniques, Xun Yao's power was fearsome. While spirit beasts generally possessed greater strength than humans, they were utterly outmatched by Xun Yao's might. Especially when Lin Xiao and Zhou Ji observed her effortlessly hurling a several hundred-pound level 1 spirit beast, a violent wild boar, several dozen meters away. A singular thought occupied their minds. This woman is truly fierce. Lin Xiao even winked at Zhou Ji, eager to gauge his friend's continued admiration for Xun Yao. To his surprise, Zhou Ji offered no response, instead casting a more fervent gaze toward Xun Yao. Oh my, the girlfriend power is off the charts. What should I do? Chapter 46, The Beast Tide Approaches. While they encountered numerous spirit beasts, most were solitary, making their elimination relatively uncomplicated. After a brief rest, the trio pressed onward, albeit with heightened caution compared to before. During this period, numerous individuals have been eliminated, either by the spirit beasts or by their fellow participants, leaving only 25 remaining. The examination has now reached its final moments. These 25 are now divided into 3 teams. Lin Xiao and his companions constitute one of the teams, the smallest among the 3. The other 2 teams comprise a squad of 10 and a squad of 12. The leader of the 10-member team is the ace from the second school, Chu Ran, an S-rank ability wielder of the lightning element, who is regarded as the second most talented individual in Sun City, just after Xun Yao. From the very beginning, he has meticulously organized his team with the intention of excelling in this assessment. He even harbors the ambition of securing all 10 spots in the top rankings for his squad. The 12-member team is led by Ji Boxio. Although it boasts the largest number of members, its strength pales in comparison to Chu Ran's team. Within Ji Boxio's team, only he is an S-rank awakener, while the rest are predominantly A-rank, with a few even at the B-rank level. Their numerical advantage has allowed them to utilize a strategy of overwhelming numbers against the spirit beasts, thus enabling them to last until the end. At this moment, Lu Rian is nestled in Ji Boxio's embrace, seemingly indifferent to the gazes of those around them. Brother Boxio, it's been so long since I last bathed. I feel as though I am emitting an odor, she complained. Don't be ridiculous. To me, you always smell delightful, he retorted playfully. How annoying. By the way, Brother Boxio, it's already the 3rd day. Given our team's size, it should be a foregone conclusion that you will rank in the top 10, right? Ji Boxio smiled confidently. Naturally. My father said that as long as I place in the top 10 during this examination, I will truly become the heir of the Ji family, and you will then be Mrs. Ji. A flicker of hope glinted in Lu Rian's eyes. She had long awaited this moment. I love you the most. Those around them had grown accustomed to the couple's flirtations, though some still couldn't help but frown. Had it not been for Ji Boxio's promise of substantial benefits upon their exit, they would have found it unbearable to remain. Sigh. What concerns me most is Chu Ran's team. Their numbers may be fewer, but their strength likely surpasses ours by a margin. What shall we do? Brother Boxio, you absolutely must place in the top 10 this time. Do not worry, it will be fine. They are not an unbreakable unit, and I have my own plans. If necessary, I can spend a bit of money to have a few teammates eliminated. That way, even if I am eliminated, my points will still be sufficient to secure a top 10 position. Ah, I see. You are truly clever, brother. Sadly, she lamented. It's a pity we haven't encountered Lin Xiao yet. I had intended to teach him a lesson during this assessment. A shadow of gloom crossed Lu Rian's eyes. Lin Xiao had shown her no courtesy in their previous encounters, repeatedly mocking her in front of others, and she had been eager to settle the score. Humph. That guy has been lurking behind. He must have been eliminated long ago. It seems he has gotten off lightly this time. Indeed, with his and Zhou Ji's strength, they would likely be eliminated upon encountering a single spirit beast. Rest assured, once we are out, I will still deal with him. Outside the secret realm, Zhou Wei surveyed the various images transmitted from different locations. With only 3 teams remaining, they were not particularly close to one another, and a brief period would pass before they encountered each other. The solitary spirit beasts posed no threat to any of the teams, and this stalemate could not continue. Contemplating this, Zhou Wei issued a direct command. Attention all personnel, commence operations. The remaining participants are all elites, and I expect the protective staff to remain vigilant. There have been no fatalities in this examination thus far, and I hope to maintain this statistic until the end. With Zhou Wei's command, the prepared strong individuals within the secret realm began to drive away the spirit beasts. In a normal first-level secret realm, The majority of spirit beasts would be of the first level, with only a few second-level beasts appearing occasionally. However, as this secret realm serves as an examination site for students, the second-level spirit beasts had already been cleared. Zhou Wei's objective was straightforward, to apply some pressure on those who had not yet been eliminated. As these individuals drove the spirit beasts, the creatures converged from all directions towards the three teams, gradually forming an artificial tide of beasts. This wave would likely result in numerous eliminations. Observing the footage from the drones, Zhou Wei smiled. The beast tide would not be easily repelled. None of the three teams could withstand it, and they would undoubtedly choose to retreat. As the tide surged, the three teams would eventually collide, a spectacle he eagerly anticipated. Sun Ziwen and Murong Yu exchanged knowing smiles. The situation was becoming increasingly intriguing. Lin Xiao and his companions were in search of a target. For some unknown reason, they had not only failed to locate any other teams, but had also not encountered any spirit beasts. This left Lin Xiao feeling somewhat vexed. Time was running short, and he was keen on claiming first place. After all, the prize was exceedingly tempting. However, given the current circumstances, securing the top position seemed far from straightforward. Take Xin Yao, for instance. Her points were already significantly higher than his. Lin Xiao even contemplated whether he should eliminate Xin Yao directly. Yet, upon considering her capabilities, he temporarily dismissed the idea. They were still in a cooperative phase, and he could not resort to such underhanded tactics. As Lin Xiao pondered how to accrue points, he suddenly felt the ground begin to tremble. Zhou Ji and Xin Yao exchanged puzzled glances. What is going on? Is it an earthquake or thunder? Lin Xiao, possessing keen eyesight, was the first to discern the rising clouds of dust in the distance. He swiftly climbed a tree to get a better view. In his line of sight, hundreds of spirit beasts were charging towards their location, and in other directions, there were also several such beast tides. With his superior vision, Lin Xiao even spotted the powerful individuals trailing behind the tide. Damn, are they playing such a large game? Are they trying to wipe us out? Realizing the gravity of the situation, Lin Xiao jumped down from the tree without hesitation. Observing Xin Yao and Zhou Ji still in a daze, he shouted, "What are you waiting for? Run! The beast tide is coming." Xin Yao and Zhou Ji were momentarily stunned. Did they hear correctly? A beast tide? How could there be a beast tide in a first-level secret realm? Although they found it hard to comprehend, they understood that Lin Xiao would not joke about such matters. If they were caught by the beast tide, the consequences would be dire. Run for it. Let us hope we can evade the beast tide. Chapter 47. All I need is to outrun you. Just as Lin Xiao had predicted, a massive swarm of spirit beasts soon appeared behind the three of them. Looking back, there were at least 100 beasts, and even with Xin Yao's absolute confidence in her own strength, the sight of so many spirit beasts left her with no option but to flee. Given her abilities, she could only handle 4 or 5 first-level spirit beasts simultaneously. The trio began sprinting towards a direction devoid of spirit beasts, cursing their parents for not giving them 2 extra legs. The beast tide was not only attacking Lin Xiao's group, the other 2 teams faced the same predicament. At this moment, everyone made the same decision: to escape. The spirit beasts were driven by human intervention, with the intent of compelling the remaining survivors to gather together. Under the relentless pursuit of these creatures, the 3 teams swiftly converged. Had they encountered one another earlier, conflicts would have been inevitable. However, at this juncture, survival took precedence. The amalgamation of their numbers did not equate to an advantage, for the quantity of spirit beasts had multiplied, presenting a daunting sight of at least 300 to 400. Faced with such a formidable horde, they were far from being their match. Upon spotting Lin Xiao, Ji Baxio's expression soured. He had not anticipated that Lin Xiao would still be in the fray at this late stage. Lu Rian wore a look of disbelief as well. She too could not fathom how someone who had merely awakened an F-level non-combat ability could have survived this long. As Lin Xiao brushed past them, Ji Baxio could not restrain his derision. Who would have thought you'd still be here? Your luck is truly remarkable. Lin Xiao rolled his eyes, exasperated that Ji Baxio would seek him out at such a critical moment. Would it not be wiser to conserve energy for their escape? He chose to ignore Ji Baxio, urging Zhou Ji to quicken their pace, while Xin Yao silently fell into step beside him. Seeing Lin Xiao's disregard for him stung Ji Baxio's pride. And when he caught sight of Xin Yao, a glint of lewdness flickered in his eyes. It suddenly dawned on him why Lin Xiao had managed to avoid elimination. It appeared he had latched onto Xin Yao for support. Truly, luck was on his side. The spirit beasts were diverse, with many adept in speed. They were rapidly closing the gap between themselves and the new students participating in the assessment. From the current scenario, being overtaken was merely a matter of time. Chu Ran was the first to recognize this pressing issue and hastened to Ji Baxio's side. Ji Baxio, you're the captain of this team, and with Xin Yao, I propose we collaborate. Now is not the time for internal strife, or we shall all face elimination. Ji Boxio nodded, acknowledging the truth in Chu Ran's words. He too did not believe that their combined strength could withstand the onslaught of the spirit beasts. I agree to cooperate. But do you really think our numbers can contend with this horde? Xin Yao, hearing her name called by Chu Ran, interjected, don't ask me. I follow Lin Xiao's lead. I'm just here to assist. Her words momentarily stunned both Chu Ran and Ji Boxio, who had not anticipated that even Xin Yao would defer to Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao, who had been preparing to flee, stumbled at Xun Yao's declaration. This girl was only complicating matters for herself. Nevertheless, he realized that fleeing indefinitely was not a viable solution, so he decided to observe what strategy Chu Ran might propose. I have no objections to collaborating, Lin Xiao stated, but surely you do not believe we can withstand such a beast tide? While escaping, Chu Ran replied, of course not. Continuing like this is untenable. It's only a matter of time before we are overtaken. My intention is to work together to create some obstacles for the spirit beasts, at least to slow them down, allowing us a chance to break free from their clutches. Both Lin Xiao and Ji Boxio readily agreed to this plan. Lin Xiao directly asserted, no objections here. Let us set aside our differences for now. Chu, you take the lead. Just tell us what we need to do. Ji Boxio felt a twinge of discontent. Why should Chu Ran be the one to direct the efforts? Yet, upon reflection, he realized that in the current predicament, leadership was not a coveted role, and conceding to Chu Ran temporarily was acceptable. I concur. Chu Ran seized upon this affirmation. In that case, everyone will adhere to my commands for now. All Earth-type awakeners construct earthen walls in the direction the spirit beasts are advancing. We do not seek to harm them, merely to impede their speed. As Chu Ran's orders echoed, the remaining 4 Earth-type awakeners, including Zhou Ji, promptly unleashed their earthen barriers. The sudden appearance of the walls momentarily startled the spirit beasts, yet they soon charged towards the barriers. The pressure from the formidable beasts behind them surpassed that of the walls. The barriers were quickly toppled by the spirit beasts. However, they did serve a purpose. As they did slow the beast's advance considerably. Observing the effectiveness of his strategy, Chu Ran continued to direct the team. Water-type awakeners, with the ground ahead. This will further diminish the beast's speed. Earth-types, prepare to erect more walls. Chu Ran's tactics proved to be quite effective, as the spirit beast's pace did indeed slow. However, Lin Xiao understood that the situation was far from resolved. After a moment's contemplation, he tugged Zhou Ji to flee. Xin Yao immediately followed suit. What is happening? I thought Chu Ran's strategy was working quite well. This is only a temporary measure. There are too many spirit beasts. We can only slow them momentarily. Once their energy is depleted, it will be futile. After considering Lin Xiao's words, Xin Yao realized the validity of his assessment. It seemed prudent to continue their escape. The actions of Lin Xiao and his companions drew the attention of others. Chu Ran sighed, recognizing that Lin Xiao's decision was indeed the right one. Yet to flee without a word felt rather disloyal. With a quiet lament, he signaled for the group to continue their retreat. Fortunately, their previous maneuvers had afforded them some distance from the pursuing beasts. Ji Boxio was no fool. He swiftly led his team to escape as well. Being a wind type, he had a natural advantage in speed and soon caught up with Lin Xiao's trio. Lin Xiao, you just took off without a word. Isn't that a bit underhanded? Lin Xiao scoffed. You have numbers on your side, while we are but 3. Besides, we cannot contribute much. Having us 3 makes no difference. Why should I risk my safety? Ji Boxio conceded. That does seem to be a valid point. However, do you really think you can outrun these spirit beasts? Lin Xiao chuckled. I never intended to outrun the spirit beasts. I only need to outpace you. Chapter 48. I'm done playing. I'm ready to take flight. Ji Boxio appeared to have heard the greatest joke of his life. You mean to say you can run faster than us? You must think quite highly of yourself. Lin Xiao dismissed him, unwilling to waste breath on such banter. The relentless pursuit of the spirit beasts had persisted for some time, and many present were utterly fatigued. Numerous students had not specifically trained their bodies prior, and the prolonged exertion left them feeling as if their lungs would burst. Were it not for the sheer determination to avoid elimination, many would have succumbed long before. Zhou Ji was among them. Were it not for Lin Xiao's constant encouragement, he would have likely collapsed on the ground. Huff, huff, Xiao Ge, just leave me behind. I can't run anymore. Don't be ridiculous. I would never abandon you. Well, our protectors surely wouldn't allow the spirit beasts to harm us. There's no real danger. That reasoning was sound. Yet Lin Xiao believed Zhou Ji could still endure a bit longer. Let us wait and see. Unless absolutely necessary, I don't want to see you eliminated like this. Xin Yao observed the two with a sense of exasperation. Before criticizing others, perhaps you should take a look in the mirror. Xin Yao's words were not without merit. Lin Xiao now appeared no less formidable than Zhou's Haiqiang. His clothes were drenched in perspiration, having run an extensive distance since their encounter with the spirit beasts. With a burden still upon him, Lin Xiao had never traversed such a length, even during his training at the nursing home. Yet, he remained unconcerned, fully aware of his own limits. As long as he could endure, he was determined to seize this opportunity for exercise. When he felt he could no longer persist, he would relinquish the weight he carried. Rest assured, I can still hold on, he declared. Seeing his resolve, Xinyao ceased her attempts to persuade him, as she herself felt quite at ease. Prior to her awakening, she had frequently engaged in physical training. To her, this exertion was hardly daunting. Many others shared her resilience, including several who had awakened to combat-oriented powers such as beast transformation, whose physical abilities had been notably enhanced. Though they felt fatigued, they could still persevere. Most of those who had awakened elemental powers, however, found themselves exhausted. The wind and thunder elementalists fared slightly better, as their abilities enhanced their speed, allowing Ji Boxio and Chu Ran to navigate the situation with relative ease. Lu Ruyan, on the other hand, struggled, had it not been for Ji Boxio's assistance. She would likely have been eliminated long ago. At that moment, the spirit beasts drew ever closer to the group. Finally, some individuals could no longer keep pace. The five trailing at the back found themselves utterly spent, helplessly watching as the beasts closed in. Initially, they dismissed the situation as a normal elimination. Reassured by the presence of skilled protectors within the secret realm, they believed that someone would surely ensure their safety. However, as the spirit beasts approached with alarming proximity, the absence of any rescuers began to unsettle them. What on earth is happening? Is anyone going to save me? One fire element student gasped, struggling to rise but collapsing in panic, resignedly shutting his eyes. Just as the five thought their fate was sealed, they felt no pain upon opening their eyes to find themselves in an unfamiliar place devoid of any spirit beasts. Am I in heaven? They wondered, still shaken, realizing they had indeed been saved, albeit through a rather harrowing ordeal. One water element awakener was so terrified that he nearly lost control of his bladder, wishing he could vanish into a crack in the ground. The others, however, refrained from mocking him, as they were hardly in a better state. Mirong Yu observed the scene from a distance. Zhou Wei had requested his intervention, and he was more than willing to undertake this task. It was only a powerhouse like Mirong Yu who could so effortlessly rescue everyone in such a perilous moment. He intended to impart a lesson about the sensation of mortality, believing it would aid their future growth. As for how to soothe their traumatized spirits, that was a matter for others to address. The swarm of spirit beasts showed no sign of halting, for their frantic flight was not driven by choice, but by the terror of those pursuing them. Mirong Yu had rescued the eliminated individuals just in the nick of time, yet those still fleeing were oblivious to this. They perceived the others as having been overwhelmed by the horde. Several who were on the verge of collapse considered giving up if their companions had been rescued. But when they witnessed no signs of salvation, their dwindling energy surged anew, each moving faster than before. Meanwhile, Xinyao observed Lin Xiao and Zhou Ji, both panting heavily but undeterred. Do you two truly not require our assistance? She inquired. Lin Xiao wiped the sweat from his brow and waved dismissively. No need. I can still go on. Xinyao sensed that Lin Xiao was merely putting on a brave front. They had initially been the first to flee, maintaining a position of advantage. However, due to Zhou Ji's slowing pace and Lin Xiao's fatigue, they had been caught up by Ji Boxio and the others. Ji Boxio, witnessing Lin Xiao's waning stamina, couldn't help but smirk. Who would have thought you could hold on this long? For an F-grade weakling, your endurance is commendable. But this is where it ends. I hope you managed to survive, he taunted, overtaking Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao scoffed at the derision, recognizing that Ji Boxio relished his struggles. Glancing back at the encroaching spirit beasts, Lin Xiao understood he could not continue in this manner. He swiftly began to shed his clothing, prompting Shun Yao to cover her eyes with her hand, though only she knew if she peeked through her fingers. Ugh, what a pervert. What is the point of undressing now? Lin Xiao felt exasperated, as his intention was merely to lighten his load, not to act inappropriately. He removed his weighted vest, hand and leg bindings, and, seeing no one was watching, stowed them away in his spatial ring. Since entering the nursing home, he had only been able to remove his burdens while bathing. In that moment, he felt an unprecedented sense of lightness. Observing Zhou Ji, who was nearing his limits, Lin Xiao hoisted him onto his shoulder. Though Zhou Ji was not light, he was far less cumbersome than the burdens Lin Xiao had been carrying. Without bothering to put his shirt back on, Lin Xiao smiled at Xinyao. No more games. I'm ready to take off. Care for a race to see who can run faster? Chapter 49, An Unsettling Calm. Xinyao was perplexed. How could Lin Xiao, clearly exhausted, propose a race? Was he relying on sheer willpower? Moreover, after shedding his shirt, he effortlessly lifted Zhou Ji, appearing to exert no effort at all. Was the Lin Xiao they had known merely concealing his strength? He seemed too fatigued to be pretending. All right then, let us see what trickery you're up to. With his physical constraints lifted, Lin Xiao felt invigorated. Ignoring Zhou Zi's struggles, he took off running. His speed surged to an entirely new level. A sensation of ease he had never experienced before. Previously, he could only shed his burdens while bathing, and even then, he hadn't had the opportunity to truly appreciate the transformation of his body. Now, liberated from the weight, every step felt effortlessly light, even with Zhou Zi, who weighed over 100 pounds, seeming as light as a feather. Lin Xiao, witnessing Lin Xiao's newfound agility, was utterly bewildered. How had he suddenly regained his strength? Carrying Zhou Zi with such ease, was that even scientifically plausible? Was she the one with the strength, or was this young man a powerhouse in disguise? Unable to decipher it, Lin Xiao dismissed her thoughts and hurried after him, eager to challenge Lin Xiao properly, as he was the only participant in the assessment she found truly enigmatic. Upon noticing Lin Xiao keeping pace with him, Lin Xiao's face broke into a smile. He retrieved some roasted beast meat from earlier. Although it was merely first-tier spirit beast meat and bore little energy, it nevertheless provided him with a modicum of stamina. He began to accelerate. His speed significantly increased compared to before, while the burdened Zhou Zi could only feel the wind whipping past his ears. Wow, Brother Xiao, slow down a bit. You're making me feel nauseous. Lin Xiao retorted with a grimace. Hold it together. If you dare to vomit, I will simply drop you and let you serve as a meal for the spirit beasts. Zhou Zi, alarmed, quickly covered his mouth to prevent any mishaps. Lin Xiao followed closely behind Lin Xiao, attempting to overtake him, but to her surprise, no matter how fast she pushed herself, she could not surpass him. It seemed he had been concealing his true capabilities. Those who had previously surpassed Lin Xiao were now overtaken by him in return. The onlookers cast incredulous glances at Lin Xiao, but refrained from questioning him, too fatigued to ponder how he had seemingly revived with renewed vigor. As more and more individuals fell behind, Lin Xiao finally caught up with the leading group. Ji Boxio and Lu Ruyan were among them, with Ji Boxio utilizing his wind-based abilities to pull Lu Ruyan ahead. As Lin Xiao breezed past them, he seized the opportunity to mock. Weren't you quite arrogant earlier? Why the sluggish pace now, Ji Xiao? Waiting for me. Ji Boxio and Lu Ruyan, startled by Lin Xiao's voice, realized he had once again caught up. They were both incredulous. How could he be moving so swiftly after appearing to be exhausted moments ago, with his bare shoulders exposed? Lin Xiao's sculpted physique was laid bare before Lu Ruyan, who found herself momentarily entranced. Having known Lin Xiao for so long, it was her first time seeing him without a shirt, and she was taken aback by the sight of his chiseled 8-pack abs. Ji Boxio, already struggling to keep up with Lu Ruyan, nearly lost control of his spiritual energy upon witnessing Lin Xiao's impressive form. How is this possible? You were on the verge of collapse just a moment ago. Lin Xiao smirked, curious to know. I won't tell you. Come chase me if you can. He wasted no time, rushing past them with Zhou Zi in tow. Lin Xiao swiftly followed suit, zipping past Ji Boxio. Ji Boxio was left seething, nearly choking on his frustration. He attempted to close the gap, but found that no matter how he accelerated, Lin Xiao only grew further away. Observing Ji Boxio's futile efforts, Lu Ruyan felt an unexpected pang of regret. At that moment, she considered that perhaps staying with Lin Xiao wasn't such a bad choice after all. The escape continued, and more individuals were eliminated. Without exception, those who had been ousted were utterly drained. To them, being caught by the spirit beasts meant only one fate, death. The previous victims had seemingly received no aid. Damn it. Although we signed a life and death contract, historically, the number of actual fatalities has been minimal. Why is this assessment so perilous this time? The remaining contestants were all elites. Losing so many so swiftly was alarming, especially with the event being broadcast live. Did the organizers not fear scandal? As the spirit beasts closed in, many could not help but curse the organizers and their protective personnel. Just as they braced for death, their eyes gradually opened to reveal the very personnel meant to protect them. Nearby stood those they had assumed had perished. The realization that they had just been cursing the families of these individuals made them feel sheepish. What in the world is going on? This is nothing like we imagined. How did they escape? The protective personnel had initially intended to provide psychological support, but upon hearing the contestants' remarks, it seemed they required no such assistance. In fact, it appeared their spirits remained quite unscathed, and the personnel were more than willing to alleviate their itch for a little excitement. Soon, cries of despair echoed from the eliminated camp. After Lin Xiao had carried Zhou Zi a considerable distance, he finally came to a halt. Hearing the sounds behind them, it appeared the spirit beasts were now much further away. Upon seeing Lin Xiao stop, Lin Xiao also paused, panting heavily as she gazed incredulously at him. Was he some sort of monster? As a power type, she often participated in marathons, yet she couldn't keep pace with Lin Xiao, especially while he bore the burden of Zhou Zi. Zhou Zi, once released, immediately found a gnarled tree and began to retch. Ugh, I've never been airsick or carsick, yet being carried like that made me feel nauseous. How embarrassing. Lin Xiao observed the distant horde of spirit beasts, noting with surprise that they were not pursuing them, but rather veering away, heading in another direction. This made Lin Xiao furrow his brow. Xin Yao noticed this as well and sighed in relief. Finally, we've shaken them off. That was exhausting. Lin Xiao, however, was not as optimistic. He surveyed his surroundings, feeling a sense of unease. Something's off. The spirit beasts seemed deliberately avoiding this area. And don't you find it eerily quiet here? Chapter 50, Vigilance. As Lin Xiao spoke, Xin Yao and Zhou Ji too felt that the silence was indeed unsettling. Just then, Ji Boxio, Lu Rian, and Chu Ran caught up with Lin Xiao and the others. Noticing that Lin Xiao and his companions had halted, they also came to a stop. Previously, they had been pursued relentlessly by the spirit beasts and had feared looking back. Now, seeing the trio so relaxed, they realized they might have temporarily evaded the threat. They turned back to check, and upon confirming the absence of the spirit beasts, they collectively sighed in relief. Lin Xiao briefly assessed the situation. The appearance of the spirit beasts had led to the elimination of over a dozen contestants, leaving only 16 remaining. Those who had escaped the beasts now sank wearily to the ground. I thought I was going to die, finally free from those beasts. That was a close call. If they had pursued us for just a little longer, I might not have held on. Who isn't feeling that way? I had to summon every ounce of strength. However, not everyone shared this sentiment. Chu Ran sensed that something was amiss. Everyone, it seems like things aren't quite right. Those spirit beasts clearly aren't not pursuing us because they're too exhausted. They've changed direction entirely, not approaching us at all. It feels as though they are wary of this place. Lin Xiao wholeheartedly agreed, pondering what could instill such trepidation in the spirit beasts. Could there be higher-tier beasts lurking nearby? That seemed impossible. This was merely a first-tier secret realm, where one would expect no higher-tier beasts to be present. Lin Xiao was baffled, and the others shared his confusion. Ji Boxio, seated on the ground, gasped for breath. Chu Ran, don't be alarmist. We've narrowly escaped. Let us allow everyone to rest. Others likely share similar sentiments. After all, continuing the chase now would truly drain their energy. Lin Xiao, however, paid no heed to these individuals, his attention fixated on the surroundings. He firmly believed that the situation was far from straightforward. At this juncture, Lin Xiao had yet to discern any anomalies. Perhaps he was merely overthinking. This tense and exhilarating escape had collectively heightened the excitement of those watching the live broadcast. The spirit beast horde is simply exhilarating. It seems that half of the participants have been eliminated now. When those individuals were pursued by the spirit beasts, I couldn't help but feel anxious for them, but thankfully they were all rescued in the end. Indeed, but how were they saved? I'm still utterly bewildered. Could someone knowledgeable enlighten me? If my eyes do not deceive me, it appears to be a spatial ability. Don't be ridiculous. Our nation has very few spatial awakeners. How could a mere level 1 secret realm assessment warrant the intervention of a spatial expert? Then how do we explain this occurrence? Perhaps it's simply because we are ordinary people. We cannot comprehend the methods of these experts. That makes sense. By the way, there aren't many left who haven't been eliminated, and the most thrilling part is yet to come. Absolutely. And it seems that the scores of these individuals aren't too far apart. Each of them has a chance to enter the top 10. What should I do with this inexplicable excitement? At this moment, Zhou Wei also noticed the situation unfolding over there, which was entirely different from his expectations. In his plan, this beast tide should have eliminated the majority of participants. What was happening now? Even he struggled to grasp it. He immediately turned to a companion beside him. Xiaozhang, what is going on? Why did the spirit beasts bypass that area? Xiaozhang, Zhou Wei's secretary, was primarily responsible for this secret realm assessment and was well informed about the situation. City Lord, this typically occurs when that area is the territory of a high-level spirit beast, causing the other beasts to shy away. There was previously a level 2 spirit beast residing there. Is that so? These youngsters are indeed fortunate. By the way, are we certain that the level 2 spirit beasts in the secret realm have been eradicated? Rest assured, City Lord. I led the team personally. I recall having slain 3 level 2 Gale Wolves in this area. It is rare for 3 level 2 Gale Wolves to appear simultaneously in a secret realm. Perhaps the scent of the Gale Wolves remains, which is why those spirit beasts chose to avoid it. That is good to hear. Well then, the critical moment for vying for the final rankings is upon us. Rather than being eliminated by the spirit beasts, it's better to let them compete among themselves. I am eager to see how these youngsters perform in the end. As time passed, those who had not been eliminated regained some stamina, perhaps reminded of their current predicament. Everyone began to eye one another warily. Regardless of previous team affiliations, such distinctions had become meaningless. Only the rewards for the top 10 held true value, and every participant present had a chance to vie for those positions. At this moment, no one wished to relinquish their opportunity to another. Moreover, Entering the top 10 was not merely about the rewards. It also made them more noticeable to the higher-ranking spirit martial universities. This was an opportunity that none of the students present were willing to forfeit. Even Zhou Ji, who had previously intended to remain inconspicuous, now harbored different thoughts. If he could secure a place in the top 10, his parents would be overjoyed upon his return home. Everyone understood this principle, and thus no one dared to trust those around them. Zhou Ji touched his nose and directly approached Lin Xiao. Others may harbor doubts, but he had absolute faith in Lin Xiao. If Lin Xiao wanted him eliminated, he wouldn't have gone to such lengths to carry him out earlier. Furthermore, if Lin Xiao truly wished for his elimination, it would be as simple as saying a word. Having survived this long without being eliminated, Zhou Ji felt content. Lin Xiao could easily let him forfeit, transferring all his points to Lin Xiao. Xiao Gu, what is the situation now? It feels incredibly tense here. Lin Xiao had already sensed this tension. He smiled. It's quite simple. Everyone is eager for a final sprint, all desiring a better rank. Every individual present is a competitor, yet simultaneously, no one wants to make the first move, for the one who does may become the target of collective scrutiny. Thus, we find ourselves in a standoff. Upon hearing Lin Xiao's explanation, Zhou Ji understood. So you're saying that no one wants to be the first to stick their neck out, right? Precisely. However, I'm not particularly concerned about that. I can't shake the feeling that something is off, as if unseen eyes are watching us. Xiao Gu, please don't speak so ominously. Lin Xiao was not engaging in hyperbole. He genuinely felt this way. Yet, upon careful observation of his surroundings, he found no abnormalities, leaving him uncertain about the source of his unease. Just then, someone finally broke the silence. Ji Boxio. Everyone, continuing like this is not a solution. There are few of us left. In my opinion, we should eliminate some irrelevant individuals. What do you all think? Ji Boxio cast a glance toward Lin Xiao as he made this suggestion. This left Lin Xiao speechless. This fellow was still fixated on him. He needed to find an opportunity to eliminate this guy. Chapter 51. Lu Rian takes action. Some individuals present couldn't help but feel tempted by Ji Boxio's suggestion. However, a dilemma arose. Among the remaining 16, who should be eliminated first? No one wished to become the target of elimination. Particularly the weaker members of the group were now eyeing each other warily. Finally, someone voiced this concern. While that may be true, who exactly are the irrelevant individuals? Everyone here is astute. No one wants to be used as a pawn. The speaker was rather blunt. Ji Boxio's words were clearly aimed at some individuals, and those present were unwilling to act as Ji Boxio's pawns. Seeing that everyone chose to observe quietly, Ji Boxio realized they had misunderstood him. You've misunderstood. That is not what I meant. Among us, there is a mere F-grade trash among us, and I wish to eliminate him first. Consider this. If an F-grade individual manages to enter the top 10, or even attain a better rank, it would be quite embarrassing for all of us, wouldn't it? Upon hearing Ji Boxio's words, all eyes turned to Lin Xiao. At this point, everyone had some understanding of Lin Xiao's situation, as he was the only one below B grade in this assessment. Many had initially thought Lin Xiao would be eliminated quickly, yet he had managed to survive until now. They were compelled to acknowledge that Ji Boxio had a point. If Lin Xiao were to enter the top 10, it would indeed be embarrassing for them. As others would say, they were outperformed by an F-grade awakener. Lin Xiao, damn it. Ji Boxio is truly despicable and quite cunning, effortlessly drawing all the animosity toward himself with just a few words. Naturally, he would not remain passive. While he was unafraid, being the focus of so many people's attention was undeniably bothersome. Ladies and gentlemen, do not allow yourselves to be misled by this individual. Consider this. Hundreds have already been eliminated, and which one of those who have awakened possesses powers superior to mine? At this juncture, what does it matter if one feels ashamed? Let us not be incited by this fellow. Ji Boxio, if you are a man, then face me in a duel. Surely, you are not afraid of someone like me, who has only awakened an F-grade ability. If that is the case, then you are even less than refuse. Lin Xiao's words jolted many into a state of clarity. They nearly fell for Ji Boxio's trickery. Lin Xiao spoke nothing but the truth. If we are to speak of shame, one's dignity has long since vanished. If Lin Xiao were utterly devoid of skill, he would not have survived this long. Everyone had witnessed Lin Xiao's previous performance, evading a multitude of spirit beasts while leading the charge. That speed, that explosive power, despite merely possessing an F-grade ability. Eliminating him would not be a trivial task. In an instant, those who regained their composure cast glances at Ji Boxio, their expressions tinged with hostility. Ji Boxio had not anticipated that his attempts to provoke would backfire so swiftly, as Lin Xiao deftly diffused the crisis with a mere few words. Moreover, it appeared he had now become the focus of scrutiny. Lin Xiao was right. Ji Boxio, you looked down upon him, did you not? Now that Lin Xiao wishes to challenge you, you cannot back down. Indeed, are you up to the task? Surely, you are not just a cowardly pup. I have faith in you, young Master Ji. Swiftly eliminate this scoundrel. The onlookers relished the unfolding drama. If Lin Xiao and Ji Boxio truly clashed, regardless of the victor, one would be eliminated, benefiting all others. Observing the crowd, Ji Boxio fell silent. He was uncertain of Lin Xiao's true strength. While he was confident in his ability to defeat Lin Xiao, the predatory gazes of those surrounding him made him reluctant to become the scapegoat. Although he did not value the rewards of this assessment, securing a place in the top 10 was imperative. This was crucial to his aspirations of becoming the next heir of the Ji family. With this thought, Ji Boxio let out a cold snort. Lin Xiao, out of respect for our shared status as students of the same school, I shall choose to spare you. For now. The crowd erupted in derisive jeers. He had instigated trouble only to now cower. Did he truly believe everyone was a fool? Lin Xiao made no effort to save face for Ji Boxio. Why speak so grandiloquently? It was akin to a courtesan erecting a facade while playing both sides. If you are a man, step forth and engage me in single combat. If you are afraid, then cease your blathering. Ji Boxio, in a fit of rage, yearned to teach Lin Xiao a lesson. Yet he could only suppress his fury at this moment. This assessment was far too significant for him to jeopardize. Ji Boxio remained silent, but beside him, Lu Rian could no longer contain herself and stepped forward. Lin Xiao, what is your intent? Brother Boxio refrains from engaging you for your own good. Do not be ungrateful. Upon seeing Lu Rian, Lin Xiao felt a wave of nausea wash over him, too disinterested to engage in conversation. Lu Rian, noticing Lin Xiao's silence, broke into a smile, believing he still harbored feelings for her, and that his previous behavior was merely to garner her attention. Lin Xiao, if you withdraw now, for the sake of our past, Brother Boxio and I could assist you in your future endeavors, and the money we previously gave you shall be considered a gift. Lin Xiao spat contemptuously on the ground. This was truly nauseating. How could this foolish woman possess such audacity? Even at this juncture, she remained self-centered. And as for the notion of gifting him money, it was his to begin with. Lu Rian's expression darkened once more. Ji Boxio, observing Lu Rian, concocted a plan. Rian, you go and eliminate this fellow. I find myself unable to act. You understand the significance of this assessment to me. Even if you do not make the top 10, I shall arrange spirit orbs for you. Lu Rian was momentarily taken aback. She had not anticipated Ji Boxio would request her assistance. Driven to desperation, Ji Boxio had no other choice. The few who had previously followed him were now indifferent to his silent cues. He could not act, and thus, he had to rely on Lu Rian. As an A-grade fire element awakener, dispatching Lin Xiao should pose little difficulty. After a brief moment of hesitation, Lu Rian resolved to act. Lin Xiao had always been a thorn in Ji Boxio's side, and this was an opportunity to assert her stance. It would also serve as a final farewell to her past. No matter how handsome Lin Xiao was, he was merely an F-grade wretch. Therefore, Lin Xiao, I must regretfully bid you adieu. Chapter 52, Level 2 Spirit Beast, Shadow Wolf. Lin Xiao, you brought this upon yourself. Do not blame me as I personally eliminate you. Lin Xiao gazed incredulously at the self-satisfied Lu Rian, who granted her such confidence. Liang Jingru and Ji Boxio truly had no shame, compelling a girl to engage in battle. It was utterly contemptible. Lin Xiao felt no inclination towards Lu Rian. He longed to teach her a lesson. Lu Rian's words piqued the interest of those present, each donning expressions of curiosity, especially among the students from their school, who recounted the tangled relationships among the three. This revelation left those unaware of the situation in a state of bewilderment. What a fantastical scenario, an unfaithful woman abandoning her childhood companion for a wealthy heir, only to now turn against her former ally. The tension in the air dissipated, replaced by an odd sense of ease. At that moment, Shen Yao approached Lin Xiao. Since your opponent is a woman, are you hesitant to act? If so, you owe me a favor. I can handle her for you. Lin Xiao was somewhat taken aback by Shen Yao's offer. He hadn't expected her to consider aiding him at such a time. No, I shall handle this myself. This sort of scum is trivial to deal with. Lin Xiao had no intention of allowing Shen Yao to intervene. He had no habit of striking women. He did not wish to squander the opportunity to personally confront this despicable woman, nor did he want to incur a debt of gratitude to Shen Yao. After all, such debts were the hardest to repay, especially for a woman unworthy of it. Zhou Ji, aware of Lin Xiao's capabilities, harbored no concern for his safety. He had already begun to rally support for Lin Xiao. Xiao Gu, now is not the time for chivalry. Strike her down with all your might. Even if I were inclined to be chivalrous, there must be something worth saving. Does she even qualify? Lu Rian could no longer contain herself upon Lin Xiao's scornful remark. In each hand, she conjured a fireball, opting not to engage Lin Xiao with words, but instead hurled one directly at him. Lin Xiao had been focused intently on Lu Rian, and the first-level fireball appeared sluggish in his eyes. Such a technique, if it were to strike him, would render all his training meaningless. Moreover, he was now unburdened, making it exceedingly simple to deal with Lu Rian. As the fireball drew nearer, Lin Xiao advanced rather than retreating, charging directly at the incoming attack. Lin Xiao's maneuvers left the onlookers utterly bewildered. What was happening? Was this fellow courting death? Initially, one might have assumed that an F-grade awakened individual could have some skills to reach this point, but it appeared they had overestimated him. Lu Rian's face also bore a mocking smile. Indeed, trash was just trash. He had the audacity to confront her spiritual technique head-on. However, her smile quickly froze as Lin Xiao, like a butterfly flitting through flowers, effortlessly sidestepped her fireball spell with a mere subtle shift of his body. By the time she registered his movement, he was already standing before her, his speed astonishingly swift, leaving her no time to react. Lu Rian, a fire-type awakened, was a long-range mage. While Lin Xiao may have been deemed weak in terms of abilities, his recent training had transformed him into a formidable close combat fighter. The outcome was all but predetermined for a mage confronted at such close quarters. Lin Xiao showed no restraint, launching two powerful strikes at Lu Rian. This time, he held back. Otherwise, with the strength he currently possessed, he might have knocked her out for good. Nevertheless, even with this restraint, her face quickly swelled, and blood trickled from the corner of her mouth. Lin Xiao, you. Before she could finish, he seized her by the throat and lifted her off the ground. Enough noise. Your judgment is woefully poor. Even in this state of humiliation, it seems your little boyfriend has no intention of intervening. Lu Rian found it difficult to breathe. And upon hearing Lin Xiao's words, she instinctively glanced towards Ji Baxio. Noticing his evasive gaze, she began to reconsider whether her decisions had been wise. Feeling the moment was ripe, Lin Xiao tossed Lu Rian to the ground, unwilling to escalate matters to fatality. You have lost and are eliminated. If you continue to be obstinate, do not blame me for my lack of courtesy. At this point, Lu Rian dared not retaliate. She coughed violently a few times and cast a sorrowful glance at Ji Baxio. He, aware of his misjudgment, hurriedly consoled her. Rian, I hope you understand why I didn't intervene. Once this assessment concludes, I will make it up to you. I will not let this guy off easily. Lu Rian opened her mouth, but ultimately said nothing. She understood the significance of this assessment to Ji Baxio, yet as a woman, she felt deeply disappointed by his actions. At that moment, she even pondered if she had not abandoned Lin Xiao. Would he have fought fiercely to protect her? No. Lin Xiao would never have thrust her into harm's way. Just then, a man appeared beside Lu Rian. He cast a casual glance her way and said, You have been eliminated, come with me. Lu Rian made no protest and silently followed him away. Meanwhile, the surrounding crowd began to regain their composure. Staring incredulously at Lin Xiao, they felt a profound apprehension towards his combat prowess. This was no F-grade awakened individual. Even they, it seemed, would not stand a chance against Lin Xiao. After dispatching Lu Rian, Lin Xiao had no intention of seeking trouble with Ji Baxio. He merely cast a disdainful glance in his direction and uttered, nothing at all. Lin Xiao did not wish to take the opportunity to eliminate Ji Baxio. Indeed, he had originally considered targeting Ji to prevent him from making the top 10. Yet, for reasons unknown, a sense of unease gnawed at him, as if something was about to transpire. Thus, he refrained from attacking Ji Baxio. Upon returning to Shun Yao and Zhou Ji, he immediately cautioned them, be vigilant. I still sense something amiss here. They both nodded. Indeed, the atmosphere felt unsettling. After Lin Xiao and Lu Rian's confrontation concluded, the ambience grew tense once more. Most individuals resumed their cautious stances. With their scores closely matched and subject to change at any moment, no one desired to be eliminated now. In a shadowed corner unnoticed by the crowd, a pair of eyes were fixated on the scene, swiftly selecting a target. These humans dared to intrude upon his territory. It was time for them to witness his terrifying power. Li Ding was one of the remaining 15, his focus entirely on the competitors around him, entirely oblivious to the strange figure that had emerged from his shadow. Suddenly, the silhouette of a wolf sprang forth from his shadow, pouncing at Li Ding before he had the slightest chance to react. The attack was far too sudden, leaving him no opportunity for defense. Even those tasked with his protection were caught off guard by the emergence of such a spirit beast. The wolf-shaped spirit beast sank its teeth into Li Ding's neck. He struggled momentarily before succumbing entirely. The crowd finally beheld the true form of the shadowy beast, a massive wolf as dark as ink. Soon, someone recognized it as a spirit beast of the shadow type, specifically a shadow wolf. Judging by its exhibited spiritual power, it was a second-tier spirit beast. Chapter 53, New Assessment Content. The appearance of the shadow wolf took everyone by surprise, plunging the scene into chaos. The participants of this assessment were all students from Sun City High School, and this marked their first true encounter with spirit beasts. Such a bloody spectacle was a first for many. In an instant, numerous individuals were unable to suppress their nausea. Lin Xiao too felt a wave of revulsion. He experienced for the first time the palpable danger of this world. A life, once vibrant, had vanished without warning from beside him. Zhou Wei was infuriated. He had sensed something amiss earlier, noticing how the spirit beast had intentionally avoided this direction, which had raised his alarm. He had informed those responsible for protection to remain vigilant. However, he had not anticipated that a second-tier shadow spirit beast would appear within this first-tier secret realm. Shadow-type abilities, whether in beasts or humans, were exceedingly rare and perilously dangerous. Secretary Xiao Zhang approached Zhou Wei directly. Lord Mayor, this is my oversight. I was responsible for eliminating second-tier spirit beasts within the secret realm, and I did not expect such a one to slip through. I will immediately notify our forces to exterminate this creature. This is not your fault. Although the shadow wolf is merely second-tier, its ability to conceal itself is beyond what you can detect. Zhou Wei had initially planned to dispatch experts from within the secret realm to eliminate the shadow wolf. But upon witnessing the unfolding events, he suddenly conceived a new strategy. Xiao Zhang, contact Wang Qing. Xiao Zhang promptly made the call, and shortly thereafter, reached Wang Qing. Lord Mayor, this was my blunder. I failed to detect the presence of the shadow wolf. By the time I sensed the fluctuations of spiritual energy, it was already too late. Please take appropriate measures. Upon hearing Wang Qing's words, Zhou Wei immediately responded, I am not here to hold you accountable. The emergence of the shadow wolf was an unforeseen event. Casualties have occasionally occurred in past assessments, which is unavoidable. I am here to instruct you to ensure the protection of these Sun City talents. We cannot afford any more deaths. Moreover, do not engage the shadow wolf just yet. Let these students handle it themselves. Zhou Wei's directive left Wang Qing, deep within the secret realm, momentarily astonished. He had not anticipated Zhou Wei to be so audacious as to allow these students to confront the shadow wolf on their own. He swiftly comprehended Zhou Wei's earnest intentions, realizing that the city lord would ensure the safeguarding of these students. At that moment, Sun Ziwen and Muron Yu were also within the secret realm, albeit slightly delayed in their arrival. Had they been present, their formidable prowess would have rendered the shadow wolf's ambush utterly futile. Due to the considerable distance, they failed to sense the energy fluctuations of the shadow wolf in time. Otherwise, such a mere shadow-type spirit beast could never have eluded their discerning gaze. Sun Ziwen sighed, lamenting the unfortunate loss of life. Such tragedies were regrettable, yet unavoidable. The two exhibited little emotional upheaval, not out of coldness, but rather from having witnessed countless scenes like this before. Although a promising talent had perished, the remaining students had been afforded a stark glimpse into the terror of spirit beasts. Let us proceed. We must ensure such an incident does not recur. The suddenness of the event had caused the scene to be broadcast live. The majority of viewers were ordinary citizens, unaccustomed to such sights, resulting in a momentary pause in the barrage of comments. So this is how fearsome spirit beasts can be? This was merely a level 1 secret realm. One can only imagine the horror of spirit beasts in higher realms. How fortunate we are to reside in such a powerful nation. I hear many foreign lands are plagued by rampant spirit beasts. Let us hope there are no further casualties. These are the blossoms of our homeland. After slaying Li Ding, the shadow wolf did not flee immediately. Instead, it regarded the onlookers with disdain, sensing the presence of danger, and refrained from further aggression. Upon the arrival of Wang Qing and others, it chose to vanish into the shadows. The appearance of Wang Qing instilled a sense of hope among the students, each casting expectant glances in his direction. Wang Qing surveyed Li Ding's lifeless body, a flicker of sorrow passing through his heart. He addressed his companions, prepare his remains respectfully. Once we exit, we must ensure his family is well taken care of. Once these arrangements were made, Wang Qing turned his attention to the remaining students. Look at you all, so disheartened. Is it merely the death of one person that has frightened you so? When you entered, you signed a death waiver, preparing yourselves for the possibility of demise. I offer you a chance to withdraw now. If you fear for your lives, choose to forfeit. Should you exit, do not expect to retain any extraordinary abilities. You may live a quiet life as an ordinary person. Otherwise, you will inevitably fall victim to spirit beasts. Is there anyone willing to forfeit? Given the gravity of Wang Qing's words, no one chose to withdraw. Although some remained visibly shaken, they resolved to press on. Excellent. You are not entirely cowardly. I will now announce the subsequent assessments details. The appearance of the shadow wolf has introduced unforeseen circumstances, and your primary task henceforth is to eliminate it. The individual who delivers the final blow to the shadow wolf will be awarded 200 points. Upon hearing Wang Qing's declaration, Lin Xiao's eyes sparkled with excitement. 200 points were no trifling matter. Should he succeed in slaying the shadow wolf, he would undoubtedly secure the top position. Would that not mean the prize was within his grasp? In contrast to Lin Xiao's aspirations, many others were preoccupied with the more immediate concern of preserving their own lives. Chu Ran raised his hand, and upon receiving Wang Qing's nod, spoke. Chief Examiner, I have a query. If my observations are correct, that spirit beast appeared to be a level 2 entity. Do you truly believe we stand a chance against it? While I am unafraid, I cannot afford to perish meaninglessly here. Moreover, as a shadow-type beast, it may prove difficult for us to locate it. Wang Qing regarded Chu Ran with approval. The young man was far from foolish. We have indeed considered your concerns. While shadow-type beasts can be challenging, the creature's level is still relatively low, and we can track it effectively. We will confine it to this area. Furthermore, I assure you that from this moment on, each of you will be under protection, so do not worry for your safety. Your task is to locate and eliminate the shadow wolf. The moment it is slain, this assessment will conclude. Time is of the essence. Wang Qing's words provided reassurance to the remaining students. As long as there was no imminent danger to their lives, they felt emboldened. Thoughts began to race through their minds. 200 points could alter many circumstances. The point differential between the top student, Shen Yao, and the last was less than 200. Whoever managed to slay the shadow wolf would ascend to the pinnacle. Chapter 54, The Ugly Facade. Whether it sensed the looming threat or not, the shadow wolf had no intention of lingering in its current location. It sought to escape, aware that too many dangerous presences surrounded it. As a creature of the shadows, it believed it could evade capture. During the previous cleansing of the secret realm, it had cleverly avoided detection. Unfortunately, this time the entering forces were of a caliber far superior to those it had previously encountered. Moreover, among them were the formidable Sun Ziwen and Muron Yu. At this moment, Sun Ziwen stood on the inevitable escape route of the shadow wolf. Wretched beast, you think you can flee? Return. The two had understood Zhou Wei's intentions. The shadow wolf now served as a sharpening stone for the students yet to be eliminated. They harbored no objections, seeing this as an opportunity to hone the skills of these young individuals. With both of them nearby, no unforeseen incidents would arise. The shadow wolf sensed an intensely dangerous aura emanating from Sun Ziwen, and, recognizing its inferiority, darted in another direction. Yet, no matter how it attempted to flee, Sun Ziwen remained firmly in its path. Gradually, the shadow wolf realized that as long as it stayed within a certain range, Sun Ziwen would not harm it. Uncertain of the reason behind this, it felt momentarily secure. Meanwhile, all those who had not been eliminated gathered together. The primary objective was clear: locate and eliminate the shadow wolf. Other concerns could be set aside for the time being. Everyone, I trust you are aware of the situation. Since the chief examiner has indicated that the shadow wolf is within this area, we must deliberate on how to find and deal with it. Being a level 2 spirit beast, I fear none of us can confront it alone. I propose we act in teams. I concur with the idea of teamwork. However, if we all band together, locating the shadow wolf may prove challenging. There are currently 15 of us. I suggest we divide into 3 groups of 5. While searching, we should not stray too far from one another. If one team discovers the shadow wolf, the other 2 should provide immediate support. As this proposal was voiced, nods of agreement spread throughout the group. Forming 3 5-person teams would expedite the search, and given the nature of the level 2 shadow wolf, a smaller group might struggle to withstand its attacks. 5 was an ideal number for a team. The divisions were quickly established, with Chu Ran and Ji Boxio selecting 4 capable individuals from their original teams to form their own group. The remaining 2 individuals automatically joined Lin Xiao's team. Lin Xiao held no objections to this arrangement, as he and Shen Yao, along with Zhou Ji, were undoubtedly a trio, rendering the identity of the other 2 inconsequential. Once the teams were formed, the 3 groups commenced their search of the surroundings. The shadow wolves were exceptionally adept at concealment, yet they were not entirely without traces. Their shadowy abilities allowed them to blend into the darkness, making them difficult to detect from a distance. However, when proximity was close enough, one could still perceive faint fluctuations of spiritual energy. The individual previously assigned to provide protection had simply not anticipated the presence of a shadow-type spiritual beast in this area. Otherwise, the shadow wolf would not have been able to launch a successful ambush. Currently, the shadow wolf was feeling quite irritable, lurking within a shadow and silently observing the group of 15 before it. Besides the individuals in front of it, there were numerous other presences that it regarded with wariness, which heightened its unease but also ignited its ferocity. It was not foolish enough to challenge those it could not contend with. Thus, it focused its attention on one of the 5-person teams led by Ji Boxio. Ji Boxio was being particularly cautious, keenly observing the surrounding shadows while also keeping an eye on their own, fearful that the shadow wolf might suddenly emerge to launch an attack. The team members were all on high alert, ready to cluster together at the first sign of the shadow wolf and await support from the other 2 teams. Although Ji Boxio verbally expressed confidence, internally, he was in a state of panic. When Wang Qing suggested that they could abandon the mission, Ji Boxio was tempted. His esteemed status made it seem unwise to encounter danger here. Had he not seen that no one else chose to withdraw, he would have succumbed to his pride. Furthermore, with Wang Qing assuring their safety, he would have already retreated. Now, he could only hope that the Shadow Wolf would appear near the other two teams, allowing him to reap the benefits of their struggle. It is often said that what one fears most will come to pass. And perhaps it was Ji Boxio's misfortune that the Shadow Wolf was now positioned precisely where his team was searching. Mirong Yu and Sun Ziwen were observing from a distance. Having already conferred with Zhou Wei, who entrusted the protection of the students to them, they had agreed that with the two of them present, it would be odd for the Shadow Wolf to succeed in its endeavors. However, they had no intention of sabotaging the assessment. They would only intervene if the students were in genuine peril. Mirong Yu would act promptly to transport anyone in danger to safety. As Sun Ziwen watched Ji Boxio's team draw closer to the Shadow Wolf, a smile crept upon his face. An encounter was imminent, and he urged them to remain vigilant to prevent any casualties among the students. Mirong Yu cast a fleeting glance at a shadowed area, thinking, under my watch, if it succeeds, I might as well find a block of tofu to end it all. Ji Boxio's five-man team approached the Shadow Wolf's position, soon sensing something amiss. They detected a faint energy fluctuation in the shadows ahead, indicating that the Shadow Wolf was near. However, this also meant that the beast was dangerously close. Before the first person could fully articulate the energy disturbance, the Shadow Wolf lunged forward, baring its jaws to bite at his neck. Knowing the Shadow Wolf was present was one thing. Evading its assault was another matter entirely. The individual under attack attempted to dodge, but the Shadow Wolf's speed was simply too swift for him to react. Fortunately, due to their heightened focus, the other three members had already summoned their spiritual techniques. While Ji Boxio stood frozen, fleeing without a backward glance as the others engaged. This scene was captured by a drone, exposing Ji Boxio's cowardice to countless viewers. Mirong Yu refrained from intervening, for the Shadow Wolf, faced with multiple spiritual techniques, opted not to endure but instead shifted its target. At that moment, Ji Boxio, in his frantic escape, became the prime target. Chapter 55, Summoning the Pack of Wolves. This fellow is utterly disgraceful. When the Shadow Wolf appeared, while others acted, he unhesitatingly abandoned his companions. Such shame. Perhaps this is merely human instinct, yet it reveals one's true nature. Though I am but an ordinary person, I find such behavior despicable. Have you noticed that the Shadow Wolf seems to be charging toward Ji Boxio? As the comments suggested, the Shadow Wolf indeed raced toward Ji Boxio. Meanwhile, Lin Xiao and Chu Ran's team had detected the presence of the Shadow Wolf and were hurrying to the scene. However, due to the distance, it would take time for them to arrive. The other four members of Ji Boxio's team had just released their techniques, and even if they wished to assist Ji Boxio, they were rendered powerless. Moreover, Ji Boxio's recent actions had deeply wounded their morale. Even if they could intervene, they were reluctant to do so. Ji Boxio's flight was a reflexive response. He had always perceived himself as more valuable than most present. Although he understood that there were protectors around, he was desperate to avoid any mishaps. Even upon realizing the gravity of his situation, he felt no remorse. In fact, he somewhat hoped that the four others would be eliminated. If so, he would secure a place in the top 10 with only one more elimination. Alas, his calculations were flawed, for when he discovered that the Shadow Wolf was not only ignoring the others, but also barreling toward him, despair washed over him. Help me. The Shadow Wolf, however, had no regard for Ji Boxio's thoughts. Its sole intention was to dispose of him. In a moment of dire urgency, Ji Boxio activated a distress signal, a brilliant red light illuminating the sky, signifying his surrender in this assessment. The distance between the Shadow Wolf and Ji Boxio diminished rapidly, and in Ji Boxio's growing dread, he lamented the absence of any reinforcements. Where are my protectors? I cannot perish here. I am destined to become the head of the Ji family. At that instant, fear overwhelmed him to the point of losing control of his bodily functions. Just before the Shadow Wolf could sink its teeth into his neck, his figure vanished. Mirong Yu intervened at the critical moment. Despite his disdain for Ji Boxio, he could not stand idly by. When Ji Boxio regained his senses, he found himself safe, surrounded by those who had already been eliminated. These students instinctively kept their distance from him. Although they had been eliminated, they could still witness the performances of those yet to be ousted through the live stream. Ji Boxio's conduct had left them feeling a profound sense of shame. Furthermore, the odor emanating from Ji Boxio, due to his fright, was overwhelmingly pungent, prompting everyone to avoid him. There had been others who had lost control in fear, yet none had been ridiculed. They lacked the standing to mock. However, the situation was different now. Most were gazing at Ji Boxio with expressions of derision. Ji Boxio felt the sting of their gazes pierce deeply into him. You wretched commoners. By what right do you look at me with such disdain? The crowd paid no heed to Ji Boxio. He had become akin to a mad dog, unworthy of any consideration. Even Lu Ruyan, amidst the throng, refrained from offering him solace. Once more, she found herself engulfed in confusion. The instinct for self-preservation is inherent to human nature, and this is hardly condemnable. Had this not been a live broadcast, none would have engaged with Ji Boxio. The crux of the matter lay in Ji Boxio's unabashed display of cowardice before so many witnesses, an act that would mark him with eternal shame. The Shadow Wolf, baffled by its thwarted pursuit, could not comprehend why the prey had eluded its grasp. In that moment of distraction, Lin Xiao and his companions finally arrived. Surrounding the Shadow Wolf, Lin Xiao had not anticipated Ji Boxio's elimination in such a manner. He had intended to seize the opportunity to oust him himself. Yet the fool had chosen his own demise. Had Ji Boxio not abandoned his teammates, he could have awaited their assistance. It was precisely his solitary flight that drew the Shadow Wolf's attention. Truly, he had brought this misfortune upon himself. Nevertheless, this spared Lin Xiao considerable trouble. Now was not the time for lamentation. The immediate concern was to deal with the Shadow Wolf before them. Assessing the situation, Chu Ran was the first to speak. Ranged fighters, commence your assault. Melee combatants, shield the range from the Shadow Wolf's ambush. Upon issuing this command, Chu Ran unleashed a level 1 lightning ability. The others, in agreement, began to activate their powers. Lin Xiao and Shun Yao, being melee fighters, refrained from charging ahead recklessly, instead positioning themselves beside the ranged fighters to prevent any unforeseen disasters. The Shadow Wolf nimbly dodged their skills, its speed rendering it untouchable. However, the sheer number of abilities being unleashed left the creature somewhat beleaguered. Irritation flickered in the Shadow Wolf's eyes, though its prowess surpassed that of these humans. Their numerical advantage forced it into a corner. With a roar that pierced the air, it howled in anger. At first, Lin Xiao and the others dismissed the sound as mere frustration, until the cries of wolves echoed from all directions. Cursed beast, it's summoning reinforcements. We must dispatch it swiftly. The gravity of the situation dawned on everyone. A single Shadow Wolf was already a formidable challenge, and the prospect of additional foes was alarming. A quick resolution was imperative. They needed to eliminate it before the pack arrived. United in determination, they launched a concerted attack. Lin Xiao and Shun Yao exchanged a glance and charged toward the Shadow Wolf, joined by several other melee fighters who initiated their offensive. The Shadow Wolf regarded the humans with a flicker of sardonic amusement. Foolish humans, how naive you are. Sun Zaiwen and Nurong Yu, observing the swiftly approaching pack, were taken aback. What shall we do? Should we allow these wolves to join the fray? Why not? The possibility of defeating the Shadow Wolf has become secondary. The priority is to hone these young fighters. Do you not agree that such an experience will yield better training results? This reasoning resonated, and they decided to see what surprises these young fighters could conjure. Zhou Wei echoed their sentiments, though he implored them to ensure the safety of the recruits. Naturally, they acquiesced, confident that no unforeseen calamities would occur with their presence. After summoning the wolf pack, the Shadow Wolf ceased its engagement with Lin Xiao and his group, opting instead to evade. It awaited the arrival of its subordinates to settle the score with these insolent humans. The thrill of being surrounded was evidently a source of pleasure for it. It intended to show them the true meaning of a beatdown. Lin Xiao, feeling somewhat exasperated, noted that while his speed was commendable, it paled in comparison to that of the level 2 Shadow Wolf. To compound matters, the creature intermittently employed shadow abilities to meld into the darkness, rendering their encirclement ineffective for the time being. Just then, the wolf pack finally arrived, a horde of gale wolves. Though merely level 1 spiritual beasts, numbered an astonishing 40 to 50. The expressions of all present darkened. A single level 2 Shadow Wolf had already thrown them into chaos. And now they were faced with a multitude of gale wolves. How would they contend with this? Was it too late to forfeit? Chapter 56, A Grueling Battle. The appearance of the gale wolf pack left those yet to be eliminated in a state of dread. How could they proceed? They were uncertain if they could even handle a single Shadow Wolf, let alone contend with such a vast number of gale wolves. Yet, those present were not inclined to surrender without a fight. Ji Boxio's earlier disappearance had made it clear that formidable guardians were covertly watching over them. The students they thought had perished in the attack by the spiritual beasts were likely rescued. With their lives no longer in jeopardy, what was there to fear? They would fight. While the others were uncertain of the source of this protection, Lin Xiao understood perfectly. It was evident that Nurong Yu was involved. With Brother Nurong taking action, Brother Sun was surely nearby. With 2 level 9 experts in their vicinity, alongside other formidable fighters, there was no way the spiritual beasts would be allowed entry without a purpose. Let them observe our capabilities, Lin Xiao thought. Chu Ren quickly gathered everyone together. It was no longer wise to separate. Only by uniting could they hope to grasp a sliver of hope. I believe we all understand the gravity of our situation. The upcoming battle will undoubtedly be arduous, but we cannot falter. As we have seen, powerful protectors are watching over us, ensuring our safety. So what if it's a level 2 Shadow Wolf? And what of the Gale Wolf pack? We will confront them. Lin Xiao regarded Chu Ran with admiration. This young man seemed inherently suited for leadership. Their previous collaborations had been led by Chu Ran, who now emphasized the need for cooperation. With this in mind, Lin Xiao spoke up. I trust everyone agrees that this is a crucial moment. As for how many points we ultimately earn, that will depend on our individual abilities. Let me be clear. While we face no mortal peril, I do not wish to witness a repeat of Ji Boxio's actions. We must cooperate closely. Should anyone dare to abandon their teammates or turn against those beside them, they shall not escape our wrath. Though Lin Xiao's words were blunt, there was no dissent among the group. This was indeed a time for solidarity. Perhaps they could navigate this perilous juncture together. Observing the agreement among his peers, Lin Xiao turned to Chu Ran. Chu Ran, you take command this time. I am not skilled in this role. Chu Ran, understanding the urgency, did not hesitate. The Gale Wolves were advancing, and it was time to act. In light of the circumstances, I shall not decline the invitation. All melee fighters, step forward and take your positions at the forefront of the formation. We must ensure that the Gale Wolves do not encroach upon us and threaten our ranged allies. The Earth type and other defensive specialists, prepare your spiritual techniques to counter the adversary's ranged assaults. All ranged fighters, do not fear the expenditure of spiritual energy. Unleash your full might, while remaining vigilant of the Shadow Wolves to thwart any surprise attacks. Chu Ran's directives were organized and systematic, evoking no dissent among the ranks. And thus, the deployment commenced immediately. Lin Xiao and Shun Yao positioned themselves at the very front of the line. Seizing the moment while the wolf pack had yet to strike, Lin Xiao donned his wrist and ankle bindings once more. Although they would add to his load, they would significantly enhance his offensive capabilities. It was a necessary compromise. Had he possessed a more suitable weapon, he would not have to resort to such measures. He refrained from wearing the weighted vest, as it would provide some defense, but severely impede his speed. Shun Yao observed this spectacle, now understanding Lin Xiao's earlier disrobing. Indeed, he had concealed these items beneath his clothing. As the Gale Wolves approached, the Shadow Wolf adopted a poised demeanor, refraining from immediate action and regarding Lin Xiao and the others with a mocking glint in its eyes. With a howl, the Shadow Wolf commanded the Gale Wolves to launch an assault. Chu Ran had anticipated this moment, promptly signaling the ranged fighters to unleash a barrage of attacks. Fireball, Windblade, Thunderstrike rained down upon the enemy. In a one-on-one confrontation, landing such techniques on a Gale Wolf might pose a challenge, but with their overwhelming numbers, even a stray shot would find its mark. Several Gale Wolves fell under the onslaught, with Chu Ran claiming the most kills. No wonder he was regarded as the second greatest genius in Sun City after Shen Yao. The power of his lightning abilities was indeed unparalleled by fire or wind. The deaths of several Gale Wolves incited a ferocity among the remaining pack. Half continued their charge, while the other half paused to prepare their own techniques. Chu Ran's heart sank at this development. His greatest fears had materialized. Melee fighters, hold the line. Defensive specialists, prepare yourselves. Lin Xiao, Shen Yao, and several beast-transformed fighters immediately surged forward. 20 Gale Wolves were barreling toward them, and while it would be disingenuous to claim they were unperturbed, the situation left them no choice but to press on. Lin Xiao activated his spiritual technique, causing the speed of the Gale Wolves to appear sluggish to him. His mind raced, calculating their trajectories. His body sprang into action, sidestepping a Gale Wolf's assured strike, retreating to evade another's pursuit, and delivering a powerful kick to one of the beast's heads. Thanks to the ankle bindings, his strike landed with remarkable force. The surrounding Gale Wolves momentarily froze, perhaps taken aback by the swift demise of their companion, which allowed Lin Xiao to capitalize on their distraction and fell another Gale Wolf. Sensing Lin Xiao's prowess, 3 more Gale Wolves joined the fray, bringing the total assailing him to 8. Lin Xiao felt the mounting pressure. Fortunately, despite their numbers, he could still hold his ground. This was largely due to the grueling training he endured under Sun Zaiwen, whose punches paled in comparison to the Gale Wolves' attacks. While maintaining his defense, Lin Xiao also monitored the battles unfolding around him. Shen Yao's fighting style was much more ferocious. She unleashed the aesthetics of brute force, effortlessly dispatching a Gale Wolf with a single punch and wielding its lifeless form as a weapon against others. The Gale Wolves surrounding her dared not approach, instead retreating under her relentless assault. However, the fortunes of other melee fighters were far less favorable. Though they faced fewer Gale Wolves than Lin Xiao and Shen Yao, they lacked the same extraordinary capabilities. 1 Gale Wolf might be manageable, but 2 were beyond their capacity, and 3 left them utterly defenseless. Before long, All but Lin Xiao and Shun Yao had been eliminated, their comrades whisked away by Murong Yu. The Gale Wolves, perplexed by the sudden disappearance of their adversaries, turned their attention to Lin Xiao and Shun Yao instead. The ranged attacks from the Gale Wolves now descended upon them, even with a protective mage like Zhou Ji present. The sheer number of enemies proved overwhelming, resulting in the elimination of 2 more fighters. The remaining members found themselves in dire straits, and for the moment, everyone was embroiled in a fierce struggle. Most concerning was the fact that the Shadow Wolf had yet to make its move. Chapter 57, Utter Madness. Shun Yao's combat was characterized by boldness and vigor. Even amidst the throng of wolves, she exhibited no fear, relentlessly pursuing the Gale Wolves. Had their speed not been so formidable, she might have decimated their ranks by now. Lin Xiao, on the other hand, had to exercise greater caution. The Gale Wolves continuously assailed him, yet very few of their strikes managed to connect. Should he find himself unable to evade, he would utilize his bindings for defense. And if that failed, he would dodge vital areas. He was not without his own successes, having dispatched 2 more Gale Wolves. However, the number of Gale Wolves surrounding him had not diminished, as those who had dealt with other melee fighters now converged to reinforce their brethren. Lin Xiao felt increasingly cornered, the Gale Wolves encircling him and launching surprise attacks from angles he could not see. This led to a significant number of new wounds on his body. Had it not been for his keen sense of danger, he would likely have been transported away by Murong Yu by now. Lin Xiao recognized the necessity for a change in strategy. Assessing the battlefield, he realized that he could not rely on Zhou Ji and Chu Ran for assistance. The pressure they faced was no less than his own. Glancing toward Shun Yao, who was still engaged with the Gale Wolves, he marveled at her fierce tenacity. At this moment, collaboration with her was imperative. Shun Yao, cease your pursuit. We must join forces. This cannot continue. Upon hearing Lin Xiao's call, Shun Yao halted her offensive. She recognized Lin Xiao's predicament. If this continued, his elimination was merely a matter of time. Despite viewing Lin Xiao as her greatest rival for the top spot, now was not the time for his downfall. If Lin Xiao were eliminated, she would face an enemy force increased by at least half, compounded by the lurking threat of the Shadow Wolf. Her own elimination would then be inevitable. Desiring to avoid such a fate, even if she were to emerge as the top scorer, she would not relish the victory. She aimed to vanquish the Shadow Wolf. With this determination, Shun Yao wielded the Gale Wolf she had slain and moved toward Lin Xiao. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Xiao exerted himself to close the distance, and soon, the 2 fighters were back to back, alleviating some of the mounting pressure. Shun Yao had no objections to this arrangement, as it undoubtedly made things considerably easier. Although it appeared that she was relentlessly pursuing the Gale Wolves, in truth, she had only managed to slay a few. Conversely, Lin Xiao had already dispatched 6 or 7 in a matter of moments, igniting a sense of envy within her. All right, let us see who can slay more. Upon hearing Shun Yao's words, Lin Xiao chuckled. No problem, who is afraid? Just be careful not to let me snatch your first place. That might be a tall order, unless you can defeat the Shadow Wolves or eliminate me. Otherwise, securing the top position may prove challenging. Although Lin Xiao could not see the scoreboard at the moment, he suspected that Shun Yao would not make such claims without basis. This implied that her current score might indeed surpass his by a significant margin. It was quite vexing, as he had no intention of relinquishing that 2 million. After all, who would ever complain about having too much money? Shaking his head to dismiss the impractical thoughts swirling in his mind, he resolved that now was not the time to ponder scores. Survival in the present crisis was paramount. Shun Yao seemed to share this sentiment, as the 2 of them took up positions back-to-back and launched their assault on the pack of Gale Wolves. While a competitive spirit lingered between them, neither harbored intentions of sabotaging the other. Soon, they found themselves engaged in a fierce battle with the Gale Wolves. Without any lingering worries, Lin Xiao was able to confront the wolves ahead with greater confidence, while Shun Yao executed her task flawlessly. Her dance with the corpses of the Gale Wolves leaving no room for any attacks to land on Lin Xiao. Likewise, Lin Xiao ensured that no Gale Wolves breached his defenses to harm Shun Yao. At this juncture, sheer numbers no longer constituted an advantage. Occasionally, multiple Gale Wolves would launch simultaneous attacks, which not only failed to throw the 2 into disarray, but sometimes resulted in disjointed movements that hindered their companions. Lin Xiao and Shun Yao quickly recognized this and deftly seized opportunities to take down a wolf or 2 whenever the moment was ripe. Consequently, the number of Gale Wolves surrounding them dwindled rapidly, and before long, they found themselves facing less than 10. The reduction in their adversaries alleviated a significant amount of pressure for both. Seizing the moment, they took the opportunity to survey their surroundings, and what they discovered was startling. Unbeknownst to them, they were now the only 2 left in this fray. Whether it be Chu Ran or Zhou Ji, both had vanished from the scene. They both comprehended the implications of this. It signified that, apart from themselves, all others had been eliminated. This was indeed the case. While Lin Xiao and Shun Yao were engrossed in their battle, Chu Ran had also been engaged with the remaining Gale Wolves. Initially, the exchanges were distant skirmishes. But as both sides suffered losses, the Gale Wolves shifted their strategy, with some continuing their assault, while others bypassed Lin Xiao and Xin Yao, charging directly at Chu Ran and his companions. The outcome was predictable. Those who were already on the brink of collapse, like Chu Ran, were swiftly declared eliminated. When Zhou Ji faced elimination, he had intended to call for Lin Xiao's support, but upon witnessing Lin Xiao and Xin Yao under siege, he ultimately relinquished the thought. Well, having made it this far is already commendable. I shall quietly accept my fate. Chu Ran, utilizing his lightning-based abilities, managed to hold out the longest, but ultimately succumbed to the relentless pursuit of several Gale Wolves. After the elimination of Chu Ran and the others, only Lin Xiao and Xin Yao remained. Xin Yao, recognizing this situation, turned her back to Lin Xiao, gazing at the ever-increasing number of Gale Wolves by her side, and displayed a wry smile. Alas, it's just the two of us now. What do you intend to do next? Surrender or fight with all your might? Lin Xiao exhaled softly. I still aim to contest for first place, so I certainly won't give up. Of course, if you wish to concede, you could graciously hand your kill to me. Xin Yao retorted, what a fanciful thought. There's no way I would hand over my kills. In that case, let us go all out. I too wish to see how far we can push ourselves. Lin Xiao remained non-committal. There were still 20 Gale Wolves remaining, and dealing with them was no trivial task. Meanwhile, the Shadow Wolves continued to observe from the sidelines, albeit for the moment, they showed no inclination to intervene. Yet, Lin Xiao was not one to underestimate them, for they could very well deliver the final blow. But what of it? At this stage, not giving it their all would be a disservice to themselves. He was confident of securing a place in the top 10, yet the rewards for 2nd through 9th paled in comparison to that of 1st place. A difference of 150,000. For the sake of a little money, he resolved to embrace a reckless fervor. Chapter 58, A Rescue. The climactic battle was naturally broadcasted live. The chatroom was enveloped in an eerie silence, with scarcely anyone daring to send messages, fearing they might miss a thrilling moment while typing. The audience was no longer composed solely of ordinary viewers. Even enrollment officials from various spirit martial academies began to take notice. Many of them had even started leveraging their connections to investigate the profiles of those who had exhibited exceptional performances in this assessment. Soon, these officials obtained the students' information. This was no secret and was easily accessible within the students' records. At this moment, most officials gazed in astonishment at Lin Xiao's profile. Xin Yao's commendable performance was anticipated, as her records indicated that she was the only SS-grade awakener from Sun City. But how to explain Lin Xiao? With an F-grade ability and a non-combat ability at that, how had he managed to last this long? Moreover, his position on the leaderboard, just behind Xin Yao, suggested he was anything but ordinary. They had witnessed Lin Xiao's combat prowess, and their assessment was that while his physical attributes were impressive, that was where it ended. After a brief deliberation, several enrollment officials ultimately decided to dismiss Lin Xiao as a potential candidate. Yes, his physical condition exceeded that of the average student. But what of it? There were true prodigies who could rival him, and this merely reflected physical strength. Lin Xiao's abilities were, quite frankly, among the weakest in this assessment. In fact, one could argue that his abilities were the most substandard among the participants. Superior physicality could only yield temporary advantages. As levels increased, the gap between Lin Xiao and the others would become increasingly evident. Rather than recruit such a student, it would be more prudent to offer opportunities to others. Lin Xiao remained oblivious to the fact that he had been dismissed by the recruitment officials from various spirit martial academies. Even if he were aware, he would hardly be concerned. He had no intentions of attending any of those academies. His sole desire was to remain at the Red Sun nursing home, content to live as a sloth. The battle between Lin Xiao, Xin Yao, and the Gale Wolves had escalated to a fever pitch. Their combat prowess ranked among the strongest at their level, yet they found themselves somewhat beleaguered by the relentless assaults of the Gale Wolves. Both bore numerous wounds from the skirmishes. Fortunately, the number of Gale Wolves continued to dwindle, and thanks to their efforts, their adversaries finally dropped to single digits, significantly alleviating their burden. Xin Yao, at this point, let us wrap this up quickly and conserve our strength. The real battle has yet to commence. Xin Yao was acutely aware of Lin Xiao's intentions. From beginning to end, neither of them relaxed their vigilance towards the Shadow Wolf. The Shadow Wolf remained quite leisurely, showing no inclination to attack or conceal itself in the shadows, merely observing its subordinates perish, with a glint of bloodlust occasionally flickering in its eyes. The reason it refrained from striking was that it sensed the moment for action had not yet arrived. It preferred to let its minions wear down the two. waiting until their stamina and spiritual energy were nearly depleted before seizing the opportunity to intervene. With the number of Gale Wolves dwindling to single digits, Lin Xiao and Shun Yao no longer needed to back each other. This time, they began to take the initiative. The remaining Gale Wolves were indeed no match for the duo, and within moments, they were swiftly dispatched. The combat prowess exhibited by Lin Xiao and Shun Yao once again astonished the onlookers of this assessment. Even Sun Ziwen and Miranyu nodded in approval. 40 to 50 Gale Wolves, within a level 1 secret realm, were essentially invincible, yet they had been utterly annihilated. Although Chu Ran and others had also eliminated a few, they had only managed to take down a mere 10, essentially a 1-for-1 exchange. The remaining 30-odd wolves were all dealt with by Lin Xiao and Shun Yao, which elevated their stature in the eyes of the observers. At this moment, Lin Xiao and Shun Yao were both gasping for breath. Slaying so many Gale Wolves came at a cost. Each bore injuries to varying degrees, their stamina severely taxed, and their internal spiritual energy nearly depleted. The Shadow Wolf awaited this precise moment. As Shun Yao felled the last Gale Wolf, it could no longer restrain itself and lunged directly at her. Shun Yao, feeling somewhat helpless, had been keeping a watchful eye on the Shadow Wolf, but its timing was impeccable. Just as she finished off the final Gale Wolf, she was at her weakest, unable to muster the strength to defend against the Shadow Wolf's assault. Was she truly destined for elimination in such a manner? Miranyu and Sun Ziwen were closely monitoring the situation. Should Shun Yao find herself in peril, Miranyu would act without hesitation. However, their primary focus remained on Lin Xiao. Shun Yao was, in fact, the granddaughter of an elderly resident of their retirement home. And this assessment served a dual purpose, to test Lin Xiao's character. The emergence of the Shadow Wolf had disrupted their plans. Yet the current circumstances exceeded the challenges they had designed. It was now a matter of observing Lin Xiao's response. Although this was an assessment, Shun Yao's life was not in jeopardy. Lin Xiao could choose not to intervene, but should he remain passive, it would also reveal much about his character. Should that occur, he would no longer be deemed worthy of staying at the retirement home. To reside there, one's cultivation need not be lofty, but character must be impeccable. Having disposed of the Gale Wolf before Shun Yao, Lin Xiao was not far from her. Without a moment's hesitation, he charged towards her. In a critical instant, he pushed Shun Yao aside and executed a roll to evade the Shadow Wolf's attack. This action incited the Shadow Wolf's ire, as it had not anticipated that its seemingly assured strike would be thwarted by this young man. Shun Yao, taken aback by Lin Xiao's intervention, glanced at him in surprise. She had expected him to eliminate her in that moment, yet he chose to save her instead. Lin Xiao rubbed his nose, realizing he hadn't fully considered the implications. In that moment, he acted on instinct, forgetting it was an assessment. He simply could not bring himself to abandon someone in peril. Once he regained his composure, he felt a sense of relief for having saved Shun Yao. Their scores still showed a considerable gap. If Shun Yao were eliminated, his chances of closing that distance would dwindle. Moreover, he might not even stand a chance against the Shadow Wolf himself. If Shun Yao were out, he would likely follow suit. Thus his score would remain inferior to hers. This would mean he would not claim the coveted first-place prize, a notion he could hardly accept. Unexpectedly, his instinctive action had left him with a glimmer of hope for that first position. Am I that kind of person? I'm worried about you being eliminated because then my first place would vanish. And this isn't the time for reminiscing. Let us first navigate the immediate crisis. Shun Yao regarded Lin Xiao with surprise, taken aback by his candidness, devoid of any pretense. He truly was an intriguing individual. Chapter 59, Luring the Snake from its Hole. Indeed, this was not a moment for idle conversation. The thwarted Shadow Wolf swiftly charged again. This time, its target remained Shun Yao, who was still seething from the earlier ambush. With pent-up frustration, she was eager to unleash her fury, and the Shadow Wolf had conveniently presented itself. Power amplification. Mountain-shattering force. Shun Yao immediately unleashed her two amplifying spiritual techniques. Lin Xiao recognized the power amplification, an innate skill that accompanied the first level of the awakened power system. While the mountain-shattering force was a technique Shun Yao obtained by absorbing a spiritual pearl, one could infer that Shun Yao's lineage was not trivial. To possess the ability to absorb spiritual pearls suggested her family held considerable wealth. Lin Xiao, close by, could clearly see that after employing her spiritual techniques, Shun Yao's arms appeared noticeably more robust than before. The Shadow Wolf and Shun Yao collided directly. Perhaps it had not anticipated that Shun Yao would dare to confront it head-on. It chose not to evade. After all, despite its mastery of shadow abilities, it was still a spirit beast. In a contest of strength, it hardly feared a mere human. The clash between one human and one beast was brief, resulting in immediate separation. Shun Yao staggered back 3 steps before regaining her footing, while the Shadow Wolf appeared far more distressed. retreating several meters before finally rolling on the ground to dissipate the force. Lin Xiao had intended to assist, but Xin Yao's speed was too swift. By the time he prepared to intervene, the shadow wolf had already been sent flying. Witnessing this, Lin Xiao couldn't help but draw in a sharp breath. He had sensed Xin Yao's strength during their handshake earlier, realizing she was no weaker than him. Yet now, it seemed he had been overly confident. That was a level 2 shadow wolf, and it had been utterly overpowered by Xin Yao. Clearly, there was a significant disparity in strength between him and Xin Yao when she was augmented by her spiritual techniques. However, Lin Xiao would not belittle himself. He had only been training for a week, and given time, he believed he would not fall far behind her. Are you all right? Xin Yao raised her head proudly. That beast, though a level 2 spirit beast, cannot intimidate me in a test of strength. And you needn't stand there in shock. Let us besiege it. We must eliminate this creature today, no matter what. Lin Xiao nodded, and the two of them launched a coordinated assault on the shadow wolf. At this juncture, the shadow wolf was somewhat bewildered. These two youngsters were proving to be quite troublesome. However, that was all there was to it. Strength alone could not dictate the outcome. Although it could not afford to be complacent, it was, after all, the shadow wolf, the sovereign of darkness. The surrounding shadows were its domain. Upon reaching this realization, the shadow wolf immediately commenced the use of its supernatural abilities, fully submerging its form into a realm of shadows. This maneuver left Lin Xiao and Xin Yao grasping at straws. Both were rendered speechless. The shadowy element was indeed a formidable adversary, resorting to underhanded tactics when faced with defeat. Fortunately, the proximity between the two and the shadow wolf remained quite close. Even though it had melded into the shadows, they could still discern its general location through fluctuations of spiritual energy. Xin Yao, known for her fiery temperament, propelled herself toward the shadowy refuge of the wolf, launching a powerful punch at the very spot she suspected it to be hiding. The shadowy nature did not equate to invincibility, as long as she could land a hit. It was possible to force the shadow wolf out of its concealment. With a resounding thud, the ground was cratered by Xin Yao's strike, yet the shadow wolf remained elusive, having already evaded to another shadowy enclave by the time she unleashed her attack. Xin Yao shook her head in frustration and shrugged at Lin Xiao. This was indeed a troublesome situation. Lin Xiao was acutely aware of this fact. As Xin Yao had struck, he too had activated his own powers. In that moment, he discovered yet another application of his abilities. Once the shadow wolf had melded into the shadows, it was typically a challenge to perceive its form aside from sensing the spiritual energy fluctuations. However, Lin Xiao realized he possessed the unique ability to see it. Though the shadow wolf blended seamlessly with the shadows, he could sense its position, which appeared slightly deeper than the surrounding darkness. This revelation filled Lin Xiao with exhilaration. Being able to accurately pinpoint the shadow wolf's location was undoubtedly fortuitous for him. It was precisely this insight that led him to refrain from attacking like Xin Yao, instead opting to silently observe the wolf's movements. Xin Yao soon noted the difference in Lin Xiao. His eyes shimmered with an unusual hue, their depth captivating. How had she not noticed the beauty of his eyes before? Lin Xiao returned to Xin Yao's side, despite his newfound ability to see the shadow wolf's hiding place. Merely seeing it did not equate to devising a solution to confront the creature. The shadowy entity was exceedingly agile. Lin Xiao did not conceal his discovery from Xin Yao, revealing his capability to locate the shadow wolf's lair. Is this for real? Can it be that he truly awakened just an F-grade ability? Xin Yao exclaimed. Lin Xiao's powers significantly aided their efforts. Although Xin Yao had managed to ascertain the shadow wolf's position through energy disturbances, this was solely due to its proximity. Had the wolf been even slightly farther away, they would have been rendered blind in their search. Just like earlier, after Xin Yao's missed strike, she now found herself at a loss to locate the shadow wolf's haven. They were left to brace for the wolf's ambush, which felt excessively passive. However, with Lin Xiao's ability to discern the wolf's location, their predicament became far less daunting. For the first time, Xin Yao felt a glimmer of hope that their collaboration might indeed lead to the shadow wolf's demise. Wonderful. What shall we do next? How about you point out the shadow wolf's position, and I shall take charge of the attack? Lin Xiao resolutely shook his head. That approach is undoubtedly flawed. It merely serves to deplete your spiritual energy unnecessarily. Even if we know its location, striking it will be challenging, which could alert it to our awareness. If it realizes we can detect its position, the situation will become even more complicated. Xin Yao conceded that Lin Xiao's reasoning held merit. However, if they did not take the initiative to attack, what alternative did they have? Prolonging this standoff was not a viable strategy. So what do you propose? Lin Xiao's gaze remained fixated on the shadow wolf. He recognized that they were both biding their time, and so too was the shadow wolf. This presented a clear solution. They needed to entice the shadow wolf into revealing itself. The method was neither complex nor elusive. They would draw it out of hiding. creating opportunities for it to strike, leading it to believe it had the upper hand. Xin Yao's eyes brightened, although it bore its risks. It seemed to be their only option. The Shadow Wolf's most formidable trait was its ability to conceal itself and launch surprise attacks. Now that Lin Xiao could detect its presence, the wolf had lost its greatest advantage. All right, I will follow your lead. This time, we absolutely must not let it escape. Chapter 60, A Successful Kill. The Shadow Wolf was indeed on the lookout for an opportunity, having distanced itself sufficiently from the two. It was confident that they could not perceive its presence and was determined to make them regret their audacity the moment it found its chance. Lin Xiao remained vigilant. Noting that the Shadow Wolf was remarkably adept at playing the part of an elusive adversary, nestled within the shadows without any intention of revealing itself. It seemed that the Shadow Wolf might have been intimidated by Xin Yao's power, adopting an unusually cautious demeanor. Even when Lin Xiao and Xin Yao feigned vulnerability, the Shadow Wolf remained steadfast, unwilling to act without absolute certainty. Are you certain you can see it? Given our current situation, how could it possibly refrain from attacking? Lin Xiao felt equally perplexed by the Shadow Wolf's excessive caution. I cannot say for sure, but there is no need for haste. Let us maintain a natural demeanor. The reason it has yet to act is that the temptations we present are not sufficiently enticing. If we draw closer, I find it hard to believe it can resist the urge to strike. Isn't that somewhat reckless? A tad, but at this juncture, we must take the risk. Fine. We will proceed as you suggest, but exercise caution. After all, it is a 2-star spiritual beast. Xin Yao nodded, fully aware of the gravity of the situation. Thus, the two pretended to search for the Shadow Wolf, gradually making their way toward its hiding place. The Shadow Wolf immediately sensed the tension, closely monitoring their actions. It felt that its opportunity had arrived. Should it seize the moment effectively, it could eliminate the two intruders. Observing their demeanor, it appeared they had yet to discover its presence, justifying the lengthy wait. With Lin Xiao's guidance, they soon found themselves perilously close to the Shadow Wolf's lair. Lin Xiao gauged the distance impeccably, ensuring that the wolf believed they were still oblivious to its presence, while simultaneously convincing it that an opportunity had presented itself. After a brief wait, noticing that the Shadow Wolf showed no inclination to attack, Lin Xiao understood that a more potent lure was necessary. Xin Yao, let us turn our backs. This Shadow Wolf, despite its superior strength, is exceedingly cautious. It appears that unless we present a significant opening, it will remain inactive. Xin Yao subtly nodded in agreement. The two feigned a lack of success in locating the Shadow Wolf, preparing to search in another direction. As they turned their backs, they completely exposed themselves to the Shadow Wolf. Although the Shadow Wolf was cautious, it was still a second-tier spiritual beast with limited intelligence. Faced with such an enticing opportunity, it could hardly resist the temptation. In that moment, the Shadow Wolf could no longer hold back. It sprang forth from the shadows, lunging directly at Lin Xiao. This time, it had learned to be shrewd, opting to target Lin Xiao, whom it deemed the easier prey, knowing Xin Yao would be more challenging to contend with. Lin Xiao, aware of the trap he had laid, was not without defenses. Sensing the rush of air behind him, he immediately crouched low. The Shadow Wolf's massive form leaped over his head. Lin Xiao's intent was not merely to lure the Shadow Wolf out. If he missed this opportunity, the creature would only become more cautious in the future. As the Shadow Wolf's silhouette swept across Lin Xiao's head, he exhibited no hesitation whatsoever. With a swift motion, he seized one of its legs. Taking advantage of the creature's still airborne state, he exerted his strength and propelled himself into the air, landing squarely atop the Shadow Wolf. Sensing the weight of a human upon its back, the Shadow Wolf began to thrash violently, attempting to dislodge Lin Xiao. However, Lin Xiao was resolute in his determination to thwart the beast's efforts. He wrapped his arms tightly around the wolf's neck and secured his legs around its waist, proclaiming, "Behold my lethal binding technique." Regardless of the creature's frantic struggles, Lin Xiao's singular focus was to ensure this foe was thoroughly subdued, completely immobilized. Akin to how Lu Ruyan and Ji Bo Xiao had been, the Shadow Wolf, unable to devise a solution to the human clinging to its back, soon formulated a plan of its own. As a being of the Shadow Realm, why should it rely solely on physical means to rid itself of this nuisance? With the activation of its shadow abilities, it could slip into the darkness and escape. Energy began to ripple through its form, and Lin Xiao, sensing the wolf's intentions, understood that he could not allow it to vanish again. With a swift motion, he released one hand and delivered a powerful punch to the wolf's side. The force of his blow was substantial, and the Shadow Wolf howled in pain, the internal energies it had been harnessing now thrown into disarray. The release of its abilities required a steady flow of energy, a fact that had motivated Lin Xiao to mount the creature's back in the first place. In a fit of rage, the Shadow Wolf commenced a wild thrashing, yet Lin Xiao held steadfast, refusing to relinquish his grip. The wolf found itself in a predicament. Unable to dislodge Lin Xiao, who clung to its back like a stubborn leech, while simultaneously being unable to retaliate effectively. Attempts to utilize its powers were consistently interrupted by Lin Xiao's relentless assault, causing the wolf considerable distress. At this juncture, Lin Xiao too was feeling the strain. The shadow wolf's frantic movements and its subsequent rolling on the ground had left him battered and bruised, his body covered in wounds. Had he not endured significant hardship at the hands of Sun Jiyuan earlier, he might have already succumbed to exhaustion. Xinyao, how long are you going to wait? Hurry and lend a hand. Realizing the moment had arrived, Xinyao sprang into action. With Lin Xiao's distraction, the shadow wolf now resembled a toothless tiger. She charged into the fray, and with her intervention, the wolf found itself increasingly beleaguered. Xinyao alone posed a significant challenge, especially with Lin Xiao persistently disrupting its attempts to unleash its powers. Each time the wolf sought to cast a technique, Lin Xiao's interference thwarted its efforts, and it was painfully aware of the several bones that had been broken under the strain of their skirmish. As Xinyao presence intensified the pressure, the wolf found itself beleaguered from all sides. From the moment Lin Xiao had clambered onto its back, the creature's fate had been sealed. Under the dual onslaught of Lin Xiao and Xinyao, the shadow wolf ultimately succumbed, ending its brief existence. To Lin Xiao's bemusement, despite having exerted the most effort in vanquishing the creature, it was Xinyao who delivered the final blow. Her fist struck the wolf's head, sealing its demise, which meant that the points for this kill would be credited to her. Already trailing behind Xinyao in points, Lin Xiao now found himself further distanced from her score. This was unacceptable. He needed to take action. With the 2 million points so tantalizingly close, he could not simply cede victory to Xinyao. Thus, before anyone could declare the end of the assessment, he recognized his final opportunity to eliminate Xinyao. However, the thought of attacking her felt rather unscrupulous at this moment. He quickly banished the notion from his mind. Nonsense. Ethics were trivial compared to the allure of points. With the shadow wolf successfully defeated, the live stream erupted with excitement. Wow. Incredible. They actually killed a level 2 shadow wolf. Honestly, I thought they would end up being eliminated by it. Lin Xiao is ruthless. He completely locked down the wolf. I shall call it the ultimate binding technique. Haha, but it was our gorgeous Xinyao who delivered the killing blow. Lin Xiao must be furious. This assessment should be over, right? It was absolutely thrilling. It was worth it. I stayed up for 3 nights to watch this. Props to you, but be careful not to overdo it. Zhou Wei and the others were equally astonished by the wolf's defeat. Although he had orchestrated this challenge to test the students, he never anticipated they would actually triumph over a shadow wolf, a level 2 spirit beast. These students had truly surprised him. Once the shadow wolf lay vanquished, Lin Xiao finally released his grip, collapsing to the ground and gasping for breath. Every inch of his body ached. In stark contrast, Xinyao appeared significantly less worse for wear, seemingly unaffected by the ordeal, perhaps due to their shared experience in battle. She did not regard Lin Xiao with any suspicion. Approaching him, she extended her hand. Without a second thought, Lin Xiao accepted her gesture. With a firm pull, she hoisted him to his feet. My apologies for stealing the kill at the last moment. It was beyond my control. In the heat of battle, many things are unpredictable. Lin Xiao was left speechless. Xinyao words felt like a deliberate jab at his heart. I understand. In that moment, who really cared about the glory of the kill? But you can take solace in knowing that this round's top score is mine. Xinyao's smile was radiant, and Lin Xiao couldn't help but smile back. Not so fast. As he spoke, Lin Xiao raised his hand and delivered a swift chop to Xinyao's neck, expertly controlling the force to ensure she would not sustain real harm, but would instead succumb to unconsciousness. Xinyao was taken aback. Even at this juncture, Lin Xiao had the audacity to strike her. As she slipped into unconsciousness, her final thought was, "What the hell? You little rascal. Can't handle a fair fight. So you resort to a sneak attack? You lack the strength." Lin Xiao's sudden action left everyone in shock, and the comments section erupted. Wow. Lin Xiao finally made a move against Xinyao. I shall call him our role model. He can lay hands on such a beauty. Xinyao, I thought I was guaranteed victory, but little did I know there was a trickster among us. Ha ha ha. For some reason, I find this utterly amusing. Am I the only one who thinks Lin Xiao has gone a bit too far? Among the viewers were also those students who had been eliminated earlier. Zhou Ji's expression was complex. All he wanted was to shout, Lin Xiao is magnificent. Observing Lin Xiao's demeanor towards Xinyao, he realized he could now pursue her without reservation. Others also felt that the turn of events unfolded too rapidly. No one anticipated Lin Xiao's ultimate move. The one most elated was undoubtedly Ji Boxio. Look at this Lin Xiao, what a cunning character. In the end, he turned against those closest to him. Why aren't you all voicing your opinions? The glances directed at Ji Boxio resembled those cast upon a fool. While Lin Xiao's actions could be deemed unscrupulous, They were fundamentally different in nature from G Boxio's. G Boxio had forsaken his teammates, fleeing alone in the face of danger. What, then, could be said of Lin Xiao? At most, he employed certain tactics to secure victory after the threat had been eliminated, though these methods were somewhat underhanded. What of it? This constituted an entirely different category from G Boxio's behavior. Feeling the scrutinizing gazes of the crowd, G Boxio felt increasingly aggrieved. You all are treating me differently. The crowd ceased to regard G Boxio. There was no need to explain anything to someone like him. Wang Qing and the others had initially intended to announce the conclusion of the assessment, but Lin Xiao unexpectedly surprised them once more. After some contemplation, they decided to step forward. Lin Xiao, was it not stated that the defeat of the Shadow Wolves would signify the end? Lin Xiao retorted. How could it possibly end like that? Wouldn't that render my efforts futile? The chief examiner interjected. One cannot say that. As long as you have not declared the assessment concluded, it signifies that it continues. I will eliminate Shun Yao, and her points will naturally be counted as mine. You wouldn't dare to renege on that, would you? Wang Qing found himself at a loss for words, but had to concede that Lin Xiao was correct. Fine. You win. You are the top of this assessment. Not you win. I already won. Lin Xiao declared. Thus, this secret realm assessment concluded splendidly, with Lin Xiao wielding an F-class ability, emerging as the victor, leaving many astounded. Numerous ordinary individuals began to wonder if they could also possess strength akin to Lin Xiao's. Sun Ziwen and Nurong Yu, who had not made an appearance, regarded Lin Xiao with smiles in their eyes. This little fellow truly exceeded our expectations. Brother Murong, when you suggested this kid participate, who could have foreseen him claiming first place? Not a soul. Yet that last act of his was indeed somewhat unscrupulous. I do not share your sentiment. That particular moment was precisely what I found most commendable about his performance in the secret realm. One cannot be excessively rigid in character. You old codger. They laughed. Once this boy returns, he might find himself in trouble with old Shun, who treasures his granddaughter dearly. He deserves it. And once he returns, the nursing home is bound to become quite lively. For some reason, excitement surged within them. Indeed, to my knowledge, over a dozen individuals wished to impart their skills to Lin Xiao. Since Lin Xiao had not been overly harsh, Xin Yao had already begun to awaken. Upon seeing Lin Xiao's infuriating face, she nearly lost her composure and resolved to give him a good thrashing. She truly did not expect that, despite her trust in him, Lin Xiao would resort to such underhanded tactics against her. Humph. Lin Xiao rubbed his nose, feeling somewhat awkward. Well, I see you're not particularly concerned about the prize for first place. I, however, am in dire need of funds, so please forgive me. Xin Yao was not genuinely angry. She simply could not fathom that Lin Xiao would actually take such liberties. I may not care for the prize, but I do desire to be first. Regardless, the die was cast. Let things unfold as they may. Xin Yao exclaimed. How could you say that? It feels as though I've been wronged by Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao, thick-skinned, disregarded whether Xin Yao would forgive him, as future encounters were uncertain. Suddenly, he slapped his thigh. Though the assessment has concluded, the battlefield remains untended. How could I have forgotten such an essential task? That is a matter of small fortunes. Chapter 62. A bounty of gains with that. Lin Xiao paid no mind to Wang Yao and directly set about dealing with the corpses of the Gale Wolves and Shadow Wolves. With so many spirit beasts, he wondered if any spirit orbs would emerge. It would be splendid to acquire 7, 8, or even 10 spirit orbs. Wang Qing and the others observed Lin Xiao searching for spirit orbs, but refrained from commenting. After all, these were the spoils of Lin Xiao and Xin Yao's efforts, rightfully belonging to them. Wang Qing glanced at Xin Yao beside him. Xin Yao, aren't you going to lend a hand? There might truly be spirit orbs. You contributed to defeating these spirit beasts. Xin Yao shook her head. I have already been eliminated. I won't involve myself further. Let him handle it. Lin Xiao was quite efficient in processing the spirit beast corpses. Dozens of Gale Wolves yielded not a single spirit orb, which left him rather displeased. Fortunately, the wolf pelts and fangs still held some value, and he unreservedly collected them all. In the end, only the Shadow Wolves remained unprocessed. Gazing at the sleek, dark fur of the Shadow Wolves, Lin Xiao recognized that the most valuable materials lay within them. Naturally, it would be ideal if this creature could yield a spirit orb for him. Lin Xiao harbored little hope, yet even the faintest glimmer of possibility warranted exploration. As his hand brushed against a round orb, he froze in astonishment. What the? It actually produced a spirit orb. It was a pitch-black spirit orb, and upon sensing it, Lin Xiao discovered it contained the ability of Shadow Assault. Witnessing Lin Xiao genuinely uncover a spirit orb, a second-tier shadow-type orb, left the onlookers speechless. What incredible luck this kid had. Second-tier orbs were fetching over 1 million in the current market. Though that was said, what he obtained was no ordinary spirit orb. A second-tier shadow-type orb was a rare find, and its value would, at the very least, double. Not merely double, but its specific worth remained uncertain. One thing was clear, this lad had struck it rich. The murmurs of the crowd reached Lin Xiao's ears, causing his lips to involuntarily curl into a smile. Participating in this secret realm assessment had indeed been a wise decision. It had only been a short time, yet he had amassed a considerable fortune. He had never felt that earning money could be so effortless. Xin Yao, driven by curiosity, approached Lin Xiao. Upon noticing her proximity, Lin Xiao instinctively assumed she intended to snatch the orb. What are you doing? This spirit orb is mine. No one can take it from me. Xin Yao rolled her eyes, unable to suppress her irritation at his assumption. While the spirit orb was valuable, it held no allure for her. Had it been a second-tier power-type orb, it might have piqued her interest. However, observing Lin Xiao's greedy demeanor, it seemed he was genuinely in need of funds. Uft. What are you thinking? I have no intention of stealing it. I merely find this spirit orb quite striking and wanted to broaden my horizons. Hearing this, Lin Xiao exhaled in relief. As long as she wasn't after his spirit orb, it was hardly a significant issue. He waved the orb in front of her before swiftly pocketing it. There, you've seen it. You may return now. Xin Yao huffed, feeling as though Lin Xiao had sullied her dignity. As she contemplated this, a shadowy smile crept across Xin Yao's face. Lin Xiao, perplexed by her demeanor, felt an unsettling chill run down his spine. However, he dismissed his unease, clutching the spiritual orb in his hand a little tighter before feigning to place it in his pocket, actually stowing it away within his spatial ring. With that, Lin Xiao felt a wave of relief wash over him, ignoring Xin Yao as he resumed his task of dealing with the corpses of the shadow wolves. Once he had nearly finished processing everything, Lin Xiao gazed at the pile of wolf pelts, a frown etched on his face. How should he dispose of these? It was impossible to simply store them in his spatial ring. After all, during his previous sale of items, he had inevitably raised some suspicions. Yet no one had concrete evidence against him. If he were to directly claim these pelts, he would certainly attract unwanted attention. Was he supposed to carry them back himself? Although not overly heavy, it was still somewhat cumbersome. His gaze soon fell upon Wang Qing. Chief Examiner, would you be interested in purchasing these wolf pelts and fangs? Wang Qing was momentarily taken aback, not expecting Lin Xiao to bring business to his doorstep. As a military officer, he indeed had a demand for such materials. I can take them. These items can be crafted into protective gear, and I have a need for them. However, the price will be slightly below market value since they aren't particularly valuable. For the Gale Wolf pelts, I can offer you 1,000 for a pair of fangs. 500. The Shadow Wolf pelts will command a higher price. 10,000 for the pelts and 5,000 for the fangs. If you're willing to sell, I can transfer the funds to you immediately. Lin Xiao was uncertain about the actual market prices of these items, but regardless of the amount, it represented additional income. All right, I will sell you 45 wolf pelts, plus the fangs and materials from the Shadow Wolf, totaling 62,500. You can pay me 60,000. Without further ado, Wang Qing transferred the funds and instructed his aides to gather the pelts. Suddenly, a thought struck Lin Xiao. Having dealt with the pelts, he still possessed 2 spiritual orbs. Why not sell those to Wang Qing as well? Although the price might be lower, the orbs were of no use to him, and converting them into cash would bring him peace of mind. Chief Examiner, do you accept spiritual orbs? Wang Qing was taken aback. Was Lin Xiao intending to sell him the Shadow Wolf orbs too? There were many geniuses in the military, some specializing in shadow elements. And since shadow orbs were already scarce, he would undoubtedly be interested in purchasing them. Absolutely. Lin Xiao's face lit up with joy as he promptly produced the 2 orbs he had acquired. Unbeknownst to Wang Qing, who had not been closely observing Lin Xiao, the latter had previously obtained another orb. Wang Qing began to inspect them without further thought. One was a wind-type orb enhancing wind blade. Though it was merely a level 1 spiritual technique, it was still a remarkable find. The other was a shadow-type orb, Shadow Assault, also of exceptional quality. The market value for wind blade hovered around 1 million, but Shadow Assault could fetch over 5 million at auction. Well, for these 2 orbs, I can offer you a maximum of 5 million, which is slightly below market price. You can decide for yourself. If you choose not to sell, I bear no objections. Lin Xiao, aware of the orb's considerable worth, was nonetheless surprised that they could command such a sum. Sell. Why not? A little loss is acceptable. How will the payment be made? Wang Qing was taken aback by Lin Xiao's decisiveness. All right. However, I currently lack the funds and will need to apply for them from above. Rest assured, I will ensure you receive the payment before you depart. Upon hearing Wang Qing's words, Lin Xiao cast a skeptical glance his way. Was this individual attempting to swindle him out of his orbs? Perceiving Lin Xiao's mistrustful gaze, Wang Qing found it amusing. As a squad-level officer, he was hardly inclined to resort to such unscrupulous tactics. I'll leave the orbs with you for now. Once the funds are transferred, we will exchange them simultaneously. Lin Xiao finally felt reassured, as long as his modest funds were not at risk. This expedition into the secret realm had truly proven fruitful. Excluding the final rewards, he had already netted over 7 million, a sum he had never dared to dream of before. Lin Xiao's current sentiment could be encapsulated in one word: exhilarating. Chapter 63. Should I liquidate? The assessment in the secret realm had reached its conclusion, rendering any further stay unnecessary. Wang Qing glanced at Lin Xiao and Xun Yao. This assessment has officially concluded. We can now exit the secret realm, where the city lord awaits to present your final rewards. Both individuals had no objections. It was indeed time to leave. The return journey proceeded at a brisk pace. Even without Murong Yu's intervention, with Wang Qing and others escorting them, they arrived at the entrance in just over an hour. Upon exiting the secret realm, all participating students had gathered, including some unfamiliar faces, likely the event's organizers. Next came the thrilling moment of the award ceremony. The thought of securing first place and an imminent influx of 2 million made Lin Xiao feel elated. He was merely a hair's breadth away from becoming a millionaire. Zhou Wei, responsible for the awards presentation, shot Lin Xiao an irritated glare upon seeing him emerge. Although he acknowledged Lin Xiao's prowess, he found the young man insufferably arrogant, having disrupted many of his plans. Nonetheless, at this juncture, pursuing Lin Xiao further seemed futile. Lin Xiao sensed Zhou Wei's gaze. He recognized him, having often seen him on television. Had he inadvertently offended the city lord? Why did Zhou Wei regard him with such hostility? Additionally, Lin Xiao felt a wave of malevolence directed his way and turned to investigate. Who else could it be but Ji Boxio? Ji Boxio was evidently being isolated. Apart from Lu Ruyan, he stood alone, his previous sycophants having chosen not to align with him this time. Useless trash. He dared not confront the city lord. But he had no fear of this person. Oh, isn't this the esteemed Ji, who heroically attracted the shadow wolves all on his own? It's been a while since we last met, yet you appear rather disheveled. Your earlier panic-stricken demeanor truly brings a smile to my face. Lin Xiao's words dripped with sarcasm, mocking Ji Boxio for abandoning his teammates and framing it as a selfless act of bravery to lure the shadow wolves. This was a blatant strike at Ji Boxio's pride, and he could not refute it, as it was indeed factual. As Ji Boxio caught sight of the surrounding mocking expressions, he shot Lin Xiao a venomous glare, but chose to ignore him. With so many witnesses present, whatever he said would only serve to incriminate him further. A gentleman avenges himself. It is never too late. Sooner or later, this brat will pay the price. Having been eliminated, he had been monitoring the live-streamed events. The subsequent eliminations had all been at the hands of Gale Wolves. Although many were slain, the point tally had not changed significantly. This indicated that, based on his previous score, he could still make it into the top 10. Securing a position in the top 10 would grant him the status of family heir, eliminating the need for him to personally deal with Lin Xiao in the future. Let this brat revel a little longer. Unbeknownst to Lin Xiao, Ji Boxio was plotting against him. Even if he were aware, it would not concern him. Though the Ji family was powerful in Sun City, could they rival the Red Sun retirement home? After returning home, he planned to remain in seclusion for a while, truly doubting that the Ji family would dare to touch the Red Sun nursing home. If they did, it would likely be the Ji family that faced annihilation. Either Sun Zaiwen or Murong Yu could obliterate the entire Ji family in mere moments. This was the principal reason Lin Xiao felt so audacious. Zhou Wei, witnessing Lin Xiao stirring trouble once again, felt a headache coming on. Were it not for the backing of those esteemed predecessors, he would have relished the opportunity to discipline this young man. Clearing his throat gently, he drew the attention of the crowd. Ahem. Everyone, please be quiet. We will now proceed with the final award ceremony. The rewards for those beyond the top 10 will be directly sent to your respective schools and can be collected upon your return. We will only be awarding the top 10 here. I now announce the 10th place winner, Zhou Ji, with a score of 250 points. Zhou Ji was astonished to hear his name called first. He had indeed made it into the top 10. In truth, he had done little, primarily being carried by Lin Xiao's efforts. Yet, why did that score of 250 feel like an insult? Regardless, he had entered the top 10. And that was exhilarating. Zhou Ji hurriedly approached the stage to accept his award, with Zhou Wei offering him a few encouraging words and gazing at him with a warm expression. As a member of the Zhou family, and in terms of seniority, he was Zhou Ji's uncle. Zhou Ji's achievement brought him pride. The two exchanged no more pleasantries, as so many eyes were upon them. Once Zhou Ji stepped down, Zhou Wei continued. 9th place goes to Wu Kai, with 261 points. 8th place is Zhang Wei, with 301 points. With only the top 3 remaining, Ji Boxio's face lit up with joy. He was uncertain of his exact score, but he was confident he had secured a place in the top 10. It appeared he had indeed made it into the top 3. He had exceeded his task expectations, although he felt he had lost face in the end. He thought his family would likely not criticize him too harshly. At that moment, Zhou Wei finally spoke again. Third place. Chu Ran, with 372 points. Chu Ran promptly stepped forward to claim her prize, while Ji Boxio's expression fell drastically. He was bewildered. How could he not be in third place? He had not been arrogant enough to believe he could surpass Xin Yao and Lin Xiao in points, which meant he was not in the top 3. Had he fallen out of the top 10? How could this be possible? After Chu Ran received her award and stepped down, Zhou Wei continued to announce. Second place, Xin Yao, with 503 points. The crowd erupted in astonishment at the significant gap between second and third place. Xin Yao approached to accept her award, and Zhou Wei praised her effusively. Yet, Xin Yao was less than thrilled, as her goal had been first place. Securing second felt like a failure to her. Finally, it was time to announce the first place winner, a result that had long been a certainty. All gazes turned toward Lin Xiao. First place, Lin Xiao, with 888 points. Lin Xiao smiled. He relished that number, 888, signifying prosperity. He had indeed struck it rich on this expedition. He promptly approached to collect his award, only to find Zhou Wei had given him only the monetary prize, omitting the spirit pearl. Lin Xiao stared at Zhou Wei in confusion. Zhou Wei appeared somewhat embarrassed. Well, we do not have any spirit pearls that enhance vision at the moment, so we will have to owe you one and deliver it later. Lin Xiao was speechless. It seemed Zhou Wei had never anticipated that an F-grade ability user could emerge as the ultimate champion. Who knew when they would find the necessary spirit pearl? It could not remain an indefinite debt. City Lord, shall we settle in cash? Zhou Wei was taken aback by Lin Xiao's request, but readily agreed, recognizing that such spirit pearls were indeed rare, and delaying would lead to ridicule. All right, I can offer you an additional 2 million. Does that work for you? Lin Xiao was surprised by Zhou Wei's generosity and, of course, did not object. 2 million could procure the finest first-grade abilities. Okay, your generosity is noted, City Lord. Chapter 64. Don't run, you little rascal. I promise not to kill you. The money was swiftly transferred, and Lin Xiao's smile never faltered. Once Wang Qing's funds also arrived, he would truly be a millionaire. Zhou Wei observed the grinning Lin Xiao, feeling a mix of exasperation and admiration. This young man had become the most unpredictable variable in the assessment, disrupting Zhou Wei's plans with a substantial influx of resources. Yet it was thanks to him that they could ultimately triumph over the Shadow Wolves. Perhaps it was destiny. The esteem he received from those esteemed predecessors was, indeed, warranted. Zhou Wei was curious to see how far this young man would grow in the future. After Lin Xiao stepped down, Zhou Wei glanced at the students still gathered around. All right, this assessment has come to an end. I hope everyone can grow well in the days to come and become the pillars of our nation. Team leaders from each school, please lead your students back. Upon hearing Zhou Wei's words, the crowd began to prepare to leave. At that moment, a most untimely voice rang out. I refuse to accept this. You cheated. With my score, it's impossible I didn't make the top 10. The speaker was Ji Boxio, who had finally registered that he had indeed not made the top 10, a reality he simply could not accept. Zhou Wei regarded Ji Boxio with a flicker of disdain in his eyes. Classmate Ji, this assessment was fair and just. Your previous score was 299, under normal circumstances. You would have made the top 10. However, due to your erroneous actions, we deducted 50 points, leaving you with a final score of 249, placing you 11th. Do you have any objections? If so, keep them to yourself. Zhou Wei's words were devoid of niceties, and the crowd's gaze toward Ji Boxio was laced with mockery. In this assessment, Ji Boxio had undoubtedly become the subject of ridicule. Though he remained unsatisfied, surrounded by so many influential figures, he recognized that further protests would be futile. He could only begrudgingly accept this reality, hoping that upon returning to the Ji family, he would regain some semblance of recognition. At that moment, Zhou Ji approached Lin Xiao and threw an arm around his shoulder. Brother, you are truly my brother. I never dreamed I would make it into the top 10. You just got lucky. Had Ji Boxio not sabotaged himself, you might have been 11th. No matter, I'm in 10th place now. Enough about that. Are you coming back to school with us? Lin Xiao naturally had no intention of returning to school. With everything that had transpired, what was the point? I want to be going back. I have my own matters to attend to. After all the riches you've amassed from this expedition, you don't plan to take on a part-time job, do you? I don't want to deceive you. A part-time job is out of the question. I have my own responsibilities to fulfill, and I'll explain later. As the two continued their conversation, Zhu Yu appeared beside them. And upon hearing Lin Xiao's intentions not to return, his expression soured. Lin Xiao, you're not going back to school? Why not? You placed first in the assessment. Our school will reward you for that. How can you not return? Hearing about the reward made Lin Xiao's eyes light up, but he ultimately shook his head slowly. Director, my situation is rather intricate. I cannot return to school at this moment. You are aware that I have offended Ji Boxio, and returning now would only invite discomfort. Wouldn't it? Upon hearing Lin Xiao's words, Zhu Yu fell silent. Although he could look after Lin Xiao while they were at school, he could not accompany him indefinitely. The Ji family wields significant influence in Sun City. If Lin Xiao were to return, he could not guarantee that Ji Boxio would refrain from retaliating. Well, you must decide for yourself. Consider this. If you return to school, we can provide some assistance, but if you are found by the Ji family outside, we will be powerless to help. Rest assured, Director, he won't be able to find me. Even if he does, he cannot harm me. Seeing Lin Xiao's unwavering confidence, Zhu Yu ceased his attempts to dissuade him. Fine, let it be as you wish. I will gather the people from Class 1. You may leave on your own. Lin Xiao understood Zhu Yu's intention to divert Ji Boxio's attention, allowing him to depart before Ji could react. He did not refuse, as it was inappropriate for him to leave alongside them. After bidding farewell to Zhou Ji, Lin Xiao departed alone. Wang Qing had long awaited him. The money had arrived, and he promptly called Lin Xiao, who in turn handed over 2 spirit orbs to Wang Qing. Their collaboration was exceedingly pleasant. Subsequently, Lin Xiao left, having already spotted Sun Ziwen and Murong Yu. Upon seeing Lin Xiao, Sun Ziwen's smile could no longer be concealed. He hurried forward, playfully ruffling Lin Xiao's hair. You rascal! I thought I brought you here to broaden your horizons, yet you returned with a first place, truly a source of pride. Lin Xiao struggled to escape from Sun Ziwen's grip, rearranging his disheveled hairstyle. They say one can lose a head or bleed, but never should a hairstyle be disheveled. The audacity of Sun Ziwen to mess with his hair was infuriating, yet he chose to let it slide, as he had earned a considerable sum of money and was in good spirits. Indeed, it is no surprise, considering who taught you, Lin Xiao flattered, eliciting a pleased reaction from Sun Ziwen. You brat, I love to hear that. Speak more sweetly, Lin Xiao replied. Ah, this is quite a hefty compliment indeed. Murong Yu watched the playful banter between the two with a smile. All right, you two, enough of the antics. It's time to prepare to return. At her words, Lin Xiao immediately assumed a serious demeanor. The previous experiences were still fresh in his memory. He must be adequately prepared this time. Without waiting for their agreement, Murong Yu waved her hand and instantly transported the trio away. When they reappeared, they found themselves back at the Hanyang nursing home. Perhaps due to prior experience, Lin Xiao, although still pale, did not succumb to nausea this time, a sign of progress. As he beheld the familiar surroundings, he was momentarily taken aback to see the elderly residents gathered there. Many of them regarded him with curious expressions. Not pondering further, he waved at the elders. Hello, my dear uncles and aunties, I have returned. The elders smiled silently, parting to allow an elder with a cane to approach Lin Xiao. The elder, Shun Huizi, whom Lin Xiao had met a few times before and found to be quite amiable, now regarded him with an unsettling gaze. Brother Shin, what is this? Sun Ziwen nudged Lin Xiao, casually remarking, Oh, by the way, I forgot to mention, old Shun is Shun Yao's grandfather, her blood relative. Lin Xiao gasped, wait, this is trouble. I can't possibly win against him. Without a moment's hesitation, he took off running. Shun Huizi's voice echoed behind him. You dare to bully my precious granddaughter? Don't think you can escape. I won't kill you. Chapter 65, Hidden Talents. Despite his age, Shun Huizi's legs were agile. Lin Xiao had never seen him with a cane until now, clearly wielded for the purpose of discipline. After just a few strides, Shun Huizi caught up to Lin Xiao. The disparity in their levels was insurmountable. Upon reaching Lin Xiao, Shun Huizi showed no inclination for gentleness, raining blows upon him with his cane. Lin Xiao cried out in distress. Brother Shin, ease up. That hurts. Now you feel pain? What about when you bullied my granddaughter? My beautiful granddaughter. And you had the audacity to lay a hand on her. If I had known she was your granddaughter, I would have certainly refrained. You rascal, still unrepentant. It seems I have been too lenient. Prepare to taste my dragon subduing 18 sticks. Shun Huizi maintained a careful measure in his strikes, inflicting pain, yet sparing Lin Xiao from serious injury. After a rigorous half-hour of discipline, he finally ceased his onslaught. As Shun Huizi withdrew, Lu Jiao approached leisurely, administering a healing spell to Lin Xiao. Truthfully, Lin Xiao was terrified, fearing that Shun Huizi would notice his recovery and subject him to another half-hour of affectionate reprimanding. Fortunately, Shun Huizi seemed to have vented his frustrations and did not strike again. Lin Xiao quickly hid behind Lu Jiao. Sister Jiao, Brother Shun is bullying me. Lu Jiao chuckled at Lin Xiao's plight. Well, you brought this upon yourself for bullying his granddaughter. A good beating was well deserved. Lin Xiao attempted to protest, but Lu Jiao silenced him. Enough. This matter ends here. We old folks have gathered not only to witness your punishment, but also for a more serious matter. Come with me. Noting Lu Jiao's solemn demeanor, Lin Xiao sensed that something was amiss. Having achieved first place in the secret realm, he could not fathom why the entire nursing home would gather to welcome him. It felt excessively ceremonial. Sister Jiao, what is this all about? Please give me a hint. Do not fret, you will understand shortly. Since Lu Jiao chose not to divulge, Lin Xiao opted to remain patient, assuming it was not a negative development. Soon, he found himself once again before the assembly of elders, as Sun Ziwen stepped forward. Ladies and gentlemen, I trust you have all watched the live broadcast of the previous competition. This young man has splendidly completed our trials and is now qualified for full residency here. Lin Xiao, I have several questions for you, and I expect earnest responses. Lin Xiao was bewildered. Trials? What trials? I was completely unaware. Was the secret realm assessment a trial for me? And have I not been residing here for a week already? Was I merely on a probationary period? Surely, they do not intend to confiscate my 5 million. Filled with questions, Lin Xiao understood that this was neither the time nor place to voice them. He awaited Sun Ziwen's inquiries. Brother Sun, please proceed. I shall respond with utmost sincerity. Excellent. First question. Are you certain about your decision to take residence in our Red Sun elderly home? Please ponder your answer, as I believe you have already discerned the peculiarities of our establishment. Once you commit, there is no turning back. Lin Xiao was at a loss for words. What sort of inquiry was this? Choosing to reside here clearly indicated his intention to live off the resources provided, and having already invested his money, he was undoubtedly staying. I am certain. Excellent. Now, for the second question. Are you prepared to sacrifice for our motherland at any moment? Lin Xiao was taken aback. The conversation had taken an unexpected turn. How had they shifted from confirming his residence to discussing sacrifice? Could he admit to being unprepared? However, upon observing Sun Ziwen's earnest expression, Lin Xiao decided against jesting. I am always prepared. Although Lin Xiao acknowledged he was not a paragon of virtue, his patriotism was beyond reproach. When the nation genuinely needed him to charge into battle, he would not shy away from the call. Very well. I hope you remember what you have stated today. I am not jesting. Now for the third point. Once you are officially a resident, you must not disclose any information about this place to outsiders, and you should minimize contact with your family. Are you capable of doing that? No problem. Lin Xiao responded swiftly this time. As an orphan, he had no family ties to bind him. Good. Since you are prepared, we officially welcome you to the Red Sun elderly home. Let us celebrate. The elderly residents of the home offered their applause to Lin Xiao, showing him great respect. You are now officially a resident, and there are certain matters you should be aware of. Although it is indeed an elderly home, it is not merely that. I trust you have already sensed this. Successfully taking residence here signifies your induction into the mightiest organization in Huaxia, the Blade. At that moment, Lin Xiao felt a wave of confusion wash over him, but he grasped one essential truth, that the elderly home was likely a mere facade, a stronghold of the Blade organization. He understood that once Sun Ziwen revealed this to him, he was irrevocably bound to the Blade. Yet, a lingering question remained. Did he truly deserve a place within this organization? Sun Ziwen seemed to sense Lin Xiao's thoughts. You are currently only considered a reserve member. Only through genuine contributions can you earn your place among us. You may not fully comprehend the challenges of joining this organization, so let us reacquaint ourselves. With that, Sun Ziwen began the introductions. I am Sun Ziwen, a level 9 SS class Beast Transformation ability user and former commander of the Eastern Theater. After Sun Ziwen concluded, Mu Ranjiu stepped forward. I am Mu Ranjiu, a level 9 SSS class spatial ability user and the founder of the Blade. I am Lu Jiao, a level 9 SS class healer and former chief of logistics for the Southern Theater. I am Shang Guanxi, a level 9 SS class surgical specialist, the foremost surgeon in the country. Each elderly resident introduced themselves, and with every introduction, Lin Xiao's mouth fell wider in astonishment. These were truly formidable figures, each with significant backgrounds. What merit did he possess to be associated with them? The introductions continued, and an elderly man with one arm began to speak. Casting an intense gaze upon Lin Xiao, I am Shan Yo, a level 8 S-class sound ability user and the top sniper in Huaxia. Having eliminated 6 level 9 ability users who posed threats to our nation, Lin Xiao was stunned, and level 8 defeating level 9. And 6 of them at that. What sort of extraordinary individuals resided in this elderly home? I am Li Tai, a level 7 SS class alchemist, with no particular distinction other than my penchant for crafting novel elixirs. I am Zudge Ming, a level 7 A-class water ability user, skilled in disguise. Known as the master of 1,000 faces, I am Han Hao, a level 7 A-class earth ability user, adept at gambling, called the King of Kings. I am Liang Kixing, a level 7 A-class water ability user. My abilities may be lacking, but my true identity is that of a world-class hacker. I am Song Mings, a level 7 A-class fire ability user. My powers may be underwhelming, but I am a chef of national banquet caliber, responsible for the meals at this elderly home. Soon, all had introduced themselves. While Lin Xiao had been aware of these elders' names, he had never heard their impressive titles before. He was utterly dumbfounded, his mind in a state of shock. One thought echoed in his mind. This elderly home was indeed a treasure trove of talent. The residents were either extraordinarily powerful or possessed remarkable skills. Did he, a mere insignificant being, truly qualify to dwell among them? Chapter 66. New Spiritual Technique, Night Vision. Observing Lin Xiao's dazed expression, Sun Ziwen gently nudged him. Lin Xiao looked at Sun Ziwen with a bitter smile. Although he had suspected the elderly residents were extraordinary, he had not anticipated them to be so impressive. Little Lin, now that you are aware of our identities, it means you have officially become one of us. There are certain matters you must keep confidential. Otherwise, you will face consequences beyond your capacity to bear. To put it plainly, if you commit an unforgivable act, given our strength, it would be trivial to eliminate you, no matter where you hide. Sun Ziwen delivered this with a casual tone. Yet Lin Xiao understood he was not jesting. He had no doubt about the truth of his words. Rest assured, brother Sun, I will keep my lips sealed. You need not be overly constrained. Many within our organization are well known. As long as you do not overstep, we permit you to occasionally wield this identity for some leverage. Lin Xiao withheld his opinion. He intended to live off the resources at the elderly home, and unless under extraordinary circumstances, he did not plan to venture outside. It seemed this identity would not be of much use. One more thing. Many of us old-timers possess unique skills. Most of our descendants lack talent or interest in these abilities, and many crafts are left unpassed down. We hope to impart these skills to you. If you have no objections, what objections could Lin Xiao possibly have? This was a golden opportunity. While many of the elderly residents might not have particularly outstanding abilities, none were below A class. As an F-class individual, he had no comparison to them. If he could learn even a fraction of their skills, it would undoubtedly benefit him immensely for life. I have no objections. I would be eager to learn. Upon hearing this, the gazes of many elderly residents toward Lin Xiao shifted. Some even began contemplating how best to teach him. Very well, starting tomorrow, you will begin your training with us. Of course, not everyone will be able to instruct you. For instance, if Brother Mu Rong wishes to teach you his spatial abilities, you may not grasp them. Lin Xiao understood this well. He did not expect to learn all of their skills. That was simply unrealistic. I understand. To celebrate your official residency, we have prepared a gift for you. A spiritual pearl that you can utilize, Sun Ziwen said, handing Lin Xiao a spiritual pearl. Lin Xiao was momentarily taken aback. He knew that pearls related to vision were exceedingly rare, and he was pleasantly surprised that the elderly residents had procured one for him. This was indeed splendid news. Initially, he had felt a slight disappointment at not obtaining a usable spiritual pearl during the secret realm assessment, but now he felt elated. He accepted the spiritual pearl without hesitation, carefully attuning to it, and soon discerned its contained spiritual technique, night vision. After awakening his enhanced vision, his eyesight at night surpassed that of an ordinary person, yet it still fell short of true night vision. However, after absorbing this spiritual pearl, things would be different. Thank you, everyone, he expressed gratefully. All right, you may begin absorbing the spiritual pearl here. We shall provide you with protection. Lin Xiao was genuinely touched and did not decline. He promptly seated himself on the ground to commence the absorption. The spiritual pearl swiftly vanished from his grasp, and Lin Xiao finally acquired his second spiritual skill. Regrettably, it was daytime, so he was yet to ascertain the effectiveness of his night vision. After absorbing the pearl, Lin Xiao's eyes appeared even more luminous, which added an enchanting quality to his already handsome features. All right, everyone may disperse now. This lad has just returned today and requires rest. Any thoughts can be discussed tomorrow. Gradually, the elders departed, leaving only one individual behind, whom Lin Xiao recognized. It was Li Tai, a man who had awakened as a special-type alchemist. The title of alchemist sounded more like a profession than a superpower, piquing Lin Xiao's curiosity about him. At this moment, Li Tai approached Lin Xiao. Brother Lin, are you feeling fatigued? Not too much. I've nearly recovered, Lin Xiao replied. Would you care to visit my place for a moment? After a brief contemplation, Lin Xiao decided not to refuse, seizing the opportunity to witness the profession of an alchemist. Upon hearing Lin Xiao's agreement, a smile spread across Li Tai's face. Recently, he had developed several new elixirs, yet the others in the nursing home were no longer willing to be his test subjects. He had been eyeing Lin Xiao for some time. He had refrained from approaching Lin Xiao previously as he was considered an outsider. However, the situation had changed. Lin Xiao had officially become one of them, a fresh test subject, too good an opportunity to pass up. Lu Jiao had prepared to leave, but upon seeing Li Tai call Lin Xiao back, she immediately returned. Li Tai, are you being too hasty? Li Tai chuckled, Sister Jiao. I was just about to call you, yet here you are. Lin Xiao felt a sense of foreboding upon seeing Lu Jiao. Although she had always cared for him, he harbored a slight fear of her, as her presence often indicated impending punishment or suffering. Would he encounter danger alongside Li Tai? Surely not. Li Tai noticed Lin Xiao's apprehension and offered an awkward smile. Brother Lin, relax, there's no danger. I merely wish for you to try out some of my newly researched elixirs. They are all highly nourishing. And I only brought Sister Jiao along because I was concerned you might not be able to handle the potency. Upon hearing Li Tai's explanation, Lin Xiao felt completely at ease. So that was it. As long as he wasn't being used as a poison test subject, he had nothing to fear. Such nourishing substances would undoubtedly be of considerable value, and consuming them would certainly not be a loss. At worst, he could exert himself to aid digestion. The 3 days spent preparing for the secret realm assessment had made him nostalgic for the previous training sensation. Moreover, with Lu Jiao present, he was assured that no mishaps would occur. Li Tai led the way while Lin Xiao and Lu Jiao followed behind. Although he felt confident that nothing would go awry, Lin Xiao couldn't shake the feeling that something was amiss. Sister Jiao, do you think Li Tai is reliable? Lu Jiao did not respond immediately, but pondered for a moment. To speak frankly, Li Tai's elixirs are quite impressive. He produces a wide variety, including those for healing injuries and enhancing cultivation. While he occasionally concocts some potions whose effects he himself does not fully understand, overall, there have been no significant issues. As of today, no one has perished from consuming them. Lin Xiao exclaimed, "Oh dear, are you sure this is meant to comfort me? The fact that no one has died is your endorsement?" Suddenly, he felt the urge to withdraw from accompanying Li Tai. However, considering that everyone here was at least a level 7 powerhouse, resistance was futile. Fine, let us proceed. Perhaps I am merely overthinking this. Indeed, he was likely overreacting. Chapter 67. Am I becoming arrogant? Lin Xiao had initially assumed Li Tai would take him back to his dormitory, but to his surprise, Li Tai led him into a laboratory. Upon entering the lab, Lin Xiao was greeted by a faint, pleasant aroma. If he was not mistaken, it was the fragrance of elixirs. Just by inhaling the scent, he felt invigorated. Perhaps trying the elixirs would be quite beneficial, and he might experience significant enhancement. The laboratory was dimly lit, yet Lin Xiao felt no discomfort. Instinctively, he activated his newly acquired night vision skill and was astonished to find the room illuminated as if it were daytime. This ability was quite remarkable. At least during nighttime activities, he wouldn't fear falling into a pit. At that moment, Li Tai switched on the laboratory lights, and Lin Xiao's eyes seamlessly adjusted without any discomfort. Surprisingly, his F-grade ability did not seem as unimpressive as he had initially perceived. Lin Xiao had been preoccupied with testing his night vision and had not thoroughly examined the interior of the laboratory. He now began to scrutinize it closely. The lab itself was unremarkable, merely lined with shelves filled with various bottles. Presumably, these contained elixirs. Lin Xiao couldn't help but swallow hard at the sight. Although he was unsure of the value of these elixirs, he surmised they must be quite valuable. If he could sell them all, it would yield a substantial profit. The only thing that surprised Lin Xiao was the apparent absence of an alchemical furnace. What kind of alchemist was Li Tai without one? Li Tai, unaware of Lin Xiao's thoughts, noticed his gaze fixated on the bottles and couldn't help but beam with pride. Brother Lin, do not underestimate the contents here. This represents a significant portion of my life's work. Look, this is a spirit recovery pill, primarily designed to restore spiritual energy. The basic version can fully replenish the energy of practitioners below level 5. The intermediate version does so for those below level 7. And the advanced version can restore the energy of practitioners up to level 9. Impressive, isn't it? This is my specially formulated rejuvenation pill, capable of instantly healing all injuries unless one is missing limbs. And this is a gathering spirit pill, which can double the rate of energy absorption from the surroundings for a short period. This is a breakthrough pill. Those below level 7 can temporarily elevate their level after consumption, though it comes with side effects that will leave them weakened for a time. As Li Tai continued his exposition, Lin Xiao found himself salivating uncontrollably. What extraordinary elixirs were these? Setting aside everything else, just the few types Li Tai had mentioned could fetch prices beyond his wildest dreams. It appeared that there was an abundance of these elixirs. Li Tai, sensing Lin Xiao's thoughts, reassured him, "Rest assured, since I invited you to test the elixirs, I will not neglect you. For each type of elixir you try, I shall reward you with a bottle of the elixirs here. What do you think?" Lin Xiao was taken aback by such generous terms and nearly burst into laughter. "Absolutely. Let us begin at once. I'm not yet familiar with many of the effects of these elixirs, perhaps around 8 or 9 kinds. Let us start with the lowest grade." Li Tai, after finishing his words, produced a few elixirs and placed them on the table. First picking up the most inconspicuous one and handing it to Lin Xiao. "This is one I recently concocted, based on the properties of the herbs. It should enhance your strength. Give it a try." Lin Xiao examined the elixir, feeling no discernible flaw. In pursuit of the reward from Li Tai, he took a leap of faith and swallowed it whole. Contrary to his expectations, the flavor was surprisingly delightful, reminiscent of candied pears. A hint of enjoyment even flickered across Lin Xiao's face. However, it was not long before he sensed the elixir's effects. His muscles suddenly tensed, veins bulging prominently. In that moment, Lin Xiao felt as though even Shun Yao's spiritual techniques might pale in comparison to his newfound strength. Li Tai regarded him earnestly. How does it feel? Lin Xiao took a moment to assess before responding to Li Tai's inquiry. Brother, you were right. This elixir indeed doubles one's strength, perhaps even triples it. Upon receiving Lin Xiao's feedback, Zhou Tai frowned. Only 3 times. That's rather mediocre. It falls short of my expectations. Let's see how long it lasts. Lin Xiao, exasperated, thought. Is this even a reasonable statement? A 3-fold increase in strength, and Li Tai dares to imply it's subpar? That's astonishing. After 3 minutes, Lin Xiao felt himself returning to normal and immediately relayed his findings to Li Tai. 3 minutes is also just passable. It's a fairly standard elixir. Let us call it the strength elixir. Understood. Moving on to the next one. This second one was an accidental success. I was distracted and added the wrong herbs. But since it turned into an elixir, I kept it. You should try it. Lin Xiao exclaimed, Brother, are you serious? You dare to let me consume something made with the wrong herbs? Lu Jiao couldn't help but laugh. Don't worry. With me around, you won't die. Lin Xiao considered this. With a 9th level healing support, what was there to fear? Determined to secure more elixirs, he swallowed the concoction without hesitation, which had a pleasant orange flavor. Yet, as soon as it touched his palate, Lin Xiao felt his stomach churning. Unable to hold back, he let out several loud farts. He wished he could sink into the ground. How embarrassing. He had completely lost control. Li Tai and Lu Jiao instinctively distanced themselves from Lin Xiao, hastily opening windows for fresh air. Initially, Lin Xiao feared he might embarrass himself further, but fortunately, aside from the relentless flatulence, he managed to maintain his dignity. 5 minutes later, once Lin Xiao had settled down and the odor dissipated, Li Tai returned. This is a useless elixir, but it could serve as a prank. Let us call it the flatulence elixir. Thankfully, only Li Tai and Lu Jiao were present. Had there been others around, Lin Xiao felt he would have socially perished. Noticing Lin Xiao's displeased expression, Li Tai felt a pang of guilt. I wasn't aware of the elixir's effects when I asked you to test it. How about I give you 2 bottles this time? Lin Xiao's demeanor brightened instantly. Come on, who cares about pride when there are tangible benefits at stake? These elixirs could easily fetch 100 to 180,000 outside. Mediocre indeed. Curse it, ever since entering this retirement home, his worldview seemed to have shifted. Now, 100 to 180,000 felt somewhat beneath him. Had he become too lofty? Chapter 68, the leg-stretching and eye-popping elixir. In the following period, Lin Xiao assisted Li Tai in experimenting with various elixirs. He had to admit that Li Tai's proficiency in alchemy was quite commendable. The subsequent elixirs no longer included anything as ludicrous as the flatulence elixir, perhaps due to Li Tai's consideration for Lin Xiao. Most of the elixirs he tested exhibited mild properties, and Lin Xiao had not encountered any that caused him significant discomfort. The prospect of selecting a few elixirs for himself after the trials made Lin Xiao's lips curl into a smile. Now, only 1 elixir remained on the table. His gaze fixated on the final vial, which appeared no different from the previous ones. Lin Xiao was ready. Yet he noticed that Li Tai was hesitating to hand it over. What is the matter, brotherly? Isn't this the last one? Hurry up and give it to me. After the trials, I need to return to rest. Li Tai did not immediately respond to Lin Xiao's query. After a considerable pause, he finally spoke. This one. Perhaps we should skip it. Lin Xiao's heart sank. Could this elixir be different? If he refrained from testing it, he would miss out on a bottle, and he was unwilling to forego this opportunity. However, before attempting the elixir, he decided to inquire about its specifics. Brotherly? What's wrong? Is there something amiss with this elixir? It's not a poison elixir, is it? Li Tai shook his head. Of course not. I'm an alchemist, not a poison master. I would never concoct something toxic. While I may occasionally produce some unreliable concoctions, they wouldn't be lethal. The reason for my hesitation is that I genuinely do not know the specific effects of this elixir. Lin Xiao was taken aback. Previously, Li Tai had always been able to make educated guesses about the elixir's effects. His past predictions had proven largely accurate. This was the first time Lin Xiao heard him express such uncertainty, which made him uneasy. Brotherly, how can you not know? Although I am entirely unfamiliar with alchemy and the properties of elixirs, you must at least know what herbs you included, right? That should indicate some of its potential effects. That's just it. That day I was completely out of it. I concocted this elixir while in a daze, and I have no recollection of the process or the herbs I used. I only knew it was successful by the time I woke up the next day. Why don't you give it a try? I can assure you it's not a poison elixir. Lin Xiao thought. What a bizarre approach. An elixir brewed while inebriated. And you dare to consume it? Initially considering the trial, Li Tai's words left him in doubt. Li Tai glanced at the final elixir, seemingly reaching a decision. With Jiao Jie present, There shouldn't be any issues. You should give it a shot. Lin Xiao's face reflected his inner turmoil. The earlier flatulence elixir was still fresh in his memory, and he did not wish to face another social disaster. Having already tested numerous elixirs, he felt he had secured enough to take home. It seemed unnecessary to risk this one. Li Tai, noticing Lin Xiao's hesitation, initially worried about the potential adverse effects on Lin Xiao's health. He considered suggesting they skip it, but felt a pang of regret at the thought of abandoning his own creation without knowing its effects. If you try this elixir and inform me of the outcome, I'll give you 3 bottles. Lin Xiao's eyes immediately lit up. You should have said so sooner. Your words, brotherly, seem to imply that I covet your elixir, which is certainly not my intention. I merely wish to discern the flavor of this pill. Lin Xiao remarked with a chuckle. However, a deal is a deal. The 3 vials cannot be altered. Upon finishing his sentence, as if fearing Li Tai might retract his offer, Lin Xiao boldly seized the elixir and placed it into his mouth. The moment it touched his tongue, his brow furrowed in distaste. To his dismay, the pill had an unmistakable durian flavor, which he particularly disliked. As the elixir melted in his mouth, it coursed through him like a warm current. Uncertain of its precise effects, Lin Xiao vigilantly monitored the changes within his body. Yet, after a prolonged wait, no discernible transformation occurred. Li Tai, closely observing Lin Xiao's condition, was equally astonished to see him remain unaffected. This was perplexing. Although he was unaware of the precise herbs utilized during the concoction, he had discovered several rare herbs missing upon waking the following day. Among them were some so precious that he possessed only one. Consuming those alone should have elicited some form of reaction. Thus, Lin Xiao and Li Tai exchanged bewildered glances for an extended time. Just as Li Tai began to suspect that the elixir had been a failure, Lin Xiao suddenly collapsed onto the ground, his legs kicking out, eyes wide with shock, and his body convulsing uncontrollably. Lu Jiao, startled, rushed to Lin Xiao's side and immediately cast a healing spell upon him. To her surprise, the spell had no effect. Lin Xiao continued to spasm. Was he poisoned? Detoxification spell, great recovery spell, divine healing, sacred wind of restoration. Lu Jiao employed nearly every healing technique at her disposal, yet none altered Lin Xiao's state. Growing anxious, she exclaimed, Li Tai, what on earth did you give this fellow? Li Tai, equally perplexed, responded, it shouldn't be like this. While I am uncertain of the elixir's effects, I can assure you it is not a poison, and even if it were, your detoxification spell should have remedied it. He was genuinely concerned that Lin Xiao might suffer severe consequences, so he hurried to examine him. If anything were to happen, he would bear grave responsibility. Jiao Jia, something feels amiss. This lad doesn't seem to be in critical condition. His life signs are stable, and the fluctuations of his spiritual energy appear normal. He should be fine. Lu Jiao, still unconvinced, scrutinized Lin Xiao's condition and arrived at the same conclusion, which somewhat alleviated her worries. It seems this might be a side effect of the elixir. What precisely did you administer to him? The leg-stretching eye-popping pill? Li Tai covered his face, realizing that the name appeared rather fitting. I truly don't know. If I had been aware of this elixir's effects, I would never have allowed Xiao Lin to test it. Yet, even so, this outcome is unexpected. What went wrong? Both were anxious, but at a loss for a solution. Waiting idly is not an option. I shall fetch Shang Wanqi. Perhaps she may have a remedy. Li Tai felt this was the only course of action. Just as Lu Jiao prepared to leave, she noticed Lin Xiao suddenly exhibiting signs of life. Chapter 69, Evolution of Abilities? Lu Jiao immediately halted, concern etched across her face as she watched Lin Xiao rise from the ground. Before she could speak, he began to chatter away. Greetings, everyone. I am a trainee with 2.5 years of practice, with a penchant for singing, dancing, rapping, and basketball. As he spoke, his body moved involuntarily. Boba chicken, 1 yuan per skewer. I demand that the heavens no longer blind my eyes, that the earth no longer conceal my heart. I shall conquer the firmament. With thunderous might, I shall shatter the darkness. And I will be the last ray of hope amidst the shadows. Lu Jiao. Li Tai, huh? Are you certain you didn't give him an intelligence-reducing pill? Is this child losing his mind? Li Tai was also at a loss. Lin Xiao's antics were far too juvenile. I can't say for sure, but it shouldn't be possible. After all, several premium herbs were included in the elixir's concoction, 2 of which were unique specimens. What then can explain the current situation? Wait. This lad's actions seem to be instinctual. He appears not to be fully conscious yet. Look at his eyes. Lu Jiao's observation prompted Li Tai to notice the issue. Though Lin Xiao's eyes were open, they appeared vacant and unfocused. Are you suggesting he is still not awake? Once he regains consciousness, he should be fine? I cannot say for certain. Let us continue to observe. Both were apprehensive about any unforeseen complications arising for Lin Xiao and decided to wait until he regained full awareness before taking further action. After consuming the elixir, Lin Xiao initially felt no abnormalities. Before he could inquire with Li Tai, the elixir began to take effect, causing him to lose control of his body entirely and collapse onto the ground. Although his consciousness remained alert, he found himself powerless to regain control. In that moment, Lin Xiao questioned whether he was about to be usurped, given that he had overtaken the body of its original owner, for reasons unknown. While Lin Xiao's consciousness could not control his body, he was acutely aware of everything occurring within it. Initially, it was manageable. He merely lay on the ground, limbs flailing. However, as events unfolded, he witnessed the most mortifying moment of his life. If he could have controlled his body at that moment, he would have sought refuge in the nearest crevice. This could not continue. Otherwise, he would undoubtedly be the subject of ridicule for eternity. Just as Lin Xiao pondered how to reclaim dominion over his body, his consciousness suddenly lost sight of the external world and plunged directly into his own interior. He could see his heart beating, the blood flowing through his veins. He did not understand the cause of this phenomenon, but it was clear it was related to the elixir he had consumed. Soon after, Lin Xiao sensed that his body was undergoing a gradual transformation, expelling impurities. His skin became exceptionally fair. Before he could appreciate the changes further, he felt his consciousness becoming heavy, and soon he could no longer perceive any alterations within himself. Unbeknownst to him, the elixir was not only transforming his body, but also altering his DNA. The nature of these changes would only become evident once he fully awakened. Lu Jiao and Li Tai observed Lin Xiao's transformation closely. After his convulsions subsided, he became calm, and impurities began to be expelled from his body, filling the room with a foul odor. Fortunately, the windows had been opened earlier, otherwise, they might have suffocated. What is happening now? It appears the elixir is taking effect. Xiao Lin is purging impurities from his body. From this perspective, at least the elixir's effects are beneficial. Upon hearing Li Tai's words, Lu Jiao finally breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that Lin Xiao's condition was gradually stabilizing. The two had initially assumed that Lin Xiao would awaken shortly. Yet over 2 hours passed before focus slowly returned to his pupils. Lin Xiao's consciousness had finally reconnected with his body. In that moment, he beheld the concerned gazes of Lu Jiao and Zhou Tai. Sister Jiao, brotherly, I'm perfectly fine, and I feel absolutely wonderful. There's no need for concern. The moment they heard Lin Xiao speak normally without any signs of mental impairment, Lu Jiao's anxiety dissipated entirely. Little Lin, you nearly scared me to death. Li Tai, disregarding Lin Xiao's disheveled appearance, hurried to his side. Little Lin, please tell me what this medicinal pill is truly capable of. Brotherly, don't rush me. I need to carefully assess the changes. With that, Lin Xiao began to examine his transformations. His first sensation was that his vision had seemingly improved. Given that his ability was vision enhancement, his eyesight was already superior to that of the average person. Yet now it appeared even sharper. He could discern the dust particles floating in the air. Additionally, his mind felt extraordinarily clear. Many previously muddled thoughts had been organized. Furthermore, he sensed that his body had undergone a significant upgrade, as his strength seemed to have increased another notch. How exactly, he could not say, but it felt as though the enhancement would not be less impactful than that provided by the strength-enhancing pills he had ingested before. What kind of elixir is this to bestow such immense enhancement? Lin Xiao promptly relayed his sensations to Li Tai, who was equally astonished. The fact that he had unwittingly concocted such a miraculous pill left him in disbelief. While he had crafted numerous potions, most were temporary boosts or restorative in nature, making Lin Xiao's permanent enhancement a rare occurrence. However, recalling the herbs he had included brought him some solace. Regrettably, he could not recall how he had brewed it. Nor did he remember that the creation of this pill required several exceedingly rare herbs, most of which he could not find a second specimen of. Even if he knew the recipe, he might not be able to recreate it. Are there any other changes? Considering his enhanced vision, Lin Xiao suddenly wished to test his abilities. Let me try. It seems my power has also undergone some transformation. Upon uttering this, he activated his ability to enhance his vision. In that very instant, he was astounded. His powers had indeed evolved. Not only could he see with greater clarity and distance, but he could also perceive what lay behind him, allowing for a complete 360-degree view of his surroundings. Wow. Unfortunately, this world lacks chakra, so I cannot discern the flow of spiritual energy. He pondered if he might awaken the Sharinon in the future, feeling a sudden excitement about his upgraded abilities. Observing Lin Xiao's astonished expression, Li Tai realized that Lin Xiao's powers might have undergone mutation. What do you sense? Are there changes? I cannot articulate it precisely, but I feel that my abilities might have mutated, or perhaps evolved, Lin Xiao replied. Lu Jiao and Zhou Tai exchanged glances, unsure how to explain such phenomena. Until now, there had been no documented cases of ability evolution. Chapter 70. Blame myself for becoming handsome again. Li Tai, filled with urgency, had never heard of abilities evolving before. Please elaborate. Lin Xiao promptly detailed the changes in his powers to Li Tai, eager to understand the situation better. Lu Jiao and Li Tai's experiences dwarfed his own. Given their age, they surely possessed more knowledge and might provide him with answers. After a moment of contemplation, Li Tai began to speak slowly. Your body has been fortified, which is entirely normal. Although I cannot recall the specific herbs I used, I noticed that one dragoness strength herb is now missing after your awakening. I acquired it at a great expense, and while its effects are gentle, they can alter a person's constitution. Most importantly, this enhancement is not temporary. The higher your level, the greater the herb's effects will be. To put it simply, although you are not classified as a strength type, your power may not be far off from that of a strength type user. You are incredibly fortunate. I had obtained the dragoness strength herb long ago, but had hesitated to use it. Had I not been intoxicated, I might never have given it to you. Who would have thought it would benefit you? Lin Xiao was overjoyed. Did this mean he had become a dual-type awakener? The only disappointment was that, while he possessed great strength, it would be impossible for him to acquire abilities associated with the strength type. And what of my powers? Li Tai sighed. I cannot explain that either, as I only recognize a few of the ingredients in this pill. I cannot recall what else I included. But why fret? It's undoubtedly a boon for you. Lin Xiao contemplated this, realizing the implications. If only Brotherly could recall how to concoct such a pill. Li Tai understood Lin Xiao's thoughts. The mere enhancement of abilities was enough to alter many circumstances. Lin Xiao's powers were merely F-grade. If an A-grade, or even an SSS-grade awakener consumed this pill and experienced further evolution, what kind of formidable individual could emerge? Alas, knowing that matters little. Gathering those herbs is no simple task, as I possess only one of each. Had I not been drunk that day, I would not have dared to use them. I must thank you, Brotherly. By the way, don't you have a new spiritual technique, night vision? Let us see if there have been any changes. Lin Xiao eagerly nodded, wishing to discover whether his night vision had evolved alongside his enhanced abilities. Lu Jiao promptly extinguished the laboratory's lights. Several hours had passed since they began testing the elixir, and night had fully descended, plunging the room into darkness. Lin Xiao immediately activated his night vision technique. Instantly, the surroundings became vividly clear. He could see everything within the room distinctly. To his delight, it was not merely clarity he gained. Lu Jiao and Li Tai emanated a red glow. Besides them, several other red glows appeared in the laboratory, signifying the presence of other life forms. 2 geckos, 3 spiders, and several mosquitoes. All living organisms were remarkably evident to him. His eyes had transformed into a life detection device. Sister Jiao, please turn on the lights. Lu Jiao complied, illuminating the room while fixing her eager gaze on Lin Xiao. He conveyed the changes in his abilities to the two, relieved that he had tested them beforehand. Otherwise, he might not have realized whether his night vision had always been this way, or if it had evolved as well. Impressive. Although I cannot ascertain the current level of your abilities, their practicality surpasses that of many A-grade abilities. Lin Xiao remained non-committal, while his powers were indeed quite useful. Their primary shortcoming was a lack of offensive capability. All right, let us call it a day. Little Lin must be hungry. Let us go have dinner and rest well. Tomorrow, we have much to attend to. Li Tai nodded in agreement, feeling similarly famished. Before that, Lin, you should take a shower. You smell terrible. Lin Xiao suddenly realized that, having expelled numerous impurities, he indeed had an unpleasant odor. It's time for a wash. However, Lin Xiao did not leave immediately. Instead, he gazed at Li Tai with an expression full of hope. Li Tai appeared somewhat bewildered. What are you still waiting for? Brotherly, what about the promised reward? It was only then that Li Tai comprehended that this young man had reaped such substantial benefits from him today and was still expecting more. Nonetheless, it was a matter of fairness. Rewards must be dispensed as promised. After all, even if he parted with these elixirs, he could always refine more. All right. Having tested 9 types of elixirs today, I'll give you 12 bottles. Choose wisely. I recommend opting for some practical ones instead of merely those of higher grade. Lin Xiao pouted. He had initially intended to select some high-grade elixirs. Why? Because the price of high-grade ones was elevated, yielding greater profit. However, now that Li Tai had spoken, he felt a twinge of reluctance. Besides, he wasn't in dire need of money at the moment, and certain elixirs for self-defense would also be quite beneficial. Ultimately, Lin Xiao selected a few healing pills and rejuvenation elixirs, as these might come in handy at unexpected times. After completing his selection, Lin Xiao contentedly headed off to take a shower. On his way to the shower, he felt yet another shift in his physical condition. Following the conclusion of the secret realm assessment, he had donned his weighted gear once more. Although it had not impeded his daily life, he could still sense its weight. However, now it was different. He could virtually disregard the burden. His physical prowess had indeed improved significantly. He did not return to his dormitory, but instead took a shower in the gym of the nursing home. After changing into fresh attire, he proceeded to the cafeteria. Upon his arrival, Lin Xiao hesitated to indulge in the high-grade spirit beast meat, feeling somewhat fatigued today and preferring not to overexert himself. Thus, he simply ordered first and second-tier spirit beast meat. He soon discovered that his body could now fully withstand the energy from these meats. This revelation filled Lin Xiao with delight. To test his current limits, he ordered third and fourth-tier spirit beast meat. He found that he could still handle the third tier without issue, but while consuming the fourth tier, he finally sensed the energy within it. However, compared to before, it felt much more subdued. Previously, after eating fourth-tier spirit beast meat, he would need to train for half a day to digest it. It seemed that from now on, he could start with fourth-tier spirit beast meat. All of this unfolded before the astonished eyes of Lin Xiao and Li Tai. Both were taken aback. Lin Xiao was only at the first tier, yet could directly consume fourth-tier spirit beast meat, without any training or assistance from Lin Xiao to neutralize the energy. What kind of prodigy had they cultivated? The elderly patrons dining nearby were equally captivated. While Lin Xiao showered, Lin Xiao and Li Tai had already informed the others of his transformation. Initially, some had been skeptical, but now they were utterly convinced. Those who had previously shown little interest in Lin Xiao were suddenly eager to engage with him. Unbeknownst to Lin Xiao, he simply focused on his meal. Yet, he couldn't shake the feeling that the sisters in the nursing home were casting him glances filled with an unusual intensity. While such attention had occurred before, it seemed far more fervent this time. He understood the reason. With the impurities expelled from his body, his skin had improved, and he appeared more handsome. Damn it! This irresistible charm of mine, he lamented. It's all my fault for inadvertently becoming more attractive. Chapter 71. A new day begins with culinary arts. After finishing his meal and exchanging pleasantries with the elderly patrons still dining, Lin Xiao returned to his residence. Upon arriving, he discovered that Sun Ziwen had already returned. Sun Ziwen regarded Lin Xiao with a look of astonishment. From the close-knit community at the nursing home, he had learned of Lin Xiao's remarkable changes today. He had never anticipated that after such a brief separation, Lin Xiao would undergo yet another evolution. What a delightful surprise. Your luck is truly extraordinary. You managed to consume such miraculous elixirs. Lin Xiao still felt as though he were in a dream, utterly astounded by his good fortune. Brother, I too find this hard to believe. It's merely your destiny. Get some rest. Starting tomorrow, you may find yourself quite busy. Lin Xiao understood well why Sun Ziwen said this. Previously, it had only been Sun Ziwen training him, leaving him thoroughly occupied. Now, with many more eager to impart their skills, it was evident that his upcoming days would be filled to the brim. Without further contemplation, Lin Xiao lay down on his bed. Although he was in bed, drifting off to sleep was not so simple. Lin Xiao's spirit remained in a state of exuberance. Amidst his wandering thoughts, he lost track of when he finally fell asleep. When he next opened his eyes, it was the early hours of the following day. Sun Ziwen roused him from slumber. Although Lin Xiao was uncertain why Sun Ziwen had awakened him so early, he did not linger in bed and quickly got up. After a brief wash, the two set out. Outside, the sky was still dimly lit. Lin Xiao glanced at the time. It was only 3 o'clock in the morning. Having gone to bed late the previous night, and now waking early, he felt no hint of fatigue. Perhaps the effects of the elixirs he had consumed still lingered, for he felt remarkably energized. Noticing that Sun Ziwen was leading him toward the cafeteria, Lin Xiao could not contain his curiosity any longer. Brother, the cafeteria shouldn't be serving breakfast yet. Isn't it a bit too early for us to go there? Sun Ziwen chuckled. Who told you we were going to eat? Lin Xiao was taken aback. If we're not going to eat, then why are we heading to the cafeteria? We are, indeed, going to the cafeteria. But not for a meal. We're going to cook. Lin Xiao. Cook. Precisely. Didn't I mention yesterday? Some of the older brothers wish to pass on their culinary skills to you, and Song Ming's is among them. Thus, starting today, you'll come here every morning to learn cooking from him. Your afternoons and evenings will be reserved for other commitments, so mornings will be dedicated to mastering this craft. Lin Xiao had no objections to this arrangement. Song Ming's was a chef of national banquet caliber, and just recalling the exquisite flavors of the meals at the nursing home made his mouth water. After merely a week of dining here, he found the ordinary meals he used to eat quite unpalatable. If he could master Song Ming's skills, he would never need to worry about going hungry again. Most importantly, acquiring this skill would allow him to effortlessly open a restaurant in the future, leading to a steady stream of income. The two soon arrived at the cafeteria, where they found Song Ming's waiting for them. Sun Ziwen dropped Lin Xiao off and left. He had no interest in culinary arts. It was far more appealing to return and catch up on sleep. Upon seeing Lin Xiao, Song Ming's waved him over, and Lin Xiao promptly approached. Brother Song, I look forward to your guidance. Of course, but don't rush things. First, I need to assess whether you have any innate talent for cooking. If you lack talent, I won't waste time on you. Have you cooked before? Previously, while working part-time, I assisted in a restaurant and could make some simple dishes. After all, cooking at home is far more economical than dining out. I see, you have some foundational skills. Let us head to the kitchen. After Song Ming's finished speaking, he took the lead and Lin Xiao hurriedly followed. The two soon arrived at the kitchen of the cafeteria. Having spent some time at the nursing home, it was Lin Xiao's first visit to the kitchen. Initially, he presumed it merely housed a few simple ingredients. Yet upon entering, he realized how naive his assumptions had been. Within the kitchen, an array of ingredients was indeed laid out, but aside from a handful of vegetables he recognized, the rest comprised various unfamiliar spiritual herbs and several remarkably fresh carcasses of spiritual beasts. He was left wondering where these beastly remains had come from. To his astonishment, some of these carcasses were quite large, measuring several meters in height. Seeing Lin Xiao's astonished expression, Song Ming's found it somewhat amusing. Don't be so surprised. Those are 6th and 7th tier spiritual beasts. It's normal for them to be larger. But let's set that aside for now. Why don't you prepare a dish for me? I'd like to assess your basic skills. Lin Xiao pondered briefly, noting the abundance of tools available, and decided to stir-fry some shredded potatoes. His movements were deft, and he quickly selected the ingredients. Grabbing a potato, he skillfully peeled and washed it before taking up a knife to cut it into shreds. During his time as a kitchen helper, he had often washed and chopped vegetables, so he felt entirely at ease with the task, even finding it somewhat nostalgic. As he sliced the potatoes, Lin Xiao realized the advantage of his keen eyesight. His hands were steady, ensuring that the lengths of his potato shreds were perfectly uniform. Song Ming's observed this with a glimmer of surprise, despite the simplicity of the dish Lin Xiao was preparing. The most straightforward meals often reveal the true caliber of a chef. The uniformity of the potato shreds would enhance the flavor when cooked. If they were cut inconsistently, it would detract from the dish's texture. Judging from his technique, Lin Xiao's knife skills appeared to be impeccable. Once the ingredients were prepared, Lin Xiao began heating oil in a pan. After a brief moment, Song Ming's turned his attention elsewhere, having gained sufficient insight into Lin Xiao's abilities. While his knife skills were commendable, his overall culinary knowledge was lacking. Yet, this was not entirely his fault. It seemed he had never undergone systematic training, though he certainly possessed potential. All right, I've seen enough. Starting tomorrow, you'll begin formal culinary training. I recognize your talent, Song Ming stated. Lin Xiao felt a surge of pride. I knew I had talent. A new day was dawning, commencing with the pursuit of culinary mastery. However, Lin Xiao was puzzled by Song Ming's instruction to start learning from the following day. Brother Song, why not begin today? What should I do in the meantime? Realizing Lin Xiao's misunderstanding, Song Ming's clarified, while starting today would be fine, your foundation is too weak. Just look at the ingredients in the kitchen. How many can you identify? How would you combine them? Which ingredients should never be paired together? You lack the theoretical knowledge for that, so you must start with the basics. Lin Xiao understood now. So, how do I go about learning this theoretical knowledge? Song Ming smiled and produced 2 thick books from his spatial ring, handing them to Lin Xiao. These are materials I compiled myself. If you can memorize the knowledge contained within, you'll be well on your way. Lin Xiao gazed at the hefty volumes, feeling a bit overwhelmed. Wasn't this a bit too much to ask? Would he really be able to absorb all this information in just a few days? You don't have to finish them all at once. Start with the basics. I'll teach you as you go. Now, take a look at the books. It's nearly time for me to prepare breakfast. Cooking for so many people is exhausting. Once you can assist, my burden will lighten as well. Nodding in agreement, Lin Xiao realized he might not be able to contribute much at present, so he quietly found a corner to read. One book was a compendium of herbs, while the other detailed spiritual beasts. He began with the herb compendium, and as he opened the first page, he was captivated by its contents. Instead of merely listing the effects of the herbs, it elaborated on how to prepare them deliciously, along with their contraindications and ideal pairings. The inclusion of photographs made it exceedingly convenient for Lin Xiao's study. However, what astonished him most was that after merely skimming the text, the information seemed to imprint itself in his mind. They say the early bird catches the worm, but this effect felt almost too good to be true. Lin Xiao, confident in his memory due to consistently ranking first in his class, found this phenomenon rather exaggerated. Could the elixir he consumed yesterday have enhanced his memory? To test his hypothesis, Lin Xiao continued perusing the material. He was soon astounded by his remarkable memory. He could read the text with such speed that every detail he glanced at was firmly etched in his mind. Had he acquired an eidetic memory? To verify his suspicion, Lin Xiao swiftly read through the entire herb compendium, mentally reviewing the information afterward. It was confirmed. He indeed possessed a remarkable memory now, a skill he certainly hadn't had before. This transformation could only be attributed to the elixir he consumed yesterday. Though he yearned to share his excitement with Song Ming's, he opted for silence upon seeing him occupied. Instead, he picked up the other volume, the Compendium of Spiritual Beasts, and began to read. With his newfound ability to remember with ease, He quickly memorized the contents of both books. Bored with inactivity, he turned his attention to Song Ming's, who was currently wielding a long knife to dissect a 7th-tier spiritual beast known as the sawtooth swallowing pig. The information about this beast had been included in the books he had just read. It was known for its ferocity and was considered a formidable presence among beasts of the same tier, as well as an exquisite delicacy. However, its hard bones made it quite challenging to separate the meat from the bones. As Lin Xiao contemplated the information about the sawtooth swallowing pig, Song Ming sprang into action, skillfully wielding the long knife. In a matter of moments, he perfectly separated the meat from the bones. Lin Xiao was taken aback. He knew Song Ming's was a fire-type awakener, yet the technique he employed to dissect the beast was likely beyond the capabilities of an ordinary 7th-tier awakener. Clearly, anyone residing in the nursing home, even if merely a cook, was no ordinary individual. So captivating was Song Ming's performance that Lin Xiao couldn't help but applaud. Hearing the noise, Song Ming's turned with annoyance. "You lazy brat, is that all the time you've spent reading, and you're already slacking off?" With a mischievous grin, Lin Xiao replied, "Step aside. It's time for me to show off. Brother Song, I assure you, I have not been idle. I have indeed completed the contents of these 2 books." Song Ming's furrowed his brow. It had been barely an hour since he handed the books to Lin Xiao. And now Lin Xiao claimed to have finished both. He found this utterly unbelievable. This little rascal, aiming for the stars is hardly a commendable habit. Lin Xiao understood that no amount of explanation would suffice. It would be more effective to let Song Ming's test his knowledge. "Brother, I truly have finished them. If you doubt me, go ahead and test me." Seeing Lin Xiao's confident demeanor, Song Ming's felt uncertain. He casually picked up a herb, and before he could speak, Lin Xiao quickly answered, "Xianyang flower. It has a bitter taste, but when prepared with a special technique, it yields a peculiar sweetness, making it the ideal choice for cold dishes." Song Ming's was taken aback. This boy truly had it right. He recalled the position of the Xianyang flower in the book. Could it be that Lin Xiao had memorized everything? Subsequently, Song Ming's asked Lin Xiao to identify several herbs and spirit beasts, and Lin Xiao responded with remarkable fluency. He was genuinely astonished. "Have you studied these before?" Lin Xiao seized the opportunity to boast. "No, I have never studied them. I simply possess an extraordinary memory." Song Ming's, observing Lin Xiao's smug expression, found himself at a loss for words. Initially, he had intended to teach the boy gradually, but he had not anticipated Lin Xiao's remarkable aptitude. "I didn't expect you to learn so swiftly. In that case, let us begin with some simple culinary techniques." Thus, Song Ming's commenced teaching Lin Xiao basic cooking skills. To enhance Lin Xiao's observational skills, he would first demonstrate each dish. Lin Xiao learned rapidly. After a single demonstration from Song Ming's, he could nearly replicate the dishes flawlessly. This revelation reshaped Song Ming's perception of Lin Xiao's learning abilities. What a formidable talent for learning. Song Ming's realized he had stumbled upon a gem. Initially, he had thought that if Lin Xiao could acquire 70 to 80% of his culinary skills, he would consider himself fortunate. Now it seemed Lin Xiao was destined to inherit his legacy and perhaps even surpass him. This was all while Lin Xiao was also balancing other studies. It was indeed wise of him to retain Lin Xiao. Chapter 73, A New Test, Unknown Level. Breakfast was swiftly prepared, with Lin Xiao contributing significantly, undoubtedly easing Song Ming's burden. The remaining tasks were handled by Su Qing and the other staff. Song Ming's was solely responsible for the cooking, as he was part of the nursing home staff, overseeing the meals purely out of personal passion. Su Qing could not hide her envy upon seeing Lin Xiao. Having spent considerable time in the nursing home, she was aware of elderly individuals eager to teach her various skills. However, she lacked the talent. Ultimately, she had only learned the techniques of using lightning abilities from an elder of the lightning attribute, unlike Lin Xiao, who was so favored. "I cannot compare. I simply cannot." Soon, several elderly individuals came to partake in the meal, and Lin Xiao naturally joined them for breakfast. Sun Ziwen quickly found him, having returned from a short nap. And after breakfast, Lin Xiao had other plans that required his guidance. At that moment, Lin Xiao was attentive to the reactions of the elderly. Many of the breakfast dishes were created under Song Ming's guidance. Initially, Lin Xiao felt apprehensive, worried that his creations might not suit the elders' palates. However, he soon dispelled this concern as, thus far, no one had expressed dissatisfaction with the flavors. Song Ming's remained calm. As soon as Lin Xiao finished cooking, he tasted the dishes. Even in the mouth of such a master, he could discern subtle differences in Lin Xiao's cooking. But so what? For a first attempt, achieving such results was already extraordinary. After breakfast, Lin Xiao was taken away by Sun Ziwen. Not just the two of them, but the other members of the nursing home also lingered after breakfast, following them only after they departed. This only heightened Lin Xiao's sense of the unusual. Wasn't it said that today he would be taught some knowledge? Even if instruction were to occur, Did it necessitate such a large gathering? Were they planning to teach him collectively? If that were the case, even with superhuman abilities, he might struggle to keep up. Sun Ziwen offered no explanation. And soon the group arrived at their destination. Lin Xiao quickly grasped why so many elderly individuals were following him. Before him lay a seemingly unremarkable stone. Upon seeing the stone, information about it flooded Lin Xiao's mind. This was an awakening stone, which served two purposes: to assist those unable to awaken their powers and to test the level of an awakened individual's abilities. The moment Lin Xiao saw the awakening stone, he understood why so many were trailing behind him. They likely wished to witness the level of his powers now that they had upgraded. Lin Xiao himself was quite curious. He wanted to ascertain the current level of his abilities. In his estimation, he should at least be at level A by now. Little Lin, go ahead. Infuse your spiritual energy into it, and let us see what level your abilities are at now. Lin Xiao nodded and approached the awakening stone. Testing his abilities was quite simple. He merely had to channel his spiritual energy into it. The stone bore a marked line, indicating the levels of abilities. Where the line finally settled would denote the level of his powers. Taking a deep breath, Lin Xiao placed his hand upon the awakening stone. Vaguely recalling the original owner's memories, he understood that the original owner had harbored high hopes of awakening a commendable ability. After all, prior to him, Lu Rian had already been assessed with an A-level ability. To be worthy of her, his powers could not be lacking. Unfortunately, the original owner ultimately awakened with only an F-level ability, which left him disheartened for quite some time. As Lin Xiao infused his spiritual energy, his gaze remained fixed on the marked line. To his astonishment, no matter how vigorously he channeled his energy, the line on the awakening stone remained unyielding. Could it be? Could someone explain to him what was happening? Was it possible that not only had his powers not upgraded, but had they actually regressed? Was he even unable to reach F level? The abnormality did not escape the notice of the elderly present. Among them were no less than 7th level experts, who had already sensed Lin Xiao's spiritual energy fluctuations and knew he had infused his energy into the awakening stone. Why was the awakening stone showing no reaction? What was going on? Was the awakening stone broken? Uncertain, one elder remarked, "In all my years, I have never seen a broken awakening stone. Who can explain what is happening right now?" Sun Ziwen, closest to Lin Xiao, noticed the boy's bewildered gaze directed at him and was equally perplexed. He placed his hand on the awakening stone and infused a thread of spiritual energy. The awakening stone quickly illuminated with a blinding light, and the marked line ascended steadily, ultimately halting at SS level. Just shy of SSS level, this indicated that Sun Ziwen's abilities were indeed at SS level. Frowning, Sun Ziwen concluded that the awakening stone was not faulty. "Kid, try again." Lin Xiao nodded, placing his hand once more upon the awakening stone, this time augmenting his output of spiritual energy. Yet, to no avail. Regardless of how fervently he channeled his spiritual power, the awakening stone remained utterly unresponsive. After several futile attempts, Lin Xiao resigned himself, casting a bewildered gaze towards the elderly individuals present. Could anyone elucidate the current predicament for me? Silence enveloped the room, as these individuals were among the most elite in China. Yet, this scenario was an unprecedented occurrence. No one could articulate a coherent explanation. Ultimately, a somewhat disheveled man stepped forward. All eyes turned towards him, awaiting his insight. Lin Xiao recognized him. Chao Bo, an 8th level SS grade light type Esper. Despite his formidable abilities, he was rather indifferent to his cultivation, preferring instead to delve into various other pursuits. The materials he bore were a product of his own research. "This situation is also new to me," he admitted, "but I perceive two possible explanations." As Xiao Lin mentioned, he senses an enhancement in his abilities. With his spiritual techniques significantly stronger than before, previously, he was merely at the F grade level, thus dismissing the notion that his powers lack classification. The first possibility is that Xiao Lin's abilities have mutated upon upgrade, rendering them undetectable by the awakening stone. The second is that his powers may have surpassed the SSS level, exceeding the evaluative limits of the stone. I personally lean towards the first explanation, as surpassing the SSS level seems rather fantastical, and Xiao Lin's techniques do not appear to extend beyond that threshold. With Chao Bo's elucidation, the attendees concurred, predominantly attributing the anomaly to a mutation in Lin Xiao's powers. It was indeed a pity that they could not ascertain the current grade of Lin Xiao's abilities. As their curiosity was palpable, Lin Xiao accepted this conclusion, albeit reluctantly. What if his powers truly transcended the unprecedented 3S level? It had been stated as a possibility. After all, Chapter 74, Have I Discovered a Treasure? The awakening stone's inability to assess Lin Xiao's current power level left the elderly residents of the nursing home somewhat disheartened. Nevertheless, this also signified that Lin Xiao's future was rife with infinite possibilities. Gradually, most of the elders dispersed, leaving behind a one-armed elder, Sano, who was to instruct Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao approached Sano with respect. "Brother Sano, are you to teach me now?" Sano nodded, a hint of resignation in his eyes. "Ah, come along. I don't know if it's because you're in high demand, but I only have an hour. Others are queued up to instruct you as well. We must make the most of our time." Lin Xiao nodded, holding Sano in high esteem. The tale of Sano's injury, incurred while eliminating a 9th-level adversary from abroad, was well known. Lin Xiao pondered, wasn't he Sano a sniper? How would he go about teaching him? Surely, there wouldn't he be a shooting range in this nursing home? His thoughts were soon confirmed, as there indeed existed a spacious shooting range within the premises, though this area was off-limits, and Lin Xiao had never ventured there before. Observing Lin Xiao's astonished expression, Sano chuckled. "Kid, don't be so surprised. Many residents here have military backgrounds, and it's not unusual for them to unwind by shooting a few rounds. A shooting range in a nursing home is far from extraordinary," Lin Xiao replied. "That reasoning holds no flaws. Brother Sano, at this point, I wouldn't be surprised by anything in this nursing home. Though it's a villa area, the frequent sounds of gunfire, surely that raises eyebrows? You've been here for a while. Have you heard any gunfire?" Lin Xiao paused, realizing he had not. They used special soundproof materials during construction. Not to mention gunfire. Even if you were to detonate explosives here, no one would hear a thing. But enough about that. What are your thoughts on snipers? Lin Xiao was taken aback. He had never contemplated this question. In his previous world, snipers seemed a distant concept. In this realm, where spiritual energy had revived, everyone possessed abilities, causing him to instinctively overlook the significance of firearms. "I haven't had any experience with such things, so I'm unsure how to respond." Sano was not surprised by Lin Xiao's answer. "Let me share my understanding. First, regarding firearms. There's a saying, a gun is swift beyond 7 paces. Within 7 paces, it's both fast and precise. Do not underestimate the efficacy of firearms. Even a 9th-level esper can be felled by a single bullet if caught off guard." Lin Xiao nodded, understanding that, as Sano stated, firearms could indeed prove effective in certain situations. "Brother, did you eliminate that 9th-level esper while he was unprepared?" Sano appeared taken aback by Lin Xiao's inquiry. "Not entirely. It was a mix. Half of them were caught off guard by me, while the other half faced me in battle, though they were not entirely vigilant. I know what you're thinking. I possess special equipment and ammunition that can penetrate the defenses of a 9th-level esper, even at full capacity. This is something you might not yet grasp. Let us start from the basics. Do you know why I am the first to instruct you? Is it because of my abilities?" Lin Xiao felt that his powers might indeed be well suited for a sniper. "Exactly. Your abilities are more conducive to becoming a qualified sniper than mine. My sniping skills were self-taught, and while my sound-type abilities aid in detecting surrounding foes, your enhanced vision gives you a distinct advantage. Time is of the essence, and since you've never handled firearms, let us practice a bit." Lin Xiao had no objections. No man could claim to lack interest in firearms. Soon, he noticed 3 weapons laid out on the table before him, a handgun, a rifle, and a sniper rifle. Sano did not allow Lin Xiao to try them immediately, but began explaining the usage of each firearm. Lin Xiao, not one to be dim-witted, quickly grasped the essential points for handling all 3 types. Initially, they would practice shooting at static targets. Sano demonstrated first, despite having lost an arm. His remaining hand remained remarkably steady, hitting the bullseye with each shot. Lin Xiao then took his turn, starting with the handgun. Sano refrained from offering guidance, wanting to see how Lin Xiao would fare on his own. Lin Xiao, undaunted, activated his spiritual technique as he prepared. The target, already clear in his sight, appeared even more pronounced, vividly displayed before him. After assessing the handgun in his grasp and recalling Sano's instructions, he commenced his operation. Before long, he discharged his first bullet. Given that it was his maiden attempt, it was unrealistic to expect a direct hit on the bullseye. Thus, his shot merely grazed the 7-ring. However, Shino was quite pleased with Lin Xiao's performance. He discerned that Lin Xiao had never handled a firearm before, and to strike the 7-ring on his first shot was commendable indeed. Just as he was about to offer some guidance, Lin Xiao had already fired his second shot. The bullet's trajectory was remarkably steady, and this time it struck the 9-ring directly. Lin Xiao furrowed his brow. He had anticipated a perfect 10-ring hit, and soon he identified the reason for his shortfall. Without a moment's hesitation, he continued to pull the trigger, completing the remaining 6 shots, all of which found their mark in the 10-ring. Only after finishing all 8 shots did Lin Xiao glance at Shino. The astonishment etched on Shino's face did not escape his notice. Evidently, his performance had even taken Shino by surprise. How could Shino not be astonished? He recognized that Lin Xiao's extraordinary abilities were ideally suited for a sniper, yet he had not anticipated such a stellar performance. To exhibit such excellence on his first attempt surpassed Shino's expectations. He quickly masked his expression, though this lad was a promising talent. He mustn't be allowed to become too arrogant. Having performed admirably, it was time to attempt shooting with a rifle. This time, Shino did not even demonstrate. Lin Xiao simply picked up the rifle. Without overthinking, he took aim and pulled the trigger. The moment he fired, Lin Xiao sensed something amiss. The recoil of the rifle was entirely different from that of the pistol. Although he managed to counteract the recoil, the result was still subpar, barely avoiding a miss and scoring only a one-ring hit. Shino's face broke into a smile. Did this lad really think marksmanship was a simple endeavor? However, Lin Xiao's subsequent performance quickly froze Shino's smile. After a slight adjustment, Lin Xiao adapted to the rifle's recoil and began firing in bursts. Of the 30 rounds in the magazine, aside from the first round hitting a 1 ring, the rest were all 10 rings. Shino was left speechless. Had he stumbled upon a treasure? Was this boy's talent not a bit too monstrous? Even seasoned shooters might not possess Lin Xiao's level of consistency. Chapter 75. A student's excessive brilliance can be a burden. Once Lin Xiao completed his rifle shooting, Shino was left with nothing but astonishment. Yet, he maintained his composure, offering only a few perfunctory praises. Not bad. Though you still fall short of my years of experience. Only Shino knew the immense effort he had invested to achieve his current prowess. While this lad appeared to be born for the role of a sniper, with proper training, he might well surpass Shino himself. Contemplating this, Shino couldn't help but smile with satisfaction. He had lost an arm. Even though Lu Jiao was a level 9 healer, she could not restore him to his former self. Although Chao Bo was working on a prosthetic arm, it would never match the utility of his original. This meant he might no longer be the fearsome marksman he once was. If this boy could successfully take over his mantle, it would indeed be a splendid choice. Lastly, it was time for the sniper rifle, renowned for its unparalleled accuracy. Lin Xiao encountered no surprises. He scored 10 rings on all fixed targets. He was quite pleased with his performance and noticed Shino's insincere praise. Despite not verbally lauding him, admiration shone brightly in his eyes. Truly, he was a genius. Lin Xiao once again recognized the terrifying power of the elixir he had consumed the previous day. Although he considered himself a capable learner, achieving such results before was simply unthinkable. This was undoubtedly related to the pill he had ingested yesterday. Shino, I feel I've mastered the fixed targets. What shall we learn next? Shino gazed skyward in disbelief. He had intended for today to be focused solely on fixed target training. In his view, even if Lin Xiao were exceptionally gifted, it would take him several days to acclimate. Marksmanship is honed through experience. Yet it seemed this principle did not apply to Lin Xiao. Shino had not anticipated Lin Xiao's remarkable aptitude. He had hardly begun instructing him before Lin Xiao had nearly mastered the technique. Sometimes, having such an extraordinarily talented student felt more like a burden than a blessing. Let us practice with moving targets. You will practice independently while I provide feedback. Under Shino's direction, the targets began to move, and Lin Xiao commenced his practice. Initially, Shino believed that without guidance, Lin Xiao would not grasp the technique quickly. However, he soon realized he had underestimated Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao's extraordinary abilities included a skill that slowed the perception of moving objects when he activated his vision enhancement. The targets Shino had set in motion were not particularly fast, yet they appeared to move even slower in Lin Xiao's eyes. Lin Xiao did not rush to shoot. After observing the trajectory of the targets for a while, he began to fire. This time, the results were even more astonishing. Every shot struck the 10 ring without any need for adjustment. Shino, skeptical of Lin Xiao's prowess, increased the speed of the targets until they reached their maximum velocity. Yet Lin Xiao continued to hit his mark every time. After expending all his ammunition, Lin Xiao looked at Shino with an innocent expression. Brother, I believe we can move on to the next exercise. Shino was taken aback. What should he say in response to being so thoroughly outperformed? My boy, don't get too cocky. This is merely the foundation. Though the targets are moving, they are still quite large, and their trajectories remain predictable. Next, we will practice shooting at small, irregularly moving targets. Shino then procured several small balls and activated the wind mechanisms in the shooting range. This range had been specially designed to introduce numerous, unpredictable factors. I will toss these small balls. Your task is to hit them. Lin Xiao regarded the challenge somewhat dismissively. While the balls were small, their size was comparable to the 10 ring, and their trajectories would be discernible. The only variable that might trouble him was the erratic wind within the venue. While Lin Xiao pondered, Shino tossed the first ball, and Lin Xiao immediately fixed his gaze upon it. He quickly sensed something unusual. The ball was not thrown carelessly, but with a vigorous spin. Thus, calculating its trajectory became considerably more complicated. By the time he had nearly calculated the trajectory, the ball was close to the ground. With no time to spare, he pulled the trigger. As soon as he fired, Lin Xiao sensed that the shot was on target, yet to his surprise, his seemingly assured shot missed. His calculations had been accurate, but the wind within the venue had altered the ball's position. Witnessing Lin Xiao's bullet go astray, Shino felt a mix of delight and relief. If Lin Xiao had succeeded in hitting the target, Shino would have been at a loss as to how to instruct him further. He was there to teach Lin Xiao, not to be outdone by him. Don't be disheartened, young man. Your performance has been commendable. Lin Xiao, regaining his focus, replied, Shino, I'm not disheartened. I'm merely reflecting on where the issue lies. Self-reflection is a virtue. Let us pause for a moment. We cannot rely solely on practice. I must impart some theoretical knowledge to you. Numerous factors influence sniping. You must consider various elements such as sunlight, wind direction, wind speed, and more, as they all impact the accuracy of your final shot. The various firearms, the initial velocity of the bullets, their effective range, and ballistic trajectories all differ significantly. Hence, prior adjustments must be made before use. Additionally, numerous uncontrollable factors must be taken into account. Ultimately, as a competent sniper, achieving a single fatal shot is ideal. Otherwise, revealing one's position may lead to heightened enemy vigilance, thereby considerably diminishing the chances of a subsequent successful shot. Lin Xiao nodded, recognizing that his previous miss stemmed from solely considering the projectile's trajectory while neglecting external influences. Understood, Xiao. Please instruct me on how to control these factors. The fact that Lin Xiao did not become complacent after demonstrating commendable skill pleased Shan Yu immensely. He proceeded to elucidate the critical points to Lin Xiao, who grasped the concepts with remarkable ease. Once the explanations were nearly complete, what remained was practice. Shan Yu was astonished as Lin Xiao, having merely listened to his teachings, immediately applied them. Although he could not achieve a perfect hit with every shot, he managed to strike the target 7 or 8 times out of 10. Shan Yu was left speechless. At times, the brilliance of a genius renders hard work seemingly trivial. As the time drew near, Shan Yu provided Lin Xiao with some literature on firearms and allowed him to depart. After all, Lin Xiao had other subjects to learn, and he needed to contemplate what to teach him in the next session. In just an hour, Lin Xiao had completed what Shan Yu had prepared to instruct over the course of a month. To continue teaching him would require true expertise. It was indeed a headache. Sometimes having an exceptionally clever student could be quite vexing. Upon exiting the shooting range, Lin Xiao noticed someone had been waiting for him. The renowned master of disguise, Zhaj Ming, awaited him. It seemed this individual would be his next instructor. Lin Xiao found the art of disguise intriguing, though merely out of curiosity. After all, in a world where mere makeup could transform one into another person, possessing multiple facades hardly seemed an extraordinary skill. The mystique of Eastern sorcery was not without merit. Zhaj Ming had been waiting outside for a while, oblivious to Lin Xiao's musings. He had witnessed Lin Xiao's performance at the shooting range and could only describe it as extraordinary. The young man's astonishing capacity to learn left him deeply impressed. He was eager to discover whether Lin Xiao possessed similar talents in other domains. Brother Zhaj, it appears I will be learning from you next. Indeed, young Lin. Zhaj Ming replied. We are prepared to impart our skills to you. Would it be too much to ask for you to address us as master? Lin Xiao responded with a flat expression. I refuse. I shall not lower myself. Furthermore, not everyone here teaches me. I address Brother Murong as brother, and you as master. Does that seem appropriate to you? Ah, I see your point. Zhaj Ming conceded. Very well, let us set that aside. Time is of the essence. Let us proceed with your learning. The distance to their next location was not far, and Lin Xiao followed without protest. They arrived swiftly. What I will teach you is the art of disguise. Your ability to learn will determine how much you grasp. Now, let me think about where to begin. While Zhaj Ming pondered, Lin Xiao raised his hand. There's no need to be formal. What would you like to say? Brother, could you allow me a moment to experience it first? Perhaps a demonstration from you? Zhaj Ming clapped his thigh. Of course. You must witness the prowess of the master of disguise. Lin Xiao was eager with anticipation. He had expected Zhaj Ming to employ makeup techniques, yet his actions surpassed all expectations. In the blink of an eye, Zhaj Ming metamorphosed into an entirely different individual before Lin Xiao's eyes. Lin Xiao, transfixed, failed to discern how Zhaj Ming accomplished such a feat. The original Zhaj Ming, standing at 6 feet tall, had transformed into a figure of 5 feet 6. His visage now that of a middle-aged man. Incredible. How did you achieve this? I assumed you would use makeup. As Lin Xiao spoke, Zhaj Ming reverted to his original appearance. Makeup is merely one method, albeit the most elementary. What I will teach you is far more sophisticated. One can alter body shape, voice, gender, even scent. Gender can be changed too? How thrilling. What are you thinking? Dismiss those impure thoughts. I meant one can disguise oneself as a woman, not undergo gender transition. Lin Xiao understood, though he found the prospect intriguing nonetheless. All right, let us set that aside. You've demonstrated your abilities. Are you ready to learn? Lin Xiao nodded vigorously. Absolutely. This is exceedingly cool. Very well, I shall formally commence your instruction. As you observed, my physique shifted. This is achievable through practice, allowing me to control my bones, muscles, and even fat. Let me teach you the methods of practice. Zheng then explained the techniques for altering body shape. Once he felt he had conveyed enough, he turned to Lin Xiao. Did you comprehend? Yes. Then, give it a try. Without hesitation, Lin Xiao began to practice according to Zheng's instructions. A confident smile adorned Zheng's face as he awaited Lin Xiao's struggles. However, he soon came to realize that mastering this skill would require years of dedication. Many individuals may never achieve proficiency throughout their lives. Zheng initially anticipated witnessing Lin Xiao falter. Yet when he observed Lin Xiao's height diminish from 6 feet 3 inches to 5 feet, he fell silent. How on earth did you manage that? I simply followed your instructions, first this way, then that, and it worked. Zheng felt a wave of disbelief wash over him. I suddenly feel rather foolish. Unwilling to concede defeat, Zheng continued to teach Lin Xiao various disguise techniques. Yet Lin Xiao consistently mastered them with ease. Ultimately, Zheng found himself exasperated. What kind of prodigy was this, possessing such an extraordinary capacity for learning? After what felt like an eternity, Zheng finally allowed Lin Xiao to leave. He realized that he might soon exhaust his repertoire of teachings for this remarkable student. After perhaps 1 or 2 more lessons, Lin Xiao would be ready to embark on his own journey. What a phenomenon! Upon exiting Zheng's domain, Lin Xiao discovered yet another individual awaiting him. It seemed he was granted no respite. The newcomer's details swiftly emerged in Lin Xiao's mind. Chen Yan, an SS-level ice-type ability user and one of the nation's most adept locksmiths. Lin Xiao could not fathom why, amidst the numerous elderly residents at the retirement home, each one seemed preoccupied with trivial pursuits rather than diligently honing their abilities. Yet he found it amusing. Chen Yan's teaching exceeded Lin Xiao's expectations once more. He had initially assumed that learning locksmithing would involve merely some straightforward techniques. However, upon encountering bank-grade security doors and safes, he realized the task was far more complex. The security mechanisms in this world were designed to withstand abilities, unlike anything from his previous life. Demonstrating his remarkable aptitude for learning once again, Lin Xiao mastered the methods for conventional locks in just an hour. Chen Yan, too, was left feeling a tad disheartened. What a marvel this is! During her own studies, it took her several years to attain a level akin to Lin Xiao's. Following Chen Yan, the one instructing Lin Xiao was Han Hao, who was imparting to him the arts of gambling and sleight of hand. Han Hao had already received word from previous instructors about Lin Xiao's remarkable learning abilities. Yet he did not take it to heart. Some skills cannot merely be learned through aptitude. He was confident that his craft would take the boy quite some time to master. However, after commencing his instruction, Han Hao found himself becoming somewhat despondent. Initially, due to his speed, Lin Xiao struggled to keep pace with Han Hao, even when utilizing his extraordinary abilities. Yet once Han Hao elucidated the techniques, Lin Xiao quickly grasped what was required. Although there remained a notable gap in their respective strengths, he had already acquired the fundamental techniques. As Han Hao's lesson concluded, it was time for lunch. When Lin Xiao ventured to eat, he noticed that the elderly residents of the nursing home regarded him with increasingly fervent gazes. The 5 individuals he had been taught by in the morning now sat together, collectively feeling disheartened. While Lin Xiao's terrifying aptitude for learning instilled a sense of hope for the future, the fact that he had managed to grasp skills they had spent years perfecting in such a brief period was undeniably demoralizing. In the afternoon, Lin Xiao had additional classes, and they had resolved to observe. They harbored no ulterior motives, merely wishing to see if the other instructors would also succumb to despair. Chapter 77, A Frenzied Absorption. A versatile talent. After lunch, Lin Xiao was met with the rigors of afternoon training. There was no respite to be had. He was served high-grade spirit beast meat, and the energy within him had already reached its limit. It became evident that, despite his enhanced physique, he could not withstand the consumption of meat from beasts above level 6. The rationale behind this high-protein meal was that his first 2 afternoon instructors were to teach him combat techniques. Prior to this, Lin Xiao's burden had increased once more, as his current physical condition rendered his previous weight training ineffective. The first class of the afternoon was dedicated to combat training, overseen by Zhang Mingyuan, who, although not particularly gifted in abilities, was undoubtedly a master of martial arts. Lin Xiao would not squander this opportunity to learn, especially as he felt on the verge of bursting with energy. He was in dire need of a rigorous workout to dissipate the excess energy within him. This time, the entire nursing home had come to observe, all aware of Lin Xiao's astonishing rapid learning. Even those who had initially hesitated to share their skills with him were now intrigued. They had come to witness just how formidable Lin Xiao truly was. Zhang Mingyuan wasted no time in idle chatter and immediately engaged Lin Xiao in combat. They were keen to assess Lin Xiao's fighting prowess. Although he had previously trained with Sun Zaiwen, focusing on his stamina and reflexes, he had yet to be instructed in professional combat techniques. Thus, It was no surprise that Lin Xiao found himself outmatched and subdued within a few exchanges. However, Zhang Mingyuan was not disappointed. Rather, he felt a sense of satisfaction with Lin Xiao's performance. He had expected to subdue Lin Xiao in a single round, yet the boy had managed to endure several, far exceeding his expectations. Following this, Zhang Mingyuan began to teach Lin Xiao various combat techniques. It became clear to him just how extraordinary Lin Xiao was. The boy could grasp each technique after a single demonstration and quickly apply it in practical scenarios. Since the focus was on combat, Lin Xiao was not permitted to use his abilities. However, his enhanced vision did not directly augment his strength, so utilizing it was not considered cheating. As their sparring continued, Lin Xiao's endurance improved, and had it not been for the substantial disparity in their strengths, Zhang Mingyuan felt he might have been countered by Lin Xiao. Indeed, this lad was a prodigy. Once the class concluded, Zhang Mingyuan eagerly ushered Lin Xiao away, fearing that continued engagement might lead to his own embarrassment. After combat training, the subsequent course was forging, a subject Lin Xiao relished. He attentively absorbed the instructor's teachings while vigorously wielding a heavy hammer, primarily to expend the energy he had consumed at lunch. Previously, such a significant amount of energy might have required an entire afternoon to dissipate. However, with his enhanced physique, Lin Xiao managed to deplete it in merely 2 hours. The following 2 classes encompassed additional training. In the 3rd class, Lin Xiao learned the art of thievery, known as Miao Shou Kong Kong. His performance was notably impressive, even exhibiting a trend that surpassed his predecessors. The 4th class introduced him to hacking techniques, particularly programming, where his exceptional memory came into play once more, prompting the instructor, Liang Kixing, to wish to impart all his knowledge to this prodigious student. Thus, the day's lessons came to a close. Throughout each session, the elderly residents of the nursing home remained captivated, astonished by Lin Xiao's innate talent. Many could no longer restrain themselves and approached Sun Zaiwen, urging him to arrange further lessons for Lin Xiao. They were eager to pass on their own skills to him. The specifics of Lin Xiao's abilities became secondary to them. They were preoccupied with the thought of what it would be like if he could master their crafts. If Lin Xiao were to acquire their skills, even with a mere F-level ability, he would be qualified to join the Blade organization. Suddenly, anticipation for the young lad's future began to brew. Sun Zaiwen, too, was taken aback by Lin Xiao's outstanding performance. Initially, only around 10 elderly residents were willing to share their expertise with him, which he thought would be sufficient for Lin Xiao's learning. Yet, after just 1 day, those responsible for instructing Lin Xiao came to him with grievances. At the rate Lin Xiao was learning, they feared he would master their knowledge within a week, leaving only practice to follow. This revelation surprised Sun Zaiwen. Fortuitously, it also meant an influx of eager instructors for Lin Xiao, allowing for a more organized schedule. In the ensuing 2 months, Lin Xiao's days were filled with immense productivity as he voraciously absorbed knowledge across diverse fields. Despite the breadth of his studies, he found no difficulty in digesting the information, reassuring the elders as they entrusted their skills to him. The transformation within Lin Xiao over these 2 months was monumental. Although his abilities remained at level 1, his physical strength could now contend with that of a level 2 powerhouse. Should this news spread, many would surely find it hard to believe. Yet, Lin Xiao had indeed accomplished this feat, and this did not even account for the myriad techniques he had learned. In a direct confrontation, his actual combat prowess suggested that even some level 4 experts, caught off guard, might not stand a chance against him. Certainly, this is a situation where Lin Xiao confronts his opponent head-on. However, should the engagement involve covert tactics, such as the use of firearms, Lin Xiao's true combat prowess becomes an enigma. Presently, Lin Xiao finds himself in a state of vexation. The elderly residents of the nursing home have recently ceased to impart their wisdom to him. It is not that they lack the desire to teach him, but rather that they feel there is little left to convey. This has left Lin Xiao, who has been industriously occupied for the past 2 months, feeling rather ennui. He has shifted his focus to his extraordinary abilities, having been ensnared at the pinnacle of the 1st level for an extended period. During the Secret Realm assessment, his powers had already reached this peak, and according to the elders in the nursing home, he ought to have surpassed it by now. Many ordinary individuals remain stagnant at the 1st level because they harbor no intention of transcending. The barrier from the 1st to the 2nd level is not exceedingly formidable. Lin Xiao trains diligently each day, and under normal circumstances, a breakthrough should not pose significant difficulty. Yet herein lies the conundrum. Despite 2 months of effort, Lin Xiao has shown no signs of impending advancement. At last, however, he senses an opportunity for breakthrough. He promptly seeks out a tranquil chamber. Is he finally on the brink of reaching the 2nd level? This day has been long awaited. Chapter 78, New Spiritual Technique, Weakness Detection. Naturally, Lin Xiao's actions did not go unnoticed by some of the elders in the nursing home. Upon learning that Lin Xiao was poised to ascend to the second level, the elders were filled with excitement. Lin Xiao's prolonged stagnation at the pinnacle of the first level had already aroused their suspicions. Should he successfully break through, it would provide them the opportunity to observe any changes in his abilities. A multitude of elders gathered outside the tranquil chamber, eagerly awaiting Lin Xiao's success. At this moment, Lin Xiao had no time to concern himself with the elders. He was seated cross-legged within the chamber. Over the past 2 months, he had repeatedly attempted to breach the first-level barrier, but each time, it seemed he lacked something essential. Now, he finally felt ready to push through. He concentrated his spiritual energy, launching an assault on the barrier. What had previously been an exceedingly resilient obstruction now appeared somewhat fragile. After but a few attempts, he successfully shattered the barrier. Lin Xiao could not suppress a contented groan, as if a great weight had been lifted from his shoulders. In that instant, he had finally ascended to the rank of a second-level ability user. Yet, Lin Xiao did not allow euphoria to cloud his judgment. He immediately began to assess the new abilities he had acquired upon reaching the second level. Upon sensing his newfound powers, he found himself at a loss for words. The technique of weakness detection allows him, when employing his spiritual skills, a certain probability of discerning his opponent's weaknesses, with the likelihood being contingent upon the adversary's level. Lin Xiao was quite pleased with this new skill. It promised to be immensely beneficial. The only lamentation he harbored was that, at his current level, should he face an opponent at level 4 or above, his chances of detecting their weaknesses would be significantly diminished. However, this was not a grave concern. A level 9 powerhouse would likely render any knowledge of weaknesses futile. Furthermore, he was destined to grow. As his strength increased, the efficacy of this new skill would become evident. The thought that, should he ascend to level 9, he might identify his opponent's weaknesses even before combat commenced, filled him with a sense of inherent advantage. In addition to this, Lin Xiao felt a twinge of melancholy. Despite his new status as a second-level user, he had yet to obtain any offensive techniques. Was he destined to be merely a support figure? He quickly dismissed this impractical notion, given his current combat capabilities. It would be inconceivable for him to settle for a subordinate role. Moreover, Lin Xiao's transformation following his breakthrough extended beyond merely augmenting his spiritual energy. Previously, Song Mings had mentioned that the medicinal pill he consumed contained dragon power herb, which enhances one's strength with each breakthrough. This assertion proved true, as Lin Xiao now felt his power significantly amplified compared to before his ascension. While he was unsure of the precise extent of his newfound abilities, he suspected they were not lacking. Having successfully broken through, Lin Xiao saw no reason to linger in the tranquil chamber any longer. He opened the door, and upon doing so, was met with the eager gazes of numerous elders from the nursing home. With their levels of cultivation, they could immediately discern that Lin Xiao had succeeded in his breakthrough. "Congratulations, Xiaolin. You have finally triumphed," they exclaimed. "You have truly persevered, given your talent. I never anticipated it would take you this long to reach the second level. What is your new skill? Allow us to provide some guidance." The elders expressed their heartfelt congratulations, and Lin Xiao was deeply touched. Their well wishes were sincere. He shared the details of his newly acquired skill with them. Upon learning that Lin Xiao's new technique was weakness detection, the elders were momentarily rendered speechless. Only those of their caliber could truly appreciate the practicality of such a skill. "This technique is quite remarkable. Your fortune is indeed exceptional," one elder remarked. "However, it is unfortunate that obtaining a spirit pearl suitable for your abilities is exceedingly challenging. Otherwise, absorbing another pearl could further enhance your strength. We are all aware of your skill, Xiaolin. I believe you should seek a spirit pearl with offensive abilities." While this was indeed sound advice, spirit pearls related to vision were already scarce, let alone those with offensive capabilities. It seemed a daunting task. Observing the elders deliberating about his future, Lin Xiao felt a pang of bittersweet emotion. "Dear friends, we cannot force the matter of spirit pearls, but I kindly ask for your assistance in keeping an eye out. I will also search for one myself. Of course, to celebrate Xiaolin's successful breakthrough, old Song. Why not treat us to a special meal today?" Song Mings laughed heartily. "No problem. Today, I shall showcase my culinary skills." Lin Xiao eagerly chimed in. "I will also lend a hand." Naturally, Song Mings welcomed the assistance. Over the past 2 months, Lin Xiao had nearly mastered his culinary skills and was now nearly on par with him. Furthermore, Lin Xiao had a keen mind, often devising new dishes. The elders in the nursing home were particularly fond of these innovative creations. As Song Mings and Lin Xiao set about preparing the meal, the elderly residents watched Lin Xiao with a mixture of fondness and reluctance. The thought of this young man departing soon fills my heart with sorrow. Come now. I recall when we first decided to let him stay, you were quite opposed. How is it that you have grown so fond of him? That was different. I hardly knew the boy then. After spending time together, my feelings have naturally changed. What good does it do to dwell on this? We are aging. While Xiao Lin is still young, he cannot remain here forever. The world beyond is vast, and he must explore it. True enough, I was merely expressing my thoughts. When shall we break the news to him? Perhaps we should do so during the meal. After all, he is leaving tomorrow morning. Who would have thought he would break through just in time? We might as well seize this opportunity to inform him, especially since the opening of the Spirit Martial Academy is just around the corner. He needs time to acclimate, though reluctant to part ways. I find myself curious about the potential exploits that this young man may undertake at Lin Xiao High School. After all, he is no ordinary soul content to remain idle. Who could argue otherwise? One merely needs to consider who has nurtured him. Enough of this. As he prepares to leave, I must bestow upon him some parting gifts. He cannot emerge from the confines of the nursing home only to be bullied. Indeed, I too shall prepare. For these gifts must not be trifling. Lin Xiao remains blissfully unaware of the decision regarding his relocation to Lin Xiao High School. Presently, he is engaged in food preparation alongside Song Ming's. While Song Ming's refrains from assisting, he puffs on a cigarette, a gentle smile gracing his face as he observes Lin Xiao's culinary endeavors. After today, my leisurely days will be numbered. Chapter 79, A Fortuitous Venture. Lin Xiao's culinary skills have garnered the approval of Song Ming's. Now, the sole element lacking is experience. The meal is soon ready, a sumptuous spread, complemented by a number of new dishes crafted by Lin Xiao. He presents each novel creation to Song Ming's for tasting, and judging by Song Ming's reactions, he is evidently pleased. As mealtime approaches, the residents of the nursing home gather in the dining hall. Lin Xiao is somewhat taken aback by the scene outside. While the occasion is meant to celebrate his recent breakthrough, the attendance seems rather overwhelming. Previously, the elderly would arrive for meals in a staggered manner. Yet today they have all congregated at once, leaving him somewhat flabbergasted. Brother Song, the food is nearly ready. Let us venture out. For some reason, I feel rather uneasy. Lin Xiao remarks. Song Ming's, surprised by Lin Xiao's perceptiveness, realizes he has detected an unusual atmosphere, likely due to some individuals failing to conceal their emotions adequately. Let us proceed. We indeed have something to discuss with you. Lin Xiao pauses, caught off guard by the implication of an announcement. Instinctively, he senses a foreboding. Brother Song, could you spare me the suspense and simply tell me? Is it that you believe I am prepared to engage in some operation now that I have learned sufficiently? I have awaited this day with eagerness. Song Ming studies Lin Xiao for a moment, but ultimately refrains from divulging more. Stop speculating. You will soon discover the truth. With that, Song Ming steps out first, and Lin Xiao, albeit reluctantly, follows. Upon their entrance, the gazes of the assembled elders fixate upon them, particularly on Lin Xiao, which further convinces him that matters are indeed serious. He approaches Lu Jiao and takes a seat beside her. Sister Jiao, what is going on? Why does it feel like everyone is acting strangely today? Enough. You will find out soon enough, she assures him. A silence envelopes the room as staff members, including Su Qing, serve the meal, yet the elders show no inclination to begin eating, their attention lingering on Lin Xiao. This scrutiny makes him feel increasingly uncomfortable, prompting him to speak out. I implore you, esteemed elders, please do not gaze at me so. It sends chills down my spine. If there is something to discuss, I would prefer it be voiced directly. This prolonged silence is unbearable. With Lin Xiao's plea, the residents recognize that it is time to clarify the situation. At last, their collective gaze settles upon Sun Zaiwen. He feels exasperated, having to deliver this news simply because he shares a room with Lin Xiao. Do you all truly wish to see him go? I, for one, do not. With a resigned sigh, Sun Zaiwen rises. Very well. Since no one else can find the words, I shall convey it. Lin, it is not a grave matter. We merely wish to inform you that starting tomorrow, you will be leaving our nursing home. Lin Xiao is momentarily stunned, the unexpected news weighing heavily upon him. Dear elders, have I committed some transgression? I have remained here without venturing out, and I do not believe I have erred in any way. You may chastise me or strike me, but please do not cast me out. Panic grips Lin Xiao. Having lived 2 lives, his greatest fear is solitude. The camaraderie he has fostered with the residents has granted him a sense of home that he is loath to relinquish. What are you pondering? You have not done anything wrong. Why would we expel you? It is simply that we have imparted all we can, and we believe it a waste to confine you here. There is a vast world awaiting you beyond these walls. We have arranged for your enrollment at Kyoto Lingyu. You will begin classes tomorrow, and we have secured your train ticket and acceptance letter. Relieved that he will not be cast aside, Lin Xiao still grapples with the reality of leaving. The urgency of departing the following morning feels rather abrupt. It is not that I harbor disdain for Lingyu High School. Do you truly believe that your teachings pale in comparison to theirs? Is this not a reversal of priorities? Lin Xiao's argument rings true, despite Lingyu's prowess. They cannot compare to the wisdom imparted by the elders. Yet, they have little left to teach him. You are correct, but your journey to Kyoto Lingyu entails additional responsibilities. Our intention is for you to excel there, as a world university competition is on the horizon, where distinguished talents will be selected. We thought it prudent for you to embark on this journey, as it will serve as your inaugural task in joining the Blade organization. Your objective is to return with the championship. With Sun Zaiwen's declaration, Lin Xiao finds himself at a loss for words. Very well, I shall ensure the task is completed, but I truly will miss you all. Calm yourself. You are merely going to school, not being cast away entirely. You may visit whenever time permits. Reflecting on this, Lin Xiao realizes that attending Lingyu University might not be so troublesome after all. With the elders having made their decision, any opposition on his part is futile. He must accept his fate. Let us settle this matter. There is no need to make it a somber farewell. This is a momentous occasion. Lin Xiao must venture forth to broaden his horizons. Indeed, this is a positive development. We have prepared gifts for you, which may prove useful in your upcoming journey. In short order, Lin Xiao finds himself inundated with gifts, as the multitude of elders presents him with tokens of good fortune. While it may seem impolite to inspect the gifts in their presence, he is beyond caring at this point. As he picks up each item, the respective elder offers an introduction, an anonymous black card, a supreme VIP membership to a certain establishment. Each item is of immeasurable value. Lin Xiao's favorite gift comes from Xiao Bo, a distinguished researcher. He presents Lin Xiao with what appears to be a simple belt. However, Lin Xiao recognizes its significance. This is the mech that Xiao Bo has been developing. Having previously piloted a mech, Lin Xiao is adept at its operation. To his astonishment, Xiao Bo has gifted him one. The phrase mechs are a man's romance rings true. Lin Xiao is absolutely enamored. Additionally, he receives an array of weapons and firearms, all of which he graciously accepts, storing them within his spatial abilities. Mirong Yu was exceedingly pragmatic, directly gifting Lin Xiao a plethora of spatial rings. However, the dimensions of these rings were not as expansive as the first one he had received. Having spent a considerable amount of time here, Lin Xiao was well aware that the initial spatial ring presented to him boasted hundreds of square meters, a luxury each resident of the retirement home possessed. In contrast, the ones he received this time were modest, ranging from 1 to 2 square meters, with the largest merely spanning a few dozen. Nevertheless, these rings served as excellent tools, whether to conceal the true spatial ring he owned or to bestow upon others. Regardless, he had truly struck a remarkable deal this time. Chapter 80, Wine Bolsters Cowardly Hearts. With the gifts nearly all collected, it was only appropriate to bid Lin Xiao a proper farewell. Song Ming's extracted some fine liquor from his spatial ring. In the past, he had hesitated to share this exquisite wine, but today, in honor of young Lin, he was willing to indulge. He declared, "Today, we shall drink until we are inebriated." The other elders' eyes gleamed with excitement. As a chef of national banquet caliber, Song Ming's taste was discerning. Any wine he had chosen to keep in reserve was undoubtedly of exceptional quality. Instantly, several individuals snatched the bottles from his hands and began pouring themselves drinks. A glass of wine was placed before Lin Xiao. He looked at it, feeling somewhat embarrassed as he rubbed his nose. After all these years, across 2 lifetimes, he had never partaken in alcohol, and this was strong liquor. "Dear friends, I must confess, I do not drink," he admitted. Upon hearing this, the attendees burst into laughter. "Young lad, abstaining from drink is simply unacceptable. Today, drink boldly without fear. Whether you become intoxicated or even ill, we shall be here to support you. No matter what, you must drink." They jest, for this gathering was a farewell celebration for Lin Xiao, and it would be remiss to allow him to abstain from drinking. Unable to refuse, Lin Xiao raised his glass. "To express my gratitude for your care, I would like to toast to all my elder brothers and sisters." The elderly residents gazed at Lin Xiao with affectionate smiles, each raising their glasses in response. Only Song Ming's wore a pained expression. These were his cherished wines, and he had intended to share merely a small quantity. Who would have thought he would end up sacrificing so much? His heart felt as if it were bleeding. Yet, this was not the time for lamentation. After today, he could replenish his reserves from the others. If they failed to satisfy him, he would cease cooking for them in the future. As everyone raised their glasses, they downed their drinks in unison. Lin Xiao, following suit, had never truly experienced alcohol before. As the liquid slid down his throat, it felt as if fire ignited within him, and his face quickly flushed to an alarming shade of crimson. He sensed his consciousness beginning to wane. Observing Lin Xiao intoxicated after just 1 cup, the elders could not contain their laughter. Who would have thought this lad truly cannot hold his liquor? After just a sip, he is utterly inebriated. They exclaimed, "Never mind him. Let us continue drinking." The elders began to clink glasses, while Lin Xiao sat there, dazed. He felt a conflagration brewing in his stomach, his mind swirling in a haze. Unsteadily, he rose. summoning the remnants of his awareness to bid farewell to the elderly residents. Dear brothers and sisters, I fear I cannot withstand the drink any longer. I shall retire for a rest. The elders paid little mind to Lin Xiao. Within the retirement home, no mishap was likely to befall him. Are you certain you can return on your own? They inquired. Absolutely. Lin Xiao affirmed before rising to leave. Old son, should you not go and check on him? One elder asked. What are you worried about? Are you hoping to drink more while I am away? I shall not be fooled. Who would have thought you would catch on? Drink slowly, for the wine is limited. Lu Jiao, who rarely indulged in alcohol, felt a twinge of concern upon witnessing Lin Xiao's drunken state and decided to follow him. Although the retirement home posed little danger, she worried that he might accidentally fall into a lake. With this thought in mind, Lu Jiao exchanged a glance with those nearby and trailed after him. The others, relieved to have Lu Jiao accompanying him, resumed their revelry. At this moment, Lin Xiao's mind was in a fog, the alcohol having dulled his senses. He acted purely on instinct, bypassing his own room and heading directly to the kitchen. Lu Jiao, surprised yet curious, refrained from stopping him, eager to discover his intentions. Lin Xiao, in a state of near unconsciousness, found himself drawn to the kitchen. It was deserted, allowing him to enter effortlessly. Upon entry, he waved his hand, swiftly gathering numerous corpses of spirit beasts and various herbs into his spatial ring. Lu Jiao, trailing behind, was left speechless. What was this boy thinking? Why was he raiding the kitchen at such an inopportune moment? As a level 9 healer, she could discern that Lin Xiao was entirely inebriated. He might not even remember these actions come morning. Should she awaken him? After a moment's contemplation, she ultimately decided against it. The thought that he would soon be departing for Kyoto, where he would no longer have access to the delightful meals here, led her to conclude that it would not be unreasonable to let him take some ingredients along to prepare for himself when he desired. As Lu Jiao surmised, Lin Xiao's actions were purely instinctual. He had long harbored the desire to do so. However, the imposing presence of the elderly residents had previously deterred him from acting. Now, under the influence of alcohol, he was unfettered by such hesitations and simply acted upon his impulses. Perhaps this was the essence of the adage that alcohol emboldens the timid. Lu Jiao initially believed that after plundering the kitchen, Lin Xiao would return to rest. However, she soon realized she had underestimated his insatiable greed. After emptying the kitchen, he did not choose to head back, but rather ventured to other locations. He invaded Li Tai's alchemy room, clearing it of all potions. He raided the forge, seizing every visible weapon. In short, wherever Lin Xiao roamed, he took whatever he could carry. Many items were locked away, yet that posed no challenge for Lin Xiao. He easily liberated those treasures. Lu Jiao, who had been following him, was left at a loss for words. After a brief internal struggle, she decided to allow Lin Xiao to continue his looting. The boy was about to leave. Surely, it was not excessive for them, the elder brothers and sisters, to provide him with ample resources for his protection, right? After Lin Xiao had pillaged everything he could, he staggered back to his quarters and collapsed onto his bed, quickly falling into a deep slumber. Soon, the room was filled with the sound of his steady breathing. Lu Jiao gazed skyward, bemused. This lad is truly inebriated. He has left no stone unturned in his scavenging, yet still managed to remember how to find his way back. To claim he is sober while walking in such a wobbly manner, several times, I nearly rushed to support him. Well, so be it. Uncertain of how those gluttonous old fellows will react upon discovering that their belongings have been pilfered by this rascal, Lu Jiao cannot help but find the prospect rather amusing. The very thought of their expressions brings an irrepressible smile to her face. After all, these old-timers have indulged themselves to excess. It is time they face some consequences. Chapter 81. I dread encountering him. I can't help but want to give him a good thrashing. When Lin Xiao finally awoke, it was already the following morning. Perhaps due to the effects of a hangover, he found his head still somewhat foggy. Clearly, his tolerance for alcohol was woefully inadequate. Henceforth, he resolved to avoid such libations unless absolutely necessary. At this moment, Lin Xiao was oblivious to his actions after last night's revelry. He could distinctly recall everything prior to taking that last drink, but after that, his memory was a complete blank. Furthermore, he had not yet checked his spatial ring, and thus had no recollection of the previous evening's escapade at the nursing home. Upon seeing that Lin Xiao had awakened, Sun Zaiwen, who had been up for some time, greeted him. Awake, are we? Lin Xiao nodded, sensing something peculiar in Sun Zaiwen's gaze. Brother, is there something on my face? Nothing at all. I merely wondered if you remembered anything from last night. The news of Lin Xiao's escapade at the nursing home had already spread among the elderly residents, making it impossible to keep it under wraps. Lu Jiao had informed them that Lin Xiao was the mastermind behind all of it. This left the elderly in a state of disbelief. However, they found it difficult to confront Lin Xiao and reclaim their belongings, ultimately resigning themselves to the notion that those items were now his. Lin Xiao's expression turned bewildered at Sun Ziwen's inquiry, genuinely unable to recall any misdeeds. Brother, surely I didn't do anything embarrassing while inebriated? Did I perform a striptease? Sun Ziwen had been closely observing Lin Xiao's demeanor and, noting that his expression appeared sincere, realized that Lin Xiao truly had no memory of the previous night's events. He had anticipated such a scenario. Lin Xiao had undoubtedly been drunk, and that was unmistakable. However, who could have imagined that this young man would resort to robbing a nursing home in his inebriated state? No, you didn't do anything outrageous. Today marks your departure from the nursing home, and we shall miss you. Here are your bus ticket and admission letter. Shortly, Xiao Su will escort you. We won't see you off. Lin Xiao nodded, accepting the ticket from Sun Ziwen's hand and glancing at the time printed on it. It was for a midday bus, and it was already past 9 in the morning. It was nearly time to depart. How troublesome it was that alcohol had interfered with his schedule for nearly 2 months. He had been rising at 2 or 3 in the morning. After awakening, he would go to learn culinary skills from Song Mings without fail, regardless of the weather. Yet, due to his indulgence in alcohol, his biological clock had gone awry. Indeed, drinking was a hindrance. Brother, where are the others? I ought to bid farewell before I leave. No need for that. We agreed yesterday that you would leave on your own. We are all quite advanced in age and prefer to avoid such parting scenes. Lin Xiao fell silent, feeling that leaving without saying goodbye seemed somewhat improper. However, seeing Sun Ziwen's countenance, he understood that further words would be futile. Then, when I have a break, I shall come to visit you all. Of course, you remain a cherished member of our nursing home, and you must return during your holidays. Now, Xiao Su is waiting for you outside. I shall not accompany you, as she will take you to the station. Lin Xiao opened his mouth, but ultimately said nothing. He had no formal farewell to offer, so he simply approached Sun Ziwen and embraced him. Brother, I have nothing else to say. Thank you for your care over these days. I am off. Sun Ziwen felt a lump in his throat, suddenly overcome by a sense of solitude. From this day forward, he would be living alone once more, and for some inexplicable reason, he felt a pang of loneliness. Upon exiting his room, Lin Xiao found Su Qing waiting for him outside. After spending so many days together, Lin Xiao and Su Qing had grown quite familiar with one another. After all, she was the only one around his age in the nursing home. Little Su, please take good care of our older brothers and sisters after I leave. Su Qing couldn't help but roll her eyes. She had long since witnessed Lin Xiao's audacity. Ever since he had begun calling her Little Su, he had not changed his address, treating her as if she were his subordinate. Ordinarily, she would have argued with him, but since today was his departure, she refrained from quarreling. Rest assured, Lin Yi, I shall look after all the esteemed seniors in the nursing home. Little Su, I must say, you are simply too reserved. Being overly constrained will only distance you from the older gentlemen and ladies. Su Qing understood Lin Xiao's sentiment. She genuinely envied him. Although he appeared carefree, he truly regarded the elderly as his own family, and they enjoyed his company. Lin Xiao's presence had brought smiles to their faces. She wished she could emulate Lin Xiao, believing that if she were less reserved, the elderly would be more welcoming towards her. Yet, knowing was one thing, and acting upon it was another. Having grown up hearing tales of the elderly's heroic deeds, she found herself becoming uncharacteristically shy and anxious in their presence. It was an unavoidable reality. Not everyone could be as carefree as Lin Xiao. I understand, Lin Yi. I will strive to change. It's time. We must drive over now. We shouldn't linger any longer. Let us be off. Brother Murong could simply transport me to the station in an instant. Why go through all this trouble? Su Qing rolled her eyes once more. Only this fellow would dare to speak in such a manner. A formidable figure in the realm of spatial abilities, he viewed himself merely as a mode of transportation. After leaving his dormitory, Lin Xiao had hoped to encounter a few of the elderly residents to bid them farewell. However, upon stepping outside, he found not a single elder in sight, which left him feeling somewhat disheartened. As he approached the gate, he noticed that even Elder Zhang was absent. In that moment, he comprehended the truth. Perhaps these elderly individuals truly disliked scenes of parting. Upon exiting the nursing home, a vehicle awaited them at the entrance. Lin Xiao did not immediately board. Instead, he bowed deeply toward the nursing home. After a prolonged moment, he straightened up and called out, "Dear brothers and sisters, I shall return often." Once he had shouted this, Lin Xiao finally boarded the vehicle, with Su Qing at the wheel. As they drove a considerable distance, the elderly residents who had been concealed in the shadows finally revealed themselves. That rascal has finally left. I don't know why, but I feel an inexplicable emptiness in my heart. As we age, we become more sentimental. Forget it. I initially intended to see him off, but he has plundered all my elixirs. I dread encountering him. I can't help but want to give him a good thrashing. Chapter 82. The burden of responsibility in reverse. The nursing home was not situated close to the station, and it took Su Qing over an hour to drive Lin Xiao there. At this time, late August, the station was bustling with students heading back to school. During his time at the nursing home, Lin Xiao had contacted Zhou Ji several times. Zhou Ji had also gone to Jingdu Lingyu, along with Lu Rian and Ji Boxio. Zhou Ji had set off a few days earlier, and since Lin Xiao was unaware that he too would be going, he had not informed Zhou Ji. Otherwise, they could have traveled together, as having company on the road would alleviate the loneliness. After dropping him off at the station, Su Qing left without a word, leaving Lin Xiao feeling somewhat helpless. He had hoped to chat with Su Qing while waiting for the bus, but it seemed he would have to wait alone. This was Lin Xiao's first departure from Sun City, and it would be impossible for him to feel entirely unexcited. Despite his deep reluctance to leave the nursing home, he was eager to experience the outside world. His destination this time was Jingdu Lingyu, and he wondered what awaited him there. As Lin Xiao quietly waited for his bus, a casual glance unexpectedly revealed two familiar faces, none other than Ji Boxio and Lu Rian. Lin Xiao cursed his bad luck. It was as if he had neglected to consult the almanac before venturing out, as it was improbable for him to encounter these two on the same day. He silently chanted, "Don't see me, don't see me." He certainly did not wish to engage with them. It was uncertain whether it was simply the fear of what one dreads that draws it nearer, or if Lin Xiao was simply too conspicuous. Lu Rian spotted him immediately. For some unknown reason, when their eyes met, Lin Xiao perceived a flicker of joy in her gaze. Ji Boxio soon noticed Lin Xiao as well, and without hesitation, he approached him. Lin Xiao inwardly screamed, "Retreat, retreat." Yet, as the duo drew closer, he had no choice but to accept this unwelcome outcome. He was not afraid of them. Dealing with Ji Boxio would be a trivial matter. However, Lin Xiao wished to avoid any entanglement with them, as it only made him feel disgusted. "Lin Xiao, I finally found you," Ji Boxio declared. Lin Xiao, upon seeing Ji Boxio approach, could hardly muster the energy to respond. Turning his face away dismissively, Ji Boxio felt embarrassed by Lin Xiao's blatant disregard. In contrast, Lu Rian's expression brightened upon seeing Lin Xiao. Over the past period, she had regretted her previous decisions. Ji Boxio's performance in the last secret realm had led her to believe he was unreliable. Consequently, the Ji family had not regarded him as a true heir. If it were not for the incompetence of the other members of the Ji family, Ji Boxio might have already been stripped of his claim to inheritance. In Sun City, with no other viable options, she might have already abandoned Ji Boxio. Upon arriving in Jingdu, she hoped to find a more suitable partner. Upon seeing Lin Xiao again, she immediately sensed a difference. He appeared even more handsome than before after 2 months apart. An irresistible charm emanated from him, pulling her in deeper. How had she overlooked this before? Lin Xiao's presence here must mean he was aware of her journey to Jingdu today and had intentionally waited for her. He truly harbored feelings for her. This thought made Lu Rian's heart flutter with delight. If he maintained a favorable disposition, she would not mind him remaining as her backup option. "Lin Xiao, do you think you can treat me like this? Believe me, I can have someone take care of you in no time." Lin Xiao was at a loss for words. Had his attitude not been sufficiently clear? He had no desire to engage with Ji Boxio. Raising his hand, he called out, "Security! Security! There is someone causing a disturbance here. Aren't you going to intervene?" He summoned the station security. Although dealing with Ji Boxio would be simple, he did not wish to resort to violence in a public space, as it could lead to undesirable consequences. The security personnel, stationed not far from Lin Xiao, hurried over upon hearing his call. They quickly noted Ji Boxio's unfriendly demeanor. "Sir, please refrain from causing a scene at the station, otherwise I won't hesitate to escort you out." Ji Boxio was taken aback that Lin Xiao showed him no respect. With the eyes of onlookers upon him, he did not wish to escalate matters further and reluctantly retreated. Lu Rian, witnessing Ji Boxio's cowardice, felt a flicker of disdain. How had she been so blind as to associate with such a timid individual? With the train's imminent departure, she felt it imperative to speak with Lin Xiao. She approached Ji Boxio, saying, "Brother Boxio, I know you're eager to confront him. Wait here while I talk to him." Ji Boxio cast a suspicious glance at Lu Rian. He had sensed a change in her attitude toward him over the past few days, but he dismissed it, viewing her merely as a tool for venting his frustrations. "Fine. You go talk to him. Let him know I want to let him off the hook. Don't think that just because I'm going to Jingdu, I can't deal with him." Understood. Lu Rian's sudden departure caused Lin Xiao's expression to darken, as if he had bitten into something bitter. He had almost called for security again when Lu Rian spoke first. "Lin Xiao, don't misunderstand. I'm not here to cause trouble, just to discuss a few matters with you." Lin Xiao refrained from calling for security again, though his tone was far from polite. "I see no reason for us to converse. Speak your mind, or spare me the pleasantries." "Lin Xiao, I admit I misjudged you before, and I recognize my mistake. I know you still have feelings for me. Otherwise, you wouldn't have come here to find me upon learning I was heading to Jingdu today. I promise we can return to how we once were." Lu Rian's words caused a wave of discomfort for Lin Xiao. How many times had he failed to make her see reality? How desperate had the original owner of this body been to create such a misguided impression? Lu Rian, I'll say this one last time. Do not overestimate your own importance. A romantic relationship is but a journey. While one can look back, one cannot retrace their steps. For the burden of responsibility lies in reverse. Thus, there is no possibility for us. Stop being stubborn. I know you still care for me. I've taken the initiative to admit my fault. What more do you want? If you truly had moved on, why would you come here? Lin Xiao was at a loss for words, having never encountered someone so shameless. Just then, the station's announcement rang out. Dear passengers, the G580 train to Jingdu is about to arrive. Please board the train promptly if you have not yet checked in. We wish you a pleasant journey. Lin Xiao, disinterested in further conversation with Lu Rian, raised his ticket and proceeded to check in, leaving her alone in a state of confusion, realizing he had not come here for her after all. Moreover, what was his purpose in Jingdu? Chapter 83. Am I truly so unappreciative? Lu Rian watched Lin Xiao's departing figure, still feeling a sense of disbelief. However, her face soon blossomed with an exquisite smile of confidence once again. This fellow must have ventured to Kyoto for her, otherwise, it would be utterly inconceivable. She was aboard the same train, and since it was the same vehicle, there was undoubtedly a chance for them to meet. With this thought in mind, Lu Rian chose not to linger on the matter any longer and instead sought out Ji Boxio. From a distance, Ji Boxio could tell that Lin Xiao had not been kind to Lu Rian, hence he refrained from asking further questions. He also noticed Lin Xiao proceeding to check tickets, which stirred a sense of excitement within him. This guy is also heading to Kyoto. Lu Rian nodded when Lin Xiao had shown her his ticket moments ago. She clearly saw that his destination was indeed Kyoto, and he would not be disembarking along the way. That's splendid. Once we reach Kyoto, I shall have ample opportunities to deal with this fellow. Let us go. We should check our tickets as well. Lin Xiao quickly passed through the ticket check and, glancing at the ticket in his hand, realized he had purchased a business class ticket. It wasn't long before Lin Xiao boarded the train, and upon seeing the rows of luxurious seats, a smile crept across his face. It seemed this journey would be quite enjoyable. The high-speed rail in this world resembled that of his previous life, yet to prevent potential spirit beast attacks, each train was accompanied by specialized powerful guardians. Such attacks were a rarity, occurring perhaps once in several years, and Lin Xiao doubted he would encounter one during this trip. This was not a matter he should concern himself with. Even if a spirit beast did appear, there would be experts to handle it. Initially, Lin Xiao was in high spirits, but his good mood did not last long. Upon spotting Ji Boxio and Lu Rian in the same carriage, he was at a loss for words. At that moment, he began to suspect whether the elderly residents of the nursing home had conspired against him. Deliberately purchasing tickets for today, Ji Boxio and Lu Rian's expressions were equally intriguing upon seeing Lin Xiao. Although Ji Boxio wanted to confront Lin Xiao, he dared not act on the train. In this world, train attendants possessed considerable strength, primarily to prevent any extraordinary individuals from causing disturbances. If he were to create a scene, he would surely face consequences. Lu Rian was astonished. This miserly person, Lin Xiao, actually splurged on a business class ticket. It was well known that Lin Xiao had always been frugal, often dedicating the bulk of his part-time earnings to her. This reminded her of their last adventure in the secret realm, where Lin Xiao had earned a significant sum, none of which he had shared with her, money that should have rightfully been hers. Having spent some time with Ji Boxio, despite him providing her with a fair amount of money, the total over the past 2 months was merely a little over 2 million. While it may seem substantial, in this world of revived spiritual energy, 2 million was hardly sufficient. She could easily have handed Lin Xiao a check for 5 million, yet after all this time, he had only given her this meager amount. Lu Rian found herself regretting her decision to follow Ji Boxio. It seemed that upon reaching Kyoto, she would have to consider acquiring a few more fish, with Lin Xiao being the first. Although Lin Xiao's recent attitude had been somewhat ambiguous, she still believed that with persistence, he would revert to being her devoted admirer. Lin Xiao, oblivious to their thoughts, felt utterly miserable upon seeing the two of them. Lu Rian and Ji Boxio quickly found their seats and settled in. It was uncertain whether Ji Boxio aimed to provoke Lin Xiao, but he continuously made advances toward Lu Rian, who did not resist. She kept an eye on Lin Xiao's expressions throughout. Lin Xiao was at a loss for words. After all, this was a public space. Could they not exercise a bit of discretion? It was truly nauseating. He desperately wanted to summon a train attendant to inquire whether this behavior was permissible. Fortunately, there were other passengers in the carriage aside from the three of them. Before Lin Xiao could take action, someone had already approached the attendant to lodge a complaint. After understanding the situation, the attendant delicately explained the circumstances to the two. Ji Boxio and Lu Rian ceased their actions. Their intent had merely been to provoke Lin Xiao, and their purpose had already been fulfilled. rendering further pursuit unnecessary. Although they had toned down their actions considerably, their words remained laced with sweetness. Lin Xiao, disinterested in their antics, reclined in his business seat. As the train began to move, he decided to find some headphones and listen to music. Since the discomfort persisted, it was best to tune it out, lest he be overwhelmed by their nauseating display. He indeed had headphones, and recalling this, he rummaged through his spatial ring. Lin Xiao's expression quickly shifted to one of astonishment. He was compelled to marvel at how his once spacious storage was now nearly filled to capacity. A brief examination revealed what had been added. Hiss. Many of these items were treasures belonging to the elderly residents of the nursing home, some of which he had previously requested but had been denied. Why were they all lying in his spatial ring at this moment? Spatial rings were not easily opened, unless the owner consented or had passed away. Any attempt to access the ring would elicit a reaction from the owner. The elderly residents possessed powers beyond his own. Any one of them could forcibly open his spatial ring. Could it be that he had slept too soundly the previous night, rendering him oblivious? He quickly found solace in the realization that among those elders was Mirong Yu, a master of spatial abilities. It would be child's play for him to silently open Lin Xiao's spatial ring and deposit items within. Alas, these elders truly had a peculiar way of expressing their intentions. If they genuinely wished to bestow these treasures upon him, would he dare to refuse? Was he truly such an ungrateful person? By the way, many of these items were worth a fortune. Selling just a few could allow him to live comfortably. To all the esteemed elders, I am deeply grateful. Lin Xiao lost himself in his daydreams, his spirits lifting. If the elderly residents of the nursing home were aware of Lin Xiao's current thoughts, they would likely rush over to give him a sound thrashing. Those items were not gifts. They were things Lin Xiao had pilfered while intoxicated. Now, it seemed they had become gifts in his mind. Just because he had a few drinks, did he think he could do as he pleased? While still reveling in his self-indulgence, he finally found his headphones among the myriad of items, along with a sleep mask. Donning both, he began to rest and recuperate. Blocking out the external noise and avoiding sights he wished not to see, he felt significantly more comfortable. As the train departed, Lin Xiao finally left Sun City behind. The journey to Kyoto would take 3 to 4 hours, and he had already begun to long for life in Kyoto. Ji Boxio had observed Lin Xiao's demeanor and, realizing that they could no longer provoke him, both fell into a contemplative silence. That punch had felt like striking cotton, leaving him exceedingly dissatisfied. Chapter 84, SS-Class Power? Time aboard the train was hardly dull. Although Lin Xiao wore headphones and a sleep mask, he found sleep elusive. The reason was simple. He had rested far too well the night before. Thus, Lin Xiao spent most of his time counting the items within his spatial ring. To his astonishment, the inventory revealed an impressive collection. Had he not been intoxicated the previous day, he might have genuinely believed he had raided a retirement home. The only peculiarity was the presence of several unfinished products among the items. It soon dawned on Lin Xiao that these were likely intended by the elderly residents to stave off boredom during their leisure hours. Truly, these elderly folk had put considerable thought into his well-being. As for the anticipated beast attacks, they never materialized. Dear esteemed travelers, we are approaching Kyoto East Station. Please ensure you gather your belongings and disembark in an orderly fashion. Upon hearing the announcement, Lin Xiao finally removed his eye mask and headphones. Arriving in Kyoto so swiftly was indeed exhilarating. He refrained from glancing at Ji Boxio and Lu Ruyan, as even a fleeting look would provoke nausea. He had no desire to invite trouble. Once the train halted, Lin Xiao eagerly stepped off. Kyoto, here I come. As he exited, he was taken aback by the city's vibrancy. While Sun City boasted its own charm, it paled in comparison to the resplendence of Kyoto. The city's prosperity sparkled like dazzling stars, with towering skyscrapers reaching for the heavens, their glass facades shimmering in the sunlight. The streets bustled with a cacophony of vehicles and throngs of people, creating a unique urban symphony of noise and activity. Having spent most of his time in a retirement home since arriving in this world, the sudden immersion into the urban tide felt surreal. Perhaps he had indeed drifted away from the reality he once knew. Following the passenger corridor, he soon found the exit. Upon stepping outside, he immediately spotted the prominent sign for the Kyoto Lingyu Academy. With the semester about to commence, it was only natural for the higher year students to be dispatched to welcome the new arrivals. Lin Xiao instinctively moved in that direction. Ji Boxio and Lu Ruyan also headed that way, and upon noticing Lin Xiao ahead of them, Ji Boxio couldn't resist taunting him once more. Heh, does someone really think that securing first place in the secret realm assessment guarantees admission to Kyoto Lingyu? That's laughable. Ji Boxio's comments weren't entirely unfounded. Lin Xiao's remarkable performance had indeed caught the attention of many Lingyu academies. However, upon discovering that his ability was merely F rank, they all relinquished their interest. Lin Xiao's entry into Kyoto Lingyu wasn't a matter of traditional enrollment. Rather, It was facilitated by the connections of the retirement home residents, two of whom were former principals of the academy. Gaining entry was a trivial matter, and even the current principal wouldn't dare contest it. Lin Xiao chose to ignore Ji Boxio, opting instead to let his actions speak for themselves. He approached the welcoming committee of Kyoto Lingmu. As he stood in line, a beautiful senior immediately addressed him. "Hello, I am a martial spirit from Kyoto Lingmu. Are you one of our new students? If so, please present your admission notice." Upon seeing Lin Xiao, her heart raced uncontrollably. She had fantasized about having such a handsome junior, and now he was indeed before her at the welcoming desk. "Hello, senior. I am a new student this year. My name is Lin Xiao. I look forward to your guidance." As he spoke, he handed over his admission notice. The senior examined the document and noted the details. "Lin Xiao, SS rank power system. Excellent. I will escort you to our school bus. We just need one more to fill the vehicle." Lin Xiao had no objections. If the bus was full, he wouldn't have to share a ride with Ji Boxio and Lu Ruyan, which was quite a delightful prospect. However, when did his ability become SS rank in the power system? He had not thoroughly reviewed the notice after receiving it, only now realizing that his ability had been upgraded to SS rank. This must have been the work of the elderly residents, and while it wasn't entirely inaccurate, his current strength was indeed comparable to that of an SS rank power system. "Senior, we are also new students at Kyoto Lingmu. Shouldn't you verify his admission notice? We are from the same place, and we know his ability is not SS rank. It is F rank, and we suspect he has falsified his notice." Ji Boxio's voice rang out at the opportune moment, drawing the senior's attention. Upon recognizing Ji Boxio, she couldn't help but frown. It wasn't that she judged by appearances, but in comparison to Lin Xiao, Ji Boxio seemed exceedingly ordinary, even bordering on unattractive. "Are you questioning me? Do you think I would be responsible for welcoming new students and yet mistake our school's admission notice?" Her words were laced with indignation. She was certain that Lin Xiao's admission notice was flawless. "Senior, I speak the truth. We are from Sun City, and we are well aware of his ability. Ruyan, do you agree?" Lu Ruyan, still perplexed as to how Lin Xiao had become part of Kyoto Lingmu, instinctively nodded in agreement upon hearing Ji Boxio's words. Seeing them both assert this, the senior felt somewhat bewildered, yet Lin Xiao's admission notice bore no discrepancies. What on earth was happening? Lin Xiao sighed. These two truly were relentless. Glancing at a nearby stone pedestal, an idea struck him. Approaching it, he effortlessly lifted the stone with ease. Sometimes, actions speak louder than words. The senior's face lit up with a smile. The stone was not light, and only someone with a power system could lift it with such nonchalance. "You two, stop causing trouble here. Lin Xiao, let us head to the bus." Ji Boxio wished to say more, but was halted by Lu Ruyan. "Brother Boxio, I don't think that admission notice is fake. If it were, wouldn't it be exposed once we reach the school?" Ji Boxio pondered this and realized the validity of her statement. What could Kyoto Lingmu be thinking? Why did they choose to admit Lin Xiao? And how had he become classified as a power system? This defied logic. Lin Xiao paid little mind to their speculations. Under the senior's guidance, he had already boarded the bus to Kyoto Lingmu. Inside, he found himself among 20 to 30 fellow new students, their faces radiating youthful exuberance. He felt oddly out of place. Perhaps his prolonged stay with the elderly had rendered him somewhat antiquated. Chapter 85. Innate Dual Systems. Dual Personalities? The bus had one last available seat, which Lin Xiao promptly occupied. His presence captivated the female passengers, who were immediately struck by his charm. Although there had been a few handsome boys on board, they paled in comparison to Lin Xiao. The male passengers, however, regarded him with less friendliness. His arrival had diverted the girls' attention away from them. So what if he was handsome? Lin Xiao was well aware of their gazes, but chose to dismiss them as childish antics. Wuling embarked on the journey alongside the bus, and as soon as the vehicle began to move, she promptly commenced her duties. "Greetings, my younger peers. I trust many of you are already familiar with me. I am Wuling, your senior from the second year, an SS-level wind elementalist. The journey to our institution will take some time, so let us take this opportunity to get acquainted. Why don't we start with some self-introductions? Let us begin with this gentleman over here." The student she pointed to immediately rose to his feet. "Hello everyone, my name is Jiang Yuchen, an A-level fire elementalist. I look forward to your guidance in the future. I am Su Xia, an S-level fire elementalist. Lin Xiao, an SS-level strength elementalist." Before long, all the students had introduced themselves, and Lin Xiao felt a bit taken aback. Including himself, there were a total of 32 new students on the bus, 21 A-level, 7 S-level, and the remainder were SS level. He began to understand why the elderly at the nursing home had arranged for him to possess an SS-level strength elementalist status. Were they concerned he might feel inferior? It must be said, the Kyoto Lingmu Academy truly is a gathering of prodigies. After the introductions, Lin Xiao noticed the female students in the bus gazing at him with even more eagerness. He feigned ignorance, as he currently had no intention of pursuing a romantic relationship. Women could only hinder his swiftness in drawing his sword. Wooling continued to foster a lively atmosphere, and soon everyone began to mingle, chatting in groups of 3 or 5. Lin Xiao remained silent, yet he perked up his ears. Within their conversations, some topics piqued his interest. Did you know? This year, we have a prodigy who is a naturally dual elementalist, and she has already reached level 4. How could one not know? Not only is she a naturally dual elementalist, but both elements are SSS level. It's astonishing that such opposing powers as light and darkness could manifest in one person. You must be referring to Luo Yao. I've heard she awakened her powers independently at the age of 10, truly a marvel. The key point is that Luo Yao is said to be breathtakingly beautiful. Even before the semester has commenced, she has been informally designated as the top among the 10 most beautiful girls at Kyoto Lingyu. Is that so? I am eager to meet her. Surely, a beauty of such caliber must attract many suitors. I know this well. There were indeed many who pursued her previously, but now, hardly anyone dares to. That is hard to believe. How could such a perfect girl have no admirers? Is it due to her formidable strength? Ah, you are unaware. It seems that due to her dual elemental nature, Luo Yao possesses a dual personality. When she uses her light abilities, she is extremely shy, reportedly blushing even when spoken to by strangers. However, when she employs her dark powers, she transforms into a complete enchantress. None of her past suitors escaped unscathed from her wrath. Over time, they were all intimidated and gradually ceased to pursue her. Lin Xiao listened intently to their conversation, and for some reason, he felt an unexpected intrigue toward this Luo Yao, a naturally dual elementalist, especially one wielding the rare light and dark elements. Along with a dual personality, what a divine being she must be. Luo Yao was also a newcomer at Kyoto Lingyu, yet she had already attained level 4. Many fourth-year students likely hadn't reached that level yet. He pondered who might possess greater strength if he were to unleash his full potential. Lin Xiao felt a strong sense of confidence in his current abilities, estimating his true combat power to be around level 4 as well. He had previously held a degree of disdain for the students of Kyoto Lingyu, but in this moment, his perspective shifted. The world has never been devoid of geniuses. Upon arriving at Kyoto Lingyu, he was certain he would soon cross paths with this Luo Yao. What kind of extraordinary woman could she be? Lin Xiao's fascination with Luo Yao grew, but it remained solely that, an interest, with no further intentions. He then chose to be a quiet listener, absorbing various information about the school, such as the identities of the 10 most beautiful girls and the outstanding talents among the new students. Throughout the journey, a few girls approached him for conversation, but he dismissed them politely. His demeanor deterred them, yet simultaneously amplified their curiosity about him. After a full hour, the bus finally arrived at Kyoto Lingyu. Upon disembarking, the 4 characters spelling Kyoto Lingyu came into view, bold and vigorous, evidently crafted by a renowned artist. A multitude of upperclassmen, responsible for welcoming newcomers, rushed towards the arriving vehicle, eagerly taking the luggage from the hands of the female students, while the male students were largely overlooked. Observing this, Lin Xiao found it rather amusing. Was this what they referred to as college life? It was indeed quite entertaining. Fortunately, his belongings were safely stored within his spatial ring, which alleviated some of his burden, perhaps due to the scarcity of available suitors. Once the belongings of the girls on the bus had been claimed, the remaining students finally received some attention. A tall, slender young man approached Lin Xiao. "Hello, Junior. I'm Zhang Hui, a sophomore. Please show me your acceptance letter so I can determine your dormitory assignment and guide you there." Lin Xiao expressed his gratitude and obediently handed over his acceptance letter. Zhang Hui utilized a special application and quickly identified Lin Xiao's dormitory location. "All right, Junior. I now know where your dormitory is. Let us head there." "Thank you very much, Senior." As they walked through the campus, Zhang Hui shared insights about the various buildings. As a top-tier spiritual martial arts academy in China, Kyoto Lingyu's architecture was undoubtedly remarkable, exuding an ancient charm rather than overwhelming grandeur. Lin Xiao found himself quite fond of this aesthetic. Guided by Zhang Hui, they soon arrived at Lin Xiao's dormitory building. "Junior, your dormitory is in Building 10, Room 303. Since you don't have any luggage, I want to accompany you upstairs. I still need to wait for the next bus. I can't let those girls get all the good catches." "Thank you, Senior. I wish you the best of luck." "Haha, I'm sure I will. I have a feeling whether I can find a partner will depend on the next bus."